In the modern era, a youthful wolf cub finds his soul traversing into the amnesiac body of Dōma, entangled in a tumultuous dance of love and conflict with a captivating elder sister and flower pillar. Confronted by the merciless oppression of a petty boss ahead, and pursued relentlessly by the demon slayer core behind, he finds himself in dire straits. The long and winding road ultimately leads to a humble abode. Chapter 1. Dōma. In the town of Hashira, Master. Dōma, I hold you in high regard. Embrace the path of a demon, for you shall become an immortal being, the epitome of perfection. Vividly recalling those eerie crimson eyes, a sensation of dread emanating from his very soul lingers to this day. Master, you have awakened. I'm so hungry. Why does such an overwhelming hunger, akin to a force that threatens to consume his very life, assail him? Every cell in his body trembles and screams. He is in desperate need of sustenance. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the maid squatting before him. The blood coursing through her pale neck's artery was unmistakably vivid, exuding a deadly allure. The man's pupils constricted sharply, radiating a spectrum of colors. Fangs emerged at the corners of his mouth, and at last, the thread of reason snapped under the weight of his bloodthirsty desires. Blood erupted in his mouth, flowing into his stomach. It bore no fishy taste, only the delightful satisfaction that aligned with his primal instincts, sweet and fulfilling. The woman's struggles gradually weakened. Ultimately, her hands fell limp, her complexion turned pale, and she exhaled her last breath. The satiated man released his grip, reopening his eyes to witness the corpse in his arms tumble away as he stepped back. Glancing at the lifeless body and then at the blood upon his hands, he wore an expression of astonishment. Suddenly, an unusual sensation surged within him, as if something was bursting forth, infusing his entire being with strength through the flowing blood. His fingers unfurled, nails elongating and sharpening, slicing through his palm to reveal a droplet of blood. The wound healed instantly, leaving no trace. Spraying the blood onto the corpse, it was immediately enveloped in frost, emitting a hissing mist that dissipated, a harmonious blend of red and white dissolving utterly. Is this what it means to be a demon? The man murmured to himself. In the darkness of night, a figure trembled as it scurried past the doorway. Murder has been committed. The master has killed. In an instant his neck was seized, his entire being lifted high, the sensation of asphyxiation enveloping him. Oh dear, you appear to be quite terrified. How amusing. The man smiled wickedly. The blood at the corners of his mouth, still uncleaned, glimmered in the moonlight with a dark red hue. Yet, even more disconcerting were his iridescent eyes, inscribed with the words Upper Moon and 6, radiating a mesmerizing, eerie glow. Master, please, I beg you, do not kill me. The male devotee stammered, veins popping on his forehead from lack of oxygen. His face flushed, gripping Dōma's wrist tightly. As if recalling a particular matter, Dōma narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he released him. The male devotee, who had fallen helplessly to the ground, gasped for fresh air, trembling as he knelt at Dōma's feet. Let it be so. From today forth, you shall serve as the steward of the church, overseeing its affairs. That esteemed individual detests ostentation. Therefore the congregation shall not exceed 200 members. Additionally, you are tasked with 2 responsibilities. First, seek the azure being. Second, procure sustenance for me. The blood of women and children is the most delectable. And regarding my affairs, they must remain confidential. Should you fail in this, you are undoubtedly aware of the consequences that will ensue. Village, field, mound, wilderness. His magnetic voice resonated with an increasingly twisted tenderness. Master, esteemed master, I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task. Murata Kyoya bowed his head to the ground, expressing his servitude. As he recalled the earlier events in the room, beads of sweat the size of peas trickled down his forehead, soaking the wooden floor, while his legs trembled uncontrollably. The moonlight tonight is truly splendid, Dōma remarked, a smile curving his lips as he leaned against the railing, gazing at the full moon. A gentle breeze caressed his ears, stirring his white oak hair and brushing against his knife-like pale cheeks, rendering him extraordinarily handsome under the moonlight. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of sorrow seemed to be imprisoned deep within his heart, faint yet palpable. How could he possess emotions? It must be a tedious illusion. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kanroji Mitsuri had yet to be blinded. Only a dark purple scar marred half of his forehead, a curse that had already begun to take effect. Congratulations, Kanroji Mitsuri. From this moment forth you shall be the Flower Hashira, a member of my most exceptional children. His melodious voice, imbued with an admirable strength, swept over the hearts of the gathered. Thank you, my lord. Henceforth, I shall vanquish more demons and bestow peace upon the world. At the foot of the staircase knelt a stunning woman, her black hair framing her violet eyes, which shimmered like water. Adorning her hair was a butterfly hairpin with pink edges and emerald green, and she wore the standard Demon Slayer uniform, draped in a colorful Haori pattern with butterfly motifs, her smile radiating warmth. The 7 Hashira behind her looked upon her with blessings. How wonderful! We can deliver even more spectacular blows to the demons. Welcome, Flower Hashira. Become one of us. The clouds in the sky are so round. Congratulations. Congratulations. What a beautiful sister. It would truly be a joyous occasion to fight alongside you. As pink bubbles ignited. Ah, I seem to hear the more anguished wails of the little demons. Life as a Hashira was far from easy. They were either slaying demons or en route to do so. Just after being appointed as a Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri received a mission concerning Kirikawa Town, where crows reported that the young girls and children were mysteriously disappearing. Sister, I want to go with you. A petite girl clung to Kanroji Mitsuri's arm, her eyes sparkling with hope. After a few breaths of deliberation, Mitsuri sighed and affectionately welcomed the spirited girl along. Who could possibly refuse the charms of a little girl? The disparity between wealth and poverty in Kirikawa Town was stark. The residential streets were modern and exquisite, while the outskirts were comprised mostly of humble villages. As the two crossed a bridge, they beheld a boorish man in a kimono dragging a small girl through the crowd with a rope. The girl's hair was disheveled, her eyes vacant, her clothing tattered, and she walked barefoot, a truly pitiable sight. Upon seeing her vacant gaze, Kanroji Mitsuri felt a surge of compassion and approached. "Excuse me, what is this child's name?" she inquired, stooping to look at the girl. "What name could a beast like this possess? Do you wish to buy her? If not, be gone." The man in the kimono attempted to shove aside the woman blocking his path, but unexpectedly, a delicate little hand firmly grasped his wrist with an undeniable strength, rendering him immobile. "Do not touch my sister. Is this sufficient?" Kanroji Shinobu shouted angrily as she seized the man's wrist, tossing a handful of coins from a half-empty pouch atop his head before snatching the little girl and fleeing toward the inn with her sister. "Hurry and gather it up. If someone else gets it first, it will be gone. Don't move. Don't move. My money." Several individuals scrambled to collect the coins from the ground, infuriating the man who continued to shout. "Ha, Shinobu, is this truly acceptable?" Kanroji Mitsuri inquired with a smile, her brows arched in amusement. "It's all right, sister. I've already provided money. So how could I be polite to such scum?" Beneath the azure sky and white clouds, the two beautiful figures darted through the crowd, accompanied by an adorable little one, and upon closer inspection, the girl's pupils glimmered with an unusual light. "Ah, sister, this child has truly endured much. She is filthy and reeking with wounds. How infuriating! I ought to give that man a thorough lesson." In the bathhouse, Kanroji Shinobu sat on a stool, bathing the girl, who was covered in bubbles from head to toe. Water cascaded over her, washing away numerous fleas and even a cockroach, while the thin arms bore remnants of unhealed whip marks. "Alas, what a pitiable child! It appears she has no name. Let us call her Kuri Hanaraki," the girl exclaimed, her pupils shimmering with delight upon discovering that she too cherished this name. Due to the harsh treatment endured in her childhood, Kanoha lacked the ability to make decisions independently. In a moment of inspiration, Kanoha taught her to make choices by tossing a coin, only to be met with ninja-esque teasing remarks about her unreliable nature, which was indeed a source of frustration. Chapter 2. The Battle. Due to the inconvenience of carrying Kurihara Tsuno with her, Kane was left with no choice but to have Shinobu escort her back to the butterfly mansion, while also teaching her the breathing techniques. Having observed her, she realized that the child possessed remarkable talent. Meanwhile, the innkeeper downstairs was preoccupied with her abacus, troubled by the dwindling business caused by the recent disappearances in town. Alas, life was becoming increasingly arduous. At that moment, Kane, who had just descended the stairs, overheard the innkeeper's lament. Her eyes flickered, and she approached the innkeeper, inquiring, "Excuse me, could you tell me who has gone missing in the town?" The innkeeper, noticing the lovely young lady before her, glanced at the entrance and whispered, "My dear, you must be cautious. The majority of those who have vanished recently are young girls like yourself, and many of them are children. I suspect that the Paradise Cult is behind this." "The Paradise Cult?" Kane echoed. "Yes, it is a sect that emerged during the Edo period, reputed to alleviate human suffering. However, I have also heard that many who devoted themselves to the deity of that cult ultimately disappeared, and the authorities have been unable to uncover any leads." "I see. Thank you, innkeeper. I will be careful." It seemed imperative for her to investigate the Paradise Cult further. After wandering the streets for a while, she sensed several pairs of eyes upon her, and a smile played at the corners of her lips. The target was beginning to take the bait. As night fell quietly, several figures clad in black knocked on the inn's door, stealthily making their way upstairs, where they perfumed 5 rooms with a narcotic scent. To her astonishment, they were human. Sensing the anomaly, Kane swiftly leaped onto the rafters, scrutinizing the movements of the black-clad individuals who had entered the room. Finding it empty, she let out a soft hum, opened the wardrobe for a glance, but not spotting her target, she retreated. Kane trailed behind the black-clad figures, observing as 3 of them carried 2 female forms across their shoulders. They navigated through the alleyways and slipped into a back entrance of a church. A church? Could it be the Paradise Cult? After a moment's contemplation, she followed, leaping onto the towering branches of a tree bordering the wall, providing an excellent vantage point to see them ushering their captives into the ground floor. Carefully surveying the courtyard, she noticed a room on the 2nd floor devoid of light, prompting her to jump over the wall and slip through the window. The window was specially designed, wrapped in thick black fabric, preventing sunlight from entering, and was ajar under the cover of night. Fortune smiled upon Kane, for this was indeed the room of Dōma, who, at that very moment, was absent from the Blackwater town. Yes, he had boredly gone to play at the Blood Exchange. The room was imbued with an unsettling atmosphere, evoking a sense of unease within her, an almost ghostly presence that seemed to emanate from downstairs. Examining the room's arrangement, she found a desk adorned with a painting of blue spider lilies and a wine glass containing remnants of a black liquid. Upon inhaling the scent, her pupils dilated. This was blood, human blood. The spacious room was devoid of any occupants, with a massive bookshelf behind the desk filled with medical texts, porcelain, and botanical volumes. Moving past the room, she entered the bedroom, which featured a large circular canopy bed and some wall decorations, yet was otherwise empty. In that instant, it felt as if time had frozen, a heartbeat resonating in her chest. "What are you doing in someone else's room, my lovely lady?" A voice, magnetic and smooth, floated into her ears, a chilling breath grazing her cheek. When had he appeared? She had no time to ponder this question, as Kane instinctively shoved her elbow back against the figure behind her, only to have her arm seized and her waist pulled backward, resulting in both of them tumbling onto the bed. "Your breathing technique has been disrupted," Dōma remarked, revealing his true face. The characters etched clearly in his pupils caused Kane's breath to hitch. It seemed she had never encountered an upper moon before, thus, the Demon Slayer Corps had no information on them. Now, on her very first mission, she found herself face to face with Upper Moon 2. Was this luck, or was it merely fate? The warm, floral scent of the woman enveloped Dōma's senses, reminiscent of wisteria, akin to roses adorned with thorns. Her eyes sparkled like moonlit waters, clear yet radiant, exuding warmth and gentleness. Her skin flushed slightly, flawless as jade, with a delicate nose and expressive brows, her red lips parted in astonishment, shimmering like rippling waves. For reasons unknown, a strange flutter surged in Dōma's heart, a feeling he had never experienced before, akin to the spring breeze rustling the willows. Despite having just concluded a battle at the Blood Exchange, where he had exerted some energy, he felt no urge to feast upon the food before him. Was it because she was unafraid of him? Intriguing, truly intriguing. First form of flower breathing, blooming petals, drawing the Nicaran blade from his waist. A burst of radiant energy propelled Dōma backward, enabling Kane to retreat. Blood oozed from her chest momentarily before her abnormal healing abilities swiftly closed the wound. It was as if a stone had struck a water surface, creating ripples without any change. Was this what it meant to be an upper moon? Although she understood the possibility of leaving her hopes behind here, she could not relinquish her yearning. Upper moon, please tell me, how many souls have you taken? Her gaze was gentle yet resolute. Oh, are you not afraid of me? Her unwavering gaze remained bright as the sun, stirring a longing deep within Dōma's heart. The Demon Slayer Corps, until death, remained devoted to exterminating demons. What was there to fear? Ah, what a steadfast desire. Yet, to put it plainly, it was merely an act of revenge, a tedious affair. Dōma smirked, a hint of indifference in his expression. Haha, what admirable resolve. But how do you know that those I consume experience pain rather than liberation? Dōma licked his sharp fangs, a wicked smile gracing his lips, his colorful pupils gleaming brilliantly. Beautiful Miss Butterfly, I have taken a liking to you. Why not stay and become my blood bag? It would be quite amusing to transform from a Hashira into a demon. Upper Moon, a life as a demon must be utterly dreadful, where even the sunlight once within reach becomes a mere luxury. Her gentle gaze brimmed with compassion and sympathy. Dōma, who had once reveled in tormenting humanity, found himself devoid of laughter at that moment. Was it shame that fueled his anger? He could not ascertain that feeling. Yet he knew that the expression upon the woman's face caused his heart to falter, as if a surge of anger had risen within him. Could this woman truly evoke his emotions? How amusing! An idea began to take shape in Dōma's mind. With a smirk, Dōma remarked, "Since you do not wish to become a demon, then I shall reward you by making you my blood bag." Huh? Before his words could fully escape, Dōma lunged forward, his folding fan gleaming with a metallic glint as it aimed straight for her delicate neck. The Nicaran blade barely intercepted the fan's strike, but Dōma's claws descended from below. Third form of flower breathing, plum blossom in the shadows. A whirlwind of pink petals enveloped Dōma, slicing through his skin like 1,000 blades, unleashing a torrent of blood. The blood crystallized into a mist, dispersing around Kane, and soon a small amount of it entered her respiratory tract, igniting a burning pain within her lungs, suffocating her. What is this? With a burst of concentrated power, Dōma unleashed his next assault. Blood demon art, venomous vines. Multiple icy, crystalline tendrils sprouted from Dōma, lunging towards Kane, accompanied by a chilling aura and a toxin that sapped her strength. Breath of flowers, first form, petal bloom. As she parted the dense vines, one sharp leaf remained, slicing through her arm's uniform and piercing the flesh, the dark crimson blood trickling down, a grim reminder of the deadly poison coursing through her veins. The venom swiftly enveloped her body, rendering her powerless as she fell to one knee, barely supported by her Nicaran blade, expelling great gouts of black blood. Upper Moon 2. Dōma, his blood, toxic beyond measure. With the last remnants of her strength, she inscribed vital information with her fingertips' blood, lunging toward Dōma for a final strike, simultaneously flicking the note toward the raven. The raven snatched the note as it witnessed the woman collapsing into Dōma's embrace, a solitary tear escaping her eye as she soared into the distance. Chapter 3. Remnants. What? Upper Moon Dōma? Before dawn's light could grace the horizon, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was besieged by grim tidings. The Flower Hashira, Kane Kocho, had perished at the hands of Upper Moon 2, with none of her accompanying shadows returning. Yoya Tsujikuni clutched the bloodstained note, trembling uncontrollably. "My lord, grant me permission to lead a handful of shadows to Kakushi town, to discern news of my sister." Clad in a half-white haori, Shinobu Kocho knelt upon the wooden floor, her voice fragile yet resolute. "Shinobu, do not act recklessly. Do you understand? You are all my most cherished children." He was unaware whether the Upper Moon demon would remain stationary upon realizing his position was compromised. If so, his strength would be formidable enough that even the Flower Hashira had fallen, leaving Shinobu and her dozen shadows utterly defenseless against the Upper Moon. They were still far too weak. The closest Hashira to Kakushi town was the Water Hashira, and should the need arise, Ju must be dispatched for support. This period marked an active phase for Muzan Kabutsuji in creating demons, with numerous fiends wreaking havoc across the land. Moreover, while Kakushi town was home to an Upper Moon, the casualties had not been extensive, thus he could not send multiple Hashira there. The primary objective now was to ascertain Dōma's location and strength. Yoya understood that Dōma's blood was highly toxic, capable of unleashing ice mist attacks. That was not his true power, merely a semblance of it. The information relayed by Kane in her final moments, albeit limited, was invaluable. "Dōma, the one who killed my sister, I shall personally exact my vengeance." Shinobu's grip tightened around the hilt of her Nicaran blade. "The Cathedral of Paradise. Oh, divine being, if you truly exist, I implore you to save my child." With a curious glint, Dōma leaned against the balcony, observing a woman below, her anguished cries resonating as she clutched her infant. Humans, forever placing their hopes in the illusory. Yet, the fresh blood of a woman who had just given birth must surely be delectable. He licked his hidden fangs, savoring the thought. Her husband had squandered their fortune, drowning in a sea of gambling debts, leaving their home bare of furnishings. She endured the man's abuse, but her child was innocent. She could no longer produce milk for the infant, who suffered from the chill of the elements, frail and ill, plunging her into despair. "The divine has heard your plea. but you must offer something in return. Upon hearing the smooth, magnetic voice, the woman looked up to find an enigmatic figure before her. He possessed long, wind-tousled hair of a white ash hue, as if crowned with a bowl of blood, tendrils swaying as if on the verge of dripping. His iridescent pupils bore an ominous crimson inscription, his features strikingly handsome yet pale, with sharp wolf-like fangs adorning his smile. Clad in a purple robe with a dark red inner garment and a gold-embellished black crown, he exuded an aura both eerie and enchanting. He resembled the grand deity behind him, as though he were a celestial savior come to redeem humanity. Ah, what a beautiful, gentle, yet steadfast woman you are, he mused. Intrigued, the woman's tattered attire did little to conceal her delicate beauty, though the hollows beneath her eyes betrayed the toll of hardship. The child nestled in her arms had inherited her gentle features, a tender and adorable being peacefully asleep. Please, save my child. The divine, of course, would redeem humanity. Come with me, beautiful lady. May the Lord be well, he greeted, to which the acolytes accompanying him bowed, their expressions a mix of fear and reverence. Upon seeing the woman and child in Dōma's arms, a mysterious, greedy smile spread across the faces of the onlookers. The unsettling atmosphere caused the woman to clutch her child tightly, trailing closely behind him. The interior of the cathedral was devoid of light, save for the flickering candles casting a ghostly glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. As they traversed the hall, they arrived at an elegantly furnished room. The table laden with sumptuous food and a bottle of goat's milk. At the sight of the milk, the woman's eyes sparkled with hope. Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Dōma raised his chin and chuckled. Go ahead. He exited the room, the door shutting behind him with a resounding thud. Dōma issued a brief command to the servant stationed at the door before returning to his chamber. Surely his wife must be awake by now. If the Demon Slayer Corps were to learn that their Hashira not only survived but had become my Dōma's wife, it would surely be quite the spectacle. No, the time had yet to come. He had already envisioned creating a magnificent being that transcended boundaries, one that could harbor emotions. Pushing open the door, he gazed upon the woman reclining on the bed, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The blood-stained, colorful butterfly Haori lay carelessly upon the covers, her delicate, pale hand ensnared by his long, bony fingers, their coldness sending a shiver through her. After 3 days of unconscious slumber, Kane Kocho weakly opened her eyes, only to find herself incapable of utilizing her breathing techniques. A dire predicament. What met her gaze were the arched brows and iridescent pupils, glowing with an unusual light. The chill of his breath brushing against her face, inciting discomfort. Beautiful Miss Butterfly, may I inquire your name? Dōma's gaze sparkled with curiosity, his hands never idle, one enveloping hers while the other played with her silky black hair, reminiscent of a child's innocent delight. A strand of his white ash hair fell onto her porcelain cheek, tickling her and causing her to tilt her head slightly. Kane Kocho, why had he spared her life? Even refraining from transforming her into a demon? Kane, such a beautiful name. Yet, when it passes your lips, it seems to lose its charm, Upper Moon. Despite her weakened state, Kane's eyes glimmered like water, yet her expression remained devoid of emotion. Unfazed, Dōma detected a scent of profound anger, which only deepened the smile curling at his lips. Curiosity piqued, he leaned closer to her neck and shoulder. The warmth of her scent flooded his senses, and when his lips brushed against her fragrant shoulder, the primal urge instilled by Muzan Kabutsuji's cells urged him to pierce her skin and feast upon her delicious flesh. Yet an inexplicable feeling surged within him, suppressing his hunger. It was a strange sensation, quickening his heart, yet defying description. Yielding to the voice within, he gently sucked, relishing the warmth and smoothness. The original Kane Kocho had shut her eyes, calmly embracing the inevitability of death, but events began to unfold in increasingly peculiar ways. The anticipated pain did not manifest. Instead, a tingling warmth enveloped her shoulder and spread towards her collarbone, an unusual sensation that nearly compelled her to exhale. This was not right. With great effort, she pushed Dōma away, though to him, it was a mere trifling act. What are you doing? Her cheeks flushed, a mix of anger and embarrassment coloring her expression. Experiencing her warm breath at such proximity, the lustrous, crimson lips stirred whispers from the depths of his heart, revealing uncharted culinary delights. Unbeknownst to him, his once menacing fangs had been reduced to the innocuous canines of an ordinary human. To consume you. With a smile laden with significance, he leaned closer, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. The delicate Kanehira butterfly furrowed her brows, her eyes tightly shut, as their noses brushed against one another, exchanging breaths that were slightly chilled. Her alabaster hands transitioned from firmly pushing against his chest to clutching his collar with fervor. Yet, the insatiable Tomo slipped his hand beneath the covers, discovering a warmth he had never before encountered. Startled, Kanehira Butterfly opened her dreamy eyes, exerting all her might to push him away, struggling to escape his kiss. No. Observing her tender cheeks flushed with color, Tomo found it exceedingly amusing. She was unlike any other human. In his presence, there was no fear, no trepidation, no hatred, no greed, no desire, and even a hint of sympathy remained. Her gentle demeanor seemed capable of melting his icy heart. Suddenly, she gasped lightly, realizing that Tomo had pulled back the covers and had clambered in after kicking off his shoes. As she attempted to rise, he swiftly enveloped her in his arms, pressing his chest against her back, his right hand reaching around to grasp her delicate hand. The butterfly clip in her hair was carelessly tossed aside onto the bedside. It's not even dark yet. I'll take a nap first. He buried his face in her neck, murmuring before closing his eyes. The exertion from their earlier bloodshed had drained his energy, and inexplicably, holding this woman brought a sense of tranquility to his heart, making the prospect of a brief slumber seem appealing. In the dimly lit bedroom, only the faint flicker of candlelight illuminated the space. While two pairs of wooden sandals lay haphazardly beneath the bed, their intertwined figures resembled a lovingly united couple. At that moment, Kanehira Butterfly was in utter disarray, pondering why this demon was so abnormal. Did demons even require sleep? The flower pillar, who had slain countless demons, felt her previous understanding being challenged, leaving her in a state of confusion and absurdity. She wondered if her master had seen her message, and hoped little Shinobu wouldn't recklessly come. She sensed that Tomo was scheming something rather than planning to leave the exposed hunting ground of Kurishimizu town. Chapter 4. Strange Memories. The human chosen by the master was indeed fortunate. Hush. She should be referred to as the matron. It was peculiar that the master was showing interest in humans. Silence. Is it our place to comment on the master's actions? Yet, here was another woman and child brought in today. Splendid, more delicacies to savor, hoping for something fresh. However, it puzzled her that the master only consumed women and children. Tomo preferred to bestow demon blood upon male followers he found pleasing to the eye, transforming them into demon attendants. Demon blood was precious. It conferred immortality, and, for those of exceptional talent, bestowed formidable supernatural abilities. Thus regarded by many followers as the highest divine favor. Were Tomo to overhear the whispers of these two demon attendants, he would surely scoff. He believed that the blood and flesh of women capable of bearing life and newly born children were the most nourishing. Though demons craved human blood and flesh as an instinct ingrained in their very cells, inexplicably, within him, a force restrained such primal urges. Emotionless, he indulged in whatever brought him comfort. After satiating himself with blood, his desire for human flesh diminished significantly, if not entirely absent, leading him to bestow the lifeless bodies of those who had bled to death upon his demon attendants. The two attendants traversed the dark passageway of the church, arriving at a modest dwelling. Master, the humans have been delivered. What is this? You dare bring such wretched beings? Master, we truly cannot endure living there any longer. I beg you to accept them. Humph, take this meager offering and be gone. Why yes. The shabby little old man, trembling as he bowed, took the money bag tossed at him by the hooded figure before fleeing with the two children. Cough, cough. The two children were also in tattered clothing, nearly reduced to mere skin and bones from hunger, particularly the smaller boy, who appeared to be suffering from tuberculosis, huddled beside the girl, his lips pale and occasionally coughing weakly. Qianshi Liang gazed down at the two children on the steps, feeling no stirrings of appetite within him. If the woman who had arrived today was a dish of stir-fried celery and bean sprouts, then these two were akin to a bowl of stale porridge, utterly unappetizing. The woman could be taken back to nourish the master, but as for these two, let them be. They could be kept for later consumption. Suddenly, sensing a threatening aura approaching, Qianshi Liang seized the two children and tossed them to his companion. Back to the secret passage. Yes, creak. At that moment, a female swordsman clad in a white half-robe and black uniform descended from the eaves, charging forth. What? Dare you emerge in daylight to feast on humans? Bursting through the barricaded door and surveying the now empty room, Kanehira Shinobu called out. She knew the demon had not yet departed. The scent was growing nearer. Skillfully evading the sudden assault of claws, she swiftly drew her sword, severing a hand that fell amidst the chilling gleam. Blood splattered against the wall, accompanied by a muffled grunt. Although a hand could regenerate, the sensation of pain was very real. Blood demon art, shadow concealment. The figure in the black robe undulated, dissipating into the floor like flowing water, leaving no trace behind. Progressing cautiously, she scanned her surroundings, suddenly feeling a dangerous presence approach from behind. Swiftly raising her Nichiren blade to block, the shadow vanished into the wall. Hiding, do you think I cannot find you? Perceiving movement beneath her feet, Kanehira Shinobu smirked, turning the Nichiren blade in her grasp, focusing her breath, and plunging it forcefully into the ground. The wooden planks erupted like waves. Yet there was no sign of the hooded figure, only a mouse that emitted a final, pitiful squeal before succumbing. Kanehira Shinobu sighed, "Alas. My blood demon art cannot be sustained for long. Otherwise, that woman would have faced the consequences." As Qianshi Liang entered the secret passage, he patted his chest, gasping for breath. Strange, everything feels so peculiar. If it were any ordinary demon, they would be driven by hunger, lunging at the first human they saw, relishing the chase. Could it be he fears my Nichiren blade? Yet, it was odd for him to retreat so quickly. Kanehira Shinobu expressed her confusion, casually kicking away the dead mouse beneath her feet. "Regardless, alive or dead, I shall find you, sister." Carefully examining the simple, unadorned dwelling, she discovered that the largest room was dedicated to a shrine housing a statue. The figure wore a black and gold 3-page crown, had long white hair, donned a purple-black ceremonial robe, and a crimson kimono, with 7 colored pupils and a strikingly handsome visage. Kanehira Shinobu gazed at the statue, her eyes shimmering, before exiting the room. At that moment, Dōma remained blissfully unaware that the Demon Slayer Corps had dispatched individuals to conduct a search. Yet, even if he were aware, he would harbor no concern. They were merely amusing playthings to him. Inhaling the scent of Kanehira Butterfly's hair, Dōma drifted into slumber, entering a dream. He envisioned a great metal bird soaring in the sky, imagined himself seated within it, traversing through clouds, and encountered a woman with an indistinct face. Yet a feeling of irresistible attraction washed over him. He dreamt of playing ball with chicks, cool peaches, and a group clad in unfamiliar ancient attire, laughing as they ran past him. Upon turning back, a breeze rustled the shade of the trees, under which stood a kimono-clad woman, the proprietor of a clothing shop. Startled awake, he found the woman before him, gently tousling his hair, so close he could discern every pore on her skin. "What are you doing?" With a look of bewilderment in his eyes, Dōma gently inquired. "How long has it been since you last washed your hair?" Kanao Kochu blinked her large eyes in response. Do demons need to wash their hair? In his quest for emotion and amusement through the sands of time, Dōma found this question to be a realm of ignorance. "The blood upon your head is quite foul." "Foul? What blood? Do I have blood on my head?" The dark crimson blood, pulsating with the movement of his hair, felt as insubstantial as air to him. Perhaps he was simply unable to perceive it. That's fortunate. Gazing at her lustrous red lips, an indescribable impulse surged within him once more. Fortunately, he closed his eyes and leaned in. The sensation shifted. It was Kanao who sensed his intent and swiftly raised her hand to block him, causing his kiss to land softly in her palm. "We cannot do this." Her glistening eyes were filled with determination. "Why not, Kanao? Does it make you uncomfortable?" At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. It was the human servant delivering dinner as Dōma had instructed earlier. 2 subservient figures appeared beyond the folding screen, carefully placing the meal upon the table before bowing deeply towards the bed and cautiously exiting the room. A soft gurgling sound emanated from Kanao's stomach, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, prompting her to bury her face into the blankets. "Ha ha ha, Kanao, you are truly adorable." Dōma lifted the covers and bent down to embrace her, eliciting a soft gasp from Kanao, who instinctively clung to his neck, burying her face in his shoulder. Navigating around the curtain, they encountered a traditional wooden table, adorned with tatami mats for seating, where they would kneel to dine. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast reminiscent of the affluent during the Edo period. Chicken wings, salmon sashimi, and other exquisite seafood delicacies, alongside Japanese tofu, miso soup, and fragrant rice. After gently placing Kanao on the mat, Dōma knelt beside her, elegantly lifting a wine glass filled with a dark red liquid to his lips, savoring it with an expression of pure enjoyment. Noticing Kanao's somber gaze fixed upon his glass, he smiled softly, revealing his sharp fangs. "Oh dear, Kanao. You look a bit frightening like that." Kanao had witnessed the horrific sight of demons consuming humans, the splatter of blood and flesh both nauseating and terrifying. In contrast, Dōma drinking blood from a fine glass appeared almost refreshing and graceful, especially with his exquisite crimson garments and strikingly handsome features, rendering him akin to a deity from the depths of hell. Yet, no matter how captivating, the undeniable truth remained. He was a demon, a being that devoured humans. The vivid imagery of blood in her mind conjured the anguished cries, sorrow, and suffering of humanity, their choking breaths and fragmented, tragic forms. Why? Why allow her to live? Why can she not utilize her breathing techniques? Why must she merely watch as the upper moon stands before her, powerless to act? "Because I wish to be with you." Suddenly, Dōma's pupils constricted, his heart jolted, and his body froze. The woman before him, with cascading hair and tearful eyes questioning him, began to blur, merging with a figure from his memories, a visage identical to hers yet with black, beautiful pupils, tall and draped in a khaki coat. Yet, In the blink of an eye, that visage began to fade away. It felt as though a hand had grasped his heart, a subtle pain of repression enveloping him. Noticing the astonished expression on Kanao's face, along with the dampness on her cheeks, Dōma reached out, discovering it to be a solitary tear. What had just transpired? Who had spoken? And who was she? Was she the woman he had consumed? Why did the thought of her cause his heart to ache? Staring at the tear on his fingertip, Dōma's gaze became vacant, his mind swirling in confusion. Suddenly, the world tilted, and he found himself in a mysterious, inverted stairway. Chapter 5, Kabutsuji Musen. Infinity Castle. Dōma smoothed his sleeves, a bright smile illuminating his face as he entered the room before him, where a man clad in a white shirt and slacks was busily toiling with various bottles and jars. "Master, it has been a while. Have you missed your subordinate?" he inquired. "I wonder how your injuries have healed. You should know that your subordinate is concerned for you." Dōma's youthful voice resonated in the room, imbued with a childlike innocence. "Well done," came a low voice in response. Beneath a cascade of tousled hair lay a handsome face, adorned with striking, plum-colored eyes. This was Musen Kabutsuji, the progenitor of demons. Dōma was well aware that this was praise for his blood battle transformation. "It is an honor to grow stronger for you, my lord," he said, bringing his fan to his heart and bowing slightly, his expression one of rapturous reverence. "What were you doing just now?" Musen queried, his voice laced with an unsettling tone, as if he had briefly lost control over Dōma. The progenitor of demons possessed the ability to transform humans into demons, with those imbued with his blood cursed to be bound to him, allowing him to track their movements and even perceive their thoughts and sights up close. The more of Musen's cells one possessed, the longer their demonhood would last, and their strength would increase. However, this also meant that Musen's control over them intensified, enabling him to seal their immortality and abilities with mere thought, easily leading to their demise. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he had lost his connection to Dōma, mistakenly believing that Dōma had, like Tamayo, escaped his grasp. Just as the connection was re-established, Musen commanded Nakaim to draw Dōma into Infinity Castle. Gazing into Dōma's slightly curved, prismatic pupils, Musen carefully sensed his thoughts. "Master Musen, you are truly handsome, almost rivaling me." He could hardly fathom that such a dashing Musen could be shattered into 1,800 pieces. Suddenly, Dōma coughed up blood, clutching his chest and kneeling on one knee. This was a punishment from Kabutsuji Musen. The terror he instilled etched deeply into Dōma's very cells. The mere thought of everything related to Yorichi Tsujikuni, especially the memory of Musen exploding into 1,800 pieces to escape his relentless pursuit, sent waves of uncontrollable shivering, fear, and rage coursing through him. Musen darkly addressed Dōma. "Do not presume that becoming Upper Moon 2 grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Fulfill your duties properly." He was indeed a troublesome individual, yet Dōma's talent was undeniable, making it worthwhile to utilize him. "You may leave now." "Yes, my lord." Dōma bowed his head, performing a kneeling salute before exiting the room. Raising his gaze towards Nakaim, who was kneeling at the central table, he noticed her pale fingers plucking a string on the koto, causing the space to whirl into darkness. Watching Dōma's retreating figure, Musen reminisced about the moment he transformed him into a demon. That had been during the Edo period in Kurikawa town. While searching for the blue spider lily, he had also observed humans suitable for demonhood. At that time, the Japanese government was ineffectual and the populace suffered greatly, giving rise to numerous religions, wherein they placed their hopes for survival upon illusory deities. Indeed, a foolish endeavor of mankind. Yet, what intrigued him was the youth who proclaimed himself the master of the Eternal Paradise sect. Upon seeing his eyes, he recognized that he was inherently suited to become a demon, for those eyes bore no trace of human emotion, yet tears of compassion flowed. The cold indifference and mocking sympathy evident in his gaze towards his followers had captured Musen's admiration. After infusing his blood into the boy's brain, the youth's body began to convulse, swell, and bulge with veins, before collapsing onto the ground in a deflated heap, devoid of any movement. Believing that Tamayo had perished, he shook his head and swiftly departed from the town of Blackwater. However, on the third day, he sensed a potent aura manifesting within the domain he controlled. Realizing that Tamayo had successfully transformed into a demon, it appeared that he would gain another capable subordinate. Although Tamayo had lost his memories from his human life post-transformation, he exhibited characteristics that set him apart from other demons. Unlike his brethren, Tamayo did not consume human flesh, he only drank blood. Initially, he drained a maid to the point of desiccation, then killed several slaves, regaining his sanity thereafter, and subsequently developed a preference for the fresh blood of living women and children. Nevertheless, Kabutsuji Musen remained oblivious to Tamayo's peculiarities, attributing them to the obsession stemming from his transformation and refrained from intervention. Instead, He found amusement in Tamayo's innate emotional void coupled with a desire for feelings, which displeased his colleagues. Had it not been for Tamayo's formidable talent and commendable blood demon art abilities, Muzan would have silenced him long ago. After nearly 1,000 years of searching for the elusive blue spider lily without even a shadow of it in sight, Muzan felt a sense of frustration. Perhaps it was time to consider alternative methods, such as utilizing humans to seek out the blue spider lily, or transforming individuals with unique bloodlines into demons to aid in his quest. Upon departing from Infinity Castle, Tamayo found himself in the Yoshiwara Pleasure District, the very place he had previously chosen to procure Daki and Jitaro. The establishment was filled with numerous beautiful girls, particularly the courtesans, who most catered to his tastes. A smirk graced his lips as he entered the current residence. Within an elegantly bright and exquisite room, a woman clad in a flowing gown, revealing her fragrant shoulders, was preening before a mirror. With slender, arched eyebrows, she adorned her eyelids with shimmering pink eyeshadow, accentuating her eyes with peach blossoms and meticulously drawn eyeliner, complemented by a hint of blush on her delicate skin and ruby-red lips. Two maids in crimson garments knelt beside her, presenting hairpins. "Oh, courtesan, how splendid you look adorned with those hairpins. Is that not why you are called a courtesan?" As the two young maids exchanged praises, the stunning woman chuckled lightly. "You too, must you be so restless? You are indeed beautiful, my lovely sister," a familiar voice echoed from behind. Saito Kawakomi stiffened, her complexion draining of color as she turned to bow before Tamayo. "I was unaware of your lordship's presence. I am deeply ashamed." Observing the curious maid beside her, Tamayo, who had not eaten for a day, was already famished. He swiftly moved behind the maid, his sharp fangs piercing her artery, greedily savoring the delectable essence that flowed forth. "Ah, save me." The maid, caught off guard, struggled with all her might, yet it was futile. Her vitality ebbed away alongside her blood, as if her soul were being grasped by the underworld, fading from clarity to darkness, slowly drawn into the abyss. "Ah!" The other maid, upon hearing the cry, was swiftly silenced by Saito Kawakomi, who restrained her with fervent force. Once the girl in her grasp fell limp, Tamayo released his hold, leisurely approaching Saito Kawakomi, casting her an approving glance before licking the blood from his teeth and continuing to pierce the maid's artery. The rich scent of blood wafted through the air, filling Saito Kawakomi's lungs as she gasped for breath. No one knew how many lives had been devoured in the darkness of this brightly lit, bustling, and prosperous pleasure district. Each person was lost in their indulgence, reveling in mingled desires, liberating themselves amidst a sea of fireworks. Once all struggle ceased, Tamayo let go of the maid, allowing her to thud to the floor. Blood trickled from the corner of Tamayo's mouth, cascading down to his throat, adding an alluring charm to his visage. Ah, delectable. The warmth of spring and summer enveloped the air, yet at that moment, Saito Kawakomi, witnessing the man before her lick the blood from his lips, felt a cold sweat bead upon her brow. "Do not fear, I shall not consume you," Tamayo reassured with a smile, observing her slight tremor. To be devoured by the Lord is indeed Kawakomi's honor. She had been abandoned at birth, later adopted by farmers, only to be coveted as she matured. Leading to her unwillingness to submit, they murdered her adoptive father and sullied her body. Had it not been for Tamayo's intervention, she would have taken her own life. With his assistance, she avenged her father's murderers, and out of gratitude, she became his subordinate, ultimately becoming the courtesan of the current residence, only to discover that the man she served was a legendary demon. Yet, her fear stemmed merely from instinct and sympathy for the deceased, for while demons were indeed terrifying, what she found more repulsive was the sordid and filthy heart of humanity. Sated, Tamayo leisurely opened the window, gazing at the entranced passers-by and the luminous nightscape, simultaneously sensing an augmentation of his own power. In truth, the strength of his abilities mattered little to him. It was merely that the food he relished enhanced a demon's power, and only through bloodshed could he satisfy his desire for release. Throughout his 2 centuries as a demon, he had slain no fewer than 15 Hashira, yet they remained far too weak, easily dispatched without him exerting his full strength, rendering the encounters exceedingly dull, until he encountered Kochu Shinobu. For reasons he could not comprehend, her visage felt strangely familiar, as if he had seen it before. Just as he was about to sink his fangs into her neck, a pang of pain and sorrow gripped his heart, an emotion he had never experienced before. In that moment, he felt exhilarated, as though he could finally grasp the once unattainable sensations of humanity. Thus, he resolved to keep her as his companion, vowing to cherish her as a spouse. "Is there any news from the Demon Slayer Corps?" Tamayo leaned against the window, his fingertips lightly tapping the sill. Chapter 6, The Spirit Eating Hall. "My lord, here is the information I have gathered." His subordinate presented a letter concealed at his waist to Tamayo, bowing respectfully before standing behind him. After perusing the letter, Tamayo's lips curled into a smirk, the overwhelming energy emanating from him, causing Saito Kawakami to take 2 steps back, before he leaped out the window, leaving only fluttering curtains in his wake, as though he had never been there. Descending the staircase, Saito Kawakami caught sight of over a dozen pale corpses sprawled on the ground, her pupils constricting in shock. The paradise of pleasure, witnessing Tamayo's sudden disappearance. Despite not knowing why tears streamed down her face, she seized the opportunity while he was summoned by Muzan to reclaim her Nichiren blade and donned her Haori. Stepping out into the night, the moonlight illuminated the heavy floor, casting a long shadow of her slender figure. The building was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. Although she could not employ the breathing techniques, her foundational training as a Hashira remained intact. She treaded silently, swiftly surveying the remaining rooms on the second floor as she descended to the first. The pungent scent of blood was unmistakable, tightly gripping the hilt of her Nichiren blade. Saito Kawakami traced the walls until she arrived at a doorway marked with the words "The Spirit-Eating Hall." This must be a place where humans are imprisoned, she mused. However, without my breathing techniques, if there are malevolent demons inside, I could easily become their prey. Yet, generally, 2 demons cannot coexist in one mountain. Perhaps I should investigate first. Stealing her resolve, Saito Kawakami unsheathed her Nichiren blade, approached the window, and peered inside through a small opening, sensing no demonic presence. Cautiously, she opened the hall's door and pressed herself against the wall, listening for any sounds. Finding none, she stepped across the threshold. The dark hall was starkly empty save for a few sculptures, the air thick with the stench of decaying corpses. With a flick of the matchstick, the candle flickered to life, illuminating the surroundings. The deep brown floor bore faint, dark stains of blood, suggesting that many souls had been consumed by the ghastly presence here. Yet, the more potent aura emanated from below. Stepping cautiously, I searched for any suspicious signs, and at last, I discovered a vase atop the altar, adorned with a knob. The malevolent energy radiating from it was palpable, indicating it was frequently used. As I twisted the vase, a wooden panel on the right side of the statue slid aside, revealing a hidden passageway engulfed in darkness. Holding the matchstick aloft, I ventured underground. After a few steps, I turned a corner, and the space abruptly expanded and brightened. Kaname Butterfly's pupils dilated in shock as she beheld a nightmarish sight. In the vast chamber, there were 4 rooms secured behind iron bars. One contained 7 children. Another a beggar clad in tattered rags. A third held 6 young girls and women, and the last imprisoned a wailing demon, its fangs broken and limbs severed. They all huddled together in a state of slumber, their faces gaunt and their expressions devoid of life, as if their souls had been stripped away. Among them lay 3 lifeless bodies, unperturbed by the horror surrounding them. The ground was littered with decaying, putrid flesh, and the skeletal remains of humans formed a small mound at the center. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Kaname Butterfly's tears fell soundlessly. Upon hearing a noise, some in the cages trembled, clutching their knees and burying their heads in their arms, whispering in fear, "Don't eat me." A few raised their pale faces, astonished to see a beautiful human girl, their expressions a mix of surprise, disappointment, and numbness. "Save me. Help me. I do not wish to be devoured," they pleaded. "It's a human," one exclaimed, but another scoffed. "Huh? What good is that? How could a mere human possibly defeat a demon?" Kaname Butterfly raised her hand, commanding attention. "Listen to me, everyone. I am a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, here to rescue you. Please remain silent, and I will free you. It is imperative that you follow my instructions to ensure your safety." With that, she drew her Nichiren blade and severed the vines binding the iron door. Supporting one another, the captives slowly emerged, most having been trapped in that confined space for many days. They cautiously trailed behind Kaname Butterfly as she led them forward. As they approached the hall, a sound from the entrance caused everyone to freeze, some legs trembling in fear. The door creaked open, revealing a girl clad in a white half-cape and wielding a blade. Upon seeing her, Kaname Butterfly's anxiety transformed into exhilaration. It was Shinobu, her sister. "Sister," Shinobu exclaimed, rushing into Kaname's embrace. "I'm so glad you're alive. This is wonderful." Tears soaked the fabric of her sister's attire. "Shinobu, my dear," Kaname replied, her own violet eyes glistening with moisture. "We must hurry and free everyone." Wiping her tears away, Shinobu urged, "Everyone, follow me." After respectfully handing the Nichiren blade to Shinobu and kneeling before Kaname, Shinobu blushed beneath her mask, then darted to the door to assess the situation. "Shinobu, how was your journey here?" Kaname inquired. "Sister, I encountered only minor demons upon entering, which I dispatched with ease," Shinobu answered. "We must leave quickly before Dōma arrives." Kaname's expression grew somber at the mention of Dōma. "Dōma? The upper-ranked demon known as Dōma, the leader of the Eternal Paradise cult? Yes, his poison is potent, and his strength is even more terrifying," Kaname warned. Cautiously, they traversed the central courtyard, maneuvering around the decorative wall. As they opened the main door, an eerie silence enveloped them, all holding their breath. A man lounged lazily against the door frame, his black and red ornate attire fluttering in the breeze. Long white hair cascading naturally as he gazed at the moonlight, a golden iron fan in hand, swaying leisurely. The moon is quite lovely tonight. Have you all come out to enjoy the view? He remarked, his handsome features adorned with a carefree smile. His voice was gentle, yet a foreboding aura pressed upon the hearts of the onlookers, nearly suffocating them. In an instant, a white figure lunged with a blade, followed by a flash of lightning. Shinobu, Kaname cried out in alarm, unable to intervene as her sister rushed forward. Your strength is the weakest I have encountered among the Demon Slayer Corps. Oh. But your speed is commendable, Dōma taunted, effortlessly deflecting Shinobu's strike with his fan, wearing a bemused smile. Breath of insects, dance of the butterflies, Shinobu declared, as she deftly pivoted on her toes, maneuvering past his fan to deliver a horizontal slash to his neck. The blade grazed his skin, causing a trickle of purple liquid to seep into the wound, staining it a sickly hue. This poison is insufficient, Dōma mocked, observing the purple streaks on his fingertips. Before long, Dōma easily countered the effects of the wisteria poison, charging toward Shinobu's delicate throat with his fan. The rush of wind whistled in her ears as he approached with blinding speed. So fast, am I to perish? She thought, despair flooding her mind. Sister, I'm sorry, I can no longer protect you. A piercing cry filled the air, shattering the tension, as Kaname's voice rang out, stop. The gleaming golden fan halted just inches from Shinobu's neck, a thin line of blood escaping from the blade's edge. With tears shimmering in her eyes, Kaname thrust her sword into Dōma's chest, gasping for breath as blood trickled from her lips, a consequence of forcibly wielding her breathing technique. Do not harm Shinobu, she pleaded. Dōma stared blankly at the woman before him, then smiled, leaning closer to embrace her waist. His icy lips brushed against her mouth, lapping at the blood that oozed forth. The Nichiren blade sank deeper into Dōma's flesh, blood erupting and staining Kaname's hand. As their lips parted, Dōma smirked. Shinobu, is it? Take those people and leave. Kaname stared at Dōma in shock and fury. He had just sullied her sister. Sister, Shinobu, take them away, Kaname commanded. But, obey me. Seeing the tears glistening in her sister's eyes, Shinobu could only nod in resignation. With a sigh of relief as Shinobu led the others away from sight, she sagged into Dōma's embrace, the weight of her burdens overwhelming her. Chapter 7, Wounded. Dōma instinctively cradled her, noting her tear-filled gaze before it drooped, her complexion paling, and her hair falling messily over her shoulders. Kaname, he murmured, gently shaking her. Receiving no response, he withdrew the Nichiren blade from her chest, casting it aside, and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Just as he was about to depart, he paused and retrieved the blade, sheathing it back at Kaname's waist. He then slipped into a narrow alley, his wounds miraculously healing as the blood absorbed back into his body. Under the moonlight, the tall figure of the man cradled the unconscious girl, moving swiftly through the alley as the night breeze tousled his long hair, leaving behind fleeting shadows. With a forceful kick, he flung open a door, a chilling gust sending the occupants of the bed tumbling to the floor. Who dares disturb me? Help, or face death? A frigid voice echoed. As if the biting north wind had pierced through to his very marrow, the old man trembled as he rose from the ground, lighting a candle. Upon seeing the pallid woman and the frost-faced man, he paused momentarily before bowing and exclaiming, Yes, 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 help, immediate help. Please follow me. He led the two to a patient room, where Dōma gently placed Kanai on the bed, tenderly arranging her disheveled hair. The elderly man, clad in coarse garments, donned a coat and squatted down to take the woman's pulse. The erratic breath and weak pulse indicated that she had sustained significant internal injuries. I shall brew a medicinal broth. Once she awakens, it will suffice for her to consume it. Upon receiving Dōma's nod, he exited, leaving the two alone. The dim candlelight cast a warm hue on Dōma's cheeks, which had long been deprived of sunlight. He stared intently at the woman with her eyes firmly shut, grasping her delicate, pale hand. After becoming a demon, Dōma had devoured countless beautiful women, yet upon encountering her, he felt an undeniable flutter in his heart. As fleeting images danced in his mind, as if he had known this girl before. Her eyes sparkled like radiant pearls, her voice rang melodiously, akin to the song of a warbler, and her laughter was reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, imbued with the warmth of sunlight, caressing his very soul. Her body was soft, and the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her stirred his senses, while her blood was sweet. Yet he found himself yearning for the intimacy of their lips entwined. Was this what it meant to be fond of someone? The preparation of the traditional medicine took considerable time, and by dawn, as the first light graced the ground, Kanai awakened from her slumber. just as the old man brought forth a bowl of dark, viscous concoction. Upon opening the door and discovering no one by the girl's bedside, the elder was taken aback until a voice emerged from the light behind the door. "Hand me the medicine. You may leave now." After placing the medicine in the young man's hand, the elder bowed and exited the room, the door slamming shut behind him. "This young man is quite peculiar. I hope he doesn't forget to pay," he muttered, shaking his head as he stroked his beard and descended the stairs. "Thank you," Kanai said softly, leaning against the headboard. "I never expected someone from the Demon Slayer Corps to express gratitude to a demon," Dōma replied with a smile. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he stirred the broth in his hand, scooping a spoonful and gently blowing on it before presenting it to Kanai's lips. Gazing into his hopeful, multicolored eyes, Kanai pursed her lips slightly, parting them to take a sip. The bitter taste surged up her throat, causing her to choke, and she swore that even the medicine made from wisteria blossoms was not as harsh as this. Cough, cough, cough. Dōma quickly set down the bowl, grabbed a clean cloth, and sat at her side to wipe her face. Once she had calmed down, he asked, "Was it too hot?" "Cough, no, it's fine. The medicine is just a bit bitter." Kanai shook her head, her cheeks flushing slightly as her eyes averted to the side. Oh dear, how embarrassing, after all. She hailed from a family of physicians. Good medicine is often bitter, Dōma chuckled lightly, taking a sip of the broth himself before leaning in to cover her lips with his, slightly parting his mouth to let the liquid flow into her. Her long lashes instinctively fluttered shut as she placed her hand against his chest, feeling the warm broth surge into her throat. As their lips parted, she gasped for air, shooting a glare at Dōma. Her purple, glistening eyes resembled dewdrops dancing upon lotus leaves, striking a romantic chord within him. "Is this much better?" Noticing her embarrassment and anger, Dōma found an unexpected amusement in the situation. "Huh, do you indiscriminately kiss other girls as well?" she inquired, bewildered by his familiarity. Dōma was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering, why would one kiss food? Yet, he knew he would only kiss Kanai. His vibrant, innocent eyes gazed at her, sparkling with the weight of the most precious promises. Indeed, he was a demon who feasted on humans. How could he grow intimate with one? Yet, why did he choose to save her instead of devouring his prey? Kanai could not fathom it. It was simply because Dōma liked Kanai. As if sensing her confusion, Dōma fell silent for a moment before softly asserting, "Like what?" Kanai's sparkling eyes widened in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. With a smile, Dōma observed her adorable expression. Suddenly recalling that there was still medicine to be fed, he reached for the bowl, poised to take another sip. "Wait, I'll do it myself." Kanai leaned forward, snatching the bowl, shutting her eyes, and gulping down the broth in one go, fearful that the medicine might find its way into Dōma's mouth again. After finishing, Kanai placed the bowl in Dōma's hands and swiftly dove beneath the covers, revealing only her wide, blinking eyes. After a moment of astonishment, Dōma set the bowl on the bedside table, removed his shoes, and hopped onto the bed, casually drawing the curtains closed. Kanai turned away, presenting the back of her head to him, and soon felt a hand slip beneath her neck, encircling her chest, while another hand, through the covers, embraced her slender waist. With a gentle tug, her back pressed firmly against his chest, and a certain someone's head nestled against her shoulder. Breathing in Kanai's soft fragrance, Dōma's deep, resonant voice murmured, "Kanai, be my wife." Her lively eyes revealed a complex array of emotions. "If I become your wife, will you no longer kill?" After a long silence, her light voice drifted into his ears. "Will you let your husband starve?" "I would," Dōma chuckled softly, toying with her delicate hand. "Very well, I promise you. I shall not kill." Kanai turned to face him, staring into his captivating eyes, the deep purple markings of the upper moon compelling her to reach out and caress his eyelids. "When I awoke from the darkness, I realized I had already taken lives. Just like the old locust tree in the yard, indifferent to the tumultuous winds of the outside world, I have always felt as if I were searching for something. Yet now, it seems I have found it. Whether or not I kill is of little consequence. I can simply drink less." Dōma gently tucked her hair behind her ear, sharing tales of his previously mundane existence as a demon. For 200 years, he had finally found someone who could stir his worries and make his heart race. A faint joy flickered in Dōma's eyes. Demons are empty, lonely, and sorrowful beings, a notion Kanai had never wavered from. If she could prevent such a powerful upper moon from taking lives, assist the Demon Slayer Corps in obtaining information, and liberate Dōma from the torment of being a demon, then becoming his wife would not be a burden. The girl's sentimental eyes shimmered like stars, lighting up Dōma's heart. He grasped the nape of her neck, gently pulling her closer. After a long moment, dissatisfied with merely that, Dōma released her soft lips and began to kiss down her jaw, neck, and collarbone, slowly descending. "Stop! Hands, hands, hands!" Kanai exclaimed, abruptly jolting awake from her daze as the cold sensation at her waist brought her back to reality. Pushing Dōma away, She glared at him with her glistening purple eyes, breathing softly. Unable to withstand Dōma's incessant advances, Kanai struggled free from his embrace, rising from the bed, donning her haori, and moving to the window, partially opening it to bask in the sunlight. Dōma rested his head on his hand, lying on the bed, smiling as he admired the girl's graceful silhouette, absent-mindedly toying with her butterfly hairpin. As a black crow landed on her arm, he retrieved a pen from his pocket, scrawled something on a small piece of paper, placed it in a small tube tied to the crow's leg, and released it into the air, completely unbothered by Dōma's presence. Of course, Dōma had no intention of pursuing the matter further. He simply continued to appreciate her profile. Chapter 8. The Transaction. Time rewinds to the previous evening. In a quaint town, some distance from the paradise of eternal bliss, Shinobu Kocho turned to the breathless crowd behind her and said, "It should be safe now. Please hurry home and find a secure place. If you encounter danger again, the Demon Slayer Corps will come to your aid." Many women clad in kimonos were weeping, their faces drawn with despair. Children clung to their mothers, silently sobbing. "Home. We have no home left. Woe is us." Many among them had lost their families to demons, and they themselves, along with their children, had been captured and imprisoned. Each time someone was taken away, they never returned. They knew those individuals had surely been devoured by demons. "Alas, let us depart." Shinobu tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, only to relax it again. The Demon Slayer Corps was not a sanctuary for the helpless. It was a training ground for those who hunted demons. Watching the scattered figures retreat into the distance, Shinobu sighed, her gaze hardening with resolve and indignation. Suddenly, she felt a tug at her garment and looked down to see a gaunt child. "Sister, I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps." The boy's eyes were resolute. "Why do you wish to join the Corps?" Shinobu crouched down and gently ruffled his disheveled hair. "I must avenge my sister." Tears glimmered in the boy's eyes, bloodshot and brimming with anguish. He and his sister had been sold to a man in black by an old man, believing they would toil as laborers, but what they witnessed was horrifying. They were not human. His sister had been consumed by them. They deserved to die. Observing his frail, pallid complexion, Shinobu's heart sank. This child's body might not withstand the rigors of training. Yet the boy's determined, desperate gaze pierced her soft heart. With no other choice, she reluctantly arranged for him to be sent to a trainer. Whether he could endure would be up to him. At that moment, a crow cawed. A black raven alighted on Shinobu's shoulder, releasing a note tied to its leg. Upon unfolding it, a smile graced her lips. It was a message from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Yayoi Kinroji knelt in the empty courtyard, his hand gently clasped by the priestess Kaname, who was soon to be grasped in return. "I have already dispatched Ju and Kaijiro. Whether Upper Moon 2 can be vanquished depends on the children. Trust in them. They will succeed." The wind rustled through the peach trees, showering blossoms like rain. In a secluded forest and along a narrow village path, two figures raced toward the same destination, their speed rendering them almost indistinguishable. After releasing the raven, Shinobu Kocho watched it soar away, her eyes glimmering with hope. "Sister, perhaps this is an opportunity, but allow me this one indulgence to pursue my own desires." Turning to gaze at the slumbering Dōma, she found his gentle eyes watching her, his handsome visage adorned with a smile. His fingers playfully toyed with the straps of his hat, and his long, white hair lay scattered on the pillow, exuding an aura of innocence, utterly at odds with the malevolence of a demon. Approaching the bedside, she grasped his delicate hand. "What is it? Forget the paradise of eternal bliss and come with me to be an ordinary couple, will you?" Dōma shook his head, chuckling. "That is the place where I hear stories. Turning it off would strip away the fun, unless..." He pulled Shinobu onto the bed, shifting positions effortlessly to pin her beneath him. "What more interesting exchange do you propose?" Since she had already promised to be his wife, hadn't she? Shinobu's violet eyes grew complex and moist as she lifted her head, their lips brushing together as she closed her eyes. Their slender fingers intertwined, and the quilt was drawn over them, creating a shimmering haze, the flickering red candlelight casting a warm glow as they shed their garments. Upon returning to the paradise, Shinobu did not sense the presence of demons. Cautiously, she searched the entire place and discovered numerous humans, mostly devotees of the cult, along with some servants. By chance, she stumbled upon a hidden passage leading to a resplendent hall. Are there demons? It was indeed the black-clad figure she had previously fought. However, due to the advantage of his blood demon art in the hall and his cowardice, he quickly fled. "Who is it?" Chiyu was startled by the commotion outside and called out, her voice rising. The door swung open, and she tightly clutched the infant in her arms, anxiously watching the entrance until a petite figure darted in. It was a girl clad in a warrior's garb, with purple-tipped hair and violet eyes. Shinobu glanced at the woman before her and surveyed the surroundings. "Do not be afraid. I am a swordswoman of the Demon Slayer Corps, here to protect you, Big Ant." Chiyu thought bitterly, Am I so old that I am called Big Aunt? She frowned and replied, what protection? I am not in any danger. And it is wrong to intrude upon someone's home. Please leave. Seeing the woman's unwavering gaze and sensing the absence of others in the house, Shinobu furrowed her brows, encircling the infant in her arms, forcefully seizing the woman's wrist and half dragging her as they made their way outside. In a dark alley, the scent of demons intensified. Hey, let go of me. How can a girl be so rude? Chiyu exclaimed, colliding unexpectedly with Shinobu's back. That moment of soft contact made Shinobu's fair cheeks flush slightly. In the darkness, a raspy voice echoed, Kikik. What a delectable aroma of flesh, hiss. From the shadows emerged two grotesque creatures with long tongues and hairy bodies, their eerie green eyes causing Chiyu to instinctively clutch Shinobu's sleeve tighter. I cannot deal with upper moons, but you two little demons shall descend to hell and serve as fertilizer. Shinobu placed the infant into the woman's arms, gently urging her back with her right hand, drawing her Nichiren blade and flashing a confident smile. Monsters? How dare you call me a monster? I have you now. One of the crawling demons lunged at them, the stench of its foul blood assaulting their senses. Shinobu coldly observed its approach, stepping forward to deliver a swift strike, cleaving the demon's body in two as it crashed heavily to the ground. How dare you, little brat? You split me in half. Shitty demons, what are you waiting for? The remaining hairy demon stared at them, saliva dripping from its maw. Hearing its name called, it lunged forward with powerful legs, baring its sharp teeth. Such weak demons, whether many or few, would meet the same fate. Breath of insects, dance of butterflies. Purple butterflies swirled like petals, enveloping the two demons as they flashed behind them. What a showy display. Is there any substance to it? Soon, their skin began to rot, their insides ceased functioning, and their blood stagnated, death firmly grasping them. Their crimson eyes widening before gradually losing their breath. Witnessing the legendary demons for the first time, Chiyu stared in shock as the creatures crumpled to the ground. Curling up in defeat, her heart filled with terror. Watching the petite figure sheath her blade, her graceful technique shining in her eyes, that child is truly remarkable. What in the world are these things? The woman could not help but ask. Things that should not exist in this world. Vile demons, Shinobu replied, her violet eyes reflecting profound disdain. In truth, there are indeed specters. Shinyu gazed at the curled up, mottled purple corpse on the ground, murmuring to herself. Let us depart. Where to? Back to your home. I no longer have a home. Shinyu shook her head, a complex expression crossing her face. She was reluctant to return to that coarse and savage man. Both she and her child would surely meet a tragic end at his hands. Kaneoe watched the woman, who stood frozen in place, and pondered for a moment. Follow me. Chapter 9. The boss is angry. Miss, you are awake. At this moment, the sky was nearly dark, with only the remnants of the evening glow remaining. Kaneoe, enduring her aching body, inquired, what about him? What do you mean, him? Oh, the one who brought you here? By the time I arrived, he had already vanished. Realizing she was clad in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, with an uncomfortable undergarment worn inside out, Kaneoe felt her cheeks flush. The old man hunched over, grinning. Miss, regarding the medical expenses. Could you please step outside for a moment? I will settle it shortly. Entrusted to the illustrious Tsukinoko family. The remuneration for the Demon Slayer Corps was indeed substantial. After parting with several additional coins, Kaneoe left the medical quarters with a myriad of emotions swirling within her. Upon entering, the old physician discovered the disheveled bedding and the missing sheets, instantly aware of what had transpired. Youth is truly a blessing. Kaneoe wandered aimlessly down the street, where the shops remained open, though the street vendors were beginning to pack up for the night. A vendor selling sugar figurines was crafting one for a little girl, while a woman patiently awaited alongside her daughter. This scene evoked memories of her childhood, shopping with her mother and sister. In those days, they too resembled the girl, with fair, tender faces gleaming with excitement as she stood by, while her sister was cradled in their mother's embrace, joyfully observing the vendor's artistry. Her mother had mentioned that this tradition had originated from distant western lands. Yet now, both her father and mother were gone. The once innocent child had now grown into a swordswoman capable of standing on her own. Thinking of her sister, Shinobu, a faint smile graced her lips. Father, mother, we shall not disappoint you. We will strive to save the world and vanquish Muzan Kabutsuji. However, as an elder sister, she secretly hoped her sister could lead a mundane life, marry, bear children, and live in happiness and health. Meanwhile, Shinobu had taken Shinyu to a nearby inn. Observing Shinyu nursing the child, a radiant maternal glow stirred unfamiliar feelings within Shinobu. She felt a nostalgic longing for her own mother and marveled at the greatness of womanhood. Yet, at that moment, her heart was troubled. Her foolish sister had spoken of staying behind to care for Tamayo, espousing some misguided dream of coexistence between humans and demons. How could that be possible? She wondered how her sister was faring. Both Ju and Rengoku were on their way, and she hoped they could arrive in time to rescue her. Peering out the window into the distance, the evening glow gradually faded, and night was drawing near. A crow flew towards her, landing at the window. Upon alighting, it dropped a note onto her lap, and Shinobu's eyes brightened. It turned out that the two had already reached Kawazumi town and had located Kaneo's whereabouts. The letter urged her to evacuate the nearby citizens of the Manjiro cult, as an impending battle would soon unfold. Infinity Castle. Dōma, what are you doing? Shadows flickered. Bang. The man's body was sent flying by a kick, shattering through 5 layers of walls, his torso nearly obliterated as torrents of thick blood gushed from his mouth. The chilling wind whipped past Nakeim's ears, tousling her waist-length black hair. Cough, cough. In the corner, the jade vase trembled in fear at the sight of the enraged Demon King, while the frail and worn body of Kageyama crouched behind it, quaking with trepidation. They exchanged silent glances, beads of cold sweat trickling down their faces. How terrifying. The wrath of Lord Muzan is truly formidable. I am utterly terrified. Dōma is remarkably skilled to provoke such fury from him. The only one unfazed by the chaos was Kokushibo, perched in the loft, completely detached, quietly polishing his blade, which was adorned with eyes. Dōma's exquisite ceremonial robe, stained with blood and flesh, clung to his body like a macabre second skin. He leaned against the wall and slowly stood up. My lord, I merely discovered. Cough, cough. A fascinating new toy. I would never betray you. Heaven have mercy. In his eyes, she was merely an object to incite his amusement. Muzan's sharp crimson gaze scrutinized Dōma's actions, delving into his thoughts. She must be one of the Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps. Does she not know what to do upon encountering a Hashira? His ominous voice dripped with disdain. Dōma, you have truly disappointed me. His scarlet eyes looked down upon Dōma as he adjusted his tie with long, delicate fingers. He did not interfere with his subordinates' peculiar interests, like Akaza or others, allowing them to indulge in their whims, but only on the condition that they obey and fulfill the tasks he assigned. To seek the blue spider lily and eliminate those from the Demon Slayer Corps who obstructed his plans. But what was Dōma doing? Instead of eliminating that Hashira, he had engaged in a game of strip poker with a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, a disgraceful act in Muzan's eyes. A courtesan at a nearby table blushed, her long hair concealing her face, ensuring that no one noticed her embarrassment. My lord, I was wrong. Though Dōma often played the rogue, facing Muzan's wrath instilled a primal sense of submission deep within him. I grant you one final opportunity. Kill that Hashira. Without another glance at Dōma, Muzan strode into the depths of darkness, hands clasped behind his back. The 12 Kazuki were far too slow in seeking the blue spider lily. It seemed time for him to venture out himself. Yes, alas, my dear butterfly. However, if my lord decrees your demise at the 3rd watch, how could I allow you to linger until the 5th? Dōma, bowing his head and clasping his hands, slowly began to mend his injuries. Muzan's strike had nearly obliterated him, and full recovery would take some time. As the boss departed, the jade vase and Kageyama relaxed their tense bodies, emerging from their corner. Goodness, Dōma, what have you done to incite such wrath from the boss? The jade vase floated in midair, circling Dōma, who appeared pale and curious. In his lifetime as a demon, this was the first time he had witnessed the usually somber boss lose his temper so dramatically. Could it be that you hoarded the blue spider lily? Nonsense. If I had hoarded the blue spider lily, how would the boss remain oblivious? Besides, that would most certainly lead to death. Oh no, the death of a demon. His long, narrow eyes blinked playfully, regarding Dōma with interest. Cough, cough, little vase. Have you gathered any intel on the blue spider lily? Dōma picked up the jade vase, reaching inside to retrieve a goldfish, leisurely playing with it. At the mention of the vase, the fish drooped, its dorsal fin flickering as it released a salty sigh. Enough. I haven't seen even a shadow of it. How pitiful, Kageyama lamented, shaking his swollen head and stroking his beard. Ignoring the dull old man, Dōma turned to Nakeim, requesting her to transport him back to the Manjiro cult. He remembered there was still a mother and child there, perfect for him to devour to regain his strength. A pair of slender hands delicately cradled the Sansien, and as the plectrum struck the strings, a surge of spatial energy resonated with an impetus, propelling Dōma swiftly in a singular direction. The door swung open and shut, leading him through a succession of chambers. The floor of the Eternal Bliss Academy revealed a spectral blue eye, which blinked open just as a man leaped forth from the ground, the eye closing and vanishing in an instant. The moonlight, shrouded by ominous clouds, cast a somber atmosphere in the air. Chapter 10. The Young Man's Ambush. The night breeze lifted his silvery white hair, while a black and gold headband danced with the strands, his garments fluttering gracefully. Under the night sky, his high-bridged nose, rosy lips, and sword-like brows, which slanted delicately, lent him a striking profile, sharp and chiseled, with a hint of a smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a crescent moon. Alas, how unfortunate, there is no moon tonight. Dōma sighed softly, tilting his head slightly, as he summoned his internal energy to swiftly mend most of his wounds. For a guest had arrived. Breath of water, 8th form, Takikubo. A torrent of ferocious waters surged from behind, descending with rapidity, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. A smirk played on Dōma's lips as he swiftly unfurled his iron fan, turning to parry the assault, his body gliding backward a few meters, leaving traces of his toes scraping against the ground. Ju Tomioka, donning the Demon Slayer core specialized 3-layered fabric mask that concealed his mouth and nose, launched a powerful strike at Dōma. Effortlessly deflecting the water column, he allowed it to explode against the wall beside him, the sound echoing like a waterfall, as he gracefully closed his iron fan in front of his chest. "Oh dear, Kanai, how unkind of you to let them discover my secret." Dōma tilted his head slightly, a wicked smile dancing on his lips, his expression playful and carefree, his multicolored eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Despite the revelation of his secret, he appeared utterly unperturbed. Witnessing Dōma easily dismiss his ambush, Ju's heart sank. So this is the upper moon too. Indeed, formidable. Without uttering a word, Ju bent his knees slightly, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly as he prepared to strike. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, brandishing his sword. Breath of water, 1st form, surface slash. The blade, shimmering with cold light, cleaved toward Dōma's neck, accompanied by a tidal wave of force. Dōma quickly leaned back, kicking out toward his opponent, the momentum lifting his crimson Haori. But Ju responded with equal swiftness, using his arm to deflect and leveraging Dōma's kick to retreat and regain his footing. Immediately following, he launched another attack with his sword. Blood Demon Art, Blooming Lotus. Thick ice crystal vines erupted from Dōma's back, ensnaring Ju with a chilling aura that exuded a frost-laden mist. Breath of water, 3rd form, Flowing Dance. Ju's form darted through the vines with the fluidity of water, skillfully parrying the attacks while consciously evading the approaching razor-like leaves. "Ah, not bad. You know to avoid my crystal leaves. But I wonder if you can evade this?" Dōma wielded his technique, Blood Demon Art, Winter's Ice Pillar. Numerous ice spikes manifested above Ju's head, descending with an unstoppable force. A sense of peril surged within him. Looking up, he beheld countless sharp ice pillars plummeting toward him. Breath of water, 11th form, Calm. Without hesitation, he executed his sword technique, enveloping himself in a serene, tranquil blue lake, causing all ice spikes within range to plunge into the depths, creating gentle ripples. Simultaneously, the encroaching vines were severed at the waist, wilting to the ground like dissipating steam. Though it appeared calm as water, Dōma could distinctly sense his opponent's aura becoming somewhat disordered. 11th form? Such talent. Ah, how delightful. Dōma donned a wicked grin, invigorated by the clash, as he charged at his adversary, his iron fan trailing golden afterimages. The night remained hazy. Not far from the battlefield, 2 slender figures crouched upon a rooftop. "Sister, are you all right?" She sensed something amiss with her sister. Ordinarily, she radiated confidence and composure, always adorned with a gentle smile. Yet tonight, her sister was uncharacteristically silent, her brow furrowed, troubled by an unknown concern. "Ah, I'm fine, Shinobu." Kanai smiled softly, gently ruffling Shinobu's hair. However, in Shinobu's eyes, that tender smile seemed tinged with a hint of strain. Within the courtyard, the sounds of clashing blades echoed, as the 2 figures entwined in combat, their swords gleaming. "Though your talent is commendable, your strength is rather mediocre," Dōma taunted amidst their skirmish, the dazzling sword light reflecting in his kaleidoscopic eyes and handsome visage, rendering him both ghostly and enchanting. Mediocre. Mediocre. He spoke the truth, due to his ordinary strength. He could only watch helplessly as his senior was slain by Hand Demon while attempting to save him. Because of his unremarkable prowess, he was forced to flee like a stray dog, burdened by memories of his brothers and sisters. He should have been the one to perish in the trials. His senior should have ascended to the position of Water Hashira. With a calculated retreat, he observed Dōma, who floated gracefully, exuding mischief and laughter, causing Ju's forehead to vein with tension as he focused his breath, the azure sword shimmering with the flow of water. Oh, breath of water, 10th form, flowing transition. Spinning. Spinning, again and again, he conjured a tempestuous water column, surging forth like a dragon, the radiant blue light infused with lethal sword energy racing toward Dōma. Observing Ju's relentless advance, Dōma smirked in derision. Accustomed to seeing those Hashira wielding extravagant techniques, their momentum seeming capable of shattering the heavens, he could easily neutralize them, playing with them as one would with mice. Blood Demon Art, Shattering Lotus. Grasping his golden fan, he executed a sweeping motion, unleashing a flurry of delicate ice blossoms. Their razor-sharp petals slicing through the air, aimed directly at Ju. The leading edge of the water column broke through the barrier of ice flowers, allowing the remaining scattered ice petals to embed themselves into his flesh, blood splattering and staining the blossoms crimson, while some ice flowers lodged deep into the wall, carving into the bricks. Despite wearing a mask, the piercing ice flowers still grazed his cheek, blood trickling against the wind. Noticing that Ju's assault had not been thwarted, Dōma remained unfazed, a smirk gracing his lips as he swiftly drifted backward. "Sister, where is Mr. Rengoku? Should we not intervene?" Shinobu inquired anxiously. The tide of battle was evidently in Dōma's favor. "No, Shinobu, wait a moment. Just a moment longer." Kanai restrained Shinobu's eager hand, which yearned to draw her blade. Watching Dōma, who floated effortlessly, his garments billowing gracefully, her heart was tumultuous, truly tumultuous. The woman who had promised to become his wife now found herself gripping a Nichiren blade, poised to slay her own husband. How dreadful. "Why, my lord? Can you not grant me a little more time?" Restraining Shinobu's impulsiveness was not born from sympathy for Dōma, but rather because she had glimpsed the flame Hashira charging rapidly toward Dōma's location. All she and Shinobu needed to do was patiently await the moment Dōma revealed a flaw, at which point they would strike with lethal precision. Oh! The menacing roar of the water dragon loomed before him, the frenzied winds tousling Dōma's silvery hair, while the vibrant hues of his eyes reflected the dragon's mirrored image. "It appears that an unavoidable strike is upon us." The innocent voice of the boy still conveys the playful mockery of Dōma. Suddenly, a smirk graces his lips as he braces his long hind leg, swiftly brandishing his golden fan with his right hand. 3 robust ice crystal vines burst forth from the ground, piercing through the air with alarming speed towards Ju Tomioka. The Nichiren blade, enveloped in the dragon's roar water column, is violently struck by the vines, causing the water column to shatter. The remaining 2 vines swiftly approach, threatening to penetrate his body. In a moment of peril, Ju halts his advance, leaning back in an evasive maneuver. Dōma had already anticipated his stasis. Elegantly twirling the iron fan, he swiftly shifts his wrist towards Ju's neck, the fan's sharp edge glinting with a cold, starry light. As Dōma glides past Ju, he is taken aback to see his own body bisected along a diagonal line, succumbing to gravity and crashing to the ground with a dull thud, the severed edge smoldering with remnants of fire. The first form of the breath of flame. Hinakami. Chapter 11. The Entanglement. "Ah, another Hashira has arrived? How delightful. Killing both of you should bring great joy to my master." Dōma reclines, propping his head with one hand, his eyes narrowing slightly as he fans himself lightly, a smirk gracing his lips while observing the two before him. The lower half of his body, rent asunder by the flames, lies askew on the ground, viscous innards oozing down, creating a foul puddle. "Are you all right?" After delivering a powerful slash that cleaved Dōma, Kaijiro Rengoku grips his sword, turning his gaze towards Ju with concern. "I apologize for my tardiness. I was distracted by my appetite. You should tend to your wounds quickly. Leave the rest to me." Standing tall, his crimson eyes gleam with fervor, determination ablaze, he brandishes his sword downward, flames engulfing the blade. His fiery red hair and fluttering haori radiating a magnificent aura of battle spirit. "I am fine." Ju suppresses the poison coursing through him, his pallid complexion tinged with a hint of purple. "Oh dear, how unfortunate. Despite being so deeply poisoned, you still drag this cumbersome body into battle. Pray tell, flame brother, why do you persist?" The grotesque wound that had once been gaping now appears to have mended, charred flesh falling away, blood rushing back to restore it to its former state. Faith endures. This resolve is unyielding. As a demon, you would never comprehend such a sentiment. And by the way, I am not flame brother. My name is Kaijiro Rengoku. His radiant smile, akin to the sun's brilliance, reflects in Dōma's shadowy, colorful gaze. "Very well, Kaijiro Rengoku. However, what faith, what ambition, can possibly compare to the charm of a gentle girl?" Dōma shakes his head, extending his arms horizontally as large water droplets soar from either side of the ponds, hovering above his golden fan, gradually morphing into miniature versions of himself. "Allow these little ones to entertain you. Blood demon art, crystallized children." In an instant, Dōma himself vanishes without a trace. "What?" The descending miniature Dōma lunges with his folding fan, enveloped in a swirling mist, charging directly at them. Upon witnessing the 2 ice crystal children materialize, Kaijiro senses an ominous aura emanating from them, and the disappearance of Dōma fills him with foreboding. Before he can ponder further, the 2 children launch their assault. Fan and sword collide, sparks flying. The immense force sends Kaijiro stumbling back 2 steps, while the ice crystal children press forward unimpeded. What? Such a mere doppelganger possesses the strength of a Hashira? For the first time, he finds himself faced with a formidable challenge, igniting a fiercer battle spirit within him. Bring it on. Breath of Flame, third form, Flame Tiger. The flame-shaped blade roars with ferocity as it cleaves towards the crystallized child, severing one small hand. However, the child swiftly retreats, quickly regenerating a new arm, then brandishing both fans to unleash a barrage of ice crystals. Breath of Flame, fourth form, Rising Flame. Kaijiro, centered as he is, executes a swirling flame technique, warding off the onslaught of ice crystals. More crystalline vines follow in rapid succession. The mist emitted from Dōma's fan filling his nostrils, significantly hindering his breath. Truly, a demon adept at countering the Hashira's breathing techniques. One of the small figures engages Ju in battle, as ice and water intertwine, the fierce combat spilling beyond the courtyard walls into the residences beyond. High atop the rooftops, Kane Kocho, having felt Dōma's absence, grips her Nichiren blade tightly, scanning the vicinity for any sign of the demon within the nearby buildings. Are you searching for me? A familiar magnetic voice echoes in her ears. Sister. Upon hearing the voice, Shinobu Kocho draws her Nichiren blade and charges towards him. Dōma effortlessly deflects her attack with his fan, unleashing a fan-shaped arc of ice to repel Shinobu, the chilling mist freezing upon contact with her skin. Centipede Dance, Hundred-Legged Serpent. A powerful strike shatters the rooftop, and Dōma is surrounded by a sinuous form that swiftly strikes at him, moving so quickly that it leaves behind mere afterimages. Underestimating the potency of the wisteria poison, Dōma did not take the assault seriously. While he deflected most of the attacks, he was still pierced in the chest, waist, and arms, inundated with a significant dose of wisteria poison. However, he remained unaware that the concentration of the poison had been amplified hundreds of times, further enhanced by Shinobu's deceptive anesthetic effects. Before Dōma could find a moment to alleviate the poison, Kane had already approached with her Nichiren blade drawn. Breath of Flower, third form, Plum Blossom. Petals fell like heavenly rain, and amidst the floral shower, a colorful butterfly soared closer, riding the cool night breeze. Gliding towards Dōma and slicing through the air with a brilliant flash of light, Dōma retaliated with an icy mist, kicking off to retreat to the rooftop eaves. His hands resting behind his back, he smiled as he observed the butterfly sisters unleash their sword techniques, dispelling his icy haze. A long gash, running from brow to chin, trickles with crimson blood. Ah, dear Kane, as your husband, attacking me will incur a penalty. In truth, he had sensed the presence of these three from the moment he exited the Infinity Fortress. Kaijiro's sudden appearance while he toyed with Ju had caught him off guard. I hadn't anticipated such a gathering of Hashira tonight, but what does it matter? Even if they are Hashira, they are still human. Killing demon slayers is a simple task. Regardless of how many Hashira come, the outcome remains unchanged. Yet, in the face of betrayal from Kane, Dōma felt not anger, but rather a tinge of regret. Disobedient women ought to be punished. Blood Demon Art, Frigid White Princess. With a flourish of his twin fans, a powerful frosty cyclone gathers before his chest, and Dōma's expression gradually distorts into a grimace. Two exquisitely delicate ice lotuses, embodying youthful femininity, emerge from the cyclone, their massive forms hovering before Dōma, their formidable presence causing the very air around them to tremble. Go forth, haha. As the two white princesses hover near the butterfly sisters, they slowly exhale a frigid breath. Kane's expression shifts as she swiftly embraces Shinobu's waist, darting away. Yet, as that white mist envelopes the rooftop, the entire structure is instantly encased in thick ice, revealing intricate cracks evenly distributed across the surface. The mist enveloped the surroundings, shrouding everything in a frozen grip, as vast expanses of ice swiftly advanced towards the butterfly sisters. Kane understood that once they made contact with the ice, they would be ensnared in its frigid embrace, leading to their inevitable shattering and demise. Behind Shinjiro, Dōma lay feebly sprawled on the rooftop, expelling a pool of viscous, dark blood, his form cloaked in an aura of desolation. The injuries inflicted by Muzan, the sudden assault from Kaijiro Rengoku, and the potent toxins of wisteria intertwined within him, culminating in an insurmountable surge of affliction and poison. The deepening night was beginning to wane, and he recognized the dawn would soon break. No, he could not succumb just yet. Casting a glance at the courtyard below, he noted the crystal child was fading under Rengoku's onslaught, while Ju Tomioka continued to struggle valiantly. With one last look at Kane's distant silhouette, Dōma summoned his frail body and hurried towards the distant woods. Though he had previously developed a resistance to the wisteria poison, every entity has its limits. The toxicity was overwhelming this time, shattering his already fragile defenses, surging through him like a relentless torrent, incessantly gnawing at his innards and veins. Dōma's consciousness began to fog. The regeneration of his blood slowed to a near halt, his organs losing vitality, and the rhythm of his heart grew ever weaker. The night breeze rustled the leaves, creating a whispering symphony. Leaning against the sturdy oak, Dōma could no longer sustain himself and collapsed onto the ground, consciousness slipping into an abyss. Meanwhile, in the corridor of a modest dwelling, Tomioka, covered in wounds and drenched in blood, lay helplessly at the foot of the stairs. Despair etched across his face as he gazed upon the crystal child, whose blade was poised at his neck, only to be halted, dissipating into nothingness. In that hazy moment, he finally relaxed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Adjacent to him, Kaijiro Rengoku had severed the head of the crystal child and was now half kneeling on the ground, expelling copious amounts of blood while gasping for breath in a weakened state. Chapter 12, The Returning Memory. I want to be with you. Under the sun, a youth beamed with a radiant smile, his tousled short hair dancing in the breeze, clad in a casual white shirt, black slacks, and white canvas sneakers, cradling a bouquet of vibrant pink roses. Before him stood a tall, enchanting woman of unparalleled beauty. It was the day of the first semester's final exams, and in his eagerness to avoid being late, he flagged down a passing white sedan, only to find a captivating woman at the wheel, her long ebony hair cascading, skin as pale as snow, and legs so fair. No one could fathom the exhilaration that surged within him during that ride. He obtained her phone number. Although she was a department head at a prominent company, her demeanor was gentle, and she did not rebuff his youthful enthusiasm. She took him out for adventures, sharing a myriad of novel culinary experiences, and offered her gentle guidance whenever he faced difficulties, caring for him as one would for a younger brother. Yet, with each moment of her kindness, the youth's breath grew lighter, his heart surrendering to her allure. On a clear day, he bought her bubble tea and secretly brought roses, intending to surprise her, only to be met with, "I'm so sorry. I only see you as a brother." And so, the youth's fleeting romance withered, leaving him in despair, oblivious to the speeding car rounding the corner. Watch out. A crash ensued, the world spinning wildly, time distorting. Within an unfamiliar body, two restless souls collided, one pushing against the other, two beams of white light gradually merging, slowly vanishing into the vast ocean of consciousness, leaving no trace behind. At the moment Dōma lost consciousness, a spherical orb of light emerged from the depths of darkness, rising like the sun and illuminating the entirety of the sea of consciousness. Memories cascaded like stars, scattering across the expanse, shattering the dim crimson chains, before gradually fading away. As he slowly opened his eyes, his vision remained blurred and vacant. He remembered everything from his time as a human, from the bustling modernity to the chaotic Edo period. The modern soul had seized Dōma's physical form, inheriting all his memories. As a demon, the blood-soaked scenes of murder played like a film before him. Tears, unbeknownst to him, had begun to trickle down his cheeks. In the 2 centuries of his slumber, he had committed countless brutal and absurd acts. In the perilous world of demon slayers, he was fortunate to have become Dōma. He need not fear being devoured while possessing immense power. Save for Kabutsuji Musen and Kokoshibo, he considered himself unmatched. Oh no, the curse within me. Cough cough Kabutsuji Musen. After a brief moment of stillness, no explosive transformation occurred. It seemed the sensation he felt when the chains broke was indeed the sign that Musen's curse had ceased to function. Dōma struggled to sit up, only to find himself ensconced in a pitch-black cavern. The air was thick with the sweet, metallic scent of blood. A sharp pain radiated from his abdomen, revealing that, unbeknownst to him, his midsection had been substantially devoured, and a bare carcass lay beside him. It appeared that while he was unconscious, this creature had dragged him into the cave and taken a few bites, only to succumb to the poison coursing through his flesh. The wisteria toxin had fully taken effect, leaving behind this shattered and hollow body. What a dire predicament! His torn vascular tissue began to grow back slowly, creaking as broken bones reconnected. A fine sheen of sweat dotted his forehead. The surplus of vitality surged through his veins, mending his injuries, while the renewed sensation in his abdomen tugged at his nerves. A pain akin to childbirth. Cough cough. My sister-in-law's poison is exceptionally fierce. A wry smile graced his strikingly handsome face. Outside the cave, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the carpet of fallen foliage. A slender, pale hand reached toward the beam of light, only to recoil as the skin ignited, charred tissue curling. Blood splattering. Clutching his wrist, he withdrew, allowing the scorched remnants to glow with a faint red ember. He recalled not only having seized her body, nearly identical in appearance and character, but also having unleashed his blood demon art in an attempt to kill her. Leaning against the cavern wall, Dōma surrendered to the waves of insatiable hunger that threatened to engulf him. His dark purple robe lay tattered and stained with black blood, while his white hair was disheveled and matted with blood and dirt. His once angelic visage now marred, obscured by dust, his vibrant eyes dimmed. dulled yet still holding a flicker of brilliance, akin to a flower on the brink of wilting. He was truly rotten to the core. In Infinity Castle, Kibutsuji Musen sensed the absence of Dōma's presence, and, through the cells of the demons, witnessed the moment Dōma collapsed. Without hesitation, he concluded that Upper Moon too was dead. Fury coursed through him. Why? With such formidable power, could he still fall at the hands of a Hashira? Why? The elegantly attired Musen, draped in a finely crafted black kimono, exhaled a chilling, deep voice. Crimson eyes coldly gazed down upon the kneeling figure of the half-dog, Tamayo, and the two lower moons, Jotaro and Daki. Jotaro, pray tell, what is the reason for this? The formidable aura caused his grotesque, rugged body to tremble, his head bowing even lower until it struck the floor. My esteemed lord, it must surely be those despicable Hashira who have employed some treachery against Lord Dōma. He and Daki were both elevated by Lord Dōma's hand, and it is only natural for him to speak well of Dōma, lest he be struck down by that disdainful master. Musen turned his gaze toward Akaza, who, sensing the weight of his stare, lowered his head slightly and replied, My lord, what do you surmise? It is Dōma's incompetence that has prevented you from showcasing your formidable power, leading him to fall prey to the Hashira's ambush. In truth, Musen had already recalled that it was due to Dōma's foolish actions that he had been dealt a punishing blow. The injuries sustained were grievous and difficult to heal, serving as a stark reminder. At that moment, he had not anticipated that Dōma would encounter an ambush set by 3 Hashira. However, as the master, how could he admit to his own blunder? Even if his subordinates were slain, it would merely reflect their inadequacies. I do not wish to see any more Upper Moons fall easily in battle, do you understand? Yes, my lord. Fill the vacancy of the second moon in order. His slender, pale fingers adorned with blood red, elongated nails waved dismissively, causing the numerical designations in the eyes of the lower demons to shift. Daki remained the 6th moon, while Jotaro was elevated to the 5th and Tamayo to the 4th, with the half-dog becoming the 3rd and Akaza ascending to the 2nd. Thank you, my lord. I hope you all exert your powers diligently, consume more humans, slay more Hashira, and gather intelligence on the Demon Slayer Corps. A crippled subordinate would only reflect his poor judgment, but it seemed he could not overly rely on the 12 Kazuki. It was time to implement that plan. Chapter 13, Fracture. Watching the daylight fade outside the cavern, Dōma transformed his appearance, changing his blood-red inner garments to ink black, his purple haori to a grayish hemp coat, and his ashen-white hair to a lustrous black, cascading naturally over his shoulders. Were it not for his pallid, sculpted features and his vibrant, kaleidoscopic eyes, one might easily mistake him for an ordinary human. Sister Loxen, I wonder how you are faring. I should have perished long ago in that realm. I wonder if you have shed tears for me. It seemed as if fate were playing a cruel joke on him, thrusting him into the world of Demon Slayer. Absurdly condemned to be a demon for over 2 centuries. If you were to know of the blood staining my hands, you would surely be terrified and deeply disappointed. The once bright and sunny youth had become a cruel, bloodthirsty demon. A bitter smile tugged at Dōma's lips. To love someone means that even after losing one's memory and becoming a demon, one cannot forget their imprint. Akaza vowed to protect, thus choosing to refrain from consuming women and children. Yet, he harbored desires that he could never attain, opting instead to feast upon human females, especially those rich in emotion, beauty, and gentleness, reminiscent of her from his previous life, filled with delightful reverie. The memory of Kane Kocho weighed heavily upon him. During his initial viewing of the anime, he had merely perceived her as a beautifully gentle girl, never anticipating that the real-life version would bear an uncanny resemblance to Sue Loxen. For this, he had committed an irredeemable error. Loxen, Kane. His long fingers grazed the air before him, as if attempting to grasp something intangible, slowly forming a fist as he resolved to act. At the foot of the mountain, a squad of 10 clad in black uniforms traversed the forest, the sound of crunching leaves trailing behind them. Captain, the sun has set. Should we not return? What are you afraid of? Keep searching. The leader wielded a branch, poking here and there. The Flower Hashira said that the upper moon is gravely poisoned, nearing death. We must find his corpse. Indeed, even if he isn't dead, how could we possibly miss him if he were to consume humans? I suspect he perished on the mountain. Understood, Captain. If we can procure the corpse, we'll receive a hefty reward, won't we, Captain? A young team member chuckled, nudging the leader's shoulder. You jokester. The rugged man raised an eyebrow and glared at his comrade, though he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. Not just a jest, it's enough for a visit to a courtesan. As they reached halfway up the mountain, the sky darkened, the last vestiges of daylight fading quietly. Unconsciously, the group huddled closer together, making their formation appear narrower. The rising moon barely illuminated the grassy forest floor, the night owls emitting soft hoots. Captain, a trembling hand grasped Tsuyoshi's arm, and he impatiently turned to scold. What are you shaking for? A demon. There is a demon. Following the direction of the pointing finger, they beheld a figure standing in the shadowy underbrush, back turned to them, the wind rustling through their garments, long hair flowing. Enveloped in an aura of chilling cold. Clang. Tsuyoshi drew his Nichiren blade, calling out, "Who goes there? Where is Kane Kocho?" The man's voice was deep and indifferent, as frigid as a millennium-old ice, exuding a bone-chilling aura. "Who are you? State your name." For a moment, Tsuyoshi felt the breath leave his lungs, as the man lifted him effortlessly. How bold! The remaining members of the Demon Slayer Corps drew their blades and charged at the man. With a light laugh and a flick of his sleeve, a powerful gust of frigid wind swept them away, sending them tumbling to the ground. White mist coalescing on their clothing and skin, rendering them immobile. Tsuyoshi's pupils contracted as he beheld the man's colorful, beguiling eyes, a shiver running down his spine. "Do you truly believe that with your pitiful ranks, you could claim the corpse of an upper moon? You are not an upper moon. Your pupils bear no numbers." Tsuyoshi, his face reddened from the grip on his throat, stammered. Dōma paused, momentarily distracted, allowing the man to struggle free and retreat a few steps, coughing as he clutched the Nichiren blade. "Cough, cough. It matters not. Tell me, where is Kane? I will never tell you. Die." He swung the Nichiren blade, slicing through the air with a whoosh. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Dōma had already shifted to the side of a fallen comrade. Seizing the blade from the ground and pressing it against the neck of one of the team members, the sharp tip drawing forth a vivid crimson stain. "Where is she?" His handsome visage remained expressionless as he spoke in a chilling, detached tone. Not receiving a reply, the man gently pierced the blade deeper. "Stop." Thug. A gaping wound erupted, spraying blood, and soon the head hung limply, eyes staring blankly. "Tsuji." He continued to hold the blade against a second team member's neck. Blood streaming from his eyes, Tsuyoshi raised his sword, preparing to strike, only to find himself ensnared by crystalline tendrils that bound him to a tree. "Stop." "A demon." "He is but a demon." The second individual, too, splattered dark crimson blood beneath the moonlight, helplessly prostrate on the ground. It was the squad leader. That child who often clung to him with playful antics, merely 13 years of age. Shinjuro Rengoku, in an act of surrender, closed his eyes, his lips trembling. I said. The gentle Tamayo, in a show of cooperation, discarded the Nichiren blade. The sharp glimmer of the blade sliced through the air before Murata's eyes. As he watched it fall upon him, he gasped, tilting his head in exhaustion, his entire body slackening. Tamayo offered a light smile, for indeed, the slow and delicate torment, akin to the agony of slow slicing, could hasten one's descent into despair and collapse. At the Demon Slayer Corps Medical Facility, Mr. Ju's injuries are severe. These medications must be applied punctually. Be gentle when moving his body. This force should be administered for an hour each day. Do you understand? Understood. Lady Kanawa. The three young girls chorused in unison. Good. She gently stroked the heads of the three little girls, offering a tender smile before stepping out of the room and onto the corridor. As the smile faded from her face, she gazed at the cherry blossoms in the courtyard, her eyes unconsciously drifting into a daze, as if her soul had lost its way. Come, be my wife. Does that mean you will cease your killings? Will you let your husband starve? I will. Haha, very well. I promise you. The whispers of that time still echoed in her ears, now seeming more like a dream. In truth, humans and demons could never coexist in peace. Perhaps you were merely deceiving me then. Kanawa's eyes, like flowing water, extended her jade-like hand. At that moment, the strings of the clear spring water snapped, and the tenderness fell like petals, silently drifting into her palm, carried away by the gentle breeze, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 14, Departure. Butterfly Shinobu, returning with herbs, spotted her sister kneeling in the corridor, adjusting her burden as she approached with a smile. Sister. Upon hearing her sister's voice, Kanawa snapped back to reality, smiling gently. Welcome back, Shinobu. Sister. Had it been the sister of old, she would have risen on tiptoe, excitedly waving her arms as though she were the lively younger sibling. Yet now, the sister merely smiled warmly and nodded, reminiscent of their mother in her grace and composure. Sister. Are you not happy to have defeated Upper Moon too? After setting the burden aside, Shinobu sat beside her, leaning against her arm as they both observed the falling petals in the courtyard. Shinobu, leave the Demon Slayer Corps. Kanawa grasped her sister's hand, taking a moment before calmly speaking. The small hand stiffened and broke free. Sister, I will not let go of the fact that our parents were killed. I will not leave the Demon Slayer Corps. I will continue slaying demons, striving to become a Hashira, and then slay even more demons. Please, do not speak of leaving again. The girl's cheeks flushed with anger. Kanawa's expression darkened. It was only after encountering an Upper Moon that she truly understood their formidable power. Had it been Muzan Kabutsuji himself, the number of fallen Hashira would surely exceed 5. After battling Tamayo, Rengoku had succumbed to a lung infection and fallen into a coma, while Ju bore poison in his organs and multiple fractures, now clinging to life. Whether he would awaken depended solely on his will. How could she bear to let her sister, in this prime of youth, miss the chance to meet someone she loved and live a happy life, only to rush toward death for vengeance? Miss Shinobu, Lady Kanawa. A woman in a kimono emerged from beneath the eaves, bowing slightly. Chiyu. Chiyu was the woman Shinobu had rescued from the Paradise Cult. Out of pity for her lack of a home, she had brought her back to the medical facility to assist with cooking and preparing medicine. Shinobu exchanged a glance with Kanawa, and upon receiving a nod, stood and followed the woman inside, bearing the herb basket over one shoulder. 2 days passed, and on this ordinary night, just as Kanawa was about to drift into slumber, she sensed an unusual presence. Grasping the Nichiren blade beside her pillow and donning her haori, she hurried to the corridor. The moonlight enveloped the cherry blossom tree, where a tall man stood, hands clasped behind his back. With prominent brows and flowing black hair untamed by restraint, gently swaying in the breeze, his robe dancing with the wind. His pale, chiseled face broke into a smile, and his colorful eyes sparkled with captivating light, the corners of his sensuous lips curling upward, viewed from beneath the eaves. He appeared as radiant as the moon in its fullness, standing tall like a rare orchid. Kanawa was momentarily entranced. Tamayo? No wonder she was taken aback. The transformation in Tamayo's appearance was drastic. His formerly blood-streaked, ashen hair had turned silky black, his ornate robe replaced by a simple gray-white garment. The blood-red undergarment now a deep black, and even the numbers in his pupils had vanished. If the previous Tamayo had embodied the opulence of a noble priest, the present Tamayo resembled a dignified and elegant ailing gentleman. Kanawa, I have come to take you away. His gentle voice caressed Kanawa's ears like a spring breeze. With her head bowed, Tamayo could not discern her expression, while the grip on her Nichiren blade trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, she lifted her gaze. Very well, she replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Her indifferent purple eyes, akin to a fine wine brewed for 3 months, caused Tamayo to feel a slight discomfort. What weighed heavier on his heart was that the visage, save for the eyes, mirrored his own, once the very object of his longing and joy, now shattered by his own hands. Yet there was no alternative. The current Demon Slayer Corps stood no chance against Muzan. Encountering an upper moon was tantamount to courting death. He could not allow his beloved to perish in vain. Moreover, having killed so many members of the Corps, he could not expect them to graciously accept the addition of an enemy. Simply maintaining control over the situation would be a feat in itself. Should Muzan discover that he was not only alive but had escaped his control, he could very well command Akaza and Dōma to hunt him down personally. Alas, awakening to such a hellish difficulty was disheartening. The most prudent course of action was to allow the narrative to unfold as intended. While Butterfly Shinobu needed to swiftly strive to break her shackles and become the insect Hashira. With this thought, Tamayo offered a bitter smile, gently stepping before Kanawa, gazing at her with tender eyes. As she was on the verge of sleep, Kanawa wore a simple garment, casually draped in her haori, the loose, thin fabric barely concealing her delicate form. The moonlight flowed like water, casting a shimmering glow upon her. Tonight, Chang'e wears no makeup, merely showcasing her beauty. Gently brushing her tousled hair from her forehead, the warm, fragrant breath filled his senses. Their foreheads touched, and her beautiful face, smooth and fair, irresistibly drew him closer. Inching toward her soft, cherry lips. With a gentle tilt of his head, he brushed his lips lightly against her porcelain cheek. Unperturbed, he smiled, drawing her into his embrace. Enveloped in warmth and fragrant softness. The water Hashira and flame Hashira are still asleep, I suppose. It seems the previous 2 meals have also found their way here. His soft, melodic voice flowed into her ears, reminiscent of a warm, oceanic embrace. Yet each word carried an underlying chill. As the motion of drawing the Nichiren blade came to a halt, her cherry lips parted lightly, uttering a word drenched in disdain. Her expression remained impassive. Yet within her heart, a wave of despair surged. Why had all the venom she poured out failed to vanquish Dōma, while his powers seemed to have only intensified? Do not fret, Kane. Tonight, I shall take you away. He released the butterfly Kane, disregarding her furious gaze. With fingers long and pale, clearly defined, he lifted her haori and let it fall to the ground. After casting her a reassuring glance, he deftly seized her Nichiren blade, unsheathed it, and discarded the sheath and blade atop her haori. What are you doing? Are you succumbing to your primal instincts here? Kane's pale cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at him, retreating a step. This is an injustice. He merely wishes to create a scene of carnage. Dōma, taken aback for a moment, smirked, rolled up his sleeves, and extended his sharp nails to pierce his own arm, allowing a copious amount of blood to drip onto the Nichiren blade, the haori, and the floor. Grasping Kane's wrist, he made a swift cut, blood gushing forth and staining the ground, before encasing the wound in icy mist and tearing a strip of fabric to bandage her, draping his haori over Kane's shoulders. He flashed a smile. All set, let us depart. He wrapped his arm around her and lifted her into his embrace. Striding to a distance, he unleashed a formidable force, shattering the steps and earth beneath them, as if an explosion had occurred. Who goes there? The butterfly shinobu, startled within the room, pushed away the delicate legs pressing upon her and hurried to the door with her Nichiren blade in hand. The splintered wood mingled with dirt, sending dust swirling up as a shadow darted past, vanishing from sight. Spotting the haori and Nichiren blade on the ground, Shinobu's pupils constricted. Sister, channeling her total concentration breathing, she raced after the retreating figure, leaping across the rooftops. Yet, the figure's speed was unmatched, continuously widening the distance until it faded into a mere black. Such velocity, could it be another upper moon demon? Why had she failed to protect her sister? Why was she so weak? TVT. The butterfly shinobu sank weakly onto the rooftop, panting, her veins throbbing amidst a sheen of fine sweat, resembling a marshland. Sister, did you ask me to leave the Demon Slayer Corps because you deemed me too weak to slay many demons? Why was my strength so diminutive? Shinobu sister, I truly adore the sight of your smile. Clenching the Nichiren blade once more, she gasped for breath and gazed into the distance. The night breeze tousled her long hair, and her colorful eyes shimmered with a glass-like luster under the moonlight. Do not look back. If you do, I cannot guarantee your sister will see the sun rise again. A detached voice flowed into her ears, causing Butterfly Kane to stiffen, tightening her grip on his collar. Descending to the street corner, he moved forward with her in his arms, where a sleek black Honda awaited, glimmering with an ethereal sheen. Young master, a suited servant bowed respectfully. Let us depart, Asakusa. Chapter 15, Chiba Neko. Get out, you quack. A figure was unceremoniously shoved out. Your lady's ailment is beyond even the gods' reach. Prepare for her demise. How dare you curse our lady? Hey, don't hit. At night, most households had shuttered their doors and windows. Yet, one residence blazed with light, filled with bustling activity and uproar. Halt! Who goes there? Are you a doctor too? After dismissing the old man, a servant returned to the entrance, only to find a coolly aloof man with flowing hair about to step inside, and hurriedly blocked his path. Indeed. Hiss. Those eyes are intriguing. I feel I have seen them somewhere before. No medical kit? Are you truly a doctor? Approaching, the servant circled around the man, suddenly grasping his arm, only to find himself utterly immobilized. The servant froze, his lips parted in silence, his body enveloped in a bone-chilling cold. If he were to look down, he would discover his feet firmly frozen to the ground, a thin yet remarkably solid frost encasing his clothes. Another servant, seeing his colleague rush forward to restrain the man, followed suit, but upon contact with the man's shoulder, he too was rendered motionless, staring in shock at this being. He is not human. Dōma strode directly into the main room, honing in on the source of the aura, a smirk playing on his lips. You must be the doctor, such youth. A graceful woman, dressed in a kimono yet still exuding a youthful beauty, lit up at the sight of the man and ushered him into the room where Chiba Neko lay. I intended to return to Asakusa with my daughter, but her illness struck so suddenly that we could not make it in time. My poor child. The woman gazed sorrowfully at her pallid daughter lying in bed, her heart heavy with grief. Her daughter had been frail since childhood. Despite visiting the most advanced hospital, she had been diagnosed with an incurable illness. Yet the mother could not bring herself to accept it or give up hope. Their journey was meant to take her daughter back to her ancestral shrine for blessings. But unexpectedly, she had coughed up blood along the way, necessitating an urgent call for a doctor. This is the fourth one. There are so few doctors in this small town, and the first three could not save her. It seems this time's hope is even slimmer, considering how young that doctor appears. Taking a seat beside the ailing girl, the man observed the bloodstains on the bedding, his Adam's apple shifting slightly. His slender fingers brushed against the fresh blood, bringing them to his lips to taste, revealing sharp fangs that glinted momentarily. Thin blood, indeed. In the flickering candlelight, his shadowy yet sharply defined features broke into a satisfied smile, his colorful eyes flickering with a sinister, captivating light. The woman was momentarily rendered speechless by the sight. The frigid aura, the beguiling smile, the fangs glistening beneath his lips. This evoked tales her grandfather had shared, stories of a legend that existed amidst whispers. I shall save your daughter, but only under one condition. We must strike a bargain. The man's magnetic and enchanting voice shifted the woman's demeanor. She hastily turned to dismiss the attendants and shut the door. After a moment's hesitation, she returned, stepping before the man. Please, save my daughter. I will fulfill any request you make. Observing her actions, Dōma's expression reflected intrigue. As long as she lives, is that all? Yes. Even if it means she becomes a demon, she is still my child. It appears you possess some knowledge. His pale, slender fingers caressed his sharp chin, revealing a playful demeanor. Fascinating. The woman's name was Chiba Neko, the daughter of a government official, Takahashi Hiro, who followed her husband to Asakusa for trade after marriage. Having encountered the previous head of the childbirth house at her grandfather's estate, she was somewhat aware of these matters. Demons possess formidable power, immortal and unyielding, feasting upon humans, with some exhibiting incomprehensibly destructive abilities, rendering it impossible for ordinary people to vanquish them, often resulting in immense casualties. The pursuit of finding a swordsman endowed with an extraordinary talent, one who possesses the ability to transcend life and death, and who is steadfast in their mission to vanquish malevolent demons, is fraught with immense challenges. After all, not everyone possesses such resolute courage. Moreover, the endeavor of nurturing a swordsman demands a significant investment of financial resources, manpower, and time, rendering it an arduous task. This presents a considerable dilemma for the power-hungry shogunate. Fortunately, the number of demons is limited, making them an exceedingly rare presence compared to the vast population of humanity. Additionally, the voluntary establishment of a civic organization by the Kanachi family to undertake the extermination of demons mitigates some of the burdens. Consequently, to preserve their dominion and prevent public panic over demon incidents, the shogunate conceals information regarding demons and the Demon Slayer Corps, while also assisting the Kanachi family in addressing certain financial and logistical challenges by providing information about hauntings. Thus, the clandestine tales of the Demon Slayer Corps and demons are relegated to the realm of unreliable folklore among the populace. Undoubtedly, the shogunate has executed this strategy quite effectively. Had it not been for her encounter with Dōma today, Chiba Neko would have found it hard to believe the stories her grandfather recounted were rooted in reality. Your daughter's vitality is swiftly waning. Prepare yourself. The eldest son of the Chiba family will be staying here tonight. However, I am afflicted with a severe skin condition and cannot be exposed to light. Although your daughter has recovered, she may also contract this ailment. Do you understand? The magnetic, frivolous voice flowed past her ears like the cold currents of Hokkaido. The eldest son? Chiba Neko exclaimed, lifting her gaze toward Dōma, whose mesmerizing, colorful eyes sent a shiver through her core. Very well. Just as she was about to exit the room, Dōma's voice rang out once more. By the way, you may let 2 individuals in shortly. Your daughter might need a bit of indulgence. Observing the woman's conflicted expression, Dōma smiled. Of course, if she can withstand it. There's no need for her to partake in any human flesh. I have faith in my daughter, the woman responded after a moment's hesitation. Her eyes fixed on the girl lying on the bed, eyes closed. With a creak, the door closed, and Dōma looked down, observing the girl's delicate, porcelain-like neck. So tender that it seemed a mere scratch could release a sweet nectar, exuding a silent, lethal allure. The scent of her scarce blood was as enticing to demons as a centuries-old vintage wine. Bite down, bite down. As he felt the girl's whispered words, Dōma was jolted awake, as if roused by the tolling of a bell, realizing he had almost sunk his teeth into her neck. I don't want to become a demon. Chiba Roy weakly pushed against Dōma's shoulder. Although her eyes were closed, she could still vaguely hear her mother and the man conversing. Struggling to break free from the darkness, a figure loomed ever closer in her foggy vision. She was terrified. Her small, fist-sized hand exerted all its strength to grasp at the approaching silhouette. Her pale, colorless lips struggled to form her refusal. The girl's soft, delicate face was devoid of color, and beneath her dark hair, her brows curved like crescent moons. With half-open eyelids, her eyes sparkled like a misty purple starry sky. Dōma's gaze faltered, if he recalled correctly. Those were the eyes typical of a late-stage leukemia patient. His heart felt as though it had been pierced by something. A smirk graced Dōma's lips as he gently stroked the girl's head. The weak have no right to refuse. His fingers lightly brushed against the girl's colorless lips, and a drop of pure, crimson blood flowed from his fingertip into her mouth. Every action bears a price. You, who should have perished tonight, have pushed away the embrace of death, but you can no longer partake in the simple joys of ordinary life. If you harbor hatred towards me, then hate away. The bitter fruits of this will ultimately come to an end. The concentrated, pure demon blood swiftly coursed through her veins, causing every cell to tremble and undergo transformation. Ugh! Chiba Roy tightly shut her eyes, feeling an excruciating agony, as if every tissue and cell within her were collapsing and reorganizing. A maddening itch akin to ants crawling from the depths of her marrow erupted. Her body inflated like a balloon, transforming into a giant form, with blood vessels and tendons bulging under an unseen force, while her skin erupted with varying shades of deep purple bruises, a truly horrifying sight. DNA hydrogen bonds shattered. Bases and deoxyribonucleic acid chains separated, drifting freely in the nuclear cytoplasm, exchanging and recombining. The telomeres, significantly smaller than those of an average person, greedily consumed the vibrant factors surrounding them, continuously expanding and then recombining. To an outside observer, it appeared as though a human form was decaying, swelling, and then shedding its shell to be reborn. What a marvelous spectacle! Dōma lounged in a grand chair by the window, legs crossed, propping his chin on his hand as he observed Chiba Roy's transformation into a demon. An unusual fragrance wafted from Chiba Roy's body, drifting past Dōma's nostrils, momentarily halting his thoughts, though he quickly regained his composure. As he let his legs drop, he glanced at the figure lying on the bed, a frown crossing his features. This blood demon art is something extraordinary. After roughly 2 hours, with the disappearance of the unusual scent, Chiba Roy completed her transformation into demon form. The girl half-crawled up on the bed, her garments slipping from her shoulders unbeknownst to her. Her blue-violet eyes, reflecting the candlelight, fixated intently on Dōma, while beside her, a half-bloomed indigo spider lily adorned her. Dōma stood in shock, fixated on the flower. "Is that a blue bianhua?" Chiba Roy, dripping with saliva, shrieked and lunged at him, her sharp, indigo claws extended. Rawr! Before he could collect his thoughts, the girl pounced onto him, her sharp teeth breaking through the skin, the venomous blood flooding into his throat without any reaction. This girl, astonishingly, could ignore my poison. Dōma was increasingly awed by Chiba Roy's uniqueness. Perhaps Dōma's blood did not suit her palate. After a few tentative sips, she released him, howling as she dashed toward the door. Dōma, with a vein popping on his forehead, activated his blood demon art, binding the girl with his ice crystal vines, allowing her to roll on the ground, gnawing at the icy tendrils. Perhaps exhausted from her antics, the girl quickly fell into a slumber on the floor, all the while sucking on the icy leaves of the vines. Dōma. In the ensuing hours, Chiba Roy remained ensconced in slumber, while Dōma remained confined to his room, instructing the Chiba family's forces to prepare for immediate departure to Asakusa upon his arrival. Chapter 16. You Are My Everything. Asakusa resembled Shanghai during the Republican era. Amidst the clash of Western cultures, men donned tailored suits while women adorned themselves in Western dresses. Rickshaws scuttled about, while the affluent traveled by automobile. The streets were alive with vibrant lights and bustling traffic. After a day's journey, they finally arrived at the Chiba family's villa. Chiba Roy had been sent there prior to Dōma's arrival, and the servants reported that she remained in a comatose state. Butterfly Kanahu had fallen asleep on the way, having never acknowledged him, seemingly harboring a deep-seated disdain for his dark influence. Certainly, Tamayo remained unfazed as he cradled the slumbering woman in his arms, delighting in the fragrance of her hair while adjusting his body temperature to that of an ordinary human, ensuring she would not feel cold. "Sir, we have arrived home." He gently shook Kaname Butterfly awake, observing her drowsy eyes flutter open, and smiled. "You're awake. Let us disembark." As she gazed at Tamayo, whose breath mingled so closely with hers, Kaname felt a flush creep onto her cheeks, hastily extricating herself from his embrace and leading the way out of the vehicle. Initially, she had wished to witness how he basked in the golden light of dusk, but her attention was diverted upon noticing a servant had already unfurled a black parasol, eagerly shielding the car window from the sun. Upon stepping out, Tamayo donned a hooded cloak large enough to obscure his entire face, accompanied by gloves that shielded him from the light. His broad hands effortlessly enveloped Kaname's delicate fingers as they made their way into the expansive villa grounds. Curiosity sparkled in Kaname's eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. Although the butterfly estate was steeped in tradition, such a modern villa blending Western and Eastern aesthetics was an unprecedented sight for her during her time with the Demon Slayer Corps. Feeling the soft grip of Kaname's hand, which offered no resistance, Tamayo's handsome face, shrouded in shadow, curled into a satisfied smile. The courtyard was reminiscent of a traditional Chinese zigzag corridor, with a lotus pond beneath the arching bridges, where vibrant koi swam gracefully. Crossing the corridor led them into the villa's vast living room, where the smooth, light-colored wooden floor was bordered by glass walls framed in oak, radiating an aura of spacious elegance under the illumination. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit awaited them, his meticulously groomed hair revealing his stature as Chiba Naoko's husband, Chiba Kazuki. Upon receiving a nod from the head of the household, the servant approached the glass windows and drew the curtains, transforming the room from daylight into an enveloping darkness. The lights flickered on, illuminating the spacious living area. Tamayo rolled up his gloves, noticing that his skin remained unscathed by the light, and calmly removed them along with his hood, revealing his strikingly handsome visage. His long hair cascaded from his temples, presenting the archetype of an elegant gentleman from a bygone era. "Thank you, Lord Tamayo, for saving my daughter," Kazuki exclaimed, bowing deeply in respect. After gauging Tamayo's demeanor, He instructed the servant, "I have matters to discuss with the young master. Please escort the young lady to her room." "Certainly. Young lady, please follow me," the servant beckoned. Kaname glanced between the two men, unable to decipher their clandestine exchange. Once the living room was devoid of anyone but Tamayo and Kazuki, an oppressive silence enveloped the air, though it was perhaps only Kazuki who felt the weight of the moment. "What is the matter? Are you displeased that your daughter has survived?" Tamayo smirked, casually reclining on the sofa, crossing his legs, twirling a strand of hair with his finger. "Of course, I am pleased," Kazuki replied, his expression grave. "But how can I be happy knowing my daughter has become a bloodthirsty monster? What do you truly intend to do?" The complexities of human thought far surpass those of demons. The machinations of power and deceit are realms the demons disdainfully avoid. Yet, Tamayo's presence shattered Kazuki's perception of demons. Not only did he refrain from preying on his family, but he had also captured a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, someone who recognized Kaname's uniform. Furthermore, the peculiar arrangement where he would save Kazuki's daughter in exchange for her becoming his adopted child concealed unfathomable ulterior motives. Oh, some matters are best left unheeded. As a father, your sole duty is to care for your child. My affairs are not for you to question, Tamayo replied coolly. And do refrain from attempting to provoke me, including seeking assistance from the Demon Slayer Corps. It would be wise not to let me discover any such actions, or else you will come to know the consequences. Tamayo's colorful eyes glinted with an eerie light, a sinister smile curling at his lips as he traced his tongue over his sharp fangs, emanating an icy aura that could instill fear. Kazuki found himself entranced by his gaze, as if falling into a chilling abyss. In the blink of an eye, the figure before him vanished, leaving him drenched in cold sweat, his trembling legs unable to support him, collapsing helplessly to the floor. In the dimly lit room, Kaname stared vacantly at the black and white photograph adorning the wall. It depicted a young girl in a dress, basking in sunlight as she frolicked through a field of flowers. Her back turned to the camera, yet exuding an undeniable sense of freedom and joy. Tamayo approached her from behind, enveloping her in his embrace, burying his face in her fragrant shoulder. Though the scene was one of romantic beauty, he felt as if he were embracing a mere shell devoid of a soul. His heart was anchored here, while hers resided in another world altogether. Finally, Tamayo conceded, "Kaname, let us converse as if we were just meeting for the first time." His gentle, magnetic voice whispered into her ear, tinged with a yearning he was unaware of. Sensing movement within his embrace, he turned her gently, but his expression darkened. Her violet eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reflecting a sorrow that pierced his heart. "Tamayo, please let me go," she implored, his hand that caressed her porcelain face stiffening as he struggled to find his words. "Let you go? To where?" "Back to the Demon Slayer Corps. Only to be slain by demons?" His voice was cold, suppressing a simmering rage. Seeing her silent acquiescence ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Unconsciously, he summoned his blood demon art, casting the warmth of June into a chilling winter. Frost coated the pines in the courtyard, and the surface of the lotus pond froze solid. Kaname closed her eyes, tears spilling down her cheeks, as if she had resigned herself to the belief that he would end her life. Why? He cried out. "In the last life, I could not possess you. Must it be the same in this one?" No, he would not relinquish her. If in his previous life he was a pure and cheerful youth, then in this life, amalgamating all of Tamayo's memories, he had become a twisted, benevolent madman. His handsome features contorted slightly as he released a breath, gently cradling her head and pressing his forehead against hers, sighing softly, "I cannot let you go. Kanako, do you know? The mountains and rivers are vast. The stars of this world are all you, and none but you. You are my everything, do you understand?" Their warm breaths intertwined. Kaname opened her dreamy eyes, her delicate hand enveloped within his, tracing softly against his palm. In Chapter 17, Asakusa, Tamayo encircled her slender waist, pulling them close together. Kaname felt an unfamiliar sensation coursing through her body, her heart racing as she instinctively leaned back, only to be pushed against the wall by Tamayo. With their noses nearly touching, the contrast of his icy skin against her warm, delicate nose was palpable. His burning gaze fixated on her glistening violet eyes, his heated breath filling her senses with a dangerous thrill. He gently lifted her chin, his cool lips descending upon hers, as her hand pressed against his firm chest. She pushed him away twice with all her strength, only to find herself weakly clinging to his neck, her toes unknowingly rising to meet him, wrapping her arms around him. As if cradling the softest treasure in the world, Dōma's elongated hands tenderly caressed her slender waist and delicate back, as though he could sense her warmth even through the fabric. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before he reluctantly released the enchanting figure in his embrace. The gentle butterfly Kane, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, bore a blush upon her cheeks, and her cherry lips were swollen and damp. A deceiver. A grand deceiver. Dōma gently brushed away the tears from her eyelids, a soft smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Dōma was a master of deception. But one must wonder, has this trickster stolen your heart as well? The melodic timbre of his voice, reminiscent of the gentle March breeze, caressed Kane's ears, igniting a vivid bloom of crimson upon her cheeks. Although the woman in his arms softly turned her head and murmured a denial, Dōma could not suppress the joy that tugged at the corners of his mouth as he held her tightly. He understood that truth was a rare commodity in this world. Yet the mere blush on a woman's face conveyed more than an elaborate confession. Kane, once I acquire the Azure Bungwa, I shall have the chance to bask in the sunlight. And then I will take you to explore the verdant mountains and flowing waters of this world. Azure Bungwa. Indeed. Do you know how Kabutsuji Muzin transformed into a demon? Dōma teased, withholding the answer. Butterfly Kane, her expression one of surprise, inquired, your curse. It was removed long ago. How could your husband remain the puppet of that wretched creature? Recalling the cowardly Muzin, he scoffed disdainfully. What husband? Kane's fair face flushed, and she playfully punched Dōma's chest. But you promised to be my husband. He gently grasped her fist. Yet you have taken lives. All right, that is indeed my fault. Influenced by Dōma's cold memories, his sensitivity to human life had diminished greatly, especially when matters concerning Kane arose. He found himself easily losing his composure. The atmosphere fell into a hush as Kane's eyes gradually filled with disappointment. If you cannot uphold the promises you have made, why do you continue to pursue me? In this life, I, Dōma, shall have only you as my wife. If I do not pursue you, should I seek another? He planted a soft kiss upon her cherry lips, lifting her as he embraced her legs. Oh dear. Dōma wished to say no more. This woman had a peculiar knack for rendering him speechless. With twilight still far off, he decided it best to engage in some physical activity. What are you, MMPF? They both tumbled onto the soft bed, the embroidered quilt enveloping their entwined forms. After nightfall, Dōma strolled through the bustling streets of the night market, while Butterfly Kane remained asleep in their room. The market was alive with vibrant lights and throngs of people. Colorful lanterns adorned the eaves, alongside a myriad of vivid advertisements. He sensed the presence of others within a 5-kilometer radius, and upon detecting a familiar scent, a smile crept across Dōma's face as he dashed forth. His speed was such that passers-by only felt a gust of wind and could not catch a glimpse of his figure. Oh, what was that? A passerby remarked in confusion. In a dimly lit alley, a couple passionately kissed in a secluded corner, oblivious to the dangers lurking above them. A grotesque demon, resembling a lizard with bumpy skin, slowly descended from the wall behind them, its gaping maw dripping with saliva, landing with a soft splat on the ground, unnoticed by the engrossed couple. A tall figure, silhouetted by the red and yellow lights, emerged at the alley's entrance, startling the couple and drawing the attention of the descending demon. TSK, what a disappointment. I thought I might find Tamayo, but it seems I have encountered the lowest tier of demons. Who are you? As the couple turned to reprimand the intruder, they were instead entranced by the strange sounds emanating from the shadows. Ah, monster. Just a minor demon, Dōma remarked. Seeing the humanoid lizard on the opposite wall, the man, overwhelmed with fear, took flight, while the woman stumbled and fell, trembling as she watched the demon draw closer. Ah, help me. Due to Dōma's immense power concealing his presence, the lizard demon mistook him for an ordinary petrified human and paid him no mind, lunging towards the delectable prey before it. Ah, the woman, paralyzed by despair and fear, shut her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Is this what they mean by self-preservation in times of crisis? Dōma chuckled softly at the irony, calmly extending his hand to conjure a marble-sized orb of ice that floated before him, then flicked his fingers, sending it crashing into the lizard demon's body. In an instant, the creature's entire form was encased in ice, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Hey, lying there. I ask you, do you know a woman named Tamayo? The woman, eyes wide with dread, inched backward, glancing up at the shadowy figure of the long-haired man, unable to discern his features. I don't know. She stammered. Very well. The tall, dark figure stepped closer, grasping her hand and drawing blood, capturing it in a small black vial from his robe. As the woman beheld his visage, she found him strikingly handsome, with piercing eyes that glimmered even in the darkness, and a chiseled face akin to that of a deity, rendering her momentarily forgetful of the pain in her wrist. This is the price for your salvation. By the way, remember to choose your partners wisely next time. With that, Dōma turned away, hands clasped behind his back, leaving the woman in his wake. He meandered through the streets, occasionally sipping fine wine, observing the crowd, lost in contemplation. Could it be that Tamayo had yet to arrive in Asakusa, or was it that Yashiro's blood demon art was obstructing my perception? Ah well, after all, Chiyo Rory could awaken at any moment. He was rather content to pretend to be an ordinary man living a quiet life with Kane and Asakusa. Regarding the azure biennois pattern near Chiyo Rory's eye, he had previously inquired about it with Chiyo Naoko. It was said that when her daughter was still young, after searching for many esteemed physicians, a once-renowned barefoot doctor had used this flower to create a medicinal catalyst, which indeed made her daughter lively for a time. Yet she eventually returned to her frail state. That doctor had only produced 2 doses of medicine containing the flower, and none had since been created. After so many years, Chiyo Naoko had no further information about the doctor. Dōma speculated that perhaps the effects of that medicine had allowed Chiyo Rory to resist the threat of sunlight after her transformation into a demon. He extracted a drop of her blood and an equal measure of his own, placing them under the sunlight, observing that while her blood dissipated, it did so with a delay of 10 seconds longer than his own. Such matters should be dealt with by professionals. Thus, Dōma needed to track down Tamayo's whereabouts. As for Kibutsuji Muzan, since he had not discovered Dōma, there was no need for him to engage in reckless heroics to approach the situation. Chapter 18. Are you willing? Kibutsuji Muzan, disguised as a beautiful woman, concealed within a lavish mansion of a wealthy family, clad in a poised and elegant black peony kimono. She sat gracefully upon the tatami mat. In front of her, several men in kimono and suits engaged in jovial conversation, their laughter echoing through the air. As she absorbed the information from their words, a sudden vision flashed before her mind's eye, the final moments witnessed by the lizard demon. Her strikingly pale face darkened, exuding an aura of icy oppression. Is that Dōma? He did not perish? He has escaped my control? Naki, Muzan silently called out in her heart. In the next moment, the men discovered that the lady on the throne had inexplicably vanished, leaving them astonished and bewildered. With her colorful eyes, familiar voice, and an unchanging visage that had endured for a century, how could he possibly be mistaken? Infinite City. Ningnu summoned Jotaro and Daki. The man's deep voice concealed a simmering rage. If he wished to capture Tamayo, the strengths of these two would be utterly insufficient. Kokoshibo was his partner. Unless in dire circumstances, Muzan would not call upon him. Yorichi was tracking the Demon Slayer core, gathering crucial intelligence. He had also assigned tasks to Akaza. Meanwhile, Jotaro and Daki had been idling in the pleasure quarters, and more importantly, they were recommended by the elusive Tamayo to become upper moons. This inevitably led the suspicious Muzan to question their loyalty. One might wonder why Muzan did not personally pursue Tamayo. As the demon king endowed with formidable power, he could easily disregard nearly all threats in this world, save for sunlight. Yet, he had not forgotten his fear of mortality, likely rooted in a humility that rendered him akin to dust, wherein only the passage of time could provide him with a modicum of security. My lord, what troubles you? Are you angry with someone? Who is so audacious as to provoke your ire? Could it be those cursed demon slayers? Daki trembled as she beheld the fury lurking in Muzan's crimson eyes, kneeling in trepidation. Jotaro, in silent contemplation, knelt beside her. Go to Asakusa and eliminate Tamayo. The pair exchanged shocked glances before being transported by Ningnu to Asakusa City, unprepared for the revelation that Tamayo had not perished. Tamayo-sensei is alive, Daki exclaimed joyfully. Yet Jotaro's expression grew grave. Sister, locate Tamayo and dispose of him. We cannot defy our lord's command. Although their powers paled in comparison to Tamayo's, they must exert every effort to eliminate him, otherwise, their own lives would be forfeit. Meanwhile, the head of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yorichi Tsujikuni, had also learned of Tamayo's survival and the abduction of Kane Kocho. He was also aware that Tamayo was devoid of numbers, indicating that he had liberated himself from Muzan's control. As the only known upper moon free from Muzan's curse, a thought flickered in Yorichi's mind, perhaps. At this moment, Tamayo remained oblivious to the maneuvers orchestrated by Muzan and the Demon Slayer Corps against him. In the garden of the Chiba family's villa, the moonlight intertwined with the fragrance of blossoms. Dressed in a flowing kimono, Kane Kocho stood gracefully, her figure enchanting, with a face as radiant as a silver basin. Eyes akin to dewy apricots, lips naturally tinted red, and brows perfectly arched. She resembled a gentle cloud veiling the moon, or a breeze caressing drifting snow. As the starry night wind tousled her hair, delicately framing her silhouette, Tamayo stood beside her, his attire billowing, handsome and refined, his colorful eyes shimmering with a gentle luminescence. How many lifetimes of reincarnation had it taken to be graced with the company of such beauty? Perhaps he still could not forget the memories of Su Loashin from a previous life. Yet Su Loashin was Su Loashin, and Kane was Kane. Though they shared the same visage and gentleness, they were utterly distinct individuals. To encounter her and possess her was the greatest fortune of Tamayo's existence. Isn't this scenery beautiful? Tamayo inquired, a smile gracing his lips, as he regarded her with the adoration one might bestow upon a lotus that had taken a millennium to bloom. Even the surrounding moonlight seemed softened in her presence. The roses are plentiful, the peonies are abundant, the jasmine scents the air. Indeed, such lovely flowers. If Shinobu were to see them, she would surely be delighted. Kane lightly tread on the gravel path, pausing beside a rose, bending down to inhale its fragrance, revealing a gentle smile. And are you happy? Tamayo stepped closer, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, their eyes locking. Let go of me. We're in public, she protested, her delicate hand pressing against his waist, her cheeks blooming like springtime peaches. I shall not release you until you confess your happiness, he replied, his exquisitely handsome face drawing nearer to Kane, his thin lips curling in a playful smirk, his colorful eyes sparkling in the moonlight. Oh dear, came the whispers of the Chiba family's maids, peeking from behind the eaves, their eyes wide with excitement. Tamayo could sense their gazes and smiled, pulling Kane closer. Her face flushed as she pushed against him, her heart racing at the sight of the maid's furtive glances. The man's flowing hair danced in the breeze, brushing against Kane's ear, sending shivers down her spine as she melted into his embrace. As her kimono slipped slightly, revealing her snow-white shoulder, it seemed to emit a silvery glow under the moonlight. How vexing, she thought, unsure if he had opened Pandora's box or if it was merely his intoxicating presence, like a dangerous opiate, causing her to succumb to an alluring yet overwhelming embrace. You impertinent fool, shouldn't you be searching for Tamayo? Kane exclaimed, burying her head in his shoulder, her small fist pounding against his chest in frustration. According to our lord, she is a beautiful and gentle lady, Tamayo mused, having never glimpsed Tamayo's true form, his only recollections stemming from fleeting images in the anime. Yet he did not deny that she was a rare and exquisite beauty among demons. Indeed, she is quite the striking woman. Ow, ow, ow. Tamayo could hardly anticipate that the gentle woman in his arms would suddenly seize his ear and spin him in a complete circle. The sharp pain radiating from his ear made him suspect she had summoned all her strength as a Hashira to deliver this punishment. He was forced to envelop her delicate hand gently, yet his head was still drawn painfully toward her shoulder. What nonsensical words are you uttering? Kane's usually gentle violet eyes flared with indignation, her voice laced with unprecedented fury. This is too much. An unfamiliar surge of emotion welled within her, a blend of anger and the hurt of being toyed with. For the first time, Kane acted with a boldness she had never envisioned, gripping the man's ear while raising her voice in admonition. Seizing the moment, Tamayo kissed her soft lips with lightning speed, the pressure on her ear vanishing instantaneously. Her hand fell limp, as if caressing him tenderly. After a prolonged moment, they parted, and under the moonlight, a delicate strand of silk unraveled in the wind. In the ensuing silence, the rapid beating of their hearts gradually steadied. After a brief pause, Tamayo gently rested his forehead against hers, softly uttering, Kane, you shall forever be the most beautiful in my heart. Since the moment I met you, my heart has found its home. It belongs to you, solely to you, eternally to you. You are the breeze, the evening glow, the heartbeat, irreplaceable. This night, with the heavens as witness and the sea of flowers as our witness, I, Tamayo, wish to take Kane Kocho as my wife, for all eternity across lifetimes. Will you accept? Under the luminous moonlight, adorned with diamond-like stars, like gemstones strewn across the vast, boundless night sky, the man knelt before the exquisite woman in her kimono, presenting a delicate red box from which emerged a pair of radiant rings reminiscent of the Milky Way. His eyes, gently curved at the corners, sparkled with a dazzling yearning, reminiscent of the soft, undulating waves of affection that flowed within his gaze. The poetic summer night breeze caressed the sea of blossoms, while escaping petals danced playfully around the two, mischievously brushing against their hair tips, scattering like a gentle rain of flowers, tenderly painting the most exquisite romance. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed as the woman, with glistening eyes, found solace in his embrace. That evening, Dōma unveiled a sincerity and warmth in his smile that had never graced his features before. Chapter 19, The Happiest Distance. Freed from the need to slay demons, Kanahui remained at the Chiba family villa day by day, assisting Madame Chiba Naoko with household tasks and often shadowing Chiba Kazuki to learn the intricacies of business. By night, she engaged in profound discussions about life with Dōma beneath the flowers and moonlight, despite the absence of her sister and kin from the Demon Slayer Corps, and Dōma's occasional teasing that left her flustered and indignant. She found herself enveloped in a profound sense of happiness and contentment. Meanwhile, Dōma would often venture into the city after she had fallen asleep, seeking sustenance. He would extract just enough blood from women to sate his thirst without taking their lives. Thus, rumors began to circulate that a mysterious vampire would descend upon the night, stealthily siphoning the vitality of women. I've heard that there have been incidents of missing persons in the center of Asakusa lately, remarked Chiba Naoko, knitting a sweater beside Kanahui. Kanahui cast a glance at the figure lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a book. I haven't done anything to harm anyone. Dōma protested, feeling unjustly accused. Ever since he successfully proposed to Kanahui, he had transformed into a devoted husband, refraining from taking lives for quite some time. However, this did remind him. Could it be that Muzan had discovered his whereabouts? Or worse, that Muzan himself had come to Asakusa? A gravity settled in Doma's heart, though his expression remained unclouded. My dear, I trust him, Kanahui said softly to Chiba Naoko. He promised me that if he were to kill again, I would personally atone for his sins by committing seppuku. Chiba Naoko, taken aback by Kanahui's solemnity, suddenly noticed her body shuddering as she bent over. Dōma swiftly moved to her side, enveloping her in his arms as she heaved. Cough, cough. Kanahui, what's wrong? Are you unwell? He gently patted her back, anxiety tightening within him. I don't know, but I felt a bit off these past few days, Kanahui replied, coughing slightly. Chiba Naoko set aside her unfinished sweater and squatted beside Kanahui, patting her back. Has your appetite been poor lately, my dear? Once steadied by Doma's support, Kanahui sat upright. Yes, Madam Naoko, do you think I am ill? Though she hailed from a medical family, her parents had fallen victim to demons when she was merely 13 or 14, leaving her education limited. Since taking on the role of the Butterfly Mansion's caretaker, her practical medical skills had primarily revolved around treating injuries inflicted by demons, and her research had centered on the medicinal properties of wisteria flowers against demons. The current ailment plaguing her remained an enigma. Upon hearing Kanahui's response, Chiba Naoko's eyes crinkled with a smile. Ah, it's likely a joyous occasion. Come, let us head to the hospital. Stay here, Dōma, Chiba Naoko instructed, pulling Kanahui along as they exited. Dōma watched helplessly as their figures disappeared into the sunlight, his thoughts swirling. Coughing, and with a poor appetite, this indeed. Kanahui had been resistant to his touch lately, her sense slightly altered, yet she nestled in his embrace, lulled to sleep by the rhythm of his heartbeat. Each time she fell asleep in his arms, he felt as though he held the entire world within his embrace. Could it be? Dōma's colorful eyes widened in realization, and a grin broke across his face, unable to contain the exuberant joy that bubbled forth. I'm going to be a father. Upon returning home, Kanahui's complex and bashful expression confirmed his speculation. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her slender fingers nervously twisted within her sleeves, exuding a charm of mature femininity that was both enchanting and intoxicating. Beside her, Chiba Naoko joyfully adjusted Kanahui's diet, ensuring ample space remained for Dōma and Kanahui. The world seemed divided in two. Outside the eaves, a woman basked in the sunlight, adorned in a floral dress, while within, a handsome youth clad in traditional attire lingered in the shadows. Yet, their gazes met with the fluidity of water. Rich with emotion, one akin to a bashful flower in spring rain, the other a resilient pine welcoming the season. She had penetrated his heart, and he enveloped her world. The happiest distance in this world lay in standing before each other, both aware of the love that bound them. Asakusa Night Market buzzed with life, illuminated by vibrant lights. Not only did the nightclubs beckon patrons with their brightly colored signs, but vendors hawked their wares, and the sweet sound of a flute heralded the sale of confections, mingling with the constant chatter of bustling stalls. Mama, look, that man has white hair, exclaimed a child, pointing at a peculiar-haired gentleman approaching them. Shoo, Shinsuke. It's rude to point, a woman cautioned, grasping her child's hand as they walked. My apologies, sir, she added, bowing her head. It's quite all right, Mayam. Your child is adorable, came the warm, magnetic voice that drifted past the woman's ear like a gentle spring breeze. Before them stood a figure of remarkable beauty. His features chiseled with striking clarity, dressed impeccably in a tailored gray suit, his long legs accentuated by the elegance of his posture. His tousled gray-white hair danced in the wind, framing a pair of enchanting eyes, long and alluring, with vibrant, colorful irises that exuded a charming, noble allure. His high nose and sensuous lips curled into a dazzling smile. Beside him walked a stunning woman clad in a kimono, her hair styled elegantly, delicate brows lightly arched, her skin glowing like warm jade. With a gentle smile dancing in her lavender eyes, she was the embodiment of grace. Hand in hand, they strolled down the street. A perfect pairing of beauty and talent, evoking envy in all who beheld them. Is that your wife? Truly, a match made in heaven, remarked a passerby, awestruck by their presence. Dōma's lips curled into a smile as his colorful gaze met Kanahui's soft, water-like purple eyes, tightening his hold on her delicate hand. Madam, your compliments are too kind. Your child is truly delightful. He will surely blossom into a bright and cheerful youth, Kanahui replied, her smile radiant as she spoke to the woman. Following the line of lights along the street, they approached a food cart. Hey, beautiful lady and gentlemen, care for some udon? If it's not delicious, you don't have to pay, called a bald man in a kimono, The very udon vendor encountered by Tanjiro and Nezuko in the anime. Dōma felt a surge of delight upon recognizing him and led Kanahui forward. Boss, have you seen a woman in a black floral kimono accompanied by a boy with green hair pass by? Let me think. The bald man squinted up at the sky, recalling. There are many women, but I haven't seen a boy with green hair. Are you certain you haven't seen him? Dōma pressed, desperate for any lead in his long search for Tamayo. Upon witnessing the boss shaking his head, Dōma displayed a look of disappointment, turning to leave, only to be halted by Kanayo Butterfly's gentle grasp on his sleeve. Boss, let's have 2 bowls of udon here, she chimed softly, her voice as melodious as a nightingale's song. All right. He settled at a small table, where Dōma elegantly crossed his long, slender legs beside him, resting his forehead on the tabletop, his thick brows slightly furrowed. No need to rush. What is meant to be will eventually come to pass. Kanayo smiled with her eyes crinkling, playfully touching Doma's cool cheek with her delicate fingers, revealing a childlike innocence in her expression. Although already a married woman for over a month, exuding grace and elegance, she often displayed childish antics in Doma's presence, softening his heart while simultaneously adding a hint of exasperation and indulgence. Chapter 20, The Upper Moon 6. Gently grasping Kanayo's mischievous fingers, Dōma managed a resigned smile. Here you are, esteemed guest, your udon. The fragrant bowls of noodles were placed upon the wooden table, the tangy sweetness of tomato perfectly aligning with Kanayo's appetite, prompting her to dig in with relish. Dōma tucked a stray lock of her hair behind her ear, his eyes radiating warmth. Delicious, Kanayo exclaimed after a few bites, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, her cherry lips glistening with droplets of broth. A figure loomed over her, lightly licking the remnants from her lips, leaving behind a trace of warmth and a blush on Kanayo's cheeks. Indeed, Dōma mused, as the bittersweet essence of the food mingled with the refreshing sweetness of her femininity, creating an inexplicable lingering aftertaste. The bald-headed proprietor observed their playful interactions with a shiver of discomfort racing down his spine. As the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, the night breeze whispered softly. Unbeknownst to them, the streets grew quieter, the dusk deepening. After finishing her 2 bowls of udon, Kanayo basked in the evening breeze, strolling alongside Dōma down a path lined with traditional Japanese wooden houses. Since joining the Demon Slayer Corps, Kanayo had long set aside her own life and death. In her unwavering pursuit to protect the happiness of those yet untouched by demons, she and Shinobu had risked their lives, rescuing civilians and slaying malevolent spirits. Even if both sisters were to turn to ashes in this trial, their steadfast resolve would inspire others to follow. And their own happiness had long been sacrificed for this noble mission. She had never imagined that along this road, yet to reach its end, she would discover a happiness that belonged solely to her and be able to perpetuate the promise and essence of this unexpected joy. Encountering him felt like a dream. Sensing Kanayo's gaze, Dōma smiled wryly. Have you enjoyed your stroll? He tightened his grip on her delicate hand, fingers interlaced, his thumb caressing the smooth back of her hand. Initially reluctant to take Kanayo out for an evening stroll, Dōma felt uncertain if Asakusa harbored any upper moons or other upper-tier demons, especially with the previous reports of disappearances that could have been orchestrated by humans. He had encountered many traffickers in Kurikawa town, though at the time, he had yet to regain his memories and would not have intervened. Despite his reluctance, he was unable to resist when Kanayo nestled into his embrace, her warmth melting his heart like spring water. To deter the advances of other men towards Kanayo, he donned a sharp suit and let his white hair flow elegantly, remaining by her side like a shadow. And why not black hair? Please, white hair is incredibly dashing. The men on the street, while captivated by Kanayo's beauty, were deterred by the brooding aura of the white-haired gentleman, refraining from harboring any ill intentions. Oh ho, 2 lovely ladies. Before Kanayo could respond, a hoarse voice interrupted. Emerging from the alley was a drunken man, swaying unsteadily with a bottle in hand, his breath reeking of alcohol. The air around them grew cold. Is it winter? Ladies, winter is here. Come warm yourselves in my embrace, The man staggered toward Dōma. Sir, if you proceed any further, you will face consequences, Kanayo warned, clutching Dōma's arm. What consequences? I relish consequences, Why don't you go away? The drunken man waved dismissively at Kanayo, as if swatting away an annoying fly. His gaze fixated on Dōma, growing increasingly infatuated, even drooling slightly. Dōma's colorful, enchanting eyes calmly observed the drunken man's antics, a dark storm brewing within the depths of his gaze, while a golden glimmer slowly emerged from the cuff of his sleeve, unseen by Kanayo. Oblivious to his impending doom, the intoxicated man unwittingly edged closer to hell. Suddenly, Dōma's pupils constricted, and with a swift motion, he unfurled his folding fan, pulling Kanayo behind him. Ugh, a blood-red scythe. reeking of decay, pierced through the drunken man's head, unleashing a wave of bloodthirsty fervor that surged toward Dōma's throat, only to be swiftly intercepted by the iron fan, creating a shower of sparks. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the scythe flying off, only to be met with several strands of pink satin surging toward him. Dōma swiftly encircled Kanaihu's slender waist, leaping to the eaves, silhouetted against the moonlight, his fan gracefully swaying. Kanaihu, still reeling from the gruesome image of the scythe bursting through the drunken man's skull, felt a chill run down her spine, gripping Dōma's hand tightly. That speed, that concealed yet palpable presence, it was unmistakably that of an upper moon. Patting the delicate hand in his embrace, Dōma spoke softly. Have you been curious about who else besides me belongs to the upper moons? Tonight, you can meet those two children. Children? Kanaihu blinked in surprise. Dōma nodded, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he leaped down from the eaves. Kanaihu watched his striking figure, gripping the ice crystal sword Dōma had given her. Seated on the rooftop, Dōma, you shouldn't betray the master. A low, hoarse voice echoed from the darkness, revealing a grotesquely distorted figure. Compared to your hideousness, Daki appears far more charming. A smooth, youthful voice resonated in the air. Aha, does Dōma think I'm adorable too? Came a sultry voice from behind, capable of ensnaring a multitude of ordinary men in an instant. The woman wore scant clothing that barely concealed her figure, the silk draping around her dancing in the air, revealing her pale skin adorned with delicate purple patterns, her features exquisitely crafted, dangerously alluring. Kanaihu stood up, shocked and indignant at the sight of her. She's also an upper moon. How much do these two despise clothing? Although she had previously learned of Daki's appearance, witnessing it firsthand left Dōma utterly astonished. That bosom. Dōma momentarily faltered before clearing his throat. Daki, my dear, you still refuse to dress appropriately. Do not concern yourself with my sister. Dōma, you should worry about yourself. The bloodshot yellow eyes of Jotaro glared fiercely at Dōma, his body emanating a crimson aura as he brandished his scythe, blood pooling around him. The razor-thin blades of his weapon slicing toward Dōma in a flurry. 1, 2. Countless blades followed in succession. Dōma wielded his iron fan, sending shards of blood blades flying, retreating in accordance with the force of the blood scythe. The rapid assault of scythe blades left behind dark crimson afterimages. Chapter 21, Moshi Moshi. Blood Demon Technique, Flying Blood Scythe. The enormous, flesh-like scythe spun through the air, its colorful eyes reflecting the bloodlight that blossomed amidst the shadows of decay. A swift sound of air being sliced through came from behind, prompting Dōma to lean aside, narrowly avoiding the whirling scythe, allowing the silken fabric to slice through one of his arms, which instantly regenerated. Why not sit down and have a proper discussion? The conflict between demons yields no resolution. Kabutsujitera. With a swish, amidst the dust and sparks, Dōma appeared behind Kabutsujitera, his back turned as he lightly flicked his fan, his silver hair billowing in the moonlight, akin to a celestial being. Brother. Kabutsujitera stood frozen in shock, one hand grasping the scythe that lay broken on the ground. Droplets of blood falling in a steady rhythm, a deep gash across his chest piercing through to his innards, oozing forth a viscous, sanguine substance. The venom from Dōma's blood rendering his upper body numb. However, what truly astounded him was that Dōma had not even employed his blood demon techniques, with mere physical prowess. He had utterly incapacitated him in the blink of an eye. This, Kane, perched upon the eaves, gasped in surprise. In just a brief moment, Dōma had reduced an upper moon to such a state. Could it be that during the last attack of the Hashira, Dōma had been toying with them? And such a formidable Dōma was merely upper moon too. A wave of anxiety washed over the woman. Lord Dōma, is this truly your power? Beneath her dark green, curled locks, her yellowed eyes, laced with blood vessels, slowly lifted, her pupils fluctuating erratically. The task assigned to them is utterly unattainable. This terrifying strength is likely on par with Lord Kokushibo. If things continued this way, she and her brother would surely be reduced to mere meat paste under Dōma's hand, left to wither under the sun. Since becoming a demon, Kabutsujitera had never felt so powerless, even entertaining thoughts of retreat. Yet, as soon as the notion arose, a pair of piercing crimson eyes materialized in his mind. Kill Dōma. A low, terrifying voice echoed in his thoughts, causing him to tremble and break into a cold sweat. If they did not exert every effort to fulfill their mission, Lord Dōma would truly slay them. Sister, let us kill him together. Exhaust his strength. Trap him with the silk, and then use sunlight to eliminate Dōma. After receiving the internal communication, Daki nodded and unleashed 6 incredibly hard silks towards Dōma. My lord, we regret having to defy your orders. Several silks tore through the air with a whoosh. Dōma smirked, his long, nimble fingers dancing with the fan, slicing through the silks. The sharp edges of the fan parting the fabric, scattering a flurry of pink cloth in the air. Heh, is it truly comfortable to follow your so-called Musin-sama? Daki, life is precious. Have you considered serving under me? After all, I am the one who saved you. The man's lips curled into a wicked smile as he laughed heartily, yet his actions bore no tenderness. Stepping upon the firm silks, he approached Daki, lifting his leg high to kick her head off, sending it, and the silk draping from her neck crashing violently against the door, bursting into a bloom of bright red. The blood-red scythe swung towards him. Dōma deftly tapped his toes, evading with the force of the silk, his right hand flicking upward. A glint of cold light shattering flesh and severed arms. In an instant, Kabutsujitara was restored, brandishing the scythe anew, with a flurry of attacks and evasions. The wooden walls of the nearby houses crumbled under the onslaught of silks and scythes, clouds of dust and with splinters filling the air. As the two combatants clashed at blinding speed, the tall, elegant man skillfully maneuvering his dual fans, leaving a trail of afterimages. Kabutsujitara, give up. You are far too weak now. You bastard, do not bully my sister. Die. Blood demon technique, spiraling slash. The spiral blood strike coiled around Kabutsujitara's rugged, colorful arm, charging towards Dōma. The overwhelming force surged towards Dōma, as his colorful, vivid pupils reflected the blood-red blade. Blood demon technique, blooming lotus. Dōma swung his fans, releasing a crescent wave of icy mist, within which countless sharp, tiny ice crystals shaped like lotus flowers surged forth. Like a misty rain, they struck Kabutsujitara, piercing deeply into his body, embedding within his eyeballs, spilling forth blood, as he furiously swung the scythe, aiming for Dōma. Delayed by the cascading lotus ice, Dōma received numerous scratches from the blood scythe, crimson staining his flowing silver hair and gray suit. The rotating iron fan clashed against the scythe, igniting sparks of blood, before being forcefully thrust into a residential home. A disheveled couple lay in their bed, horrified as they witnessed their door being shattered by an unseen force. A massive shadow flickering past, leaving behind a scent of blood. In an instant, 3 thick vines erupted from the ground, piercing through Kabutsujitara's chest, chin, and arms. Ugh! A torrent of blood flowed along the vines, staining his grotesquely scarred body, as he struggled to draw breath, rasping with a hoarse wheeze. Cough, cough. Fighting is one thing, but getting dirty is truly unfortunate. The handsome man emerged from the dust, disdainfully brushing off the wood chips and dirt from his attire. The deep wounds on his body slowly sealing as if they had never existed. The humans within the dilapidated house, witnessing the bloodied figures, fled in terror. At that moment, Daki, head severed, began to wail. Wah! How could he knock off my head? Even Lord Woon T dare bully me. Her delicate features were marred with tears, her voice trembling with distress. Kane, the butterfly, gracefully leapt down from the eaves, approaching the sobbing head on the ground. Her curiosity piqued. Moshi moshi. Dai Jobi Dai as I got hearing the voice. Daki opened her tear-filled eyes. There stood a stunning woman in a kimono, bathed in moonlight, her smile exuding warmth, her violet eyes shimmering with a captivating allure. Daki paused, momentarily stunned, before anger welled within her. Hey, who are you? Do not look at me with pitying eyes. I will devour you. You are so beautiful. You must taste delightful. Kane turned to glance at her own body, lying severed on the ground, before returning her gaze with a bemused smile. Truly, you are like a child. Daki's fury ignited as she rose from the ground, launching silks from behind towards Kane. With the agility of a butterfly, Kane evaded the silks, which crashed violently against the ground, shattering the blue stones beneath. A relentless barrage of silks followed, and as Kane wielded her ice crystal sword to sever one silk, she gracefully maneuvered along the walls, her green kimono flowing effortlessly, rustling gently in the night breeze. Daki's head seemed to be drawn back to her neck by the silks, her white and green hair writhing like tentacles about her shoulders. Chapter 22. Onaiken. Think of something quickly. Are you truly a waning moon? Butterfly Kane playfully remarked to Daki, gracefully evading her attack. Should Tamayo be present, he would undoubtedly be astonished by her tone, as it mirrored perfectly that of the cunning shinobu from the anime, with not a hint of distinction. Witnessing the woman flit away like a colorful butterfly from her satin assault, and still have the audacity to mock her prowess, Daki's fury ignited, veins throbbing on her forehead. That wretched woman. I shall rip your mouth off and reduce it to a pulp. I will devour every last piece of you. All of it. It was one thing for Lord Tamayo to bully her, but what right did this detestable woman have to instruct her? Blood demon art. Eightfold satin slash. With seething rage, Daki swung her arm, her elongated black nails conjuring a tempest, 8 satin ribbons slicing through the air, attempting to ensnare butterfly Kane above, seemingly sealing off all avenues of escape. Kane leapt to a nearby alley, observing the ribbons intertwine like a web, unfazed, a smirk playing on her lips. Twisting her wrist, she summoned her ice crystal sword at her side, glimmering in the cold moonlight, her blood surging within her veins. Then, Butterfly Kane propelled herself into the air, the force erupting from her toes, shattering the cobblestones beneath her, sending fragments of stone into the air. The fierce sword aura radiated with crystalline brilliance, curving like a blooming red flower as it shattered the satin net. Amidst the falling fragments, a beautiful figure approached, wielding her sword with elegance. The stars sparkled, and the moonlight shimmered. A cascade of fiery red petals swept over Daki, as if a mist had seeped through, leaving a dampness in its wake. Just as she turned to deride this woman's ostentatious attack, Daki froze, her vision spinning, the luminous moon reflecting in her eyes as her head thudded to the ground. With wide eyes, Daki was filled with disbelief. Behind her, Butterfly Kane stood poised, sword raised, exhaling softly. Breath of flowers, fourth form, red flower robe. Though astonished, Daki quickly regained her composure, twisting to scream at Kane's retreating figure. You bastard. You actually severed my head. You vile insect. I will have my Oni-chan teach you a lesson, and I will devour you piece by piece. Damn woman. Even if you have severed my head, I will not die. As a mere human, I shall persist. Even if your breathing technique is formidable, without the Nichiren blade, you are nothing. Perhaps unwilling to be belittled by another woman, Daki, despite her severed head, refrained from wailing and merely shouted in rage. Butterfly Kane straightened, her brow furrowing slightly. Having grown accustomed to the gentle treatment from Tamayo and those around her, she found Daki's shrieks uncomfortably grating. Before she could voice her thoughts, a door nearby erupted, hurling forth a grotesque, bloodied mass that rolled into the alley, leaving a pool of crimson behind. Upon closer inspection, it was a severed head. Following closely was a familiar figure. Butterfly Kane's expression softened, a smile gracing her lips. The warm embrace she yearned for arrived. Yet the scent of blood caused her stomach to churn. Tamayo bent slightly, enveloping her waist, gently patting her back as Kane leaned against his shoulder. He casually discarded his blood-stained suit, drawing her back into his embrace. Are you feeling better? His tender voice wrapped around her like a spring breeze. Daki, upon seeing the head rolling on the ground, remained in shock for a long while, even failing to realize that the Tamayo she knew could offer such gentle and emotionally charged words of comfort to a woman. Oni-chan, Daki, longing to connect her body, was horrified to discover that her head and body were irrevocably severed, the flesh at her neck disintegrating into ashes. How is this possible? Am I to die? Oni-chan, what should I do? Why is my body fading away? In the alley, the head of Kabutsuji stared at Tamayo, his eyes wide in shock. The yellow scare laced with blood. Memories of Tamayo's relentless assault and the subsequent decapitation flooded his mind. Butterfly Kane glanced at the two heads dissolving at the neck, her expression one of astonishment. What is happening? Look here. Tamayo lifted her delicate hand holding the ice crystal sword, revealing a silver crystal embedded in the hilt, emanating an energy strikingly similar to that of a Nichiren blade. I discovered this peculiar artifact one night while hunting. Its temperature exceeds that of the human body and inhibits the physical recovery of demons, albeit with limited efficacy on higher-ranked ones. It was purported to be a family heirloom, meant to bless the family, but was sold to me by a man consumed by his gambling addiction. Research revealed that this small object possessed similar effects to a Nichiren blade, though in minimal quantities. However, when combined with Tamayo's specially crafted, highly toxic ice, it could still achieve the effect of decapitating demons at their weakest. Daki's cries interrupted the trio's thoughts. Oni-chan, please think of something. Shut up. Kabutsuji's forehead bulged with veins as he roared at his weeping sister, spitting blood-tainted saliva. All you do is cry. After consuming so many, you haven't gained an ounce of strength. You clearly cannot die, yet the moment your head falls, you are utterly helpless. How could I have a sister like you? Daki, stunned by Kabutsuji's tirade, fell silent for a moment before erupting into a more profound lament. You are the waste. You ugly monster. How could you be my brother? Tears like pearls streamed from Daki's eyes, tracing the plum blossom pattern on her face, her wails conveying a heart-wrenching sorrow. After all, she was merely a child of 16 or 17. Kabutsuji's pupils constricted. Indeed, how could I be your brother? The moment you were born, I should have choked the life out of you. Though they were once the closest of siblings, bound by a protective love, they now hurled accusations at one another like bitter enemies as death loomed, their words sharp and cold as ice. Enough. At some point, Butterfly Kane had stepped beside Kabutsuji, gently covering his mouth. Do not say any more. Deep down, there is nothing more important to you than your sister. She could sense the profound pain and guilt hidden within Kabutsuji's harsh words. Oni-chan, I don't want to die. I don't want to be apart from you. As Daki's head transformed into ashes, Kabutsuji panicked. Comb. He then suddenly froze, realizing, yes, his sister was named Comb. Not that wretched name, Daki. Chapter 23, The Promise. May you both lead ordinary lives in your next life. Unbeknownst to him, Tamayo had arrived behind Kane Kocho, his hands gracefully clutching a folding fan, which he held behind his waist. His stunningly handsome visage bore a stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor, his thick brows slightly furrowed, eyelids narrowed, and his vividly colored pupils shimmered with compassion and gravity. Indeed, life offers no choices, it merely presents outcomes predetermined by fate. Had he not awakened to the memories of his past life, this existence would inevitably succumb to the poison delivered by that girl. Contemplating this, a bitter smile crept upon Tamayo's lips. As the thick fog dissipated, Kabutsuji became momentarily frozen, his gaze vacant. Yes, he recalled. In his human days, he was that forsaken child abandoned by Amaterasu. His mother, a lowly courtesan, possessed only the power to be chosen by patrons. Their impoverished household often teetered on the brink of survival, and during her pregnancy, she nearly took his life on several occasions. Born as an anticipated burden, his tragic fate reached out with murky shadows, silently dragging him into the abyss. From the moment of his birth, he was an unsightly child. His face marred by dark blotches, uneven and grotesque, with sharp teeth bared, and a frail, emaciated body that instilled dread at first glance. He had no father, or rather, any man within the brothel could potentially claim that title. In his youth, when hunger gnawed at him, he resorted to begging on the streets. People, upon seeing his unsightly form and learning he was the child of a courtesan and some unknown man, hurled insults and abuse at him. Every soul in that town, including drunken women and children, would scold him, hurl stones, as though he were a foul beast staining their eyes. Filthy vermin. Disgusting. Get lost. Fool. Worthless. It seemed as though every epithet in existence was tailored expressly for him. Such days transitioned from anxiety to resentment and ultimately to numbness. Even if he were to be slain by a brutish man in a fit of rage, he would no longer lament. For he was never expected to exist in this world. Yet, on that fateful day, the birth of his sister was akin to a ray of sunlight piercing through the darkness of his world. Her name was Kamaru, derived from the illness that claimed their mother's life. Though it was a rather unfortunate name, her arrival somehow propped up his crumbling existence. Kamaru was adorable, fair, and tender. Even as an infant, it was evident she would blossom into a stunning woman. Kabutsuji, gazing upward, mused whether the heavens had finally acknowledged his plight and gifted him such a precious treasure. To care for his sister, he took up the sickle left behind by a patron and entered the merciless world of debt collection. Perhaps due to his childhood torment, he discovered his body was remarkably resilient, and with time, his fighting prowess grew formidable. As Kamaru matured into a delicate beauty, Kabutsuji became the formidable enforcer of the brothel's underbelly. Fear gripped all who beheld him. None could match his fierce tenacity. He envisioned a future where he could amass wealth, allowing Kamaru to marry her beloved in splendid fashion. However, all these cherished dreams were incinerated that night. Kamaru, an impressionable child, fell prey to his teachings about seizing happiness with determination. He assured her she was protected by her brother and merely needed to grow up blissfully. On that night, she blinded the warrior pursuing her, who, in a fit of vengeance, set her ablaze. He was not present at the time, but upon his return, he discovered a charred mass in the fire pit, a body that still twitched faintly. No, how could this be? That was his dear sister. The rice ball slipped from his hand as he rushed into the extinguished pit, clutching the searing remains. The heat was both agonizing and chilling to his heart. His eyes widened, bloodshot, as tears cascaded down his face. No, please, don't take her from me. You have given me nothing. Why do you take everything away? I possess nothing but my sister, so why must you snatch her away? Unforgivable, unforgivable. Return my sister to me, he cried, or I shall slay every god and demon alike. To his astonishment, the warrior returned. The sharp blade cleaved into his back, spilling crimson blood. His battered body collapsing onto the ground, still clutching the charred girl. The warrior disdainfully turned away, conversing with an elderly woman beside him, but Kabutsuji, fueled by sheer will, grasped the sickle and plunged it into the warrior's back, blood splattering forth, and he did not spare the woman who accompanied him. Ignoring the two lifeless bodies, Kabutsuji trembled as he crawled toward his sister, cradling her in his arms, step by step, advancing toward the abyss of darkness. No one came to their aid. Trapped in this quagmire of despair, as always, no one was willing to lend a hand. Why? That night, the snow began to fall heavily. Flakes drifted down softly into the dim alley, carrying an icy chill. In the profound silence, he beheld Tamayo in his previous incarnation as the leader of the Paradise cult. The moonlight illuminated the alley. What is happening? How tragic. A curious voice, youthful and magnetic, resonated with an inexplicable allure. Before him stood a figure of divine beauty, transcending the mundane, with peculiar, colorful eyes. Alarmingly, blood dripped from his lips, and he bore a severed woman's leg on his shoulder, while clutching another, gnawed and grotesque, revealing pale bone mixed with flesh. In his other hand, he held the head of a woman, her eyes wide and bloodshot. Because I am kind, I cannot simply ignore you, he murmured. That girl is surely nearing death, huh? Allow me to share my blood with you. Should you be chosen by that esteemed individual, you shall become an immortal demon. Life is a precious gift, it must be cherished. Become a demon. I believe you can ascend to the ranks of the 12 Kazuki. Perhaps even rise to the upper moon. Tamayo's deep, resonant voice flowed from his lips, imbued with a seductive, deadly allure. He extended his palm, as if a deity offering salvation, softly uttering words of compassion, allowing the head to roll upon the ground, spilling forth vibrant blood and a putrid stench. He yearned for his sister to live, to exact vengeance upon this cruel world. He desired to become a demon. Oni-chan, Oni-chan. In a daze, the thick fog transformed into darkness, as if all that existed was rendered void. Brother, a familiar voice echoed, tightening around his heart. He paused momentarily, then resolutely advanced toward the voice's source. Brother, wait for me. Jigakuro Taro finally succumbed to temptation and turned his head, his soul jolting at the sight of her. The figure behind him, Daki, transformed back into her human form as Kocho, her silken white hair cascading down, her azure eyes brimming with resolve. Her features were delicate and exquisite, her skin alabaster and radiant, adorned in a pale pink kimono adorned with a checkered pattern, a sight to behold. Why have you followed me? I am not your brother. Do not trail me. The raspy voice was devoid of warmth and empathy. It was precisely because he was her brother that he imparted such reckless lessons, blinding a samurai and ultimately leading to his own ruin. Had he instructed her to endure in silence, perhaps she would have obediently married the samurai and borne his children, for Kocho was easily swayed. Had she been born into a wealthy family, she would have become an elegant and noble heiress. Had she come from a humble household, she could have lived a simple yet blissful life. If only Kocho were not his sister. As for the depths of hell, let him bear that burden alone. Brother, are you angry? I am sorry, you are not ugly at all. I am merely upset with myself. If only I could be of more help to you. Tears welled in Kocho's eyes, her voice choked with emotion. After a moment of heavy silence, Jigakuro Taro, with his back turned to her, murmured, "It matters not. This task was destined to be a death sentence. Moreover, I am no longer your brother. Go to the other side, it is brighter there." Just as he took a step away, Kocho leaped onto his slender back. No, I do not want to leave you. We must be together forever. No matter how many times we are reincarnated, I will always be your sister. Please, do not hate me, do not scold me, do not abandon me. The tears streamed down, soaking his cold shoulder. After a prolonged silence, he gently cradled her delicate calves and slowly walked into the roaring flames of retribution. Sister, whether to heaven or hell, I shall forever protect you. The frenzied waves of fire surged one after another, clawing and mercilessly consuming all their sins. Jigakuro Taro's form morphed from a ghostly gray back into his human likeness, gradually fading into the swirling smoke. Kename looked on as Jigakuro Taro's head turned to ash, dissolving into the air, silent tears cascading down her cheeks, before being enveloped in a warm embrace. This was not cruelty from Tamayo. It was a necessity for him to be ruthless. He currently had no means to liberate Jigakuro Taro and his kin from Muzen's control and surveillance, let alone compel them to obey his commands. As long as he had not located Tamayo, he had no choice but to eliminate any demons aware of his whereabouts. Otherwise, once Muzen discovered them, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Chapter 24, The Beginning. While Jigakuro Taro and Daki sought out Tamayo, Muzen was also in pursuit of a test subject capable of withstanding his power. During those days, the snow fell heavily, blanketing the mountains in a thick white shroud. Tanjiro, I regret the burden you've taken on. Aoi knelt on the ground, tenderly wiping his soot-covered face, her words imbued with concern and tenderness. Do not fret over me, mother. As the eldest son, it is my duty to shoulder this. The sunlit smile of the young boy allowed his mother to gently assist him in cleaning his face before fastening his clothing. Brother, let us accompany you. Hanako and Shigeru, hand in hand, dashed out of the house, exclaiming, "It is far too cold, you should stay home. I shall return shortly." Tanjiro's fiery red hair and the scar on his forehead stood out vividly against the white flurry of snow, the contrasting colors of his haori fluttering in the wind as he bore a heavy load of charcoal upon his back. The winters here were long and harsh, with the breath of the living crystallizing into frost. As the eldest child, following the passing of his father, he must bear the weight of the family's responsibilities, relying on the sale of charcoal to sustain their livelihood. Their family resided far from the village, seemingly retreating from the world since time immemorial, surviving through the generations by collecting firewood and selling charcoal. In Tanjiro's generation, and that of his father, this tradition persisted. Now, it continued as ever, with 5 younger siblings. The sensible Nezuko assisted their mother with household chores and even wove garments for sale in the village, although life in winter was rather strained. The bonds of kinship were a source of warmth. After bidding farewell to his mother and siblings, he descended the mountain with a bundle of firewood. Due to Tanjiro's kind-hearted nature, he often lent a hand to villagers with various tasks, causing him to return home after nightfall. "Ah, Tanjiro, stay here. It is unsafe to return home this late," called out Grandpa Saburo, halting Tanjiro as he began his ascent and inviting him into a modest wooden cabin. The oppressive silence of the snowy night was suffocating. Thus, he listened to Grandpa Saburo's tales of demons until he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, his family atop the mountain was headed towards a fateful and horrific conclusion that night. "Nezuko, close the door. Tanjiro has likely been delayed. The sun has already set. Has something happened to my brother?" Hanako tugged at her mother's clothing, her curiosity piqued. "There is no need to worry, Hanako. Your brother is a reliable child. He is probably just staying with someone in the village due to the late hour." Aoi spoke softly as she wove the fabric. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, and Nezuko beamed with delight. "It must be my brother returning." She hurriedly ran to open the door, only to find a stranger standing there, his face even paler than the snow. "Who are you? It has been quite difficult to find your family. May I come in?" His deep, magnetic voice mingled with the biting cold wind that swept into the home. Without waiting for Nezuko's response, he stepped inside, shoes still on. "Hey!" Aoi, hearing the commotion, set down her weaving and exited the room, encountering the ominous figure clad in a suit. The crimson hue of his eyes sent a shiver down her spine. "Sir, it is quite impolite to intrude into someone else's home uninvited." Muzan Kabutsuji smiled malevolently, his cold voice resonating. "I sincerely apologize. But it would be far better if the descendants of the sun-breathing users were to perish." His icy gaze swept across the innocent faces, and with a broad, elongated hand, his blackened nails began to extend ominously from his fingertips. Aoi, trembling in fear, shielded Shigeru behind her. "Why, you're a demon. Nezuko, quickly take Rokuta away." In an instant, a hand seized her heart, crushing it, blood spraying from her chest and splattering onto Shigeru's face and the floor. "Mother! Ah, I have killed you." Shigeru darted from behind Aoi, fiercely biting into Muzan's arm. With a swift motion, Muzan swatted the boy's hand away, 5 sharp claws instantly rending through his back, tearing apart his insides. Thud! The lifeless body of Aoi lay pressed against the ground alongside Shigeo, a pool of blood seeping into the earth. "Damn it!" Muzan Kabutsuji. Bamboo took up his axe and swung it toward Muzan, the impact resonating like a strike against stone, numbing his arm. In an instant, the black thorny vines sprouting from Muzan's body pierced through the flesh of both Takeo and Hanako, blood gushing forth onto the ground. Witnessing the brutal murder of his mother and younger siblings at the hands of this man, the heavy scent of blood permeated the air within the house. Nezuko's bloodshot eyes welled with tears as she bit her lip, clutching onto Rokuta and fleeing through the door. But where could they run? Muzan rose gracefully, licking the blood from his hand, his sharp fangs glimmering with a dark crimson hue. Suddenly, he appeared beside Nezuko and Rokuta, taking a step past them and slashing with one hand. Deep gashes opened on their bodies, blood spraying forth as Nezuko stumbled, clutching Rokuta tightly before collapsing helplessly into the snow. Gazing at the corpses both inside and outside the house, Muzan, as if struck by a thought, adjusted his hat, smirking, and extended his finger, glistening with black armor, injecting blood into Nezuko's jugular vein. Since she is a descendant of the Kamadu family, if she becomes a demon, will she possess the ability to withstand sunlight? He pondered. However, the girl's body convulsed slightly before going limp on the ground. Is it still not possible? He shrugged off the thought, concluding that with the extinction of these descendants of the sun, nothing else, except that accursed sunlight, could ever threaten him again. As for the Demon Slayer Corps, he had never regarded them as a threat. They were merely a bothersome nuisance akin to flies. Following this, Muzan departed from the scene of carnage, continuing his search for test subjects. Unbeknownst to him, Nezuko's heart, lying on the ground, began to beat once more, slowly at first, but gradually growing stronger, the flow of blood quickening. Why did her heart ache so? Tanjiro bid farewell to Grandpa Saburo and made his way up the mountain, the unease in his mind growing heavier with each step. He quickened his pace. Now mostly healed, Ju Tomioka picked up his Nichiren blade once more, rushing to fulfill his mission of slaying demons. Driven by fate, Ju gradually approached the forest where the Kamadu family resided. Meanwhile, Dōma, having dealt with Jotaro and Daki, set off with Kane Kocho to return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. He dared not gamble on whether Muzan would gather the 12 Kazuki to hunt him down upon discovering his whereabouts, or whether he would choose to remain holed up in the Infinity Castle as before. If it were just him, it would not matter, but now, with her by his side, he was unwilling to risk it all, putting aside the search for Tamayo for the time being. Chapter 25, Yoya Ubuyashiki. The sleek black Toyota glided along the newly constructed asphalt road built by the government in recent years. In the back seat, Kane Kocho nestled against Dōma, her slender fingers gently caressing the delicate hand of the person in her embrace. She had not anticipated that the lives of Jotaro and Nezuko would be so arduous. Dōma candidly recounted his encounters with those unfortunate children, yet he did not believe that transforming them into demons was a mistake. Without Muzan Kabutsuji, perhaps everything would have been much better, he mused with a fond smile. Perhaps everything is interconnected by cause and effect. Even if he had not turned them into demons, Jotaro would have irrationally sought vengeance against this dark society for his sister, hunting down every opportunity available to him. Even if he failed and was reduced to mere pulp, that overwhelming rage would remain buried in the earth, coalescing with the underground rivers to create torrents that would stir up waves. And individuals like Jotaro, who had their most cherished possessions taken from them, were, in fact, all too common during the oppressive and chaotic Edo period. Upon arriving in Muji County, Dōma followed Kane into a secluded mountain area shrouded in lush greenery, where the trees reached for the heavens. Soon, they encountered a 10-person patrol team, each member boasting considerable strength. Flower Pillar, the leader exclaimed upon spotting them, rushing over excitedly to bow in respect to Kane. Curiously glancing at the man in the suit behind her, he inquired, "Flower Pillar, who is this?" Dōma, concealing his demonic aura, was perceived merely as an attractive, ordinary man by the Demon Slayer team. Kane turned to glance at Dōma, her expression gentle. "This is my husband. I will take him to meet Lord Ubuyashiki. You may continue your patrol." "Yes." In the midst of their astonished gazes, Dōma took Kane's delicate hand, a playful smile gracing his lips as they continued forward. Under the moonlight, Dōma's tall figure and Kane's slender silhouette drew close, and as they passed beneath the branches, the man tenderly cleared the path for her. "Oh my, is this delicate figure truly our Flower Pillar? The Flower Pillar actually has someone. Incredible, incredible. Why are you crying?" "Before I could confess, I am already heartbroken. How infuriating. A vendetta against the abductor of my beloved, never to be forgiven." Sensing the furious stares behind him, Dōma chuckled teasingly, pulling Kane closer into his embrace, only to find her stepping on his foot, causing his smile to falter. "What is it?" Kane asked with concern, her previously raised smile quickly fading as she looked at Dōma. "It's nothing." After taking another step, he felt a small foot tread on his instep again. "Oh dear, it seems I accidentally stepped on you." Her voice, as sweet as a nightingale, carried a hint of mischief and apology in her glistening purple eyes. Dōma's lips twitched as he silently scooped her up, her delicate arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. "Put me down," Kane exclaimed, noticing the astonished expressions of the Demon Slayer team behind them, her face flushing crimson as she pushed against his chest. "This way, you won't step on anything. If you encounter a stone, it would break my heart." His warm breath brushed against her cheek, intensifying the blush on her already rosy face. Kane lightly punched his chest. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Though the leaves rustled in the wind and the night owls hooted, their voices were soft. Yet the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were not ordinary individuals. The tender exchanges between the two floated into their ears, shattering their preconceived notions. "Is this really the illustrious pillar?" One member gasped, sweating profusely. "Dōma, hold still. Be careful with the child." Dōma gently chastised Kane, who was squirming in his grasp. Once she ceased her struggles, Dōma smirked, lifting her slightly tighter in his embrace. With his tall figure striding forward, the only remnants left were the Nicaran blades scattered on the forest floor, producing soft sounds as they clashed against fallen leaves, and the frozen silhouettes of the Demon Slayer team. As they traversed the thicket and reached the flat hills, the faint outlines of wooden houses came into view. Sensing the restrained excitement of the person in his arms, Dōma gently set her down on the ground. The familiar wooden door stood ajar before them, moisture glistening in her eyes. Kanawo Butterfly delicately pushed open the door, the creaking sound accompanying her as she took Dōma's hand and stepped over the threshold. Entering the residence of the Tsuguko family, the very front yard of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. As was customary, there were no members of the Corps to be seen guarding the premises. The Tsuguko family has always cherished every member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Each has their own duties, and guarding the headquarters is deemed not only insignificant, but a waste of the Corps' precious strength. The traditional ancient Japanese wooden structure harmoniously aligns with nature, spacious and orderly in its design. The courtyard lay silent. Presumably all had retired for the night. Releasing Dōma's hand, Kanawa still knocked on the door, the crisp sound echoing in the quiet courtyard. Soon, gentle footsteps approached from within. The door opened to reveal Tsuguko Yose's wife, Tsuguko Amano. "It truly is you, Kanawa-chan. How wonderful, you have returned." "Madam," she replied. "And this gentleman?" Amano asked, her brow slightly furrowing at the sight of the handsome man beside Kanawa. Unable to place him among the faces of the Demon Slayer Corps members she had come to know. Kanawa smiled faintly. "Madam, where is Lord Yose? Let us speak inside." "Ah, Sumamasen, I was remiss. Please, come in." Dōma adeptly removed Kanawa's shoes, then followed suit, entering through the door behind her. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely behind the two women, appreciating the layout of the attic, his colorful eyes glancing over it, as if he were the true master of the estate. Amano was aware that Kanawa had been abducted by the Upper Moon too, and now, the identity of this unfamiliar man beside her was all too clear. Observing the intimate gestures between the two, a flicker of surprise surfaced in her eyes, soon replaced by a wave of concern, albeit quickly concealed. It wasn't long before they entered the main hall, where Tsuguko Yose sat upon the tatami mat. Clad in a black cotton kimono with a half-purple-red flame-patterned haori draped over it, his handsome visage bore a disfiguring scar of pale purple that extended to his eyebrows, resembling a twisted worm under the candlelight, a manifestation of a curse. After bringing them in, Amano glanced at Yose, who nodded, and she quietly withdrew to close the door. The unspoken understanding between the long-married couple was profound, a silent connection. "Lord Yose, may you be well. I am deeply remorseful towards you," Kanawa said, kneeling gracefully before him. Bowing her head in respect, Dōma calmly knelt beside Kanawa, sitting upright and casting a steady gaze at the man before him, a slight frown forming. It wasn't particularly comforting to witness the wife he had always doted on showing reverence to another male. Chapter 26, The Wind Pillar. Yose maintained a gentle, spring-like smile, his dark, glistening eyes casting a benevolent glance at Dōma. "Kanawa, it is a relief to see you return safely. Regardless of where you may wander, you will always be the proud sword of the Demon Slayer Corps, our kin." The familiar, steady, and gentle voice instantly calmed the turbulent heart of Kanawa. Dōma's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, such words from a leader exuded an intoxicating charm, yet they held no sway over him. "You are the Upper Moon too, Mr. Dōma, are you not? I am grateful for your care towards Kanawa during this time," Yose said, offering a slight bow. He then turned to Kanawa. "Kanawa, go check on Shinobu. In your absence, she has worked tirelessly and has grown immensely. As for you, Lord Yose, if there is anything to discuss, please inquire with Dōma. I shall take my leave now." Yose nodded with a smile, watching her exit the room. As the air settled into silence, their gazes locked, an unspoken tension hanging between them. Dōma's slight smile widened, a light chuckle escaping him. The head of the Tsuguko family certainly possesses a gracious demeanor. Allowing an Upper Moon in without a trace of caution. Does he look down upon me? During his 2 centuries as an Upper Moon, he had slain no fewer than 200 members of the Demon Slayer Corps, yet no hint of resentment could be discerned on Yose's face. A depth of character that commanded his respect. "No," Yose shook his head gently, "there's no need. I trust Kanawa. Moreover, should Mr. Dōma commit any indiscretions, I believe the first to be displeased would be Kanawa, your wife. I surmise you would be unwilling to cause her distress." "Haha, you deduce correctly. Mr. Dōma, I sincerely apologize. I require your assistance. I need you to help the Demon Slayer Corps in slaying Muzan." Dōma's smile turned devilish as he shifted from kneeling to a seated position, one leg curled beneath him while the other stretched naturally, his hand lazily resting on his knee, playing with his cascading hair. "I can refrain from consuming humans, but why should I aid you in slaying Muzan? Muzan Kabutsuji is the king of demons, the progenitor of demon blood. Can you assure me that should he perish, I will not follow suit? Furthermore, with countless subordinates at his command, expecting one demon to confront him alone seems rather ill-advised." Yose softly pressed his lips together. Mr. Dōma is no longer under Muzan's control. He would naturally not perish alongside him. I understand the Demon Slayer Corps strength is ultimately limited, but we will do our utmost to assist you in vanquishing Muzan. I believe Mr. Dōma might be somewhat interested in the whereabouts of Lady Tamayo. Dōma's sinister smile faltered, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Yose, who maintained his gentle, spring-like demeanor. "That is indeed an intriguing proposition. Let us make a bargain," Dōma proposed, straightening from his reclining position. "I am willing to lend my hand and shall not indiscriminately slay, but I require intelligence from the Demon Slayer Corps, and I need Lady Tamayo to heed my summons. In return, I will intervene once. To speak coldly, without Lady Tamayo, even if every member of the Demon Slayer Corps sacrificed their lives in a valiant effort to slay Muzan, he would undoubtedly remain unconquered. In truth, no volcano is truly dormant. Never underestimate a woman's wrath. She will wield her terrifying and profound intellect to forsake everything in pursuit of vengeance. Very well. After a moment of silence, Yose acquiesced to his demands. With 3 Hashira unable to eliminate Dōma, his strength was evidently formidable. Yose resolved to consider Dōma as the ultimate trump card in the quest to slay Muzan Kibutsuji, firmly believing that when the time was ripe, Muzan would inevitably meet his end at the hands of this generation's Hashira. Following a pleasant conclusion to their negotiations, Dōma rose, casting a condescending smile at Suguko Yose. Then I shall reside at the Butterfly Mansion for a while, awaiting the auspicious news from the head of the Suguko family. With that, he did not wait for Yose's response and strode out the door. Behind him, Yose sighed with a hint of worry. Mr. Dōma is indeed willful. I fear for those children of his. I hope he can show them some mercy. Ahem. The night wind rustled the leaves, and the hoot of an owl echoed as a white figure stepped into the courtyard, ushering in a serene yet piercing breeze. As Dōma stepped out of the main hall, he was met by the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, who had just returned from a mission. Who are you? A mere mortal? No, you are a demon, are you not? Though you lack the pungent stench typical of most demons, that unsettling chill in the air is a trait no ordinary human could possess. Sanemi's demeanor was somber, the jagged scars crisscrossing his elongated face appearing particularly grotesque under the moonlight. The intense scent of blood lingering about him suggested he had just vanquished several demons. You are the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, aren't you? Dōma mused, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Indeed, you possess a certain allure. He inhaled deeply, sensing the tantalizing scent of blood emanating from Sanemi's wounds, reminiscent of a fine wine. Suddenly, a gust of wind erupted from beneath Sanemi's feet, and the Nichiren blade, resembling a radiant star, shot forth toward Dōma. Damn it, perish! He exclaimed. As a demon, you deserve nothing less than death. My apologies for being a demon. Dōma replied with elegance, gracefully tilting his head to evade Sanemi's attack. He deftly drew the iron fan from his waist, and, with a swift motion, aimed for the back of Sanemi's neck. Sensing the imminent danger, Sanemi quickly pivoted, raising his Nichiren blade to deflect the fan. The clash of their weapons produced a brilliant spark, sending Sanemi sprawling back several meters, his hands tingling from the impact. The Hashira could easily dispatch lower-ranked demons. Yet the demon before him exhibited a speed surpassing that of even a Hashira. This must be an upper moon. Under the moonlight, Dōma unfurled his folding fan, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Sanemi's pupils constricted as he recognized the fan. The information provided by their lord indicated that the demon wielding an iron fan was none other than Upper Moon 2, the one who had abducted Kane. So it is you, Sanemi seethed, fury igniting in his eyes, his veins bulging ominously as he gripped his sword. What have you done to Kane? Understanding the depth of Sanemi's anger, Dōma grinned. Kane, well, she has been quite thoroughly consumed by me. The memory of the girl's laughter lingered in the air, yet it shattered like glass in an instant. Sanemi, you bear yet another scar, Dōma remarked casually. You wouldn't understand. This is a man's romance, Sanemi retorted. You shouldn't speak ill of our lord. Our lord? What kind of lord sits comfortably while sending us to confront demons, avoiding the peril himself, only to stand before us and pontificate? You are mistaken. Our lord is not so superficial. He remembers the lives of each of his comrades and has invested as much effort into defeating Muzan Kibutsuji as we have. In time, you will understand. I apologize for misjudging our lord, Sanemi replied, his voice softer. Now, go forth and slay demons. I wish you luck. A radiant smile from a girl warmed the dark recesses of his heart. For the first time, he felt that life held more than just suffering. It could also bring exhilaration. Yet, this flicker of warmth buried deep within him was swiftly extinguished by the presence before him. Regarding the rational corrections to the original plot, side story. Lady Warabeheim, your guests have arrived. I know. Just let them be. What is that sound? Have I descended into hell? Kibutsuji Tajuro struggled to break free from the darkness, opening his eyes to find himself in a space entwined with flesh and silk. This was the place where he had once merged with his sister's body. Utilizing the bond between siblings, he glimpsed the familiar interior of a flower house. How is this possible? Were they not already decapitated? Sister? Feeling her brother's call, Daki responded with confusion. Brother, what is it? I'm not in danger. Why have you suddenly awakened? Typically, Kibutsuji Tajuro slumbered within Daki's body, rousing only when she faced peril. Sister, have you encountered the sound Hashira or Tanjiro? Tajuro's expression turned grave. Sound Hashira? Who is that? No. Have any demon slayers come to gather information? 3 women? Ah, yes, there were, but unfortunately, they were too tight-lipped. Once I grow hungry, I shall make them my first meal. Tajuro's pupils dilated as he detached from Daki's body, his slender, angular shadow emerging in the candlelight. The heavy, white floral kimono slipped away as he materialized. "Apologies, sister," Tajuro declared, swiftly knocking Daki unconscious before leaping through the window, racing away at a whirlwind's pace in search of something, leaving sparks in his wake. What was that? Something just darted by. In a corner of the alley, an iron barrel lay quietly against the wall, glimmering in the moonlight. With a sudden halt, Tajuro opened the barrel and crammed his sister inside. He dashed back out, gathering nails and a hammer. Thud, 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 thud. "Perfect," he exclaimed, discarding the hammer and sprinting away with the barrel like a whirlwind. Bang! What the hell? Who threw that hammer? Idiot. The flying hammer crashed through a window, startling two plump figures engrossed in philosophical discussions on the continuity of human life. In the brothel, there was no shortage of such subjects. Yet, Tajuro, now hundreds of meters away, could not have heard it. Finding a shovel, he located a secluded alley and began digging a pit. Once it reached a suitable depth, he placed the barrel inside and covered it with dirt and stones. To prevent it from shifting, Tajuro jumped onto the dirt mound, bouncing a few times before departing the scene. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a cement truck and a roller, filling the pit with cement and compacting it thoroughly. "That should do. You can leave now." "Leave? Where's the payment?" Tajuro looked up, his black pupils turning a blood-red hue. The words upper moon chillingly evident in his gaze. "Do you want money, or do you want to die?" His voice was hoarse and low. In no time, the vehicles vanished, leaving only twigs rolling in the wind. Staring at the smooth, clean ground, Tajuro placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. This time, let us see how you kill." "Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, remember your mission. Gather intelligence and rescue your comrades." "Hi." Progress bar moving. Bang. Kabutsuji Tajuro barged into a shop. "Who are you? How dare you?" A group of burly thugs surrounded him, but he swiftly cleaved them in half with his scythe. Sarararo is killing." The air was filled with piercing screams. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. What had transpired? The pale girl with a scar upon her brow slid down the stairs, her eyes widening in horror at the gruesome sight of blood on the ground. With her scarred forehead and draped in a black and green checkered haori, she exclaimed, "Tanjiro, I have finally found you. Ha ha ha. Prepare to meet your demise." Kabutsuji swung his blood scythe towards Tanjiro with ferocious intensity. In a moment of instinct, Tanjiro, realizing he stood no chance against this adversary, fled without hesitation. After sprinting for a while, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, causing him to instinctively duck and roll onto the ground. With a deafening crash, the scythe struck the wooden wall, creating a gaping hole that breached into the neighboring shop. "Who is it? Who dares disturb my audition?" A voice cried in dismay as the sound of a shamisen was abruptly interrupted. "Zenitsu, run!" Tanjiro shouted desperately after spotting his friend playing the instrument. Zenitsu's eyes widened like saucers as he caught sight of the grotesque figure pursuing Tanjiro. "What in the world is that creature? And you shall perish too," Kabutsuji bellowed, brandishing his scythe at the frightful sight of Zenitsu in his garish attire. "Help!" Zenitsu cried, discarding the shamisen and sprinting away, instinctively activating the thunder-breathing technique to distance himself from the two. In the moonlit night, a peculiar scene unfolded. Two girls ran for their lives ahead, while the hideous, rugged man pursued them, raising clouds of dust in his wake. A pig-headed figure crouched not far away under an eave. As they approached, he leapt down with a sudden force, wielding dual blades in a fierce attack. Beast-breathing, second form, slice. The damaged Nichiren blade surged forth, aiming directly at Kabutsuji's neck. Just in time, Kabutsuji sneered, gripping his blood scythe and slashing at Inosuke. The force of the blow sent Inosuke flying. Blood demon art, flying blood scythe. A drop of blood coalesced and suspended in the air, slicing through the air like a blade towards Inosuke. In a desperate attempt, he raised his Nichiren blade to block the blood blade, but the overwhelming force pushed him back, causing him to crash heavily against the wooden wall. Blood spilling from his mouth. "Inosuke!" Tanjiro cried out, his concern quickly morphing into fury. Water-breathing, first form, water surface slash. He unleashed a torrent of water, directing it at Kabutsuji, his purple eyes ablaze with wrath. The clash of the blood scythe and the Nichiren blade ignited a brilliant spark. Without the burden of your companions, let us see who can stop me now." Kabutsuji grinned wickedly, slashing at Tanjiro from an awkward angle, his speed surpassing Tanjiro's reflexes. A flash of white light sliced through the air, followed by a spray of blood. Ugh! Tanjiro was propelled backward, intense pain radiating from his abdomen, forcing him to clutch his wound, half kneeling in agony. Crimson droplets dripped from his fingertips, the sensation of losing blood and the searing pain nearly sapping him of his strength. "Tanjiro, what do we do? What do we do?" Zenitsu trembled, his grip on the hilt of his sword shaking as he witnessed the overwhelming might of the upper moon. How could my sister have been decapitated by such filth? When did we ever slay your sister? Tanjiro gasped, straining to suppress his wounds with his breathing techniques. Where is Tenjin Uzui? Before he could receive an answer, a black steel orb was suddenly hurled at him. Kabutsuji's pupils constricted as he quickly crossed his arms, raising his blood scythe to shield himself. With a thunderous explosion, a violent cloud of smoke erupted, the shockwave crashing into Kabutsuji. As the smoke cleared, Tanjiro and Inosuke had vanished from sight. The clanking of chains echoed behind Kabutsuji, who grinned widely, aware that the real challenge had arrived. Tenjin Uzui, he called out. These three little pests are no match for me. Let us engage in a grand duel. I'm ready for you. Tengin's familiar, cheerful voice rang out, accompanied by the whistling of his blades slicing through the air. Clang. He parried Kabutsuji's scythe with his golden blade, immediately followed by another strike. The sound of fireworks echoed as buildings crumbled in the wake of their fierce confrontation. To the naked eye, the movements of both fighters were nearly imperceptible. Kabutsuji unleashed his full power in a vengeful fury, weaving blood blades that ensnared Tenjin. In the chaos, some strikes landed, causing blood to splatter, and the silver ring on Tengin's forehead shattered with a crack, his white hair stained in crimson. Damn it! Such overwhelming power, such blinding speed. And this fighting style is as bizarre as that of a praying mantis. Sound breathing, fourth form, echoing slashes. Tenjin gripped his dual swords tightly, executing swift strikes, each one unleashing a shockwave that reverberated like explosive detonations. When Kabutsuji aimed for Tengin's neck, his hand was obliterated in an explosive clash, only for a new arm to sprout instantaneously, resuming the fierce battle. Sound breathing, fifth form, melody of strings. Brilliant light danced like a dragon amidst the swirling dust, crackling and bursting into radiant sparks with every clash. Useless, useless. I have thoroughly deciphered your techniques. Kabutsuji cackled maniacally, propelling his blood scythe with all his might, launching it in a spinning arc. The air hummed with a low drone as it broke the sound barrier. Tanjiro and his companions, leaning against a nearby wall, observed the battle. Sweat dripped from Tanjiro's forehead like rain, the agony coursing through him. Tenjin is being overwhelmed. What should we do? Is it possible that Tenjin cannot overcome this upper moon? No, I must assist Tenjin. Yet, the moment he moved, his wound reopened, blood gushing forth. The scythe had inflicted a deep wound in his abdomen, tearing through his insides. Even the slightest motion threatened to engulf him in excruciating pain. Zenitsu, hurry and help Tenjin. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm worthless. When faced with a demon, I can only run. How could I possibly confront an upper moon? I would be obliterated. Zenitsu shook his head vigorously, tears streaming down his face in a mixture of snot and sorrow. The battlefield is a realm of ever-shifting dynamics. As Tanjiro weakly implores Zenitsu, the frenzied Jotaro unleashes a torrent of attacks upon the formidable Tenjin Uzui. When the dust finally settles, the echoes of chaos fade, revealing Tenjin Uzui, his heart grievously pierced by the blood sickle, lifelessly descending to the ground. Ha! Jotaro's blood-red eyes coldly fixate on Tanjiro and his companions, dragging Uzui's lifeless form closer, step by step, inexorably advancing toward them. Swish! The blood sickle slices through the air, severing three heads that plummet to the ground, leaving a crimson pool in their wake. Ah, perfection! This is how one should unveil the prowess of Upper Moon 6. Gaga. Off I go, time to retire for the night. Did I forget something? Never mind, it matters not. Jotaro shakes his head and strides into the enveloping darkness, dragging Uzui's corpse behind him. Chapter 27, The Battle on the Ice Lake. Unforgivable. Consumed by rage, Sanemi Shinazugawa channels his total concentration breathing, a fierce gust erupting from beneath his feet, stirring a whirlwind of sand and dust as he lunges forward. The first form of wind breathing, dust whirlwind slash. A ferocious shockwave propels Sanemi toward his foe with the velocity of a cannonball. Dōma retreats, his toes barely grazing the ground, wielding his iron fan to unleash a vast expanse of icy mist. Blood demon art, frozen cloud. An avalanche of ice crystals cascades towards Sanemi, the minuscule shards invading his mouth and nose, choking his respiratory system like a vice. As the tiny crystals flow with his blood, they relentlessly pierce his alveoli. Soaring from the ground, Dōma leaps over the courtyard, treading upon branches as he flies into the distance. Cough. Damn it. Sanemi breaks through the fog, expelling the blood-tinged ice crystals from his body, swiftly pursuing Dōma. You bastard, where do you think you're running to? Extend your neck for me to sharpen my blade. Will you? Upper Moon 2. Silver strands of hair dance in the wind, cascading chaotically behind Dōma's ear, adding a touch of rebellious allure to his striking visage. His long, slender fingers grip the iron fan, resting casually at his waist, while his fitted black coat rustles with an elegant chill. Sanemi relentlessly pursues him, the fierce wind lifting his light garment to reveal a series of elongated scars. Bloodshot eyes bulging with fury, veins throbbing on his forehead. The two are equally matched in speed until Dōma suddenly halts. His toes touch the lake's surface, and with a ripple, the entire expanse becomes encased in ice. Sanemi grins, leaping from the branches to strike at Dōma's unyielding back. You bastard. Prepare to die. A fierce wind blade slices through the air like a dragon, imbued with a brutal intensity. Oh, this is it. Timing, terrain, and camaraderie all align. On the ice lake, Dōma tilts his head back, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he spreads his arms wide. Blood demon art, creeping lotus. With a resounding crash, the ice shatters. 3 massive icy tendrils lunging toward Sanemi. Desperately twisting midair, Sanemi evades 2 of the icy vines, striking with his Nicaran blade against the third, producing a harsh screech as it snaps under his force. As he lands awkwardly on the ice, he nearly loses his footing. Damn it! A blinding flash of white light reappears before him, prompting Sanemi to roll quickly across the icy surface, shielding his face with his hands. Bang! An icy vine plunges into the surface, creating a gaping hole. Lake water mingled with ice shards splashes onto Sanemi, leaving shallow crimson trails across his skin. Dōma, with one hand behind his back, languidly flicks his folding fan before his chest, a smirk playing at his lips. His colorful eyes reflect the moonlight and the lake's surface, shimmering with a beguiling luster. Observing Sanemi's desperate evasion of the icy tendrils, he raises his smile. The greatest virtue is like water, benefiting all things without contention. The most unyielding, however, is prone to fracture. His tone is languid, playful yet laden with meaning. What a farce. Show me some resolve in our fight, you bastard. 4th form, rising dust storm. In a fit of rage, Sanemi rises from the ice, unleashing 5 green wind blades that sever the icy tendrils encircling him. The overwhelming force surges toward Dōma. Sanemi, my brother, don't you think you ought to drink some herbal tea to cool that temper of yours? Clash. Dōma deflects his blade with the iron fan, the rapid exchange of blade and fan creating a cascade of sparks, his feet gliding back across the ice. That hand resting behind his back remains unfaltering, appearing effortlessly relaxed. Cool my temper? Use your head to cool it instead. Sanemi, incensed, swings his Nicaran blade with force. 2nd form, claw of the wind. For wind blades, resembling the marks of bare claws, swiftly slice toward Dōma, leaving large gashes across his chest. Crimson demon blood splatters onto Sanemi's chest, neck, and face, creating a ghastly visage. Soon after, the sword techniques born from his breathing style follow in rapid succession. 3rd form, clear gale wind tree. 6th form, black wind higanbana. Without pause, a barrage of ferocious sword strikes forces Dōma to retreat. His body riddled with injuries as he spills forth chunks of viscera, blood painting the ice in a gruesome tableau. Amidst the cacophony of combat, the elegance that once characterized Dōma has vanished, leaving scarcely an unblemished patch of skin. So swift, truly swift. Indeed, a wind Hashira. Yet, insufficient, far from enough. Do you not realize your body is on the brink of collapsing under your recklessness? As they clash, Dōma taunts Sanemi, the pain from each strike seeping into his very bones. Sanemi's pupils constrict as he soon comprehends. It is his blood. Bastard, is he deliberately holding back against me? This guy is truly vile. Evading the sharp edge of Dōma's fan, Sanemi twists mid-air to face him, a grimace marring his features. Cowardly scoundrel. Reveal all your abilities if you dare. 5th form, cold autumn mountain breeze. Sanemi unleashes the full might of his blade in mid-air, channeling his total concentration. His blood surges rapidly, temperature rising, his widened eyes flooded with blood vessels, muscles straining under the pressure. A massive wind blade erupts from his blade. Swirling around him in a tempest, the leaves caught in the storm moving at an alarming speed, emitting a cacophonous howl. With the force of a cataclysmic tornado, it hurtles toward Dōma. The swiftly moving thin leaves, should they strike a body, would undoubtedly cleave it in two. Ha ha, just as I hoped. Dōma laughs heartily, taking 2 steps back, raising both fans as a torrent of power coalesces from the ice beneath him. Blood demon art, misty ice Arhut fist. This is the culmination of his research, melding memories from his past life with ice-based techniques. It allows for tremendous offensive power without exhausting his energy like the Lotus Bodhisattva. A colossal fist erupted through the ice, stretching forth like a mighty tree, rapidly striking towards the immortal Kawakami Shimiya. The sheer force created a resonating tremor in the air surrounding the icy fist. What? Bang! A powerful shockwave, accompanied by a tremendous roar, erupted from the point of impact, sending ripples cascading outward. Boom, boom, bang, cough, cough. The immense impact propelled Kawakami Shimiya off the surface of the lake, crashing through 3 tree trunks before he collapsed onto the ground, spewing blood. The pain was excruciating. Every part of his body ached. His ribs were shattered, shards piercing his lungs, and a vile poison gnawed at the muscle cells surrounding his veins, rendering him as if everything were in ruins. Even his vision swayed. A disorienting haze of dark green and white light swirling before him. Crack. Unbeknownst to him, Dōma had appeared before the weakened Kawakami Shimiya, who lay helpless on the ground. His footsteps crunched upon the fallen leaves, producing a crisp sound. He gently flicked his folding fan, lowering his gaze to the man beneath him, a smirk dancing upon his lips. The wounds on his body had mysteriously healed. Even his tailored coat remained pristine. He chuckled softly, truly a battle enthusiast, capable of transcending his limits and unleashing such power in the face of poison and grave injury. Alas, you are up against me. Struggling to rise, Kawakami Shimiya fell back to the ground, his mouth and nose smeared with dirt, a pitiful sight. A flash of sword light approached, but Dōma easily evaded it, vanishing into the distance. It was the Demon Slayer Corps patrol team. It's you. So it was you all along. Doma's eyes narrowed slightly, the moonlight glinting off his vividly colorful irises, his smile radiant. Then I shall leave this fellow to you, until we meet again at the Butterfly Mansion. With a swift motion, Doma's figure vanished from their sight. What? The wind Hashira, gravely injured like this. During the brief time we rushed here, such a fierce battle erupted. The group felt a mix of emotions. Chapter 28, The Upper Moon Meeting. Zing. The sound of strings being plucked reverberated, and in a daze, the world spun around. Hanazugawa slowly ascended the staircase, hunched over and pressed against the wall, when an exquisite porcelain jar rolled out from the shadows of the corner. How unaccustomed, truly unaccustomed. Without Dōma, even the air feels dreadfully dull. A dark, shapeless head emerged from the dim opening of the jar, lying flat on the floor, its hair resembling claw-like hands, seemingly grasping at something in the air. A hoarse, sharp voice emerged from what should have been eyes, yet bore a peculiar green-lipped mouth. The eyes, half closed, glinted with an eerie light. Humph, it is quite delightful when a self-important individual can vanish from my sight, showing little respect for their elders. Hanazugawa scoffed, his voice raspy and aged, tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Alas, no one appreciates my artistry anymore. It truly is disconcerting. Ah, is that not Akaza? The jar exclaimed, waving a small hand in greeting towards the figure that loomed above, gazing at the ceiling. The gray-blue shadow fell with a thud, casting a glance at the jar before striding past with an air of aloofness. This one remains unchanged, with that green mouth, uttering one remark after another, followed by a sinister grin and a lolling tongue. Where is Kokushibo? He has long since arrived. You simply lack the strength to perceive it. Old fool, do you wish to challenge me to a duel? You dare bully an elder? The world has truly declined. Suddenly, a deep voice reverberated, silencing the two. Enough. A dashing warrior clad in purple samurai garb stood with his back to them, exuding a chilling aura. Kokushibo, Kokushibo. Hanazugawa and the jar fell silent, respectfully greeting him. Recognizing their lower status, they understood the need to weigh their words carefully. Any breach of decorum is a provocation against the highest authority of the organization. If you find Hanazugawa intolerable, then boldly initiate a bloodbath for succession. Of course, should you disagree with me, I also welcome your challenge. Do you understand, Jar? The man tilted his head, revealing his elongated scarlet eyes, his expression stern. Yes, Kokushibo. I shall hold this precious opportunity in high regard. With that, the jar cast a warning glare at Hanazugawa, who turned away with a cold scoff. Kokushibo turned back, his expression contemplative. He sensed the anger emanating from that individual, as well as a hint of fear. It seemed he was entangled in troublesome matters. Zing. With a pluck of the strings by Nakeheim, the Infinity Castle restructured itself once more. The upper moons gathered orderly upon the wooden platform, except for Dōma and the pair of Daki and Jotaro. Huh. Where are Daki and Jotaro? The jar inquired, surveying the surroundings. It's rare for you to be concerned about those two useless ones. It was Muzan Kabutsuji. The woman in the black kimono emerged from the room, her presence dark and graceful, her crimson eyes coldly surveying the assembled demons. The fiery rage burning in her gaze caused everyone to instinctively lower their heads. We pay our respects, my lord. My lord? So you all still remember me as your lord? Her red lips parted slightly, emitting a chilling, magnetic tone. It has been 500 years at the least. And 100 at the least. You must have consumed quite a number of people by now, yes? Why? Why? Two simple tasks. And yet they remain unfulfilled to this day? Jar. The icy gaze fell upon him, and the jar half exited its vessel, bowing respectfully. My lord, I have discovered the location of the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmith village. Huh. Muzan scoffed. Are you proud of that? The jar lowered its head. After searching for over 100 years, you finally located a mere swordsmith village? When did you lower your own standards so drastically, jar? Have I been too lenient with you all, allowing you to grow so lazy and frivolous, that even a demon has dared to betray me? Muzin's pupils suddenly sharpened with fury, her wrath hanging heavily like a blazing sun over the heads of the demons. Hanazugawa shrank in fear, tucking his head into his embrace, terrified beyond measure. The jar trembled inside its vessel, while Akaza knelt on one knee upon the platform, his expression grave. Only Kokoshibo remained calm, gripping his sword. Standing to the side. To prove that you still hold some usefulness, your next task is singular, to exhaust all efforts to assist Kokoshibo in eliminating Dōma. As for the Demon Slayer Core and the Blue Spider Lily, we shall set them aside for now. Do you understand? Muzin slightly raised her delicate face, her tone frigid as she looked down upon the upper moons. Understood, my lord. Yes, my lord. Neikime. Zing. The woman with disheveled hair obscuring her face plucked the strings of her instrument, and after 3 resonating sounds, the jar, Hanazugawa, and Akaza were transported out of the Infinity Castle. Kokoshibo gazed steadily at Muzin, who stood before him with her hands gracefully crossed at her waist. Her serpentine, rose-hued eyes flickered with an enigmatic light as she approached him. The air between them was thick with tension, each breath palpable. Muzin extended her slender, alabaster fingers to gently caress Kokoshibo's sharply defined chin, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. You are my most cherished creation over the millennia. I trust you will not disappoint me, Kokoshibo. As Kokoshibo departed, Muzin watched his retreating figure, the doors swinging open automatically in response to his presence, only to close again once he had passed. In a swift, terrifying motion, her serpentine limbs, adorned with spines, pierced through the throat of Nagako, infusing her with torrents of blood. A pained moan escaped the woman's lips as she curled up on the ground, her body swelling grotesquely before gradually returning to its normal state. A single eye, stained with crimson, bore the character for 5. Nagako, from this moment forth, you are elevated to the rank of upper 5. Let us shift the infinite fortress a mile deeper into the earth. Yes, my lord. In the butterfly mansion, Shinobu, having immersed herself in rigorous training for 2 months, could scarcely believe her eyes as she beheld her sister, unharmed. Her petite form, wielding a slender blade and draped in a slightly oversized butterfly-patterned haori, stood frozen at the threshold, staring at the gentle silhouette before her in the courtyard. Tears pooled in her violet eyes as she bit her lip, casting aside her sword to rush into the embrace of the woman. Nasan, sister. Kane's eyes glistened with tears as she held her sister tightly. Shinobu. The moonlight bathed the scene in a soft glow, the stars twinkling like jewels in the night sky. The gentle breeze stirred around the 2 sisters, ruffling their garments and untangling their dark locks. When Dōma finally arrived at the butterfly mansion, he discovered the butterfly sisters nestled together on the rooftop, sharing a moment of warmth and tranquility. Kane, still clad in her form-fitting black Demon Slayer uniform, accentuated her figure, while her haori was draped over Shinobu's shoulders. Having sought an audience with the master at headquarters, Kane had managed to request this long-neglected uniform after leaving a deep mark on Dōma's waist. Ah, the burdens of family status, she sighed. Life was indeed a struggle. Dōma mused. Shinobu gazed up at the starlit sky, recounting to Kane the trials she had endured in her absence, how Kane had tirelessly trained to grow stronger, and how many demons she had slain. She spoke of Ju's recovery, now as relentless as ever in his pursuits to vanquish demons. And Chioko's child is nearly 2 years old now, calling for her mother, and strangely, she even enjoys chasing after me, calling me mama. Shinobu shared much, including her commitment to follow her sister's wishes by seeking friendships with demons. Kane perceived the weariness and disillusionment hidden behind Shinobu's gentle features. She embraced her sister, stroking her hair. Shinobu, you need not force yourself. The Shinobu I adore is the one who is her true self. Your genuine anger and true joy are what I cherish most. Nestled in her sister's warm embrace, Shinobu listened to Kane's soft words and silently shed tears. Why is Shinobu crying? A sudden youthful voice broke through the moment, revealing Dōma, who had seated himself beside Kane, casually resting his chin on his hand, intrigued. It's you. Shinobu's head snapped up, recognizing the man who had taken her sister away, and in a flash of anger, she swung her fist towards him. Dōma effortlessly deflected her strike with his folding fan, and without missing a beat, Shinobu pivoted, bracing her hand on Kane's thigh while launching a swift kick at Dōma. However, he seized her ankle, rendering her immobile and quite embarrassed. Veins bulged on Shinobu's forehead, her brows furrowing in frustration. A glimmer of cold light flashed as she attempted to kick Dōma again, this time with a blade emerging from her heel, but he caught it with ease. Oh dear. Fighting right after meeting? How impolite, he teased, His handsome features twisted into a playful smirk as he held her legs captive while she leaned against Kane's lap. "You scoundrel, let me go?" Shinobu demanded, while Kane shot Dōma a reproachful glance. "Enough of this." Dōma chuckled and released her, and she quickly stood, glaring at him. "What is your purpose in returning my sister?" Chapter 29, Divergence. Kane rose, grasping Shinobu's hand as she turned to Dōma. "You may leave now." Dōma replied, "I see I've overstayed my welcome." With a sigh, he stood, pressed a quick kiss to Kane's cheek, and leaped from the rooftop. What a troublesome fellow, Kane thought, casting an exasperated glance at his retreating figure. "Sister, you and he." Shinobu's expression was complex as she gazed into her sister's gentle, autumn-like eyes. "Shinobu, I'm sorry, but you should refer to him as your brother-in-law." Shinobu's violet eyes widened in disbelief, her lips parting in shock. While she had suspected something, the revelation struck her with profound impact. Dōma, the Upper Moon too, a monster who had devoured countless lives, and her sister, a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, a warrior who had saved many by slaying demons. How could this be? How could she become Dōma's wife? Did she not realize this was a betrayal of the Demon Slayer Corps? Then why, sister, have you returned here? Shinobu. This time I returned with the intention of annihilating Muzan Kabutsuji with the assistance of Dōma. But Dōma is an Upper Moon. The master would never agree to such a ridiculous notion. A gentle breeze tousled Shinobu's hair, and Kane tucked it behind her ear, gazing down at her sister. Dōma has severed ties with Muzan. The consequences of his own actions will ultimately return to him. The master summons echoed the call of the crows, piercing the air around them. "Go now, Shinobu." Kane adjusted her sister's collar, her voice tender. "Sister, you have become so gentle." Shinobu observed her sister for a moment, then swiftly leaped from the rooftop. Shinobu's agility has improved significantly, nearly rivaling that of Daki, Dōma remarked with a playful tone. "Indeed, during my absence, she must have endured much hardship. I truly am not a good sister. In a typical family, at her age, she should be cherished by her parents and doted upon by her sister, flourishing like a blooming flower." With such thoughts, tears welled in Kane's eyes. "Hee," Dōma chuckled softly, embracing her from behind, tightly wrapping his arms around her slender waist and delicate shoulders, kissing her smooth forehead. "Enough." Kane smacked Dōma's chest with force, her brows knitting together. "What are you laughing at?" The crystalline dewdrops still clung to her eyelashes, infusing her anger with a touch of softness and a hint of grievance. Dōma gently brushed away the tears, his colorful gaze drawing closer to the one nestled in his embrace, their warm breaths intertwining at the tips of their noses. Under the moonlight, his fair and strikingly handsome features bore a trace of tenderness. Was it not a good thing that his sister was growing up? Why then did he find himself lost in such convoluted thoughts, burdened by unnecessary worries? The price of their growth was not something he could deny. Kane, with a fierce glare, retorted, "I understand, but the Upper Moon demons and Muzan Kabutsuji cannot be vanquished merely by their efforts to grow stronger, especially if we wish to prevent their demise." Kane was acutely aware that those who had transcended their limits remained human at heart. Demons, immortal and indestructible, possessed prodigious talents and extraordinary powers. Yet, how many ordinary lives had they shattered, how much tranquility had they devoured, and how many tragedies had they wrought upon the mortal realm? To eradicate this source of evil, which was never meant to exist in the human world, was an act of will that transcended life and death. It was faith, the last vestige of salvation in dire straits. You, as the immensely powerful Upper Moon too, may scoff at their frailty, but you cannot dismiss the significance of their relentless struggle for growth. He, as the exalted Upper Moon too, could hardly fathom the sacrifices made by those he deemed as weak as ants in pursuit of their beliefs. Kanemi's rare display of anger, her sorrow and disappointment glimmering in her eyes, caused his heart to constrict. Indeed, he had grown accustomed to being Dōma, to embodying the powerful and aloof leader of the Paradise cult, so much so that he only perceived the cycle of life and death of those around him, oblivious to the steadfastness they displayed in their repeated confrontations with death. Kaname pushed past the stunned Dōma, turning away. He quickly grasped her wrist, pleading, "Let go. I do not wish to converse with you right now." Hurry, be careful." Dōma's half-formed plea was interrupted by the cacophony emanating from the entrance. Looking down, he saw the unconscious Sanemi Shinazugawa being carried into the Butterfly Mansion by 3 members of the Demon Slayer Corps. "Lady Butterfly, Sanemi, how did you sustain such injuries?" "By my word, it is the Flower Hashira." Kaname leaped down from the rooftop and hurried to the gate. Dōma looked down at the stretcher bearing Sanemi, his expression one of vexation. "Alas, what a bother. Had I known, I would have simply killed him and drained him dry." The masked member of the Corps, upon seeing that familiar and beautiful face, was filled with excitement. "Flower Hashira, it truly is you. You are alive. How splendid." No one would have believed that someone taken by a demon could return unscathed. Thus, Everyone assumed that the Flower Hashira had been consumed by Upper Moon too. Yes, it is I. First, let us move Sanemi into the butterfly mansion, Kaname said with a gentle smile. Ah, yes, be careful. Sanemi remained in a deep slumber on the stretcher, his scarred face pale from injury. Dōma sat languidly beneath the eaves, quietly observing them as they crowded into the butterfly mansion. As they neared the edge of his line of sight, a woman with glistening purple eyes cast him a fleeting glare. Dōma's lips curled into an involuntary smile. When the members of the court departed from the mansion, the interior was filled with the innocent sounds of 3 young voices brimming with joy. Their Flower Hashira sister had returned. How could they not be delighted? Sister Hashira! Sister Hashira! Sister Hashira! Oh! Kaname tenderly lifted little Tsubaki, while the other 2 clung to her waist and legs. While I was away, did you all heed Sister Shinobu's words? We did. Sister Hashira, we missed you so much. Indeed, we often visited your grave. Kaname paused, then burst into laughter, as if cherry blossoms were cascading onto the water's surface, creating ripples reflecting the warmth of spring. Oh dear, how adorable. The woman squinted her eyes, nuzzling little Tsubaki's baby-soft cheek. The sound of her laughter was as clear as a bell, eliciting a chime of delight from the temple. Come now, let us depart. We mustn't disturb the patient. Leaving Sanemi to rest in the infirmary, Kaname cradled little Tsubaki and held the hands of Kaneo and little Orange as they exited the room, unexpectedly encountering a familiar face. Below a handsome and refined visage, thick brows naturally sloped downwards, a straight nose, and slightly upturned lips framed eyes that shimmered with a gentle glow, while silvery hair caught the dim light of the candles. Upon seeing the woman emerge, Dōma stepped forward with a smile, as if to take the little one from her arms. Allow me. Humph, no need. Kaname glanced at him before turning away, guiding the 3 children down the corridor. Who are you? Little Tsubaki curiously looked up. You may call me brother too, Dōma replied with a radiant smile. Brother too? Yes. Your eyes are colorful, like a celestial being. Kaname gently shifted Tsubaki in her arms, offering a warning. Beware, those with colorful eyes could also be beguiling demons. Oh. Kaneo gasped softly, clutching Kaname's clothing tightly. You should head to bed. It must be tiring to be out so late tending to Sanemi's wounds. Little Tsubaki yawned at the opportune moment. After ushering the 3 children inside and closing the wooden door, Kaname noticed Dōma standing with his hands behind his back, gazing intently at her. Find somewhere to sleep. I wish to retire for the night. I shall escort you. Dōma straightened his posture, his expression serious, his colorful eyes reflecting the dim candlelight, obscuring the thoughts beneath his gaze. She regarded him for a moment before turning and walking straight ahead, reaching her room, opening the door, and closing it behind her. A long, pale hand propped against the doorframe, halting its closure. You have finished escorting, you should take your leave. The woman shot Dōma a light glare with her violet eyes. What I mean is, let me guide you into the realm of dreams. What if I fall asleep on the roof and remain there until morning? Could you bear to let the children lose their father so soon? Dōma leaned closer to Kaname. Speaking softly, what nonsense are you spouting? I shall not concern myself with you. Kaname glared at him before wearily lowering her hand from the doorframe, allowing Dōma to enter the room. During her absence, Shinobu had kept the place tidy, so it was quite clean, naturally shedding her upper uniform. The soft lining clung gently to her slender form, accentuating her graceful allure. Soon after, a tall figure enveloped her delicate frame. The door closed silently in the stillness. Chapter 30. Dōma embraced Kaname from behind, his large hands enveloping her slender waist and abdomen. He rested his chin against her neck, inhaling her warm fragrance. Oh dear. It's so hot. Release me. Kaname frowned, her jade-like hands pushing against his head, yet failing to dislodge him. Dame. Dōma's melodic voice breathed against her shoulder, gently swaying her in his embrace. That playful tone darkened Kaname's expression. Are you yearning for wisteria tea, Dōma-kun? Kaname teased, lightly pinching his earlobe with a soft voice. The body nestled against her neck stiffened momentarily before it gradually released her. Cough, cough. What a repugnant concoction, akin to donkey's urine. Who would ever dare to drink it? As Dōma recalled the time he had been intrigued enough to try wisteria tea, only to be left nauseated for days. A twitch graced the corner of his mouth as he cleared his throat. Ahem, I shall go prepare the bedding. In traditional Japanese wooden houses, futons are typically stored away in cabinets, only to be laid out at bedtime. Finally extricating herself from Dōma's clinginess, Kanahi let out a resigned sigh, shaking her head in exasperation at this fellow. Dōma worked swiftly, setting up the bed before shedding his outer garments and rolling onto it, burrowing beneath the covers, his 2 colorful eyes wide open and fixed upon her. It was as if a tail were wagging joyfully behind him. Kanahi paid him no mind, striding directly to the wardrobe to retrieve a bathrobe before exiting the room. Once her figure vanished from the doorway, Dōma's gaze drifted back, lost in reverie as he stared at the ceiling. A blissful smile, one he couldn't quite comprehend, graced his handsome features, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. From his past life to the present, he had no idea how many memories he had revisited or how many he had let go. Time unrelentingly stripped away all the people he had known and the events he had lived through. Yet thankfully, she remained etched within his very soul. What could he be pondering so intently? In his daze, Kanahi's voice brought him back to reality. Emerging from her bath, Kanahi, resembling a butterfly, had skin as fair as snow and as smooth as cream, exuding an alluring fragrance that tugged at the already wavering heart of the man. I was contemplating names for our child. Have you thought of any? After removing her headscarf and letting her long hair cascade like a waterfall, she lay down beside Dōma, lazily tilting her head to gaze at him, the fullness of her bosom subtly visible beneath her slightly opened robe, shimmering in the light. Dōma turned to face her, propping himself up on his elbow, looking down at her with equal tenderness. Not yet, but I know it cannot be Toya. Why not? Toyam. That seems like a rather fine name. After pondering for a moment, Kanahi turned to Dōma with a smile. The thing is, that character you brings me misfortune. Every time I encounter someone with that name, luck evades me. Dōma rolled his colorful eyes, stroking his chin as he struggled to explain. Oh, is that so? Kanahi. The butterfly smiled, drawing closer to him, playfully observing Dōma's determined yet somewhat guilty expression. As she approached, the scent reminiscent of orchids intensified. After a slight swallow, Dōma embraced her slender waist. Unable to resist the tumult of emotions within him, he leaned down. His cool lips brushed against her soft, cherry-red ones, their warm breaths intertwining. The embrace grew tighter, shifting from gentle caresses to passionate advances, gradually dismantling the already fragile defenses of Kanahi. Her delicate hand, initially resting against his chest, unconsciously extended, wrapping around his neck, tenderly caressing his shoulders. As Dōma deftly untied her robe, his long, slender fingers vanished beneath the fabric. As the moonlight brightened and starlight spilled forth, Kanahi, cradled in his arms, succumbed to fatigue and satisfaction, drifting into slumber. Dōma gently kissed her cheek before lifting the covers and carrying her to the bathroom. After their bath, he tenderly returned Kanahi to bed, donned his clothing, and, with dawn still a distant promise, departed from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Although he had escaped Muzan Kabutsuji's control and suppressed the desire to consume human flesh, Dōma remained a demon, forever in need of human blood. If he went without nourishment for more than 3 days, he would grow weak and lose his strength. And should he encounter Muzan or Upper Moon One, his fate would be sealed in death. In the ensuing 2 days, Dōma concealed himself in the surrounding villages, relentlessly seeking information. Meanwhile, Kato Renji, captain of a Demon Slayer squad, hurried to report to the head of the Kamado family after handing over the wind pillar to the Hashira. Is that so? Shinazugawa Sanemi's impulsive nature had certainly served as a lesson. Upon hearing Kato's report, Kamado Yoya expressed his astonishment. May I inquire, who is this individual capable of so thoroughly incapacitating the wind pillar? In their eyes, the pillars were the mightiest, unmatched by any. Yet the wind pillar's pitiful state shattered his preconceptions, making him realize that this individual must transcend the limits of humanity. Like Tamayo, he had broken free from Muzan Kabutsuji's grasp. Kato, from now on, when you encounter him, treat him as you would treat me, understood? Yes, my lord. Now, return to your duties. I require rest. Kamado Yoya interrupted him, turning to enter the room with the assistance of Kamado Hinaki. May you remain in good health, my lord. After watching Kamado Yoya leave, Kato Renji stood tall, gripping his Nichiren blade. His brown, curly bangs danced in the wind by his ears. That fellow. Not only is he the husband of the Flower Pillar, but he is also a demon. Why would the Flower Pillar choose a demon as her husband? And why would the Lord allow him to remain in the Demon Slayer Corps, knowing the hatred that permeates this place? Shouldn't they treat him as they do the Lord? It is utterly incomprehensible. Kato Renji's hand tightened around the Nichiren blade, veins bulging on the back of his hand before he exhaled, his expression darkening as he stepped outside. News traveled swiftly, and within days, almost every member of the Demon Slayer Corps learned that the husband of the Flower Pillar was a formidable demon. Perhaps out of respect for Kamado Yoya's orders, or perhaps due to trepidation regarding the one capable of rendering the wind pillar in such a state. No one dared to provoke Dōma openly, at least, no one other than the Hashira. Sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the face of Shinazugawa Sanemi. At last, he had awakened. Oh, the wind pillar has finally come to. How wonderful, just as the Flower Pillar had said. Upon witnessing Shinazugawa Sanemi's awakening, Kanazaki Aoi gasped in delight before turning to find Kanahi. The familiar wooden house, the scent of wisteria. This was Butterfly Mansion. What Flower Pillar? Kanahi. Wasn't she devoured by Upper Moon too? Could it be that Kanahi survived? With this thought, Shinazugawa Sanemi attempted to prop himself up, only to be met with excruciating pain in his ribcage. Ugh! He stifled a groan, enduring the pain as he sat upright. Wait, how is he managing to sit up? Kanazaki Alway exclaimed in astonishment. Sanemi, you haven't changed at all. You're still trying to move around before you're fully healed. A voice, gentle and clear as a mountain spring, reached Shinazugawa Sanemi's ears, causing his body to stiffen as he slowly looked up. Upon seeing the visitor, his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 31. A heart. The woman wore a loose, elegant peach-colored kimono, her slender waist graceful, her dark hair elegantly styled, with a stray lock cascading down her alabaster neck. Her eyes, slightly alluring, held a hint of joy at their reunion, her purple irises glistening with a touch of nostalgia. Is this Kanahi? Shinazugawa Sanemi was utterly captivated by the woman before him, taking a long moment to regain his composure before hesitantly asking, Is that really you? Has Mr. Kenroji truly forgotten me after just 2 months apart? Kanae squinted and tilted her head, laughing softly. That smile was as radiant as the spring breeze, momentarily disarming him. The scarred, pallid complexion of his face faintly flushed with color. Cough, cough. Why are you not in uniform? Regaining his composure, Shinazugawa Mitsuri averted his gaze, feigning nonchalance. Only now did he realize that Kanae was such a beautiful woman. It's been difficult to carry out missions lately. However, Mr. Shinazugawa, you should focus on your health first. The broken ribs and remnants of poison in his veins may have been expelled, but the lingering corrosive wounds would require 2 weeks for full recovery. Kanae gently rolled up Mitsuri's sleeve, revealing the prominent dark veins on his wrist. It's all right. The deeper the wound, the stronger my resolve to slay demons, he replied with a grin, seemingly unfazed. After a sigh, Kanae lowered his sleeve. I knew it. However, Mitsuri, you must refrain from using total concentration breathing for the next 2 weeks. Otherwise, you risk rupturing your veins, which could leave you incapacitated, or worse, bound to your bed. He recalled the accursed Kaneo, the source of his torment. Humph. As Mitsuri instinctively clenched his fist, a sharp pain coursed through his body, prompting a muffled groan. Once he regained his composure, a fierce expression crossed his face, his voice gravelly. That detestable upper moon too. I shall make him pay the next time we meet. Is that so? Kanae replied with a resigned smile, choosing not to engage further. For heaven's sake, that is upper moon 2 we're talking about. Did you not witness his prowess when he took you down in an instant last night? Moreover, the medical resources at the Butterfly Mansion are limited. Aoi Kenzaki yearned to vocally chastise this unrealistic individual. Yet, under Kanae's watchful presence, she merely puffed her cheeks in silence while stirring the ointment. Kanae then lifted the blanket covering Mitsuri, exposing his scarred chest. She delicately peeled away the dressing, meticulously cleaning the darkened filth. At that moment, Mitsuri noticed the object adorning her finger. Kanae, what is that on your hand? He had never encountered such an ornament before. The silver, butterfly-patterned ring fit perfectly on her ring finger, with the gem atop it gleaming brilliantly, making her fair skin appear even more luminous. Ah, this? Kanae glanced at the ring, a wistful smile gracing her lips as she contemplated something. It's a heart given to me by someone special. A heart? The blush on her cheeks stirred an unsettling feeling within Mitsuri. Wah. Well then, Mr. Shinazugawa, I must attend to other matters. Aoi will take care of your treatment. Aoi, I leave it to you. Yes. After patting Aoi's head, Kanae turned to leave the room with a gentle smile. Oh. Mitsuri widened his eyes, struggling to raise his arm to grasp Kanae's hand, but his fingers merely grasped at empty air. Mr. Wind Pillar, you should conserve your strength and focus on your recovery. Aoi interrupted his call, reapplying the ointment with a firm press. The sharp pain in his chest caused Mitsuri to grimace. The silhouette of the woman gradually faded away amidst his suppressed agony. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he had lost something significant. The Butterfly Mansion housed more than just Mitsuri among the wounded. Each mission resulted in casualties being sent there. However, most were merely bandaged up and able to leave after a short rest, making Mitsuri's severe injuries relatively rare and fortunate. For many who suffered such grievous wounds ultimately met a grim fate at the hands of demons. Sister, after completing her mission, Shinobu returned to the Butterfly Mansion. On her way, she had overheard discussions about the inclusion of Upper Moon 2. What? Has the master lost his mind? That's Upper Moon 2. Indeed. I wonder what the master is thinking. They say even the Flame Pillar and Water Pillar were defeated by him. With such formidable assistance, wouldn't we be able to slay Kabutsuji Muzan in an instant? Yes, letting demons deal with demons is not entirely unfeasible. Have you all gone mad? That's a demon. They are man-eaters. Remember why you joined the Demon Slayer Corps? Your families, your loved ones, were slaughtered by demons. How can you now ally with them? Will those who perished forgive you? You speak the truth. Those demons, treacherous and bloodthirsty, deserve to be exterminated. Your bickering is futile. The Master's decisions are to be followed without question. The Master's reasoning is sound. He is never wrong. Let us discuss this further. In the Butterfly Mansion, Shinobu searched for Kane and eventually found her in her bedroom. Sister. Ah, Shinobu, you're back. Kane smiled warmly, exuding tenderness. Shinobu paused upon noticing what her sister was holding. Kane was weaving tiny tiger-headed shoes for children, delicate and charming, nearly finished save for the shoe tips. Sister, what are you doing? Kane continued her task, casually responding, weaving shoes. Shinobu hurried to her side, kneeling on the tatama mat. Weaving shoes? For children? Sister, you. Shinobu's eyes widened as realization dawned upon her. No way. Sister is having Upper Moon 2's child? She felt utterly flustered. Is that a look of surprise? Shinobu? Congratulations, you're no longer the youngest generation. Kane chuckled, playfully pinching Shinobu's cheeks. Ouch, let go, sister. Oh dear, Shinobu, you're so adorable. After finally breaking free, Shinobu grasped Kane's hands, pressing them onto her lap, and gasped, Sister, please, no more teasing. Have you considered what comes next? That detestable man is joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Shinobu. Kane interrupted her, her earnest gaze tinged with yearning. Kaneo was the husband she cherished. While Shinobu was her beloved sister, she wished for her husband to be accepted by her only kin. Yet, Shinobu averted her gaze stubbornly. Have you thought about the consequences of him joining the Demon Slayer Corps? The Hashira will never agree. I believe he will handle it well, Kane replied without hesitation, her voice gentle yet resolute. Chapter 32, The Hashira Meeting. Shinobu had not encountered her sister making such a solemn promise in a long time. The last time was when their parents were brutally slain by demons, at which point the two sisters chose to follow in the footsteps of Mr. Jaime and become demon slayers. Regardless of the circumstances, she would always hold her sister's decisions in the highest regard. At this moment, on the bustling streets of a small town approximately 7 or 8 kilometers from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a throng of people surged with excitement and chatter. On the second floor of an inn, where the windows and doors were tightly shut, the first floor was crowded with curious onlookers pushing against one another to catch a glimpse of something. Hey, could you move a bit? Oh, don't push. I've never seen a girl with such an enormous appetite. Indeed. Goodness, has she devoured 18 bowls already? My heavens, what kind of stomach does this girl possess? There is hardly any visible change. Wow, she is still able to eat. Unbelievable. You stepped on my foot. Ah, my apologies. With her pink hair and insatiable appetite, it was clear that no one would desire her. Who could possibly afford to sustain such an appetite? The crowd at the entrance continued to murmur and speculate incessantly. Inside the inn's main hall, the tables of 2 guests were piled high with bowls of noodles. The attendant standing beside them had gone from being utterly flabbergasted to wearing a numb, bitter smile as he watched her finish her 20th bowl and continue on. Overwhelmed. He rushed forward, miss. We truly have no more noodles in the kitchen. You've consumed all the noodles we had for today. After speaking, he cast a trembling glance at the remarkably robust man seated across from her. Huh. But she still isn't full. Kanroji Mitsuri pouted her cherry lips in dissatisfaction, her delicate cheeks resembling soft, white buns, incredibly endearing, while 2 pink braids cascaded naturally over her shoulders. Wow, Mitsuri, this is the first time I've seen you eat. And it's simply magnificent. The man exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, a radiant glimmer passing over his forehead, where a headpiece adorned with several gemstones sparkled. With white hair tied back and dressed in a sleeveless black uniform, he bore a large bundle strapped to his back and was adorned with numerous splendid accessories, exuding opulence. Indeed, these 2 individuals in the inn were none other than the Love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, and the Sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin. They had responded to the summons of Ubuyashiki Yoya and had rushed to attend an impromptu Hashira meeting. Fortuitously encountering one another on the way and deciding to return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters together. Though Yuzui Tenjin had long heard tales of Kanroji's remarkable appetite, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astonished, exclaiming, how extravagant. Ah, well, she is quite hungry after all. My goodness, Tengen-sama is simply too handsome. Those muscles. That dazzling headpiece. My heart can't help but race. Kanroji's cheeks flushed, and after stealing a glance, she shyly turned away. In stark contrast to the merriment below, the second floor of the inn was dimly lit, shrouded in eerie silence. Ah, it's them. How amusing. A man's voice was refreshing and gentle, filled with charisma. In the innermost room of the corridor, the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy, suffused with a stifling aura. A candle flickered on the desk, casting a feeble glow throughout the room. A handsome man with white hair, clad in a loosely opened kimono, sat lazily with one long leg propped up, casually resting his slender, bony hand on his knee, occasionally tapping it. Master, do you require me to bring them here? The innkeeper knelt on the floor, smiling obsequiously at the man. No need, no need. It's not an opportune moment. The man behind the desk gently shook his head, his thick brows arching slightly, revealing a look of regret. His black kimono barely concealed his porcelain collarbone, exuding an alluring charm. To his surprise, Dōma had not anticipated that so far from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, there would still be followers of the Paradise Faith, and coincidentally, the proprietor of this very inn. However, Dōma was even less prepared for the fact that since his departure, the Paradise Faith had not been disbanded. On the contrary, its propagation had become even more rampant. Recalling the information relayed by the crow, a wicked smile crept across Dōma's lips. Intriguing. Knowing his subordinate's aversion to demons, he still had the audacity to make such a decision. It truly is impressive. The man's vividly colored eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light in the dim candlelight. His chiseled features bore a sharpness akin to a knife, and his thin lips curled slightly, adding to his allure. Why can't he comprehend what the master is saying? Yet, it was understandable. As a man who could communicate with the divine, the mysteries surrounding the master at the pinnacle of the religious hierarchy were beyond their grasp. The innkeeper beneath the desk displayed increasingly infatuated eyes. After dismissing the innkeeper with a wave, silence enveloped the spacious, dimly lit room. Kanami's crow stood quietly on Dōma's shoulder, occasionally nudging its head against the man's ear. Are you wishing for me to return and keep her company? Dōma gently stroked its head with a finger, chuckling softly. The crow flapped its wings a couple of times, its dark eyes blinking intermittently. Sigh. The Demon Slayer Corps is her home, not mine. I still need to wait. At least, I must wait until they find that woman. The man's colorful eyes reflected the candlelight, his thoughts heavy. On a night 2 days later, nearly all the Hashira had arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. My lord, your urgent summons has prompted us to gather. Is there a pressing matter you wish to address? Please share with us, and we shall alleviate your concerns, while also imploring you to take care of your health and not overexert yourself. Yes, my lord, whatever the issue may be, please do not hesitate to tell us. We will resolve it splendidly. Haha, I appreciate your concern, children, but the reason I called you all here is that I indeed have matters to discuss. In the spacious living room, Ubuyashiki Yoya knelt at the head, with the Hashira seated on either side. Yuzui Tenjin glanced around, curiosity piqued. Where is Shinazugawa? It's rare for someone to miss me, came a hoarse voice from outside the door. Shinazugawa Sanemi entered the room, followed by the butterfly sisters, Kane and Shinobu. Beyond the master, the seated Hashira were taken aback by her presence. My heavens! Kane, you're still alive. How wonderful! Kanroji Mitsuri joyfully stood to embrace Shinobu, her soft chest pressing against her tightly. So magnificent, Kane is still alive. It's truly unbelievable. Rengoku Kaijiro's fiery red eyes widened in astonishment. Oh Amitabha, it's a blessing from the Buddha that this child possesses such great fortune. It's truly astonishing, Iguro Abanai remarked in awe. Tomioka-san, your demeanor remains as composed as ever, she noted, observing the familiar faces of her comrades. Mitsuri, you've certainly grown a lot since I last saw you. Tengen-san, Rengoku-san, and Yuzui-san, and you too, Michiro-kun. Everyone seems just as familiar as before. The clear, azure gaze of Kane sparkled with joy and delight as she looked around at them. All right, let us commence this meeting. Within his heart, Kaneo Tsuri felt a pang of regret for not having encountered the man he longed to see, especially since the agenda of this meeting bore relevance to him. Yes, my lord. As the Hashira settled into their seats, Tsuri cast a waning gaze around the room, his eyes gradually losing their luster. With a voice as clear and gentle as a flowing stream, he began to speak. As you are all aware, since the Sengoku period, the Demon Slayer Corps has dedicated itself to the noble pursuit of vanquishing malevolent demons. Among them, the most formidable target has always been Muzan Kabutsuji. For centuries, countless swordsmen have braved the fires of hell and fought valiantly. Their unquenchable spirit, unwavering in the face of adversity, has been passed down through generations to this very day. I am both honored and grateful. It is thanks to you all that the Demon Slayer Corps has been able to achieve such success in ensuring the peace of the world. At this juncture, Sayuri took a moment to steady his breath. My lord, you need not be so humble. Our accomplishments would not have been possible without your utmost compassion and benevolence. Having a leader as kind and magnanimous as you is indeed a blessing bestowed upon us. Mitsuri Kanroji clasped her hands together, her eyes glistening with tears. Sayuri smiled gently at her. You overpraise me, Kanroji. While I may not be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you on the front lines against demons, I will do everything in my power to ensure the well-being of my children. As the meeting progressed, Sayuri announced, I must disclose 2 matters, both of which pertain to the Butterfly Sisters. He turned to Kane Kocho and Shinobu Kocho with a warm smile. The first matter is to announce that Shinobu Kocho has been appointed as a member of the Hashira, the insect Hashira. Mitsuri's cheeks flushed with joy. Meanwhile, Shinobu appeared stunned, as if struggling to comprehend the announcement. Little Shinobu, this is truly unexpected, Kane remarked, gazing at her shocked sister with a tender yet slightly surprised expression. Sayuri continued. During Kane's absence, Shinobu diligently honed her swordsmanship and surpassed her limits, successfully completing all tasks assigned to her, including the treatment of injured individuals at the Butterfly Mansion. I believe her unwavering determination and strength have been witnessed by all of you, evoking deep admiration. Therefore, little Shinobu, you are indeed worthy of becoming a Hashira. The second matter is, Sayuri's gaze shifted to Kane, his expression a blend of complexity and resolve, to announce that Kane's husband, Dōma, will be appointed as a temple priest, sharing in the authority of command. What? Chapter 33, Abduction. The term temple priest refers to an entity that is to be revered and maintained, holding a status second only to that of the head of the Sayuri clan. Dōma, Kane's husband? A temple priest? The revelation struck the audience like a series of thunderclaps, their minds in turmoil. Mitsuri, seated opposite Kane, widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at her as if engulfed by a fog of confusion. Dōma, Kane's husband? What on earth is happening? The serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, was the first to regain his composure, his expression darkening as he turned to Kane. Isn't that guy one of the upper moons? How did he become your husband? Indeed. You are someone who managed to escape unscathed from the upper moon. You wouldn't be colluding with him, would you? Using some vile deception to persuade my lord to hand the Demon Slayer core over to the upper moon, leading to our annihilation at the hands of Muzan Kibutsuji? His sarcastic accusations bore down upon Kane like an insurmountable mountain. The little white snake coiled around her shoulder let out a timely hiss. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Sister Kane is not that kind of person. You must not slander my sister. Shinobu rebuked fiercely. Though shocked by Sayuri's assertions, Mitsuri stepped forward to support Kane. She firmly believed that such a kind and gentle woman could not commit an act of betrayal. I also believe that Kane is not that sort of person. This must be the scheme of the upper moon too. I've heard he wields a fan with remarkable skill. Kane, tell me where he is. I can hardly wait to engage him in a splendid battle. I know that child. She would never do such a thing. Rather, I implore my lord to share why Dōma has been elevated to the status of a temple priest, Shinobu said, her hands clasped together, holding a polished black rosary. Her head slightly bowed. Sayuri nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at Abanai, who was staring intently at Kane, while she averted her gaze from him, prompting a sigh from Sayuri. Mr. Abanai, perhaps you should return. Time seemed to stretch, and Abanai eventually realized he had left the meeting hall, dazedly following the Butterfly sisters to the entrance of the mansion. Had there been a mirror at that moment, he would have been astonished to see the redness in his eyes. Kane looked at him, her violet eyes glistening with compassion. Mr. Abanai, what is troubling you today? You seem unusually quiet. Shinobu had expected Abanai to erupt in anger upon hearing the news about Dōma. She had even braced herself for a confrontation to protect her sister. Why? The low, gravelly voice of the man startled the Butterfly sisters. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated Kane's fair, smooth face, akin to a celestial lotus, breathtakingly beautiful. In contrast, Abanai stood with his back to the sunlight, the scars on his face appearing harsh, his eyes filled with faint traces of blood, his brows furrowed as he suppressed the sorrow and rage within. What do you mean? Little Shinobu, please return. I have matters to discuss with Mr. Abanai. Kane gently interrupted her sister. All right then, you better not do anything to my sister. Shinobu warned Abanai before stepping through the gate, her sister smiling softly at her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening breeze was refreshing. However, within the depths of Abanai's being, blood coursed rapidly through his lungs, burning like fire from his core to his heart, leaving him in unbearable discomfort. Kane and Abanai held each other's gaze quietly. Did he force you into this? The man tightened his grip on his Nicaran blade, the veins protruding on the back of his hand visible. It is a transaction. A transaction? Kane looked up at the setting sun, a complex smile gracing her lips, her eyes reflecting a hint of embarrassment, a touch of helplessness, and a deep sigh of resignation. Indeed, a transaction between hearts. What does that even mean? Abanai seethed, taking a step forward. What kind of heart-to-heart transaction? If you desire a heart, why not seek another? Why Dōma? Why a demon? The man shouted in desperation. The evening breeze rustled through his strikingly white hair and fluttered the half-open collar of his shirt. Abanai, with bloodshot eyes, fixated on Kane's profile. Upon hearing his words, Kane turned to face him, her tone gentle yet resolute. Abanai, I am truly sorry. I do not wish to feign ignorance. Perhaps discussing these matters openly will allow you to find some peace. Indeed, there is no need for you to divulge anything to me. I am not someone of significance to you. After a moment of silence, the man exhaled deeply and shifted his gaze to the side, Kanai Kocho suddenly smiled subtly. To her, the undying Shinazugawa Sanemi resembled a petulant child who had lost his cherished toy. Well, it matters not. Much like the capriciousness of fate, our paths have crossed. His and mine, in such a simple manner. Moreover, Sanemi, you need not fret. As the esteemed lord has stated, I am one with him. Should he continue his murderous ways, it shall not be solely he who bears the weight of atonement. We are one. Shinazugawa Sanemi looked at Kanai Kocho, her unwavering and tender gaze causing a slight tremor in his heart. Is that so? I understand now. He turned, sword in hand, but paused mid-step. If you have any regrets, I will always stand behind you. After uttering these words, Sanemi tightened his grip on his sword and strode away, watching his desolate figure recede. Kanai Kocho sighed within. Sanemi, I believe you will eventually encounter the opportunity that will allow your heart to blossom, a chance that belongs solely to you. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Kanai Kocho, and a peculiar scent filled her nostrils, causing her to faint helplessly to the ground. As her consciousness began to fade, she vaguely heard a few voices engaged in conversation. Apologies, Flower Pillar. Quickly, carry her away. A few masked members of the Demon Slayer Corps hoisted a bundle of sacks and swiftly vanished into the woods, leaving behind a discarded note. Meanwhile, far away, Shinazugawa Sanemi remained oblivious to Kanai Kocho's abduction, still lost in the despair following the shattering of his first love. Uchigawa, you are truly remarkable. We have genuinely succeeded in capturing a pillar-level figure. Uchigawa, a member of the team directly under Kato's command, was quick-witted and of B-rank strength, harboring a deep-seated loathing for demons. What is there to be concerned about? I administered a dosage of the sleeping drug tenfold. Although those pillar-level individuals have slain countless demons and possess extraordinary combat prowess, their understanding of life as ordinary humans is remarkably limited. Their trust in the headquarters, having let down their guard, has conveniently facilitated our undertaking. Uchigawa turned to continue running. Brothers, let us hasten, aiming to deliver her to Captain Kato before dawn. Yes. The group swiftly traversed through the woods, darting into the narrow alleys of the village, unaware of a crow perched in the treetops, watching them intently. Once the group vanished from sight, the crow flapped its wings and soared in another direction. After taking his leave from the mansion of the production house, Yoya, Kato had been closely monitoring the headquarters stance on Dōma, but the outcome of this pillar assembly was evidently contrary to his expectations. He found himself not only surprised and enraged by the acceptance of Dōma, but also experiencing dissatisfaction with Yoya for the first time. Has the esteemed lord truly lost his mind? What sort of Demon Slayer Corps allows demons to join? How could they revere him as a venerated figure? This is a blatant affront to the dignity of the Demon Slayer Corps. Does he not realize how many of their kin those demons have slaughtered? And those pillars as well. How could they consent to such a ludicrous decision? The Flower Pillar's assurances? What weight do her guarantees hold? Demons can seize the opportunity to devour humans at any moment, especially Dōma, who relishes preying on women. Does she not comprehend that, in the eyes of demons, she is merely an attractive plaything? No. Perhaps she is merely a pawn borrowed by Dōma to gather intelligence on the Demon Slayer Corps. Once Dōma integrates into the Corps and assesses the abilities of its members, Kabutsuji Musen will personally pay them a visit to eliminate them. If the esteemed lord cannot perceive this layer, then it shall be left to him to resolve this hidden threat. Upper Moon 2, what of Upper Moon 2? Having slain so many demons, if he could vanquish an Upper Moon, surely all would revere him. Even the pillars would exclaim, "You are truly remarkable." With this thought, Kato could not suppress a smile, prompting his subordinates to swiftly spring into action. Since Kanai Kocho is pivotal to Dōma's espionage efforts regarding the Demon Slayer Corps, he would not allow his tool to be casually disposed of, would he? Apologies, Flower Pillar, for the necessary sacrifices you must make in order to eliminate Upper Moon 2. In a brightly lit residence, Kato paced back and forth for quite some time before finally awaiting Uchigawa's return. Captain, I have returned. A youthful, bright voice rang out, accompanied by hurried footsteps as several figures entered. Kato's eyes lit up as he hastened forward. He unsealed the sack placed on the ground, revealing the delicate and fair visage of a woman. Excellent, we are just missing her. Captain, is this truly acceptable for the Flower Pillar? One among them could not help but inquire. Upon hearing the question, Kato's gaze sharpened, causing the inquirer to tremble in fear. To slay demons requires unwavering resolve and a willingness to employ any means. Only with such determination can we eradicate all demons from this world. Otherwise, it is oneself who shall perish. Do you understand? Kato's icy voice reverberated through the silent room, instilling trepidation in all present. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Dōma, under the guidance of the crow, was racing towards them. Chapter 34, Wrath. Kato bound Kanai Kocho to a wooden frame in the courtyard, surrounding it with a circle of firewood on which a candle flickered. It was evident that when the candle burned to a certain height, the flame would leap onto the pile of firewood and ignite it fiercely. He glanced at the pocket watch he had purchased in town. There was still about an hour until dawn. It is still early. That fellow won't arrive so soon. Uchigawa, bring me a basin of water. The man gazed at Kanai Kocho's sleeping face and let out a derisive chuckle. Yes. Under the moonlight, the bound Kanai Kocho hung her head unconsciously, her long hair cascading messily over her shoulders, her body tightly restrained by coarse hemp, accentuating her delicate softness. Several men in dark clothing stood beside the pillar, the one with brown hair leading the scattered group surrounding the pillar in the courtyard. Kato, with rough hands, grasped the woman's chin and lifted it, his thumb gliding over her smooth skin, a look of derision gleaming in his eyes. From the moment Kanai Kocho joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he had harbored no fondness for her idealistic belief in befriending demons, deeming it foolish and naive. Their paths had rarely crossed, and even after she became a pillar, he felt little impact. However, she could not have made a more grievous mistake than to betray the Demon Slayer Corps. To Kato, the Demon Slayer Corps existed solely to eradicate demons. For nearly a millennium, they had fought tirelessly, guided by the noble spirit of the samurai, forging a path towards a more resolute and expansive future. Such meaning is profoundly sacred. Yet this woman contemplates bringing the 12 Kizuki into the Corps, tarnishing the hard-won achievements of their valiant predecessors, a sin deserving of death 1,000 times over. Captain, the water. He released her chin, accepting the copper basin and pouring its contents over her head. The icy, piercing water yanked Kanai Kocho's consciousness from the depths of darkness. Cough cough. As Tsubakahara returned to the full court, he took the empty basin from Kato's hands and instinctively stepped back to stand beside him. The chill of the night breeze and the biting cold water caused Kanai Kocho to tremble slightly, a dull ache radiating from her lower abdomen. She yearned to move her body, yet the ropes bound her tightly, rendering her immobile. Furrowing her delicate brows, she weakly lifted her head, her once hazy vision gradually sharpening, allowing her to discern the figures before her. Why? The uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps, even obscured by masks, felt eerily familiar. They were unmistakably members of the Corps. Why were they treating her this way? Chilling droplets of water trickled down her forehead, cheeks, and ears, mirroring the icy turmoil within her heart. Why? Oh, my dear Flower Hashira, do you truly need to ask why? Kato Rinji narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Since Dōma is your husband, and he has transgressed, it is only fitting that his wife should share in the consequences, as you have stated before. We merely wish to fulfill your own words. The man leaned in, lifting a damp lock of her hair, caressing it with an unsettling gentleness as he spoke in a chilling tone. Do you know? I initially intended to kill you outright, to dismember you and create a scene where it appeared you had been devoured by a bear. This way, those fools would surely believe it was Dōma's doing, inciting their wrath to hunt him down with fervor. But that seemed rather dull. What I desire now is to see whether you are cherished as a delicacy in his eyes, or merely a tool for gathering intelligence on the Demon Slayer Corps. Or perhaps you truly are his beloved? My anticipation grows. Upon hearing his words, Kanai met his dark, shark-like brown eyes, a tremor coursing through her heart. She had wished to inform the man before her that she was with child and did not deserve such treatment. In her eyes, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were akin to family, kind and benevolent. Though their stories remained unknown to one another, they shared a bond forged in the battle against demons, built on trust and camaraderie. Yet the man's words chilled her to the bone, igniting feelings of anger, sorrow, confusion, and disappointment. How is your behavior any different from that of the cruel demons? Kata chuckled, dismissively. It matters not, as long as we can slay demons. Any method will suffice, wouldn't you agree? He grasped her chin, leaning closer, and promised, once I eliminate Dōma, I shall be sure to report your contributions to the master. I hope you will cooperate fully. With her chin held firmly, Kanai forcefully turned her head aside, breaking free from his grip. The weight of his words and the icy chill enveloping her body made her breath feel labored. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps. Ubuyashiki Yoyai, his forehead marred by cursed scars, wore a troubled expression as he watched petals fall from the peach tree in the courtyard. The night breeze ruffled the hem of his flame-patterned haori, stirring the strands of hair at his temples. Ubuyashiki Kanai approached his side softly, reassuring him. Do not worry. Shinobu and the others are already searching. Sighing deeply, Yoyai lowered his gaze to the note in his hand, which he clenched tightly. As the head of the family, I have utterly failed. I did not perceive that Kato and the others would make such a reckless decision. I hope Shinobu and Tenjin can find Kanai swiftly. This is not only for their sake, but for the survival of the Demon Slayer Corps as well. It is also my fault for underestimating Kata's hatred for demons and failing to foresee that they would dare confront Dōma directly. Moreover, I am disappointed in their choice to resort to kidnapping a comrade. It is disgraceful to threaten others with family members. Such a disregard for innocent lives is inexcusable. Yoyai began to ponder whether, once this matter was over, he should allow Katu and his ilk to remain in the Demon Slayer Corps. In the depths of the forest under the moonlight, two figures could be faintly seen darting through the trees. Mr. Ju, do you know where my sister has been taken? I do not. Then why are you so resolute in running this way? I'm taking a chance. Mr. Ju, would it be too troublesome to say a few more words? You ask too many questions. With that, Tenjin quickened his pace, leaving Butterfly Shinobu behind. The girl stared in shock as he ran ahead without looking back. Her cheeks flushed with anger, her delicate brows knitting together. This guy? What on earth? While grumbling, Shinobu hastened her own steps. Matsuke's town, just 3 or 4 kilometers from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, was densely populated and earned its name from the feudal era when horses were bred there. Following the guidance of his crow, Dōma arrived without pause, halting before the entrance of a residence. His strikingly handsome face was now frigid, his silver hair flowing in the wind, accentuating the chill in the air. With a resounding kick, he burst through the door and strode inside. As he pushed open the door, several beams of sword light surged towards him, 5 members of the Demon Slayer Corps launching themselves from the rafters in a rapid assault. Trouble. Dōma tilted his head to evade a Nichiren blade aimed at his neck, and a golden iron fan slipped from his kimono sleeve into his hand. With a swift motion, he raised it, deflecting the attacks from 2 others. The clash of the fan against the Nichiren blade sparked fiercely, creating a sharp and piercing sound. Although the number of attackers was significant, encircling Dōma like a net from all directions, the speed of Dōma was unparalleled. He darted among the 5, the blinding afterimages obscuring his actual position, and with each flick of his fan, blood splattered. What? One of the Demon Slayer members' pupils constricted, and with a loud thud, he was caught off guard by Dōma, who swept him away, sending him crashing against the wall, blood spurting from his mouth. Soon, more than one member was sent sprawling to the ground amidst the flashes of blades. In no time, Dōma, eager for a swift resolution, executed a scattering lotus strike, unleashing a torrent of fine ice flowers that surged forth like a dense fog, scattering his foes. As Dōma emerged with an expressionless face and an icy gaze, the room was left with 5 figures crumpled on the ground, curled up and powerless to struggle. Chapter 35, Ambush. Dōma traversed the corridor, searching for a presence, and arrived at the courtyard, where he beheld Kane bound and half-soaked. His pupils dilated in shock. Kane. Hearing the familiar call, Butterfly Kane lifted her heavy head, her gaze sharpening, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She wished to speak, but a cloth stuffed in her mouth muffled her words, leaving her to emit only soft whimpers. Dōma took a deep breath and strode forward, disregarding Kane's head shakes. With a crisp crack, a candle beside Kane's leg lifted in response to his steps. Dōma cautiously raised his right foot, noting how the candle lowered slightly, the flame inching closer to the dry kindling at Kane's feet. His brows furrowed tightly, the colors of his eyes darkening under the moonlight. Damn it, he admitted. He was truly angry. Why hide away? Are you afraid of me, the upper rank? Dōma's voice turned cold as he addressed the shadows behind Kane. Haha, the 12 Kazuki, a name that evokes terror. Yet, when one considers those lower ranks we have vanquished, they hardly seem formidable, do they? A low, mocking laughter emanated from behind Dōma, while the shadow lurking behind Kanawa remained utterly still, causing him to furrow his brow. Kato, his hand gliding over the reflective blade, gazed at the tall silhouette with a smirk of disdain. This was a trap he had meticulously devised with the help of Kawaguchi. The moment Dōma lifted his foot, the candle would fall, igniting the pile of wood and incinerating the butterfly, Kanawa, alive. Furthermore, the figure behind Kanawa had pressed a blade against her throat, burying himself entirely behind her as a precautionary measure. Should Dōma disregard Kanawa's life, it would be of no consequence, for this courtyard was rife with numerous A-level members and countless hidden traps, ensuring his return would be impossible. As for Kanawa, she deserved gratitude for her sacrifice in the slaying of the Upper Moon too. Observing Dōma cautiously activate the mechanism to raise the candle, Kato sneered. It seems this woman holds a special place in your heart, doesn't she? A formidable demon, yet you concern yourself with the life of a mere human. But indeed, as a Hashira, Butterfly Kanawa possesses information far beyond what an ordinary demon slayer could muster. You wouldn't want to lose your hard-won pawn so easily, would you? Dōma, enraged yet smiling, tilted his head disdainfully. You, my friend, are better suited to be a demon. Shut up, Kato bellowed. Who would wish to become a loathsome creature like you? Had it not been for your kind, my wife and children would still be alive. He recalled that fateful night, the most agonizing of his life. As he should have been blissfully asleep beside his pregnant wife, a demon invaded their home. A piercing scream shattered the silence. jolting him awake to the horrifying sight of a grotesque demon tearing flesh from his wife's arm, warm blood spraying forth amidst her anguished cries. "Damn you!" he shouted, kicking at the demon. Yet, instead of inflicting harm, he merely incited its fury. With a guttural laugh, the demon sent him crashing into the wall, blood spilling forth as he watched it turn back to devour his wife, her blood creating a grotesque pool upon the floor. "No, not the child," she gasped weakly, desperately pushing against the beast that feasted upon her. The excruciating pain from her abdomen, hollowed by despair, dragged her deeper into the abyss of blood. The cacophony of her cries, alternating between wails and sobs, shattered his heart into fragments. "No, no," he staggered to rise, only to be knocked down again. His limbs fractured, yet he persisted, dragging himself forward, leaving a trail of blood upon the floor. "You insufferable beast. My flesh is not as delectable as that of this pregnant woman. Begone." The demon, its maw dripping with blood and flesh, kicked him through the window. As his consciousness waned, accompanied by the diminishing cries of his wife, he slipped into darkness, alive while his family was devoured before his very eyes. Sleep eluded him, and the memory haunted his every thought. Driven by a profound loathing, Kato embarked on the path of demon slaying, vowing to annihilate every demon he encountered. Now, facing Upper Moon 2, Dōma, he was resolute in his intent to kill. "Die!" he roared, eyes wide with fury, launching himself at Dōma with his blade aimed at the back of his head. Dōma, however, tilted his body, the shimmering blade slicing through the air, severing a lock of hair. He raised his elbow sharply, striking backward. Kato, sensing the danger, attempted to block, but was propelled backward by the force of Dōma's strike, his feet skidding against the ground. "You lack even the strength of a Hashira. How do you expect to fight me?" Dōma assessed Kato's speed and power swiftly. Yet he retorted, "And what of it? Know this, I am not alone in seeking your demise." As his words fell, dozens of shurikens, sharp, elongated projectiles, suddenly shot forth from the shadows beside Dōma, their tips imbued with the scent of wisteria. Several more figures burst through the windows, joining Kato in their assault. Dōma swiftly swept aside his outer robe, deflecting the shurikens, though a few grazed him, drawing blood. He turned, casting the robe laden with shurikens toward the demon slayer core, which they sliced apart, scattering the remnants across the ground. Dōma retrieved a folding fan from his waist, deftly blocking the incoming Nichiren blade, firmly stepping onto the mechanism, engaging in combat alongside Kato and the others. In the courtyard, the winds howled, swords clashed, and shadows danced with blood. Butterfly Kanawa watched the fray, her heart heavy with sorrow. On one side stood her comrades, intoxicated by the zeal of demon slaying. On the other, her husband, ensnared in a web of relentless wounds. The conflict between water and fire left her thoughts in disarray. She struggled against her bindings, but a voice from behind interrupted her. "Save your strength, it is futile." "But my dear butterfly, it seems he truly cares for you, willing to endure injury rather than step aside." "How astonishing." "Alas, it matters not. Once the candle burns low, you shall meet your end. Betraying the demon slayer core leads to such a fate." The speaker was Kawaguchi, adept at setting traps though lacking in personal strength. Barely a C-level compared to Kato's peak A-level prowess. Blood demon art, blooming wisteria. Vines adorned with icy wisteria surged from behind Dōma, sparkling with a chilling light as they whipped toward Kato and the others. "Captain, be careful." A vine suddenly appeared before Kato, leaving him no time to evade. A nearby demon slayer rushed to push Kato aside, only to be impaled through the chest by the vine, blood erupting forth. "Damn it." Kato swung his blade at the vine, only to discover its hardness akin to steel, leaving only shallow cuts while his wrist throbbed painfully from the exertion. "How can this be?" he gasped in disbelief. Several demon slayers struck at the vine, only to be hurled back by its tremendous force. "Impossible. You were struck by a shuriken," Kato exclaimed, barely managing to dodge another attack. "Are you referring to the poison from the wisteria?" "Apologies, but thanks to my wife's training, I am now immune to all toxins." The night wind tousled Dōma's pale hair, his striking visage and colorful, mesmerizing eyes captivating under the moonlight. His voice shifted from playful to somber. "Enough. The game must come to an end." Chapter 36, Reunion. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Dōma, sending his pale locks into a frenzy. With a swift motion, he unfurled his fan, summoning a bone-chilling mist that swept toward the surrounding demon slayers. "Blood demon art, blooming wisteria. Retreat." Kato shouted hoarsely, but it was in vain. The unsuspecting swordsmen could not react swiftly enough to evade this lethal onslaught. The white mist engulfed their faces, necks, and chests, as countless sharp, delicate ice blossoms pierced their skin, infiltrating their very cores. Within the mist lay 1,000 lethal ice blooms, each one a harbinger of doom. Attracted by the chilling cries echoing through the air, Karabukawa, cautiously peeked out, his heart pounding in fear. The Nichiren blade resting against Kane's neck drew blood due to his trembling. Suddenly, amidst the vast white mist, a glimmering cold light flashed before him. With a sickening sound, a large gaping wound appeared on his forehead, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. A slender, elongated icicle had pierced through his skull. As Kaoru fell, his body inadvertently knocked over a candle resting against Kane's calf. The lit candle tumbled into the hay that served as kindling, igniting a fierce blaze in an instant. Kane, witnessing the unfolding chaos, struggled desperately. Yet the ropes binding her only tightened further. Sweat trickled down the woman's pale forehead. Alarmed, Tamamo hurried towards Kane, but in a moment of misfortune, he stepped into a trap before the pillar and plunged into a deep pit. Cursed! Tamamo's eyes sharpened with determination, and as he was about to fall, he swung his iron fan, the sharp edge severing the ropes around Kane. Immediately, she focused all her breathing techniques and swiftly broke free from her bindings, narrowly avoiding the flames licking at her body. Leaping off the platform, she tore the cloth from her mouth and stumbled to the edge of the pit. Tamamo! She called out. As the mist dissipated, Kato appeared, feigning steps as he entered Kane's line of sight, his body marred with wounds. This fool thinks he can escape once he falls in here. This trap is composed of 49 intersecting Nichiren blades. Surely one will sever his head. His brown eyes were bloodshot, and he laughed maniacally. However, his laughter soon froze, for Kane, without hesitation, leapt into the pit after him. Damn it! A woman seeking her own demise. Her robe fluttered like a colorful butterfly, descending gracefully from the starry sky. Below, Tamamo was momentarily stunned by the sight. His chiseled features bore a slight lift at the brow. With a grin, he kicked off and caught Kane in his arms, gently landing on the ground. The woman clung tightly to Tamamo's neck, his familiar, cool scent bringing her comfort and peace. You scared me to death, she exclaimed. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his lips brushing against her soft cherry blossoms. Their warmth intertwined with her tears, creating a poignant embrace. Finally, when the delicate woman seemed to struggle for breath, he released her but drew her back into his arms, resting his chin on her soft shoulder as he spoke gently. It's all right. I am Upper Moon. I won't die so easily. As long as my Kane is safe, that's all that matters. You idiot. Kane playfully struck his shoulder with her small fist. Don't you have a clone? Why didn't you use it? Look at the state you're in. Breaking free from his embrace, she noticed the myriad of cuts adorning his body, blood staining large swathes of his clothing. Concern and pain flooded her heart. In his haste to save her, and with the injuries not draining too much of his vitality, Tamamo had neglected to heal himself, leaving him looking battered and bruised. Clone. Ah, you mean the crystal child, right? Creating those little beings takes time, and it cannot be interrupted. Kane, I can't afford to wait even a moment to save you, he replied, holding her delicate hand and caressing it gently. Besides, those creatures are weak. They wouldn't require advanced blood demon arts. His colorful eyes sparkled like stars, a hint of disdain in his tone. All right, my Tamamo is the invincible Upper Moon. We mortals need not fear. Kane's exquisite visage glowed with a gentle smile, exuding a mixture of helplessness and affection as she tended to his long hair. In the course of their conversation, the wounds on his body began to heal, returning to their pristine state. Moonlight cascaded into the courtyard, the scattered bloodied scene sending chills down one's spine. In the entire yard, only one person remained, half kneeling on the ground, propped up by the Nichiren blade embedded deeply into the earth. How could this be? How could this happen? Tamamo was supposed to be dead. A thick, viscous black blood erupted from his mouth, and the man's complexion darkened to a deep purple. Kato could distinctly feel the life force within him irretrievably waning. Before the pale wall, a faint silhouette of a woman began to materialize. The figure grew clearer and clearer. Yum? Is that you, Yum? As the face approached him, it solidified, revealing the likeness of his wife. Long black hair, a light blue kimono, adorned with flower-patterned wooden clogs, her smile gentle. Rinji, she knelt beside him, caressing his face, sending him into a daze. Memories flooded him like autumn leaves falling, blurring his vision. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Kato. Trembling hands grasped Yum's delicate wrist as he bit his lip and gently pushed her away. With renewed determination, he leaned against the Nichiren blade, stubbornly attempting to rise. Rinji, it's all right now. No. He bit down harder on his lip, faltering and half-crouching back to the ground. No, Yum, I cannot leave yet. I must kill more demons. I will slay the 12 Kazuki, kill Kabutsuji Musen. I will avenge you and our child. As he hoarsely bellowed, black blood streamed from Kato's eyes, and with each word, he coughed up more blood. Yum's tears streamed down her face as she wrapped her arms around him tightly, and feeling her warmth, Kato ceased his struggles, one hand encircling her slender waist. Those demons, those beasts. How dare they take lives without punishment? Why must they so easily destroy everything I hold dear? Tears mingled with blood as they flowed freely, tugging at the already numbed nerves, rendering him even weaker. Yum reached out to caress the back of Kato's head, and after a moment of calm, she smiled softly. Have you cried enough? Don't forget to apologize to them. You wouldn't want your daughter to think her father is a headstrong, obstinate fool, would you? Kato lifted his gaze and froze at the sight of a small figure behind her. A pale, cherubic face with large, curious eyes gazed back at him, sparkling brightly. Her twin ponytails adorably bouncing, exuding cuteness. Kato. Yum cradled his face in her hands, her expression earnest and resolute. Do not let the allure of slaughter blind your vision. Your efforts, Yum, and our daughter are all that matter. She glanced back at the little girl, a gentle smile gracing her lips. All of this is seen and remembered. If you become obsessed solely with slaying demons, disregarding the lives of the innocent, how would you differ from them? The heavy fog and chains that had long weighed upon his heart began to dissipate, cracking under Yum's soft words. From within the dark clouds, brilliant rays of light broke free, gradually illuminating the natural world. The barren mountains turned green, the stagnant waters revived, the sea of flowers swayed, and colorful butterflies danced. He remembered now. It was the murder of his wife that drove him to join the Demon Slayer Corps, to master swordsmanship, to hunt demons. However, his innate talent was limited. No matter how diligently he practiced, he could not surmount the barriers of the rank of Hashira and the Pillars. He gazed at the youthful boys and girls who, despite joining the Demon Slayer Corps after him, had all ascended to the rank of Hashira. He felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction, yet he was powerless to change his fate. Lacking in talent, he was fortunate to have a close-knit team of comrades. Some possessed sharp minds, adept at setting traps. Others were immensely strong, while some were exceptionally swift. Under his leadership, they flawlessly executed one demon-slaying mission after another, even managing to vanquish 3 lower moons. In due course, those Hashira also eliminated numerous lower moons and discovered the second upper moon. Just as they believed they could annihilate the second upper moon and eradicate the 12 Kazuki, the command from Ubuyashiki Yoya shocked them all. Following the Hashira meeting, the simmering anger within him became increasingly uncontainable. Consumed by impulsive rage, he resorted to using his teammates to fulfill his desire for demon slaying. What was the difference between this and the demons that took lives for mere gluttony? Kato Rengo forced a bitter smile, lowered his head, and after a moment of calm, he rose and approached the edge of the pit. The moonlight streamed into the hole, illuminating the figures of 2 embracing each other. Kato released a sigh of relief, deeply bowed to the figure in the pit, then turned, offering a profound bow to the corpses scattered about the courtyard. At some point, he realized the world had transformed into a vast expanse of white. He grasped his wife's hand anew, bending to cradle the girl in his arms, smiling contentedly as he moved forward. The silhouettes of the 3 gradually faded into the mist of light. Chapter 37. Return to Asakusa. The blood of Tamayo is highly toxic. If struck by his blood demon art, one would similarly be permeated by the poison. Therefore, after Kato Rengo and others sustained grave injuries, they could only embrace death without timely antidote. By the time Kochu Shinobu and Tanjiro arrived at the scene, dawn had already broken. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the corpses of swordsmen littered the premises. From the rooms they entered to the courtyard behind the house. They were still too late. Clenching her Nichiren blade, Kochu Shinobu wore a grave expression. Tanjiro surveyed the sea of bodies with an impassive demeanor before abruptly turning to leave. Hey, where are you going? Shinobu called after his retreating figure. Don't mind me. You do what you must. Tanjiro halted momentarily, glanced back with a curt response, and swiftly departed. Shinobu twitched her lips, a black line forming across her forehead. If there ever came a day when someone conversed with her for more than 3 sentences, it would indeed be a miracle. In a desolate temple on the outskirts, the doors were tightly shut. Kochu Kane ignited a candle with a fire stick, barely illuminating the dim and dilapidated hall of Buddha. Dust lay thick upon the statue of Shakyamuni before her. In the corner beneath the pedestal, the occasional squeak of mice could be heard. After lighting the candle, Kane returned to Tamayo's side, sitting on the haori he had removed to use as a cushion. Tamayo straightened his back, resting his head lazily against Kochu Kane's lap, reclining comfortably. Kane smiled gently, using her delicate hand to adjust his head, making him more comfortable. Huichan. Tamayo's prominent nose pressed against her soft abdomen, intoxicated by her fragrance. One hand encircled her slender waist while the other playfully caressed her fragile fingers. So fragrant. Feeling the warmth of his breath against her abdomen, Kane's cheeks flushed, and she softly murmured, hentai. Tamayo chuckled at her words, propping himself up to press his ear against her abdomen, sensing her warmth through the thin fabric. Kane rested a hand on his shoulder while the other caressed the back of his head, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. It's not that quick. The doctor said noticeable fetal movements usually occur around April or May, you know. Is that so? I feel like I can sense his presence. It's truly fascinating. By the way, Kui-chan, you weren't scared earlier, were you? It's my fault for arriving a bit late. Tamayo straightened his body, meeting Kochu Kane's violet, expressive eyes with a hint of concern. He had not forgotten that when he arrived, Kane had been splashed with cold water by that group and witnessed the bloody chaos. It seemed rather inappropriate for a pregnant woman to see such a scene. Kane placed a hand on her abdomen, recalling the pain she had felt earlier, still somewhat apprehensive. She furrowed her delicate brows and leaned into Tamayo's embrace, grasping his large hand, gently shaking her head. It's nothing. I just feel regret. You still feel regret for them? Tamayo wrapped his arm around her soft, slender shoulder, teasingly pinching her nose in dissatisfaction. Although I have said I wouldn't kill indiscriminately, that was with conditions. The man's lips curled slightly as he spoke in a low, magnetic tone. If someone were to threaten those dear to me, they ought to weigh their own worth first. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than the wooden door was violently kicked open, and a figure, cloaked in cold light, charged towards Tamayo. Kane instinctively stepped in front of him, while Tanjiro's pupils dilated as he swiftly redirected his sword. In an instant, Kane was yanked aside with force. Unbeknownst to them, Tamayo had donned a dark haori, concealing his face beneath a hood. Ah, it's the Water Hashira, long time no see. He held Kane's hand, teasingly addressing Tanjiro. Sunlight poured into the dilapidated temple through the open door, illuminating Tanjiro and the two figures before him. He has already killed members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Will you continue to shield him? Tanjiro's dark eyes regarded Kochu Kane with a complex expression, his grip on his Nichiren blade tightening. Moreover, Kato and the others do not deserve death. Do not deserve death? Tamayo's icy voice interrupted Tanjiro's words. Haha, so using fire to burn one's kin as a means of coercion is not deserving of death? This certainly opens my eyes. What? Fire burning? Tanjiro was perplexed. Had Kato and the others not merely kidnapped Kochu Kane to lure Tamayo out? How could there be fire involved? In Tanjiro's view, camaraderie among the Demon Slayer Corps should not allow for such betrayals. Sensing the bewilderment in Tanjiro's expression, Tamayo smiled smugly. It seems the Water Hashira has become so detached from human sentiments and realities. TSK, pitiful. Truly pitiful. Tamayo's laughter rang with arrogance, and he instinctively reached for his folding fan, only to remember he was not wearing gloves, causing him to flinch from the sunlight. He then composed himself, unobtrusively concealing his hand behind him. Beside him, Kochu Kane pressed her lips together, extending her delicate hand out of Tanjiro's sight. You should understand. Not everyone who despises demons can maintain the last vestige of purity within their hearts. The man retracted his mocking smile and addressed Tanjiro. Simultaneously, his right hand moved to his waist, capturing her mischievous fingers, brushing against the bruise on her skin, and involuntarily twitching his lips. Enough. My lord has instructed me to convey a message to you. Chiyoko has awakened, and also, Tamayo is in Asakusa. Chiyoko was the girl whom Tamayo had bestowed with demon blood in Asakusa, rendering her in a deep slumber ever since. A couple of days ago, having awakened from slumber, Chiba and Izumi hastily dispatched a messenger to the Demon Slayer Corps, hoping to summon Tamayo and Kanawa. Tenjin Yuichiro sheathed his Nichiren blade and turned to Kanawa. I apologize. Kanawa, would you accompany me back to the Demon Slayer Corps? Kanawa's ebony hair cascaded down her shoulders like a flowing waterfall of glossy black ink, revealing her neck as pure and white as freshly fallen snow. She exuded an ethereal grace, her demeanor as delicate as a blooming orchid, softly articulating her words. No. With Shinobu at the Butterfly Mansion, I trust her. Of course, I hope you will take good care of Shinobu as well. Tenjin Yuichiro, momentarily captivated, withdrew his gaze, nodded, and turned to exit. What a rude fellow. Tamayo, sensing Yuichiro's departing presence, expressed his disdain for his lack of decorum. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he closed the door and removed his hat, revealing his handsome, refined features. Clothes. Tamayo paused, only to witness Kanawa reaching for her own garment ties. His colorful eyes sparkled with intrigue as he obediently opened his arms. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief as he perceived that they were completely alone within a 2-kilometer radius. What a delightful surprise. Has my Kanawa finally learned to take the initiative? As her haori fell to the ground and her inner garment loosened, revealing a manly, well-defined chest, Kanawa's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she continued to shed his upper attire. His lean physique may not have appeared overly muscular, but the six-pack abs on his abdomen hinted at latent strength. Tamayo inhaled her intoxicating fragrance, feeling a surge of affection akin to a fawn's innocence, and instinctively drew her slender waist closer. However, She pushed him away and turned her back. The man appeared slightly bewildered. As expected, she's shy. A soft whisper from behind accompanied by the sensation of warm fingers grazing the area she had previously pinched, eliciting a faint ache. Is that what it is? Tamayo sighed, a hint of disappointment coloring his expression. A demon-s body could consciously heal its wounds rapidly, yet in Kanawo's presence, Tamayo wished to be an ordinary husband. What do you mean by that? Hearing his sigh, Kanawo expressed her confusion, then suddenly recalled his earlier expression of surprise and finally understood what he was contemplating. A crimson flush spread across her fair complexion, and her delicate fingers twisted the spot again, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Can you not think of something wholesome? Pervert. Disgusting. Lecher. Kanawo spat indignantly. Tamayo grasped her soft hand at his waist, his face contorting in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My dear, I was wrong. Let go, let go. The bruised skin on his body appeared even darker in hue. Humph. With a cold huff, she produced a healing salve from her waist, applied it to him, and turned away. Put on your clothes. Yes, my lady. Observing her slender, graceful silhouette, Tamayo pondered. Is this a unique gift of femininity? The power of her touch is formidable. Yet, why do I feel a mix of pain and pleasure? With a slight furrow in his brow, Tamayo donned his attire. His thoughts drifted to Chiba and Tamayo in Asakusa, and his expression hardened as his long, slender fingers grasped the brim of his hat, casting his face into shadow. Let us depart. It is time to head to Asakusa. Chapter 38, Tamayo. Asakusa, beneath the night's embrace, the lanterns still bustled with life. Fuko, I shan't return tonight. Do rest early. The man instructed his wife, donning a gentleman's hat before stepping out. Very well, safe travels. The woman watched her husband leave, her smile fading into a bittersweet expression. Uncertain of her thoughts, she sighed and closed the door with a sense of melancholy. As she was about to gracefully step back inside, her gaze was drawn to a porcelain jar beside the azalea. Where did this jar come from? She glanced around, but saw no one else. How careless. The woman approached the jar, oblivious to the impending danger. In the stillness of the night, a piercing, sorrowful wail erupted from the courtyard, quickly silenced, leaving behind dark stains of blood among the grass. The onlookers, momentarily startled, soon returned to their monotonous routines. Within the scattered, opulent villas near the outskirts, the Chiba household was nestled among them. A woo. Bang, bang, bang. Inside a room stood a large iron cage, housing a frenzied girl with crimson eyes and bared fangs. Her elongated claws relentlessly clawed at the hard iron wires, vociferously shrieking at the frowning middle-aged man. He had hoped that upon awakening, his daughter would return to normalcy, yet she was only half restored. No one could have anticipated that the healthy, vibrant girl by day would transform into a bloodthirsty fiend by night. For the girl, the events of the night eluded her memory. Subsequently, Chiba and Izumi sought out doctors endlessly, yet to no avail. In desperation, he was left with no choice but to find the root cause of this calamity. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he finally welcomed the arrival of Tamayo and his wife. Master, young master has returned. A panting servant rushed before the middle-aged man, breathlessly reporting. Chiba and Izumi trembled with excitement and quickly strode into the courtyard. Soon, they beheld the strikingly handsome man approaching, accompanied by Kanawo. Good day, Lord Tamayo, Lady Kanawo. He bowed deeply, to which Kanawo responded with a gentle nod. No need for excessive formalities. I have heard that my beloved sister has awakened. The man's colorful pupils shimmered, concealing his thoughts. Indeed, my lord. Let us go. It may be a delightful surprise. Chiba and Izumi, though perplexed by Tamayo's implication, obediently led the way. Before long, Tamayo beheld the girl in the cage, still manifesting the ghastly visage he had previously witnessed. However, what astonished him was the girl's daytime demeanor, a normal human capable of basking in the sun. Fascinating, truly fascinating. He propped his chin on his hand, grinning mischievously. Master, another doctor has arrived. Let him leave. Such matters cannot be remedied by mere human intervention. Chiba and Izumi shook their heads, thoroughly disheartened. Yes. Just as the servant was about to exit, Tamayo suddenly called out to him, casually inquiring, Wait, what is the doctor's name? The young master. She said her name is Tamayo. Tamayo. Tamayo was taken aback, exchanging a glance with Kanawo, both brimming with excitement. What a serendipitous discovery. Go, invite her in at once. Do not delay. Though the servant was bewildered, he did not dare to refuse Tamayo's command, hastily bowing and exiting. Lord Tamayo, who is this Tamayo of such importance? Chiba and Izumi queried, perplexed that anyone besides Muzan Kabutsuji would hold such significance in Tamayo's eyes. Tomioka cast a glance at Chiyo and Rue, a smirk gracing his lips. They are not particularly significant figures. She merely possesses the capability to cure your daughter's ailment. Madam, "Please, come inside. My lady is right here," he announced. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of several footsteps approached the entrance. "Thank you for leading the way. No need for such formality, madam. It is my duty," he replied with a smile, quietly observing as Tamayo lifted her garments and stepped through the doorway. As their eyes met, an unexpected silence enveloped the air. Tamayo had never anticipated that entering a human abode to treat a patient would lead her to encounter the irascible and exceedingly vexing Upper Moon 2. Tomioka. Unaware of his betrayal of Muzan Kibutsuji, she instinctively turned to grasp Yashiro's wrist, eager to hastily exit the room. In an instant, Tomioka stood before her, obstructing her path. Drawing nearer, he brazenly scrutinized her, who had not been seen for quite some time. Her lush black hair was elegantly styled into a low, voluminous bun, her eyes melancholic, veiled in a delicate lavender mist. Her lips were a rich crimson, her complexion pale, adorned in a light purple kimono, identical to her appearance in his memories. Sensing Tamayo's trepidation, Yashiro stepped forward to shield her. "What do you intend to do to Miss Tamayo?" Tomioka paid him no heed, his gaze fixated on Tamayo's eyes, a smile lingering on his face. "It has been a long time. Shouldn't an old friend like me be greeted with a bit of warmth?" Aware of Tomioka's formidable prowess and the futility of escape, Tamayo managed a bitter smile. "I will accompany you, but please spare Yashiro. He is innocent." Yashiro furrowed his brow in confusion. How does this man know Miss Tamayo? What is their connection? No, what does accompany even mean? No one can disrespect my Miss Tamayo. Miss Tamayo, I have vowed to protect you for a lifetime. If anyone seeks to harm you, they shall first have to step over my corpse. Yashiro's serpentine gaze was fixed on Tomioka, filled with wariness and defiance. "Hey, little brat, let adults talk without interruption," Tomioka remarked playfully, raising a finger in a gesture to silence him. Yashiro, already displeased with him, erupted in anger. "You bastard," he shouted, ready to charge forward, but was promptly restrained by a presence behind him. "Yashiro, stand down." He shot a fierce glare at Tomioka before obediently retreating behind Tamayo, casting a wary gaze in Tomioka's direction. "Haha, how adorable." Suddenly, feeling the chilling gaze of Kane Tsuyuri from a distance, Tomioka's demeanor shifted, and he retracted his playful attitude. "Ahem. To be frank, I have freed myself from Muzan Kibutsuji's control." "What?" The lack of any curse's response left Tamayo astounded. He had truly liberated himself from Muzan. She was bewildered, unable to comprehend how a demon like Tomioka, imbued with such a high concentration of Muzan's blood, could escape his grasp. Could it be that, besides the illustrious Yorichi Tsujikuni, another exceptional swordsman had severely wounded Muzan in the past century? But how had Tomioka altered his blood? His strength now surpassed her previous recollections. Had he consumed many lives? No, the current Tomioka bore little of that pungent bloodthirst. Rather, like her, he had diminished his demonic essence by consuming only a small amount of human blood. His handsome visage bore a hint of amusement, with a prominent nose and eyes reminiscent of dazzling stars. As he gazed into the room, a softness lingered in his brow. "Aren't you also intent on slaying Muzan Kibutsuji? I share your objective. Thus I require your assistance in concocting a potion to weaken him, as well as researching a remedy to overcome demon's aversion to sunlight. It's as simple as that." Observing Tamayo's astonished expression, he tilted his head and flashed a radiant smile. "Now, do not be so serious. Go and check on my lovely sister. I await your good news." With that, he bypassed Tamayo and Yashiro, striding purposefully toward Kane Tsuyuri. Just as Tamayo feared he would devour the woman before him, his actions left her utterly perplexed. Kane had certainly noticed the unfolding events at the entrance, finding Tomioka's childish antics and rudeness somewhat displeasing. Simultaneously, the contrast between Tamayo's gentle, beautiful demeanor and Tomioka's tall, striking figure, despite their distance, instilled a sense of unease in Kane. "My dear, what troubles you?" Tomioka trotted over to Kane, gently taking her delicate hand and caressing it, speaking softly. "After all, I am to be a father. Do not act so childishly." Kane withdrew her hand gently, smoothing his collar with a slight glare, signifying her discontent. Yet the man before her, with a foolish grin and a scratch at the back of his head, softened her heart. Sensing Tamayo's gaze upon them, Kane turned to meet her eyes, offering a warm smile and a nod. After deftly adjusting the man's collar, she playfully glared at him once more before turning back towards Tamayo. Tomioka felt a bead of sweat trickle down. 3 times now. "Is my dear upset? Oh no. Will I have to sleep on the sofa tonight?" Chapter 39, A Long-Awaited Night Market. In the time that followed, Tamayo and Kane collaborated meticulously, seeking a way to restore Chiyo to her former self. At long last, diligence bore fruit. What? Tamayo succeeded? Kane smiled and nodded at the astonished Tomioka. Yes. It was a potion capable of transforming demons back into humans, not only restoring Chiyo, but also successfully returning both herself and Yashiro to their human forms. This meant, I understand, that arrogant fool's reign has come to an end. Tomioka's eyes darkened, as if he were plotting something. In another part of the courtyard, the young girl, with her hair cascading down and her large, glistening eyes resembling two black jewels, gazed in awe at her frail body. My illness is cured. After a prolonged slumber, Chiyo had been able to hear the voices and movements of those around her, yet she remained trapped in a state of unconsciousness. It felt as though a chain held her captive in darkness, rendering her immobile. It was an excruciating sensation. Eventually, for reasons unknown, she awoke, inhaling the fresh, invigorating air and feeling the blood coursing naturally through her veins. Initially, she believed everything was heading toward a brighter future, but her parents insisted she was still unwell. Even watching her closely during the day, was she still ill? It seemed that only at night did she suffer from nightmares, unable to awaken, while at other times she felt entirely normal. Yet why did her parents always wear expressions of bitterness before she fell asleep? She could not comprehend it. Later, she encountered Tomioka, the very being who had transformed her into a demon and caused her to remain in a lengthy slumber, whom she genuinely detested. Furthermore, she found it incomprehensible how such an insufferable creature could be blessed with a beautiful and gentle spouse like Kane. It seemed as though fate had truly turned a blind eye. Nightmares, after all, must eventually come to an end. Tamayo stood at the foot of the bed, gazing tenderly at the girl before her. She once again thought of her child and husband, tightening her grip on the small vial containing the dark liquid. A flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Thank you, Lady Tamayo. Chiba Rory rose from the bed, her bare feet meeting the cool wooden floor, and bowed deeply in sincere gratitude to Tamayo, for she had cured her ailment, and the night prior had afforded her the most restful sleep she had experienced in a long while. No need for such formalities. After Tamayo helped the young girl to her feet, she was suddenly seized by the wrist. Lady Tamayo, I haven't been out in ages. Please, come with me and Sister Kanai to Nakamiguro Shopping Street. I implore you. The girl gazed up with sparkling eyes, her hands clasped together as she playfully pouted, exuding an irresistible charm. However, Yashiro, standing behind Tamayo, glared at her with a dark expression as she clutched Tamayo's sleeve. What nonsense. Chiba Kazuki entered, reprimanding her in a hushed tone. You've just recovered, and you want to gallivant about? How inappropriate. He then softened his gaze, turning to Tamayo. Lady Tamayo, my daughter is quite mischievous. I apologize for any trouble she may have caused you. You are a benefactor to the Chiba family, and should you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Chiba Rory was his only daughter and the sole granddaughter of Takahashi Hayashi, a high-ranking official of the shogunate. If anything were to befall her, Kazuki would bear the blame. Tamayo glanced at Rory, who was tightly gripping her sleeve and pouting with a flushed face, and chuckled helplessly. I appreciate the Chiba head's good intentions. Very well, let us indulge her. With Mr. Dōma present, I trust there will be no unforeseen incidents. Rory's eyes widened, about to protest, but upon seeing Tamayo shake her head, she reluctantly swallowed her words. Mr. Dōma, you say? Kazuki pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. As long as Mr. Dōma is with us, it should be fine. With him around, no one would dare to trouble his daughter. Yet, the greatest danger may very well be Dōma himself. Kazuki twitched his lips, but ultimately refrained from saying more. It was deep into the night, the starlight dim. The streets were lined with shops, neon lights flickering, heightening the vibrancy of the night. A throng of people filled the streets, where makeshift stalls were haphazardly arranged. Young men and women clad in flamboyant attire unabashedly flaunting their passion for fashion. A few cars, surrounded by the crowd, struggled to move forward, their progress nearly halted, eliciting mild complaints, yet the honking of horns was drowned out by the cacophony of voices as they continued to inch forward in a sluggish manner. Look, it's the Raimiken from Tokuwato, Rory exclaimed, tugging at Kane's hand as they hurried to a vendor. You must try this. It's a specialty of Asakusa and absolutely delicious. Is that so? Since you say so, I truly can't wait to try it, Kanai replied, her eyes sparkling with youthful excitement. The experienced vendor drizzled warm syrup over the rice crackers, expertly mixing them by hand while the heat remained, showcasing his skill. He then flattened and cut them into pieces, packaging them neatly before handing them over. Here you go, young lady. 4 portions of Raimiken, all set. Great. Thank you, sir. Rory beamed with satisfaction, her brows arching elegantly as she received the treats. Here, Sister Kanai. Here, Lady Tamayo. And for you, Yashiro. Eating something delicious will surely lift your spirits. Dōma watched as Rory distributed the 4 portions of Raimiken to Kanai, Tamayo, and Yashiro, while he himself was overlooked, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. Children eating too much sugar will surely get cavities. Dōma shot a sidelong glance at the golden Raimiken in Rory's hands, his tone flat. How infuriating. To be mocked for my inability to savor ordinary food. Indeed, it seems being asleep would render me more obedient. At least that's better than someone who can't enjoy any delicacies at all, Rory teased, sticking out her tongue as she took a small bite of the crunchy ramekin. Uffed. Kanai nearly spat out her crispy rice snack in laughter at Dōma's predicament, turning her head away to avoid his reproachful gaze. Besides ramekin, Rory and her companions also sampled exquisite and delightful treats such as the human-shaped pastries from Sanjudu, the sunbae from Kushia, and the delicate crepes that had made their way from the famed shop. They also admired the cherry blossoms at Sensoji Temple and various Western-style churches that had captivated Japan. Your appetite is truly surprising, Dōma remarked, taken aback by the petite girl who stood at around 5 feet tall but was unexpectedly voracious. By now, you must have consumed a meal equivalent to that of a normal adult male's lunch. How rude of you. Don't you know it's impolite to comment on a girl's appetite? Rory shot him a glare, her cheeks puffed out adorably. Just as Dōma was about to retort, the atmosphere suddenly grew raucous as the crowd surged towards a certain direction. Amidst the chaos, he tightly clasped Kanei's delicate hand. Hurry, it's the fireworks festival. What? Isn't it tomorrow? It might rain tomorrow. Forget about it. Let's go. I wonder if the area by the Sumida River is crowded. It is said that the fireworks festival evolved from the custom of Edo citizens enjoying fireworks during the summer heat, later transforming into an annual celebration. Some also believe it originated during the reign of the 8th shogun, Tokugawa Yoshimune, as a ritual to pacify the spirits of those who had perished from hunger or disease and to dispel illness. In any case, it is a grand and vibrant gathering that is emblematic of Kyoto, with the best viewing spots located along the Sumida River, which flows through the eastern part of Tokyo and empties into Tokyo Bay. Rory had longed to experience the fireworks festival firsthand, but due to her health, her parents had never allowed her to go out at night. Having the opportunity to witness such a spectacle, Rory could hardly bear the thought of missing it. Fireworks festival. We should go too. Huh, Kanai gasped. Is that all right for your health? I'll be fine. Come on, let us go. Lady Tamayo, please keep up. Slow down. Dear, really now? Fireworks festival? Dōma's gaze lowered, recalling the animated films he had watched in his past life, and a nostalgic smile graced his lips. How truly whimsical. Just like something out of an anime. Chapter 40, The Jade Pot. With a sudden burst of sound, a dazzling array of colors ascended rapidly, leaving behind a wisp of gray smoke. Bang! The brilliant fireworks blossomed in the sky, exploding and fracturing into countless tiny specks of light, illuminating the night. Following the initial crack, a series of thunderous booms echoed as each firework, adorned with fiery red, soared into the starry expanse, unfurling into vibrant, colorful flowers that intertwined, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of hues. They resembled jewels embedded in the night sky, ultimately transforming into a cascade of starlight pouring down from above, a sight of exquisite beauty. Wow! The colorful flames illuminated the faces of the crowd, reflecting their excited smiles. Dōma turned to Kanai. Her delicate and radiant smile mirrored in the brilliant sparks above as their fingers intertwined. The crowd beneath the fireworks erupted in joyous exclamations, their awe resounding in waves. Yet, in a shadowy corner, where few ventured, vibrant life flickered alongside the falling fireworks. Hee hee. Enjoy your feast, laugh as much as you wish. In the dark corner of the wall, the jade pot lurked with an insidious charm, its hands grasping a pale arm in one and a thigh in the other. The two mouths positioned where eyes should be gnawed hungrily at chunks of flesh. Dark crimson blood pooled beneath, adjacent to the dismembered remains of a hollowed corpse. The metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, gradually permeating the perception range of Tamayo. He raised an eyebrow, sensing an unusual presence. Tightening his grip on the delicate hand in his own, leaning down to whisper into Kanaho's ear. Keiko, you all should leave first. I need to take care of something. With that, he planted a gentle kiss on the woman's soft earlobe. Taken by surprise, Kanaho shivered slightly, a blush creeping onto her pale cheeks. She glared at him, urging, hurry back, okay? Sure thing, he replied. Tamayo withdrew from the center of the crowd, scanning for the source of the potent aura, then swiftly advanced toward that direction. Bang! Ouch, you bumped into me. Apologize. Tamayo glanced at the flamboyantly dressed woman before him, feigning to rub her arm, his brow furrowing. What are you staring at? Pay up. If you lack the funds, come with me to a certain place. If you refuse, I shall summon my brothers to enlighten you. Following the woman's gaze, he spotted a group of delinquents nearby, smoking and drinking, occasionally glancing in their direction. TCH, it's my first encounter with such a scheme. Is it because I am too handsome? The woman, Fukuhase, looked at him with disdain, her anger rising. Huh, what else with that expression? Do you look down on my brothers? You little brat, prepare yourself for the night of incessant pleas for mercy. Oniai-chan, how annoying. Tamayo dismissed her, his patience wearing thin. His expression turned cold as he summoned blood to his fingertips, scattering it into several droplets that shot toward the approaching delinquents. In an instant, they contorted in pain, clutching their midsections and collapsing to the ground. "Ah, my stomach hurts. Ugh, my kidneys, help." Fukahaste gasped in shock and rushed toward them. Tamayo cast a cold glance behind him before swiftly departing, indifferent to the chaos that ensued. The crowd thinned, and the aura grew more intense. Tamayo's gaze fixed on a shadowy corner in the distance, his eyes sharpening. That was the place, without a doubt. At that moment, the jade pot lay sated, reclining in a pool of blood, basking in the moonlight, looking utterly content. Burp. So full. Indeed, the flesh of an 18-year-old girl is the finest, tender, and soft. Melting in the mouth, yet in terms of chewiness, it pales in comparison to that of a human male's calf. The flesh of the elderly. Ugh, simply unappetizing. Only those lowly beggars would take anything without care. It lacks refinement. But this blood cannot go to waste. It serves perfectly as pigment for my pot. Splendid. I am truly a genius in the realm of art. A tall figure emerged at the dark alley's entrance, blocking the moonlight's splendor. Pot, I'm full now. It would be wise for you to scurry away. The jade pot busied itself with painting its form, not glancing back, until suddenly, its little hand faltered. Hee, little pot. You are indeed enjoying a leisurely moment. The man's vibrant pupils appeared dim and shadowy under the moonlight, his familiar, magnetic deep voice causing the jade pot's heart to skip a beat. Tamayo. Oh no, when did he appear? Why can't I sense his presence at all? Has he grown stronger? No. As a mere demon, I cannot contend with him. I must report to Lord Musin. The air grew tense. Noticing the fear in the jade pot's eyes and its attempts to flee, Tamayo smirked wickedly. Little pot, why the panic? As someone who once appreciated the artistry of your asymmetric vessel, allow me to share some good news. What? Asymmetric vessel? You scoundrel. The jade pot glared in shock, ready to unleash its blood demon art, but suddenly remembered Tamayo's power and retreated into its pot, gripping the rim tightly, veins bulging. Baka, provoking me one tea help. Were those pots once taken for collection by a dog? Who said they were collected? Tamayo raised an eyebrow. I simply sold them because I was short on funds. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as the enraged jade pot accidentally shattered its own rim. Oh, it seems your pot is not only asymmetric, but also of poor quality. The air fell silent for a moment before erupting into a furious howl. Ah! The jade pot's pale face flushed crimson, as if it had been steamed. How dare he insult his proud artistry? This was intolerable. Blood demon art. Octopus hell. Numerous massive octopus tentacles surged forth from the pot, quickly forming a network of tentacles the size of a house, roaring toward Tamayo. Unfazed, Tamayo waved his folding fan, a gleam of cold light flashing through the air. Zzz. In an instant, the oncoming tentacles were severed, crashing heavily to the ground, twisting aimlessly. Why must a fight be so elegant? Just act as you wish. The jade pot thought, mocking Tamayo's graceful demeanor. The severed octopus tentacles rapidly regenerated, sweeping towards Tamayo. He deftly dodged, using the tentacles to leap and spin, slicing through the attacking appendages with his fan, taunting. Poor pot. You must have never experienced the joy of having a beloved craft clothing for you, right? How could I bear to soil it? Swish. Another tentacle lunged at him, but Tamayo remained unperturbed, executing a backward kick that sent it crashing into the wall. The tentacle and wall crumbling together, kicking up a cloud of dust. Terrified, the surrounding people fled, believing an earthquake had struck. This infuriates me. This guy's mouth stinks worse than wisteria. The jade pot fumed, its expression darkening, nearly losing its golden fish eyes in outrage. Blood demon art, scaled fish massacre. The pot leaped rapidly, leaving shimmering afterimages in its wake, launching sharp fish scales like a torrential downpour toward Tamayo. The man's eyes glinted with cold light as he crossed his folding fan. Blood demon art, scatter lotus. He unleashed a multitude of delicate ice flower petals, each razor sharp, creating a storm of icy blossoms that precisely shattered each fish scale, with a surplus of ice petals sweeping toward the jade pot. What? Although the mist appeared to disperse slowly, the ice petals covered the jade pot in an instant, freezing it solid along with the vessel. The massive octopus, now devoid of the pot's control, flopped helplessly to the ground, collapsing into a mound of flesh. The thick ice crystals that formed on the surface swiftly seeped into the jade pot's tissues, numbing its neurons and rendering it immobile, unable to execute its blood demon art. Curse be this. I should have slipped away. I'm merely a scout for information. Why engage in combat with Tamayo? Does this not place me as the fish and him as the knife? The jade pot lamented helplessly. Tamayo brushed off the dust from his clothing, languidly fanning himself as he approached the jade pot. I told you I came to share good news, little pot. Why the haste? Had you not insulted my pots? Would I ever engage with you? The jade pot, adorned with the unblinking gaze of 4 eyes, remained motionless, exuding an overwhelming sense of resentment and melancholy in its silence. It was as if one could intuit his thoughts. Tongmu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Do not concern yourself with such trifles. Little pot, you must be working hard under Musen's command lately, yes? Have you considered following me? Not only would I refrain from burdening you with labor, but I could also take you out to bask in the sun." Bask in the sun? Are you wishing for me to become a dried fish? The existence of a potion developed by Tamayo that allows demons to withstand sunlight came to mind. However, it seemed you were unwilling, so I shall not press the matter further. With a regretful shake of his head, Tongmu sauntered away from the alley, his presence dissipating entirely. A potion to conquer sunlight? Is this not what Lord Musen has relentlessly pursued? No, wait. Hey, you bastard, unfreeze me already. The jade pot watched helplessly as he departed, voicelessly screaming. Chapter 41. How wonderful it is to have you. Time passed indistinctly until the jade pot was suddenly pulled into Infinity Castle, crashing heavily onto the wooden floor with a thud. His frozen head turned to gaze blankly at Musen in female attire, as he approached ever closer. "My lord, save me." The exquisitely pale features bore a pair of crimson eyes, mysterious and profound, radiating an icy aura that drew nearer. Musen elegantly half-squatted, extending his long, pallid fingers to caress the layer of ice encasing the jade pot, murmuring, "Indeed, you are a demon I once valued. Have you grown to this extent?" Glimpsing the jade pot's contorted expression through the ice, Musen's demeanor remained indifferent, yet the crimson of his pupils sent shivers through the jade pot. "At least you have acquired something useful. However, it seems you cannot even manage to return unscathed from a simple information-gathering mission. Heh, my lord, I was wrong. It's all Tongmu's fault. I detest trivial excuses, do you understand?" Suddenly, Musen's pupils sharpened, akin to a venomous cobra. Fixating intensely on the jade pot's eyes, his voice icy as if echoing from the depths of hell. The jade pot's heart raced, leaping to his throat, akin to a frightened rabbit. With a loud crack, the heavy layer of ice shattered, liberating the jade pot, who then collapsed weakly onto the floor, gasping for air. Musen turned his back, maintaining an impassive expression, gracefully seated at the coffee table, toying with a delicate teacup, his gaze deep in thought. Tongmu's strength has indeed grown. I wish to extinguish this unsettling variable soon. This fellow possesses a commendable talent for fabricating nonsense. Is he truly trustworthy? For millennia, he has traversed the world in search of the blue spider lily, establishing a grand lineage of demons. Yet, it appears to yield little fruit, nonetheless. He can still be a hindrance to those bothersome cockroaches. Truly, I never anticipated that an upper moon demon could escape his grasp. Such unrest indeed unsettles him. Why? Why has Tongmu been able to elude his control during his prime? How did he manage it? If he can achieve this, can other demons too? What if others also betray him? In an instant, Musen's delicate, pallid visage twisted into a grotesque snarl, his pupils narrowing, causing the jade pot in the corner to tremble in fear. Ah, the potion to conquer sunlight? Let Kokoshibo and the others investigate its veracity. If it proves true, I shall become the most perfect being in this world. As for that useless lineage of demons, I shall dispose of them all, just like those Hashira. Hee hee. The jade pot trembled at Musen's dark, sonorous laughter, offering a feeble smile in return. Lord Musen must be pleased, yes? How wonderful. Whatever it is that brings joy to Lord Musen, I shall express my gratitude with a fine porcelain pot. Tamayo. The figure of Tamayo, perched upon her platform, responded to Musen's summons, plucking the strings of her instrument. The room of Infinity Castle began to whirl, rearranging itself as the jade pot was drawn into the porcelain vessel, bouncing like a ball until he was ejected from Infinity Castle. When the chaos settled, a tall samurai clad in a purple and black kimono appeared before Musen. "My lord." Kokoshibo bowed. "Have you located Tongmu?" Beyond this inquiry, he could conceive no other reason for Musen's summons. Musen nodded. "Not only that rascal Tongmu, but Tamayo has also surfaced, bringing me good news. I need you to verify its authenticity." Understood. In the study, the air was heavy and oppressive, or so Chiba and Rue believed. What if she refuses to come with us? After conveying the message to the jade pot, Tongmu led Kaname and the others back to the villa. He intended for Chiba, Rue, and their family to escort Kaname and Tamayo back to her grandfather's home, for a genuine battle awaited them. She must depart. His handsome visage was serious and compelling. "Tomorrow morning, you shall gather your belongings and leave. Should you still be here by nightfall, I need not elaborate on the consequences that may ensue." Tongmu's voice was chilling as he rose and exited the opulent study, finding solace in the courtyard. Facing the garden and the moon, a vial of Tamayo's blood at hand. The memories of his past life seemed trivial compared to the 2 centuries that followed. Apart from her uniqueness and the faint recollection of demon slayers sparked by Kaname, he could recall little else. Uncertain if his current existence was a dream or if his past life was merely an illusion. Demons, as beings, carelessly embrace their eternal lives, allowing time to slip through their fingers with indifference, even disdain. Perhaps it is from such vengeance that time stealthily strips them of their most cherished memories, rendering them slaves to their own hunger. All beings that have their fill of sustenance possess rich emotions, gentle and amiable, yet demons do not, for they are eternally insatiable. Tong Mu propped himself up, consuming half the vial of blood, his pallid face flushing with a tinge of color. His eyes becoming misty as he lifted the bottle containing the dark red liquid, reflecting it in the moonlight with a self-deprecating smile. Who is the fool indulging in the night breeze and wine at this hour? As soft and delicate as the whisper of orchids in a secluded valley, a voice emerged, requiring no guesswork to identify. Tong Mu paused, stood, and adeptly draped his coat over the woman, pulling her into his embrace and playfully smacking her posterior. Smack. Kaname, taken by surprise, felt a flush of embarrassment rise to her cheeks, fiercely striking his chest, her glistening eyes narrowing as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? What if someone sees us? This is a punishment for pretending to be asleep. Besides, what of being seen? Isn't it only natural for a husband to tease his wife?" Tong Mu tightened his hold on her, raising an eyebrow, the corners of his lips curling into a captivating arc, laced with a hint of arrogance. "Oh, from the very beginning. This domineering fellow has proven to be nothing to anticipate," the woman sighed, feigning disappointment and resignation. Tong Mu gazed tenderly at Kaname, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he took her hand and strolled through the garden. The evening breeze tousled their long hair, the white strands entwined with dark tresses beneath the starry sky. "This evening's moonlight is truly beautiful," Tong Mu sighed, fingers intertwining with Kaname's delicate hand. "Indeed." Kaname lifted her gaze to the starry sky and continued in a soft voice, "Hey, you insufferable fellow, remember to take good care of yourself while I'm away." Chiba and Rue informed her that Roy's grandfather was unwell, hoping she could accompany them to visit him, with Tamayo joining as she was a remarkably skilled physician. Dōma cleared his throat, yet he refrained from uttering the words he harbored. Instead, he turned, grasped Kani's hands, his eyes brimming with affection, then nestled his chin into the nook of her neck and embraced her tightly. "Keiko." Kani, momentarily taken aback, wrapped her arms around his waist, caressing his long hair. "It's truly wonderful to have you." Chapter 42, Medicine. At dawn the next day, Chiba and Rue, along with their companions, had finished packing and were ready to depart. "Sister Keiko, it's time to set off." Chiba Roy called out from outside the car, where Kani was still under the eaves, lost in a tender exchange with Dōma. "Coming." After casting one last glance at Dōma, Kani finally boarded the vehicle. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Chiba Roy and asked, "Oh, by the way, have you seen the talking raven?" That marvelous one. I barely got to play with it before Dōma took it away, and it makes me so furious." Chiba Roy pouted, angrily shaking her fist at the air. At this moment, after a night of arduous travel, the raven had just alighted at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, looking somewhat weary and disheveled. As night descended, the vast mansion fell into an eerie silence, gradually stirred by a strange chill in the air. "Since an old friend has arrived, why not come in for a visit? I have some rare blood to share." Dōma poured the rare blood from a glass vial into a goblet, inhaling its aroma with a look of rapture. A tall figure stepped into the room, silhouetted by the moonlight, the eyeball at the hilt of his sword gleaming with an uncanny crimson light, flickering mesmerizingly. Suddenly, a flash of cold steel. Kokushibo drew his sword, placing it threateningly against Dōma's neck, severing a few strands of white hair. Having betrayed the organization, there is nothing left to discuss but death. Surviving as a demon since the Warring States period, Kokushibo held a deep reverence for the traditional samurai code. To him, each member of the organization should adhere strictly to the rules, with a clear hierarchy, which also explained why he reprimanded Akaza after the latter's attack on Dōma. As for why he had not intervened earlier, it was simply because he found Dōma's frivolous demeanor intolerable. "Haha, my dear Kokushibo. There's no need to be so tense upon our first meeting. After all, we were comrades for a century. Your demeanor is quite disheartening." Dōma smiled, his eyes narrowing playfully as he tilted his head. "And aren't you curious about this little item I possess?" Dōma gently brushed aside the sword at his neck, producing a glass vial containing a blackish-purple liquid from his bosom. Kokushibo's gaze sharpened, his six elongated, crimson eyes narrowing in intrigue. "Is that the drug that allows demons to withstand sunlight?" "Indeed, this is a rare concoction I procured after much effort, developed by Tamayo." Dōma raised the vial, cradling it with utmost reverence. Has he really placed such a valuable substance so openly on display? What are the conditions? Oh, Kokushibo, you understand me so well. Doma's eyes sparkled as he tilted his head. Do you not think that with your talents, serving under a coward like Muzan Kabutsuji is a gross misallocation of your abilities? Such useless talk is merely a waste of time. Kokushibo gazed down at Dōma, his voice frigid and low. What if we include this? Dōma produced a test tube filled with dark red liquid. Living under that fellow's supervision every day must be quite irksome. His vibrant eyes reflected the dark red shadows in the dim light. Infinity Castle, my lord, here is what you requested. Ha ha ha, just as I expected from you, Kokushibo. My most capable subordinate. Muzan, clad in a striking black and white suit, smiled wickedly as he took the test tube from Kokushibo's hands, his blood-red eyes glinting ominously. Is Dōma dead? Not yet. Muzan's expression hardened, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Well, it matters not, as long as this drug is genuine and can withstand sunlight. Muzan checked the time on his exquisite pocket watch, a smirk forming on his lips. Dawn was fast approaching. Naki, bring me the Shinjuku and Kanabana. With a clang, the sound of strings resonated, and the two suddenly appeared in the center of Infinity Castle. Upon seeing Muzan's figure, they immediately knelt in unison. My lord, look up. The two exchanged puzzled glances, slowly raising their heads towards Muzan. What is your intention, my lord? Do not ask so many questions. Simply do as instructed. Muzan approached them, overseeing as they extracted a small amount of the liquid from the vial with a dropper. Open your mouths. He dropped a single drop of the deep purple liquid into the mouths of the Shinjuku and Kanabana. No changes at all. Is this drug perhaps a sham? The two, having ingested the liquid, glanced at each other, feeling no alterations in their bodies. Muzan's brows furrowed sharply, discreetly summoning Naki. With a twang, the music played again, and the four found themselves in a modest home, startling a couple who were dining. You, who are you? Kokushibo expertly sheathed his sword, allowing the blade to drip blood. Step into the yard. Shinjuku, shaken, anxiously addressed Muzan. But my lord, it's almost dawn. Faint sunlight began to rise over the horizon, gradually sweeping in like a tide. What? Do you not wish to heed my words? His icy voice seemed to grasp at their souls, threatening to plunge them into the abyss. My lord, we are terribly sorry. We shall go at once. Kanabana grasped Shinjuku's hand, cautiously stepping into the yard, the girl's body trembling increasingly. No, we cannot defy our lord. He is the one who saved us, and even if it leads to our demise, it is only fitting. As time ticked away, the golden rays of sunlight enveloped the figures in the yard. Shinjuku's body weakened, and he sank to his knees, expecting to be obliterated by the sunlight, yet discovered nothing amiss. Was he no longer afraid of the sun? Muzan too observed this, his snake-like crimson eyes widening, trembling with exhilaration. Wonderful, wonderful. The drug is indeed genuine. However, before his glee could fully blossom, Shinjuku suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, crumpling to the ground alongside Kanabana. Their skin began to fester, searing like fire. Their muscles weakened, exposing blood vessels, and the crimson blood pooled upon the ground, gradually evaporating under the sunlight. In less than 5 minutes, their bodies, save for their clothing, had entirely disintegrated. Damn it all. An enraged Muzan kicked over a nearby table, causing it to smash into the wall, creating a large dent. That wretched Dōma. He must possess the true drug. Though this potion cannot vanquish a demon's fear of sunlight, it does afford them a longer duration under its rays. It is highly likely that the concoction was diluted by Dōma. Is his intent to allow him to perish under the sun? How delightfully malicious. Muzan Kabutsuji's pallid visage tightened with veins, his crimson eyes glinting with a fierce, icy resolve. Kokushibo, you are aware of Dōma's whereabouts, are you not? It is time to personally cleanse our domain. Muzan resolved to summon the 12 Kazuki to besiege Dōma and seize the genuine potion. Trusting Kokushibo, he had never kept him under surveillance, merely embedding a curse within him. Hence, he remained oblivious to the fact that the subordinate he trusted had clandestinely made a deal with Dōma. In the blink of an eye, nightfall arrived, accompanied by a whispering autumn breeze. On this unusual evening, nearly all the Hashira were en route to Asakusa, where a fierce battle between humans and demons was imminent. Chapter 43, The God of Glamour. In the evening, the Love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, and the Mist Hashira, Michiro Takedo, arrived ahead of schedule at the grand villa where Dōma resided. Wow, what a stunning villa, exclaimed Mitsuri, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed upon the magnificent 3-story structure. Is this truly the rendezvous point designated by our lord? Michiro, slightly bewildered, surveyed their surroundings. Mitsuri retrieved a note tucked within her bosom, unfolded it, and brought it closer to her eyes. 28 Yogai District, Asakusa. Yes, this is indeed the place. Let us proceed. After all, he is still a demon and shall not emerge until the sun has set. As they entered the villa, They were entranced by the sprawling garden that greeted them. Wow, a Chinese-style bridge over water. Look, goldfish, Mitsuri exclaimed, leaning over the railing to observe the plump, fiery goldfish glide beneath the bridge, a gasp escaping her lips. Quite large, Michiro murmured, captivated. They are the red dragon eye variety, transported from Hashira. Came a mature voice from within the shadows of the building. Mitsuri and Michiro turned to see Dōma standing beneath the dim eaves. The man languidly sipped from a cup filled with diluted blood, his kimono slightly ajar, revealing his pale, bloodless chest. Dōma, welcome, he said, elegantly raising his glass. A charming smile gracing his handsome features, his eyes shimmering with vibrant hues. Ah, so handsome, Mitsuri thought, flustered. No. He is Sister Kocho's man, but truly, he is incredibly handsome. Mitsuri held her flushed cheeks, entranced. The pink-haired maiden and the fair-haired youth stood under the sunlight, radiating the beauty of youth. Perhaps it would not be long before she could stroll under the sun with Kocho. Come inside. There is little else to admire out here, Dōma mused, glancing at the two. Such large goldfish, resembling clouds sculpted from the sky, Michiro reiterated, his eyes wide with awe. Dōma smirked, leaning against the doorframe. This child is truly amusing. Oh, forget that. Come along, brother Michiro. Mitsuri chimed, her sweet smile pulling him beneath the eaves. Wow, he looks even more handsome up close. Ah, is it rude to stare like this? She pondered, yet, how can one overindulge in the appreciation of beauty? Meanwhile, Yuzui Tenjin, en route to Asakusa from the Demon Slayer Corps, passed through Kurishizu town, sensing an unusual aura. Is this not the lair of Dōma? How audacious for this little demon to occupy it. Perfect, I shall devour you and absorb some nourishment. After emerging from Infinity Castle, Gyako found himself near Kurishizu town, contemplating the consumption of human flesh when he was perplexed by news from the Paradise cult. The locals revered a figurine of Dōma, claiming that the god of paradise had whisked their heartfelt wishes to the divine realm, promising improvements in their lives. How foolish. Yet, had not Dōma departed from here? Why were so many still eager to express their gratitude? Upon investigating the Paradise cult, he uncovered something intriguing. A small demon, masquerading under Dōma's name, was brazenly deceiving people, feasting on human flesh and targeting women and children, just as the original did. Who are you? The startled Chuntaro exclaimed, gazing in shock at Gyako. Lord Upper Moon, please, spare me. These humans are all yours. What need have I for mere humans? At the Upper Moon level, the effects of consuming humans are limited. I shall feast upon you instead. You possess the blood of my lord, Gyako purred, his eyes narrowing wickedly. You must be dreaming. Chuntaro, aware of Gyako's intentions, swiftly activated his blood demon art, transforming into a pool of black liquid and vanishing into the floor. What manner of blood demon art is this? Intriguing. But can you truly escape? Blood demon art. Octopus hell. Gyako conjured a vessel, releasing a colossal octopus whose massive tentacles writhed and slithered in all directions. Soon, it detected his presence. Found you, my little treasure. Hee. With a resounding crash, a tentacle shattered the wooden wall, sending Chuntaro crashing to the ground. This is Upper Moon. There's no escaping. Chuntaro spat blood onto the floor, struggling to watch as Gyako approached, the writhing tentacles floating ominously above him. Cursed fiend. Why does it always come to this? If only I possessed that power to act without restraint, perhaps I would not be subject to the whims of others. Chuntaro glared defiantly, inching backward. Oh, it appears I am in for a splendid show. Do demons also engage in mutual slaughter? Hearing the voice, Gyako halted his movements, glancing towards the window, only to discover an unexpected figure seated there. Who are you? Yuzui Tenjin stood tall against the moonlight, hands on his hips. Who am I? A splendid question. Behold, I am the magnificent god of glamour, the illustrious light of humanity, Yuzui Tenjin. The man's voice rang with vigor as he arrogantly tilted his chin, the moonlight casting a dazzling array of colors upon him. The atmosphere grew suddenly hushed. Oh, am I so splendid that I have left you in awe? Yuzui Tenjin teased, flicking his bangs and raising an eyebrow with a grin. How absurd. Even a mere demon slayer dares to intrude upon my domain. Do you think I lack the patience to deal with you? Gyako lashed out with the octopus's tentacles, attacking Yuzui Tenjin fiercely. Behind him, Chuntaro seized the opportunity, activating his blood demon art and vanishing into thin air. Excellent. Yuzui Tenjin shouted, exhilarated, as he brandished his dual blades against the tentacles. The octopus's appendages were severed midair, splattering deep purple blood across the ground. A Hashira, how delightful. Though I do not know where that little demon has scurried off to, consuming you will suffice. Gyako cackled wickedly, unfurling 8 tentacles and swiftly encircling Yuzui Tenjin. If you wish to devour me, you shall find this wholly lacking in grandeur. He produced 3 black orbs and hurled them towards Gyako, unleashing a golden blade that cleaved through the orbs. What is this? As Yuhu observed him hurl the black sphere towards him, he instinctively reached out with his tentacles to grasp it. Bang! In an instant, a violent burst of flames erupted before Yuhu, the shockwave shattering the roof and swirling dust into the air. Deep purple octopus blood splattered across the walls. Coughing, he exclaimed, "Damn it, what is this contraption?" Emerging from behind the octopus, Yuhu glanced around, slightly taken aback. This was indeed a splendid era. I couldn't care less about your grandeur. Blood demon technique. Thousandfold needle fish kill. Yuhu summoned a multitude of goldfish from the aquatic vessel, which swiftly darted towards Yuzui Tenjin from all directions, resembling a flurry of short swords glinting in gold and crimson. What kind of blood demon technique is this? Yuzui Tenjin cleaved the advancing goldfish in front of him, the severed fish transforming into droplets of water, only to reconstitute into goldfish drifting through the air. What? They can regenerate? This was troublesome. They would only multiply. Suddenly, some goldfish gathered chilling light within their mouths, forming sharp spikes that were launched at Yuzui Tenjin. The incessant stream of goldfish surrounding him spewed forth golden needles, akin to a torrential downpour. Despite his rapid slashes that deflected the majority of the spikes, a few still pierced his arm, and he felt the nerves within begin to tingle. Is this the toxin that induces paralysis? Fortunately, his body possessed a certain degree of resistance. Yuzui Tenjin pulled a bomb from his waist, detonating it before him to break through the encirclement of goldfish. Sound breathing. Second form. Thunderclap slash. The azure blade light swiftly approached Yuhu, delivering a powerful horizontal cut that cleaved through both the aquatic vessel and Yuhu's hand, causing the surrounding goldfish to dissolve into droplets upon the ground. Indeed, this fellow's true form lies solely within the vessel. Chapter 44. Have you ever regretted? Yuhu swiftly retreated to a safe distance, his severed hand rapidly regenerating. Such speed. It was nearly akin to the speed of sound. Yuhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Yuzui Tenjin, undeterred by the severing of the aquatic vessel, executed a graceful spin and charged towards Yuhu with remarkable speed. The golden lacquered patterns on the side of his blade glimmered in the moonlight, emanating a dazzling, cold light as it slashed towards Yuhu's neck with the force of thunder. Damn it! He hastily attempted to retreat into the vessel, narrowly evading the swift strike and rolling the vessel to create distance. With a thud, a soft, misshapen mass plummeted to the ground, oozing a purple-white puddle. It was half of Yuhu's head. The illustrious upper moon 4 can only hide. How utterly disgraceful. Yuzui Tenjin casually swung his muscular, bare arms, creating a magnificent display of blade blossoms as he flicked the remnants of blood from his sharp blade onto the floor. Soon, Yuhu's head had fully regrown, contorted in rage as he roared, "Damn human! Congratulations, you've successfully provoked me. Oh ho, what capabilities do you possess? Bring it on." Yuzui Tenjin, with a flick of the chain adorning his face, appeared exceptionally handsome and suave. "You little demon, I shall make you regret underestimating me." Blood demon technique. 10,000 gliding sticky fish. Go. Yuhu hurled the porcelain vessel, adorned with a human blood-stained catfish design, high into the air. Its opening aimed at Yuzui Tenjin, appearing as a bottomless abyss that devoured the surrounding air. Suddenly, a fierce, bloodthirsty aura surged forth from the depths of the vessel, revealing a multitude of fish eyes emerging from the dark void. Following this, the glistening, sharp-toothed sticky fish cascaded like a waterfall of stars toward Yuzui Tenjin. Let us see how you counter this. Be torn apart beneath the ocean of my artistry. Ha ha ha. The sky was filled with a deluge of fish, accompanied by the cacophony of rushing waters and a nauseating stench. Sound breathing. Fourth form, slash without intermission. Yuzui Tenjin rapidly swung his twin blades while retreating with agile footwork. The blade edges shattered the air, unleashing a thunderous brilliance. The explosion repelled a portion of the sticky fish. However, it was akin to tossing a firecracker into water, as countless sticky fish quickly filled the void, closing in once more. The severed sticky fish splattered a viscous, deep purple venomous liquid, which inevitably splashed onto his skin, inducing intense tingling and pain, quickly followed by muscle weakness. Nevertheless, Yuzui Tenjin managed to suppress the effects with his total concentration breathing, his muscular arms, now marred with purple spots, bulging with veins. No, this cannot continue. I will surely be drained of strength. This demon's blood demon technique was exceedingly bizarre. He must close the distance. He leapt onto the rafters of the building, which had been punctured by the collapsed roof, using his incredible speed to create some distance from the sea of sticky fish. Futile. You cannot escape. The sticky fish, with their gaping maws filled with sharp teeth, slithered after him like serpents, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. How would I know without trying? Heh. Yuzui Tenjin drew 5 steel balls from his waist. Bang. A violent explosion sent dust swirling, causing the entire wooden structure to tremble. Seizing the moment as the sticky fish were momentarily obstructed, Yuzui Tenjin burst through the dust. Like a flash of lightning, charging towards Yuhu. Clang! The blade clashed against the resilient claws, creating a dazzling display of sparks. What? Unbeknownst to him, Yuhu had extended all of his claws covered in scales. His blood-red, gluttonous eyes narrowed, radiating a menacing glow, as his two mouths twisted into a sinister grin. This is bad. The acute sense of danger retained from his days as a ninja compelled Yuzui Tenjin to instinctively raise his blade, but the immense force struck him, slamming him against the wall. Thud! The high-speed impact sent him crashing to the ground, propped on his golden blade as he coughed up blood. Cackling. Congratulations. You are the first human to witness my perfect form. Yuhu's original head had withered into a mass, gradually melting into a deep purple liquid that enveloped the newly emerged head, forming dark purple, thick eyebrows and accentuating the blood-red, cavernous eyes at its center. His entire body was covered in glistening scales that reflected a ghostly blue light under the moon, with a translucent complexion and two purple hands ending in sharp claws. His taut muscles concealed formidable strength. It was this other fist that stealthily struck Yuzui Tenjin. Yuhu slowly rose, revealing a serpent-like lower body, as an eerie vessel of water coalesced in his hands. What an ugly creature I thought you were. Wiping the blood from his lips, Yuzui Tenjin stood, brandishing his blade. This fellow can even change forms. Slaying him has become exceedingly difficult. However, it matters not. Even if it costs me my life, I shall fulfill my mission. With a powerful push of his legs, he shot towards Yuhu like an arrow released from a bow, both blades descending in a dual strike. Yet Yuhu's fully manifested arm effortlessly blocked the attack. What? Yuzui Tenjin's pupils dilated as he exerted more force. The action-reaction principle of force caused a resounding numbness in his wrist, yet the Nichiren blade failed to breach even a fraction of Yuhu's scales. Such fervent words. They trouble me greatly, you know, but it seems the timing is just right. Let's see my blood purgatory vessel. Yuhu cackled maniacally, the water vessel upon his claws swelling larger and larger, releasing a threatening and potent aura akin to a tornado. Yuzui Tenjin wielded his sword, striking down upon the water bowl. If this fellow's blood demon art relied on the vessel's existence, then destroying the vessel itself would render his powers impotent. However, Yuzui Tenjin failed to perceive the cunning and sinister glint in the jade vessel's eyes. At the very instant the Nichiren blade collided with the bowl, the water vessel suddenly expanded with alarming speed. This is bad. He swung the Nichiren blade in an attempt to shake it off. But the watery tendrils crept up the blade like venom, and before long, the water bowl enveloped Yuzui Tenjin entirely. A profound sense of oppression and suffocation swiftly engulfed him, rendering him unable to draw a single breath, even with his mouth agape. Struggling, he brandished the Nichiren blade, yet the tremendous resistance bound him tightly, as if he were attempting to move a colossal mountain. Yes, just so. My possession. The jade vessel floated to the edge of the bowl, mockingly gazing at the man within, whose eyes glowed crimson with desperation. Once you perish, I shall feast upon your flesh and fashion a vessel from your bones. The jewels adorning your body shall serve as exquisite embellishments. Ah, what an exquisite work of art that shall be. Indeed, I can hardly contain my anticipation. Ha ha ha. The jade vessel rubbed its palms together, its eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty glint. Am I to die? Yuzui Tenjin grasped the Nichiren blade in one hand, while clutching his bruised neck with the other. The world before him began to blur and whiten, as cherry blossom petals drifted down like snow. Lord Tenjin, do you feel regret? Beneath the cherry blossom tree, the wind tousled the hair of three maidens, petals cascading like rain. Since severing ties with the ninja clan, he had never felt so vividly alive as he did in this moment, living so authentically, yet so magnificently. For he was a man with 3 wives, an enviable fortune. Regret? How could that be? As the vitality of his body waned under the water bowl's insatiable grasp, Yuzui Tenjin closed his eyes and spread his arms wide, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He allowed the Nichiren blade to slip from his grasp. Chapter 45. The death of the jade vessel. The cold night wind rustled through the leaves, producing a mournful sound. What? The jade vessel sensed a presence behind it and swiftly drew its arms to shield against a lethal strike. The pale green scales cleaved a narrow wound, dark crimson blood gushing forth. Tenjin, do not give up. Ju Tomioka's veins bulged as he shouted to Yuzui Tenjin, who was ensnared within the water bowl, while relentlessly attacking the jade vessel. The Nichiren blade struck fiercely, pushing the confrontation toward Yuzui Tenjin's position. Another Hashira? No, he doesn't seem to be exerting his full strength. What is this fellow scheming? Is he attempting to exhaust my energy? Ridiculous. My recovery ability is remarkable. Seizing the opportunity during the Jade Vessel's counter, Ju Tomioka unleashed his full strength, striking forcefully against the exterior of the water bowl. This is bad. How dare this creature toy with me? You vile pest. Enveloped in darkness and chaos, Yuzue Tenjin vaguely heard a familiar voice. Who is it? Has someone come to rescue me? He opened his heavy eyelids, faintly perceiving blue and white waves crashing against the chaotic water bowl, causing the entire vessel to shudder violently. Cracks appeared on the bowl's surface, spiderwebbing outward, while water gushed forth from the transparent fissures. The jade vessel raised its claws, launching a surprise attack at Ju Tomioka's back. He swiftly blocked with the Nichiren blade, the tremendous impact carving a 5-meter trench into the ground. I shall slay you and turn your corpse into a night pot. The blood bowl technique was his pride. A lethal skill. Once prey was trapped within the water bowl, its soft yet unyielding walls would suffocate it, severing its connection to air. Yet this blood demon art bore a weakness. The bowl's exterior was relatively fragile, and a Hashira's full power strike could shatter it from the outside. How dare you? How dare you attempt to rescue another insignificant creature before me? I am furious. The jade vessel seethed with rage, intensifying its attacks. Meanwhile, Ju Tomioka, having gained substantial experience from his battle with Dōma, saw a significant enhancement in both power and speed. He deftly maneuvered the Nichiren blade, parrying the jade vessel's relentless claw strikes. The sharp blade sliced through scales like snowflakes drifting in the night sky. What? This fellow's speed surpasses that of the other insignificant creature. The jade vessel's fish-like eyes narrowed, its deep purple claws lunging toward Ju Tomioka's face, barely grazing past his ear and shearing off a few strands of black hair. Time seemed to slow as the fierce wind whipped past his ears, and in his line of sight, he glimpsed his severed arm. How is this possible? Coughing, Yuzue Tenjin tumbled from the shattered water bowl, lying on the ground and gasping for air. He turned his head to see Ju Tomioka engaged in combat with the jade vessel, his jaw dropping in astonishment. This fellow is truly magnificent. When did his strength grow so formidable? Could it be that he consumed too much of that radish salmon? Ju Tomioka evaded a tail swipe from the jade vessel, cleaving through several large, toothy goldfish before rapidly distancing himself, unwavering in his focus. Since all is well now, I shall take my leave. You handle things here. Before he arrived, this fellow must have fought valiantly, suffering many injuries. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Now this demon has likely expended roughly half its strength. It is now his turn to bring this to an end. Yet Yuzue Tenjin held a different perspective, raising an eyebrow in incredulity. Huh, what is this disdainful tone you are taking? I have just engaged in a splendid battle with this creature. Let us continue this glorious fight. Do not underestimate me, the illustrious god of festivals. Ju Tomioka paid no heed to Yuzue Tenjin's loud protests. His deep-set eyes remained fixed on the jade vessel, fingers tightening around the hilt of his blade. The sea-blue Nichiren blade gradually radiated brilliant, flowing ripples. Third form of water-breathing, flowing dance. Like a majestic water dragon, it coiled low and surged toward the jade vessel. The jade vessel bent its body, its mouth-like eyes swiveling as it watched Ju Tomioka approach, narrowing its gaze. Ha, you insufferable wretch, prepare to experience my divine hand. It crouched low, its elongated claws digging into the ground before Ju Tomioka could reach it. The ground, resembling a tranquil surface, suddenly rippled like water, and a massive stone-colored catfish with sharp teeth leaped forth, lunging at Ju Tomioka. The jade vessel, with its wicked grin, suddenly froze in shock. It had not anticipated that he could cleave the catfish in two, which continued its relentless assault. How infuriating! How could this fellow possess such strength? Bam! The water dragon collided with the jade vessel's scaled chest, tearing through skin and piercing deep into its heart. While healing one's body is not a challenge for a demon, the sensation of pain is nonetheless very real. The jade vessel grimaced, clutching the Nichiren blade embedded in its chest, pushed back by the forceful impact. This accursed Hashira dares to ruin its perfect form. Such a transgression is utterly unforgivable. Utterly unforgivable. Tenjin. As the jade pot was about to extend its menacing claws towards the nearby Ju Tomioka, a sudden glimmer of cold light flashed by. In the line of sight, the dilapidated wooden structure swayed slightly, alongside the poised figure of Tenjin Yuzue, ready to strike. Thud. What a brilliant moon. How many stars? How is it possible that this fellow can still stand? He has been poisoned. No. Wait. His neck. His neck is actually severed. This must be a trick. How could this be? How could his neck possibly be severed by you two insufferable brats? I have faced the upper moon for, after all. The jade pot's fish-like eyes turned crimson. Its two mouths began to shriek incessantly, yet the blood and flesh from its neck dispersed like ash. A sneak attack. You are ambushing me. I will kill you. Kill you. The golden blade shattered the jade pot's skull, silencing its shrill curses abruptly. What a nuisance, truly. As Tenjin Yuzui relaxed from the battle, the toxins in his muscles seeped into his bloodstream, beginning to engulf his entire body. He wavered, collapsing weakly. Ju Tomioka supported Tenjin Yuzui, his brows slightly furrowed, before producing a signal flare from his waist and releasing a red firework into the sky. This would summon the nearby Demon Slayer Corps members. They will arrive shortly. You rest here while I go ahead. Tenjin Yuzui understood that their destination was Asakusa, where they would confront Muzan Kabutsuji in a final showdown. The death of the Jade Pot would undoubtedly alleviate some of their burdens. But Muzan and the other Upper Moons still posed a significant challenge. Go on, and I will splendidly support you. Ju Tomioka nodded silently, sheathing his Nichiren blade and striding out. His silhouette appeared somewhat frail under the moonlight, yet undeniably resolute. This fellow isn't so intolerable after all. Tenjin Yuzui watched as Ju's figure vanished from sight, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured softly, then relaxed his eyes in repose. Chapter 46, A Long-Awaited Reunion. The summer night felt somewhat sweltering, and the pansies in the courtyard bloomed particularly lush. Shades of purple and white melded into a stunning sea of flowers. Dōma leaned against his arm, seated with his gaze fixed upon the floral expanse. His sharply defined features illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a work of art. Wow. Hey, Kenroji, your eyes are about to fall out. Don't mind me. Wow. So handsome, that profile. It strikes right at the heart. Mitsuri Kenroji was entranced, lost in admiration, while Shinazugawa Sanemi looked on with mild exasperation. However, if it were this fellow, he'd surely be fine. Crunch, crunch. 5 ants. Kyajiro Rengoku devoured the red bean pie Dōma had procured from the market, savoring each bite. Muchiro Takedo sat on the floor, staring blankly at the goldfish in the glass tank. Observing the trio before him, Sanemi couldn't help but sigh slightly. It had been ages since they had gathered so leisurely together. They have arrived. Dōma's voice echoed from outside the door. The expressions of the force shifted, gripping their Nichiren blades tightly as they turned to the courtyard. A menacing aura approached from all directions, converging in the shadows untouched by moonlight. Go eliminate those pesky nuisances. Yes, my lord. Hantengu and Akaza responded in low tones, disappearing into the darkness. 2 shadows gradually emerged into the moonlight, revealing their crimson murderous intent. Well, isn't this my dear Muzan-sama? It's been quite a while. Dōma's colorful eyes glimmered with mischief as he observed Muzan Kabutsuji approach him. Hand over the medicine. Muzan, clad in a tailored black suit and white trousers, his medium-length hair curled beneath the brim of his hat, bore a pallid and grim expression. Dōma raised his hands beneath his chin, feigning innocence as he tilted his head. It was painstakingly developed by Tamayo, and before I could even use it, it was snatched away by Lord Kokoshibo. How could there be any medicine left? He even winked at Muzan. Standing behind Muzan, Kokoshibo's 6 eyes twitched slightly at the sight. Crack! Muzan Kabutsuji seized Dōma by the throat, lifting him off the ground, veins bulging on his face and neck, his crimson pupils sharp and bloodthirsty. This is your last chance. Hand over the medicine. For over a millennium, he had tirelessly searched for the blue spider lily, endlessly creating demons to aid in its search. Yet he had never succeeded, and his faith in its existence had begun to wane. Nevertheless, it remained the only thing capable of allowing him to withstand sunlight, which is why he had never relinquished hope. Heaven knows how desperately he craved the sun, how fervently he longed to become the most perfect being. When the Jade Pot witnessed Tamayo beneath the sunlight, he nearly succumbed to a frenzy, wishing to slay all demons in his rage. The last remnants of his sanity vanished upon confirming the falsehood of the elixir, completely consumed by fury and madness. Dōma gazed down at the seething Muzan Kabutsuji, a cool smirk gracing his lips. No wonder, Muzan-sama, if you cannot have it, you must seize it, right? If you can't seize it, will you destroy it instead? It seems you. Uffed. A sharp weapon pierced through his chest. Muzan's pupils constricted as he struck Dōma with a palm. Bang! The tremendous force sent Dōma crashing into the building, breaking through 2 walls and inadvertently flattening Hantengu behind him, raising a cloud of dust. You annoying pest. Cough, cough. My apologies, old friend. Let me give you a little push. Dōma said to the small, flattened figure beneath him, extending a hand. Get lost. In the distance, Muzan Kabutsuji withdrew the syringe embedded in the center of his heart, blood flowing freely onto the ground. The wound's healing delayed. A strange sensation gradually coursed from his heart through the veins. Damn, what is this? Just as Muzan intended to expel the substance within him, he was interrupted by Dōma. Of course, it's a fine product. If in the future you cannot see Muzan-sama during the day, it would surely be quite dull, wouldn't it? He stepped out of the dust with his fan in hand, his white hair billowing. Like a stunningly beautiful youth emerging from a misty painting, he continued. Just like the medicine taken from Lord Kokoshibo, but this one is 100,000 times more concentrated. After all, your body is special. How could I possibly give you inferior goods, dear Muzan-sama, after such a long separation? Dōma tilted his head to glance at the syringe on the ground, his colorful eyes shimmering with cunning light. Muzan Kabutsuji furrowed his brow slightly. He didn't believe Dōma would be so benevolent. Yet the chemical reaction between his cells and the drug was undeniably felt. Whether it's true or not will be revealed once I deal with this fellow. Kokushibo. Yes, my lord. Kokushibo drew his katana, the eyes on the blade glinting with a piercing sanguine gleam under the moonlight. Oh dear, is this what they mean by crossing the river and tearing down the bridge? Dōma's eyes widened, his mouth agape, even the fan in his hand ceased to sway. Suddenly, he broke into a grin. Haha, perfect, it has been ages since I've had a proper scrap. But why doesn't Team Muzan-sama want to play with me? I feel like I've never seen you in action. Indeed, you are excessively reliant on your own curse. A cowardly soul terrified of death. It is no wonder that you would keep your distance from me, given that you cannot even triumph over mere mortals. As they spoke, Dōma effortlessly parried 2 of Kokushibo's sword strikes. The collision of their powers unleashed a shockwave that shattered the walls behind Dōma, sending their garments fluttering and causing the ground beneath them to tremble. Ah, Dōma, you truly embody a flamboyant arrogance that is undeniably charming. Hey, you ruffian. How dare you space out at such a critical moment? Are you insulting me? This is utterly unforgivable. Under the combined assault of the Wind Pillar and the Love Pillar, Hama summoned his most formidable technique, the Akaza. Upon hearing this, Kanroji Mitsuri felt her mind go blank, as if struck by lightning. Huh, was that directed at her? Despite possessing a visage and physique akin to her younger brother, and while it is true that one cannot gauge a demon's age by appearance, still, this is far too excessive. Kanroji leapt onto the wall to evade the wooden dragon unleashed by Akaza, her supple Nichiren blade whirling like a whip, severing segments of the dragon. Muzan, with his head bowed beneath the veil of his white hat, revealed only his pallid, alluring lips and sharp chin. He chuckled darkly. Very well, I shall indulge you. His voice, heavy with malice, seemed to seep from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. Kokushibo, dispose of the newcomers outside. Understood. With a swift turn, Kokushibo bore the weeping deity upon his back and vanished in an instant. Allow me to impart a lesson to this reckless child about the ultimate truths of existence. In that fleeting moment of Kokushibo's disappearance, a blood-red bone whip formed from his arms erupted forth, propelled by a fierce gust toward Dōma. Dōma beamed brightly, flicked his sleeves, and instantaneously appeared beside Kanroji Mitsuri. Before she could react, she found herself draped over Dōma's arm like a scarf, landing gracefully on a nearby rooftop. The powerful bone whip struck the very spot where Dōma had just stood, with one of its protrusions piercing through the head of Akaza, splattering blood across the walls. Takedo Michiro narrowly evaded the bone spikes aimed at his waist, a cold sweat trickling down his brow as he gazed at the sanguine whip before him, silently lamenting his near miss. Chapter 47. The storm approaches. Leave this one to me. You all be cautious. Dōma gently patted Kanroji Mitsuri's head, a smile gracing his lips. He harbored hope that this young girl would emerge from the battle unscathed. Kanroji gazed at his smile, her heart skipping a beat. If she had previously been enamored by his handsome features, now she was struck by the kindness emanating from this man. Deep down, she had always known that Dōma was a powerful demon, capable of using their lives as shields against Muzan Kabutsuji's onslaught, which was precisely what Shinobu had warned her about. However, she could never have anticipated that Dōma would save her. Had it not been for him, she would have met the same fate as that demon, pierced through by Muzan's bone spikes. Thank you. The man did not register her soft expression of gratitude as he leaped from the rooftop, his sharp fan aimed directly at Muzan's neck. Judging by the speed of the earlier bone spike, it was evidently somewhat inferior to Kokushibo's sword speed. Yet its destructive power was astonishing. Thus, Muzan's weakness lay in his speed. As long as he could maintain his velocity, he could surely wear this fiend down. Muzan turned his head, catching sight of Dōma soaring toward him, disdain dripping from his voice. Do you think I would be so foolish? A wicked smile spread across Dōma's fair and handsome face as he raised his hands, sending his folding fan fluttering from his grasp. Let me show you the art of diversion. Blood demon art. Winter's ice pillars. Several sharp ice pillars materialized above Muzan's head, plummeting swiftly and slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. What? The bone whip clashed against the folding fan, the tremendous force propelling Dōma's fan away and deflecting the bone spike's assault. Muzan's pupils contracted as he sensed the imminent threat from above and swiftly shifted his body to the side, yet still found himself pierced by 2 massive, sharp ice spikes through his spine and skull. Oh dear, is it not rather unkind to bully an elderly gentleman like Muzan? However, I have yet to unleash my full power. Dear Muzan, you should be capable, shouldn't you? Dōma deftly retrieved his fan, lightly propelled himself off the ground, and landed elegantly on a high wall, gazing down with a playful glint at the somewhat disheveled and weary Muzan. Muzan dislodged the ice spikes embedded in his body, his gaze sharp and his lips pressed into a thin line, the gaping wounds rapidly healing. You arrogant fool, you shall pay for your actions. Do not be so hasty. It makes one appear quite villainous. For a brief moment, the combatants seemed to freeze in their movements. The sky was cloudless, painted with hues of dawn. At the residence of Takahashi Chinliang, which also served as the ancestral home of Chiba Rue, 2 carriages filled with guests arrived. A kindly elderly man with a white beard stood under the eaves, watching as a lively girl leapt into his embrace, the slanting sun casting warmth upon her dark tresses. Grandfather. Ah, my dear, you have grown quite a bit. The once babbling child had transformed in the blink of an eye into a spirited young lady. And he couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly time passes. Father. Chiba Kazuki, accompanied by his wife and the butterfly Shinobu and Kanai, approached Takahashi Chinliang. Who are these individuals? This is my newly adopted son's wife, hence my daughter-in-law, and this is a highly skilled physician. Adopted son? Father, it's a long story. Perhaps we should go inside. Takahashi Chinliang, with a gentle and scrutinizing gaze, inspected Kanai for a moment before, upon hearing Chiba Kazuki's suggestion, he stroked his beard and chuckled. Indeed, let us enter. The retired elder still bore an air of subtle, unspoken authority, causing Shinobu and the others to instinctively straighten their backs as they sat upon the tatami mats. Haha, feel free to make yourselves at home. Chiba Rue scampered off to her room to play, while Madame Naiko headed to the kitchen to prepare some food for them. What? They are heroes from the Demon Slayer Corps? I beg your pardon. In order to spare the elderly man from worry, Shinobu and the others merely stated that they were swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps, omitting the fact that their newly adopted son, Dōma, was an upper moon demon. I appreciate your visit, grandfather. Not at all. I often find myself bored at home, eagerly awaiting the little one's arrival. With so many people here now, it is all the more lively, a wonderful occurrence indeed. Grandfather, are you aware of the Demon Slayer Corps? Chiba Kazuki brewed tea for the 3 of them and added. Father previously held a position within the inner court and had some dealings with the Kanroji family. I see, but rest assured, we will eradicate Muzan Kabutsuji one day. Shinobu accepted the teacup with both hands, her violet eyes warm yet resolute. Very well, but do stay with grandfather for a couple more days. The elderly man chuckled, his forehead wrinkling with age as his eyes narrowed to slits. Thank you, grandfather. But I must return tomorrow. My husband is waiting for me at home. My goodness, they claimed that her grandfather was gravely ill, yet he appeared anything but. I must ensure that the exaggerating scoundrel is reprimanded upon my return. Kaname Butterfly mused silently. Shikuno and Chiba exchanged a glance, their ebony irises concealing hesitation and concern. Uncertain if Dōma possessed the means to utterly vanquish Muzan Kabutsuji. That fateful night, he divulged his plans to everyone, save for Kaname Butterfly. Naturally, the oblivious and naive Chiyo was not within Dōma's considerations. Achoo! Who dares to insult me? Chiyo sneezed, inadvertently striking a delicate kite. The kite, petite and exquisitely crafted, was a birthday gift from a friend 3 years prior. Due to her illness, she had never had the chance to fly it, and that friend had since fallen silent. Now that she had recovered, she was determined to join her sister Keiko and others in flying the kite. The girl's dark eyes sparkled, reflecting the slanting rays of the setting sun and the shadows of the trees outside. Boom! A thunderous noise reverberated, causing the earth to tremble ominously as the opulent villa collapsed in a cacophony of destruction. Powerful shockwaves rippled outward, shattering the doors and windows of surrounding buildings. 2 figures separated swiftly under the moonlight, their bodies smeared with blood and their garments in tatters. Nearby, several Hashira were engaged in a fierce battle against the upper moon demon. Muzan gasped for breath, glaring fiercely at the equally disheveled Dōma. His severed right arm regrew. Yet the speed of recovery was now even slower than Akaza's. Damn it, the serum he injected was certainly abnormal. Could it be that woman truly concocted a transformation drug? No, he must find a way to expel the substance from his body. Make now? Muzan commanded in a low voice. In an instant, accompanied by a soft strumming sound, the ground around him fractured like a spider's web, pulling everyone into a dark void. At that moment, the pale moonlight illuminated Dōma's vividly colored and profound eyes. A smirk dancing upon his lips as he contemplated, have you realized? But what use is that? Do you truly believe I would grant you the chance to unravel it? Chapter 48, The Final Battle, Part 1. The intricately constructed Infinity Castle, forcibly drawn into the fray along with several Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps, rendered Nake somewhat strained in her manipulation. Summon the lower moons as well. I deeply apologize, Lord Muzan, but if I were to summon the lower moons, My blood demon art would struggle to sustain the room's transitions, Nake replied, cold sweat beading on her brow as her wrist trembled slightly while gripping the three-stringed instrument. Useless. Kokoshibo, hold them off. Muzan Kabutsuji's blood-red eyes met Kokoshibo's before he turned to teleport away. Yes, he was unaware that 6 crimson and golden eyes glimmered with a strange light. And the instrument in his hand was suddenly replaced by a Nicaran blade seemingly procured from nowhere. Moon breathing, 8th form, Moon Dragon's tail. A massive crescent-shaped slash descended with lightning speed towards Muzan's neck. SSSHH. By the time Muzan Kabutsuji sensed the impending danger and reacted, he found his head severed from his body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from his neck, splattering onto the ground and blooming into vibrant crimson flowers. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with bloodshot terror, as he struggled to comprehend what had transpired. The subordinate who had long been by his side, even considered a confidant, had just decapitated him. The familiar specter of death grasped his soul's arm, reminiscent of the suffocating sensation he felt at the moment of his birth. No, he could not perish. What? Kokoshibo's expression twisted grotesquely as he clutched his own neck, the Nicaran blade clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. The curse. The curse has not been lifted. That man's drug was a ruse. This was a potion to liberate himself from Muzan's curse. Fear not, having decided to eliminate that man. How could I possibly use a false drug to deceive you, Lord Kokoshibo? The visage of a proud and handsome smile lingered in his mind. It took Shikuno a century to escape his control, during which she focused solely on researching a substance to counter Muzan Kabutsuji. When she encountered other demons, she had barely time to evade, let alone assist them against Muzan. As for that drug, it was merely a failed transformation potion pilfered from Shikuno, intended to deceive Kokoshibo. I never imagined he would take it at face value. With a sickening squelch, a monstrous demon hand eviscerated Kokoshibo, 6 pupils shattering with blood. Half of a flute fell from his grasp, landing with a sharp sound, as he gasped, soon devolving into a puddle of viscous flesh. Blood flowed across the floor, cascading into Muzan's severed neck, some flesh morphing into slender threads that intertwined, encasing him in a half-human-sized blood cocoon. With Muzan and Kokoshibo no longer restraining him, Dōma swiftly navigated through Infinity Castle, utilizing his keen senses to track Nake's presence. Let us aim for a swift resolution. At this moment, he was unaware that Muzan, employing peculiar means, had completely consumed Kokoshibo, with the injected substances rapidly decomposing within his body. Clang. Nake incessantly plucked the strings of her instrument, attempting to evade Dōma's pursuit. Yet, the more anxious she became, the more chaotic the transitions of Infinity Castle grew, inadvertently drawing Muzan closer to Dōma's position. Her prominent nose twitched slightly, her colorful eyes brightening. What a stroke of fortune, to find what I sought without effort. Blood demon art, lotus rain. With a flutter of her dual fans, she summoned a tempest laden with icy petals, crashing through a wooden door into a room. The stench of blood assailed her nostrils as she beheld a floor littered with dismembered remains, flesh and blood mingling, and a massive blood cocoon that had already ruptured, leaving it hollow within. This is dire. A shadow plummeted from above, descending with such speed that Dōma barely had time to react before being pinned beneath it. The force of the impact drove Dōma through 5 floors, catching a fleeting glimpse of a rock pillar in his peripheral vision. Yahahihai. The gelatinous mass emitted an eerie, screeching laughter that grated on the nerves of all present. What on earth is that? Iguro Abanai gazed at the infantile flesh orb in the pit, his pupils constricting. He could feel the overwhelming and terrifying pressure emanating from the creature. With Kokoshibo gone, Kayajiro and Jiomi quickly dispatched Akaza and rushed toward Dōma. Shoving aside the mass of flesh, Dōma activated his blood demon art to heal his injuries. His ribs had been shattered from the impact, fragments embedding deep within his organs, and blood seeped uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. It is essential to note that this body, once known as the Upper Moon II, was exceedingly resilient. Dōma furrowed his brow, observing as Muzan slowly emerged from the infant-like flesh orb, transforming into his fully realized form, replete with sharp, jagged teeth. Though I know not what trick you played to have Kokoshibo betray me, it matters not. This night, all of you shall meet your demise. His ashen white hair flowed unbidden, as numerous mouths adorned his arms and thighs opened and closed, revealing dark red flesh, silently yearning to consume something. Dōma's expression remained impassive as he stared at Muzan Kabutsuji, his heart pounding with shock. How could this be? Has he truly decomposed all the potions? It seems implausible. The concentration is a staggering 10,000 times. How little time has elapsed? If the Nicaran blade cannot vanquish this foe, it appears we must endure until dawn. Striving to exhaust his strength. Upon seeing the approaching Hashira, He discreetly nodded. Casting aside the folding fan in his hand, he conjured a sword of ice from his blood, swiftly dashing toward Kibutsuji Muzan like a gust of wind. Most of Tamayo's ice-based blood demon arts indiscriminately attack both humans and demons alike, rendering them a natural nemesis to breathing techniques. To effectively cooperate with the Hashira, a shift in combat strategy is required. The massive meteor hammer descended upon Muzan like a meteorite, and he joined his arms in defense. The hammer's sharp spikes pierced Muzan's skin, embedding themselves in his flesh, momentarily forcing him back. Following this assault, Rengoku Kaijiro unleashed the third form of flame-breathing, Flame Tiger, alongside Tamayo's thrust. With a powerful push, Muzan leapt from the encirclement, his black-clawed arms quickly regenerating. His blood-red eyes coldly surveyed the group as he softly commanded, "Blood demon art, black blood thorns." Black vines, thick with thorns, twisted out from behind him, overwhelming Tamayo and the others, for any struck by his vines would have their blood voraciously siphoned. Third form, Rock Skin. Kanroji Mitsuri swiftly swung the meteor hammer, creating a protective barrier akin to a tornado before him. Rengoku Kaijiro followed suit, executing the fourth form of flame-breathing, Flame Serpent. Only Tamayo, desperately wielding his ice sword, managed to sever a few vines before being struck by one, crashing against the wall. Blood gushing from a gaping wound on his chest. How infuriating! Why am I the only one without an area defense technique? Tamayo lamented silently. Chapter 49, The Final Battle, Part 2. As Muzan launched his assault on the group, Takatu Mwichuru broke free from the entanglement with the half-demon, targeting the thorn-laden back of Kibutsuji Muzan. Wind-breathing. First form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. Blood-red threads enveloped his sight, his killing intent surging as he lunged toward that figure. Kibutsuji Muzan, without you, my mother would not have become a demon, my younger siblings would still be alive, and Jinya would not have left me. Everything, every last thing, is because of you. Ah, perish. The fierce wind rustled the collar of Takatu Mwichuru's shirt as he roared, his eyes filled with boundless malice. The spinning wind blades surged forth like a horizontal tornado, hurtling toward Kibutsuji Muzan with unstoppable force. With his formidable perception, Muzan sensed the impending danger from behind, the corners of his pale lips curling into a faint smirk. Tamayo, sensing the impending doom, urgently called out, "Watch out." Just as the azure-green wind blade was about to collide with Muzan's neck, an overwhelming sensation of impending death forced Takatu Mwichuru to retract his wrist. At that moment, one of Muzan's arms transformed into a serpentine monstrosity, its gaping maw filled with sharp, elongated teeth that viciously severed his left arm. Blood erupted forth, mingled with flesh and bone, cascading to the ground as an unusual fragrance wafted through the air, enticing the demons. Mwichuru, Kaijiro Rengoku bellowed from a distance, his Nichiren blade moving faster with each swing. Ah! Takatu Mwichuru fell to the ground, his face twisted in agony, trembling as he crawled toward the fallen Nichiren blade just a short distance away, though it was merely a matter of centimeters. Reaching for it felt as if traversing an insurmountable chasm. Blood continued to ooze from the gaping wound, saturating his clothing. What exquisite blood this is, Kibutsuji Muzan mused, closing his eyes in ecstasy as he savored the blood and flesh consumed by his left arm. The once venomous thorns languidly swayed in the air, their ferocity waning. Kanroji Mitsuri and Rengoku Kaijiro recognized this as an opportune moment. Veins bulged upon their foreheads as the scorching heat began to ignite the contrasting fissures in their skin. Are you familiar with markings? Shinazugawa Sanemi recalled something, his pupils contracting as he gazed at Tamayo. I have heard my father speak of them. During the Sengoku era, nearly all formidable Hashira bore peculiar markings akin to those of demons. Yet, for reasons unknown, such swordsmen have not appeared since. Ah, they have not vanished, rather. Those who knew of them have simply perished. The kaleidoscopic radiance swirled within the youth's shadowy eyes, resembling an abyss of distant stars, unfathomably profound. What are these markings? Can they enhance one's power? After enduring a beating from Tamayo, Takatu Mwichuru yearned to surpass him at every moment, while Kanroji Mitsuri listened intently, tears streaking down her face. Markings can significantly amplify your strength, and this power is sufficient to obliterate Kibutsuji Muzan. At this juncture, Tamayo paused, lifting his gaze to the attentive Hashira. However, this comes at the cost of one's life. Once the markings are awakened, survival past the age of 25 becomes improbable. Oh, yet there exists one who lived beyond 25, the prodigious swordsman, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, but he is the sole exception. Thus, if you aspire to awaken your markings, prepare yourselves for an early demise. Ubuyashiki Kagaya clenched his garments, his scarred visage betraying no emotion. The youths before him were his exceptional protégés, akin to cherished children. while that fiend represented the Ubuyashiki family's eternal nemesis. One side held the lives of his children, the other an age-old adversary. How can one awaken these markings? They implored, each youth eagerly pressing Tamayo for answers. It is simple. Elevate your body temperature to 39 degrees. The rest is contingent upon your endurance. The rapid flow of blood ignited a searing pain, coursing through their veins like a torrent, compelling Kenroji Mitsuri to grit his teeth in an effort to suppress the impending agony. Beside her, Rengoku Kaijiro mirrored her struggle, his bulging veins appearing grotesque. Awakening the markings is akin to opening the gateway to fate's power. Victory leads to immense strength, while defeat results in utter exhaustion, leaving one incapacitated. However, the Hashira are inherently warriors of unwavering resolve, and the urgency of death only serves to fortify their growth. Tamayo wiped the blood from his lips, closed his eyes, and expanded his consciousness. Suddenly, his thick brows lifted slightly, a smirk gracing his lips. I have found you. In an instant, he vanished from his position, traversing the labyrinthine space with astonishing swiftness, gripping the Nichiren blade stained with demon blood. Enthralled by the potent scent of blood, Neikime sat motionless on the intricately crafted floor of her ornate loft, oblivious to the encroaching danger. A chilling glimmer sliced through the air as a figure materialized at her side, as if time itself had frozen. Nay, time has not ceased. Rather, it is she who has become still. Rock breathing. Second form, rock-shattering sky. Kenroji Mitsuri stomped upon the chains, violently swinging the meteor hammer, its tremendous force reverberating through the air like a meteorite hurtling toward Kibutsuji Musen. The massive meteor hammer, resembling a half-human shell, violently shattered the vines before it, splattering blood as it struck the grotesque chest of Musen with a resounding thud. A muffled groan escaped Musen, who clutched the meteor hammer and retreated under its force, while the aberrant serpent head on his right arm oozed blood and lunged at Shinobu Kocho. At that moment, a blazing fire in the shape of a tiger surged forward, aimed directly at the serpent's head. Breath of flames. Fifth form, flame tiger. The air crackled. Damn it. How is this possible? Musen's crimson eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that his prideful, hardened arm had been cleaved to the bone by Kaijiro Rengoku's blade. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall, saturating the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. He broke free from the meteor hammer and swiftly created distance, preparing to mount an attack, when suddenly, the Infinity Castle began to tremble violently. The walls of the grid-like structure cracked in a spiderweb pattern, and debris cascaded down in a chaotic flurry. Mingnu, the man's gaze hardened as he coldly scoffed, truly a failure, bringing more trouble than success. All my effort to provide her with blood wasted. Useless. Chapter 50, The Final Battle, Part 3. The elegantly arranged loft crumbled under the intense tremors, fine vases rolling across the floor, leaving a scattering of dirt, before crashing against the walls with a sharp, resonant crack. Amidst the blood-soaked wooden floor, a head was ensnared in disheveled long hair. A single, vividly red eye peeked through the strands, its scara veined with blood, tears streaming from the corner, glistening like drops of blood. Beneath the hair lay a pool of dark stains, from which blood gushed forth from the severed neck, drowning out the fading, rasping breaths of the woman. Dōma casually flicked his wrist, shaking off the thick blood from his blade. His lips, tinged with crimson, curled slightly, as a cold, indifferent glint sparkled in his colorful eyes. His tall figure resembled an enchanting gentleman accustomed to treading upon a sea of corpses, his pristine suit stained with blood, a red rose in hand. Silver hair billowing as he gracefully stepped over the dead. Is it about to collapse? Mitsuri Kenroji and Kaneo Tsuyuri instinctively halted, swords drawn, surveying the quaking walls around them. In a daze, a glaring red line across Mitsuri's alabaster skin caught Kaneo's attention. His heterochromatic gaze narrowed slightly. He swallowed hard, wishing to speak, yet ultimately remained silent, only casting a more ferocious glance towards the distant Daki. What the hell is Mingnu doing? Without Musen's power, Kaneo could not immediately discern that Mingnu had already been slain by Dōma. He merely assumed her blood demon art had malfunctioned. The Infinity Castle shook violently. A sudden force surged upwards, causing everyone to lose their footing. Be careful. Kaneo quickly grasped Mitsuri's wrist, pulling her to his side to steady her. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. With a swift motion, Kaneo tore off a corner of his haori, skillfully wrapping it around Mitsuri's exposed arm, where blood flowed from a narrow wound. The girl did not even furrow her brow, instead gazing dreamily at the side profile of the boy beside her. His unabashed, earnest concern reflected in her eyes. Had it been anyone else, Mitsuri might have responded with bashful admiration, but before this boy, for reasons unknown, her heart raced as if a fawn were frantically leaping within her chest. Her delicate face flushed, her eyes shimmering as she pressed her lips tightly together, striving to suppress the thumping of her heart that threatened to escape her throat. The crumbling infinity castle offered them no respite, plunging the dimly lit space into oppressive darkness. Amidst the chaos, two hands clasped tightly together. The cacophony of trembling echoes mingled with heavy breaths and muffled groans of pain. Shinazugawa, hold on. Kaijiro Rengoku found the weakened Sanemi Shinazugawa just as the lights extinguished, supporting his swaying figure. The break in his arm had been crudely bandaged with coarse cloth by Sanemi, and beads of sweat drenched the boy's forehead and back. After a brief moment, a tremendous force expelled everyone from the Infinity Castle, the radiant moonlight cascading down. Even the slowest of them, Hanazuki, realized that Ming-Nu had been dealt with. Useless. All of you are useless. Muzan Kabutsuji leaped from the gaping hole in the ground. Catching sight of the trembling body of Hanazuki hiding behind a crumbling structure, his face contorted in a snarl as he muttered under his breath. Tamayo is dead. Daki is dead. Jutaro is dead. Ming-Nu is dead. Akaza is dead. Even my most trusted Kokushibo perished due to betrayal. And you, Hanazuki, have yet to kill even a single Hashira. The 12 Kazuki are nothing but worthless nuisances. Muzan's crimson gaze turned chillingly bloodthirsty as he regarded Hanazuki. Since they are all dead, you are of no use either. To him, crushing a worthless subordinate was simpler than squashing an ant. Under the sparse moonlight and among the ruins, Hanazuki's true form leaped from the collapsing Infinity Castle, seeking refuge behind the shattered remnants of a building. Shrouded by the night and shadows, beneath the swollen forehead of his plump face lay deeply furrowed, aged brows. He crouched behind the crumbling stone wall, clutching his knees, panic gleaming in his eyes as he swallowed nervously. It shouldn't be like this. It cannot be like this. Those fools disregarded the wrath of his blood demon art and came directly for his true form. It seemed they were fully aware of his powers, leaving him no opportunity to employ his clones. With the pressure mounting, he could only summon the strongest of his forms, Zengaten. Damn it. It must be that detestable Dōma who leaked my information. If even Zengaten cannot hold them off. No, it won't happen. Trust in Lord Muzan. He is merely a frail, pitiful old man. Surely Lord Muzan will prevail. Just as he thought this, Hanazuki trembled, his eyes wide with fury, and pain twisted his mouth as drool spilled forth. His hands gripped his neck tightly. What is happening? This feeling, a curse? Just as Zengaten was about to launch his wooden dragon attack against Kaneo and the others, he abruptly halted. Sensing a grave threat to his true self from the sixth thunder god drums behind him, vibrating ominously. However, after the brief warning, a wave of suffocating agony enveloped him as Zengaten's eyes turned crimson, watching in horror as his body disintegrated piece by piece. No. Why? I've dedicated myself to slaying the demon slayer core for my master. I've earnestly treated all of his words as divine. I've done nothing wrong. Why? Why must my master wish to kill me? A cascade of questions surged within, seemingly too swift to seek answers. In the blink of an eye, the rugged, elongated figure of the serpent-like creature was reduced to ashes, gradually dispersing beneath the starry sky. Behind the remnants lay the mangled remains of the Upper Moon 3, now a gruesome pool of flesh and blood. The utmost folly is to entrust one's life entirely to another, particularly to that man who has always scorned life. Dōma sensed the absence of Hantengu's aura and cast a colder gaze upon Muzan Kabutsuji. The corners of his lips curled slightly, either in derision or disdain. Kenroji Mitsuri, poised in a defensive stance, stood frozen, her eyes wide as she beheld the menacing apparition of the demon dissipating into the ether. She blinked, as if struggling to comprehend the reality before her. Iguro Abanai shifted his gaze elsewhere the moment Hantengu vanished, his slender brows instinctively knitting together. Had Dōma slain Hantengu? No. That individual had been fixated on Muzan. There should have been no need for him to intervene. The demise of Hantengu merely rendered everyone momentarily dazed, soon followed by the fervent clash with Muzan. The nocturnal scene morphed endlessly, with thunderous roars echoing amidst the flashes of blades, as torrents of crimson and human flesh intertwined. Indistinguishable as to their origin, be it Muzan's, Dōma's, or the Hashira's. Shinazugawa, Kaijiro Rengoku's eyes burned with fury as he witnessed the fiery youth ultimately meet his end in a gruesome bisecting. He howled, his patterned skin ablaze, channeling all his combat fervor into the Nichiren blade, striking fiercely at Muzan Kabutsuji. The toppled, fragmented structures, the violently trembling leaves, and the grass, all were stained with deep shades of dark crimson. Even the moonlight above was soaked in a chilling scarlet hue. Yurichi Tsujikuni, Shinobu Kocho, and Mitsuri Kanroji soon joined the fray, the tide of battle gradually tilting in favor of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 51, Dream. Fifth Form, Flame tiger of the flame breathing. Fifth form, stone splitting of the stone breathing. The inferno of flames intertwined with the ferocious strikes of the black iron hammer, surging forth like colossal waves toward Muzan Kabutsuji. The man appeared to be drenched in a rain of blood, his once pristine white skin now barely visible. A flash of cold light cut through the air, severing several spines that burst forth, splattering dark blood across the battlefield. Muzan emitted a low grunt, retreating hastily. He regarded Dōma's frigid expression, the Hashira's eyes tinged with crimson, and glanced at the dimming starlight on the horizon, his brow furrowing with rare intensity, his countenance turning ashen. In a moment of disorientation, that loathsome yet terrifying voice echoed in his ears. What do you regard human lives as? You have committed countless atrocities and must inevitably pay the price. TCH, were it not for Dōma's betrayal, could a mere handful of children truly have detained me? No, I cannot allow this to drag on any longer. Dōma swiftly swung his sword, continuously cleaving the spines and drawing nearer to Muzan, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing increasingly audacious. Ha, my dear Muzan, isn't it time for you to retire? Why do you seem to lose your vigor with age? Is the taste of isolation unpleasant? Should I summon a few lower moons to shield you from harm? His irritating taunts bombarded Muzan like cannon fire, his vibrant eyes brimming with a mix of vindication and amusement. Yet soon, the mirth faded slightly from Dōma's lips. He noticed a hint of fear and reluctance in Muzan's gaze, along with a retreating aura in his attacks. And a conjecture began to form in his mind. Could this man be contemplating an escape? After luring you out with such effort, there is no way I shall let you slip away. Dōma exchanged a knowing glance with Ju Tomioka, who understood the unspoken command and bellowed to the others, retreat. The stone, serpent, and flame Hashira gradually distanced themselves, employing ranged attacks to facilitate Dōma's approach to Muzan. The two parties had relentlessly sought to annihilate each other. And even Dōma began to feel the weight of fatigue. This time, he steeled himself, biting his lip until it bled, his eyes fierce as he sacrificially released torrents of blood. In an instant, the starry sky of May dimmed, a chill enveloping the air as the moisture crystallized into icy shards, cascading like feathers of snow. Muzan sensed the looming threat, his own demonic blood surging within him, the familiar pain of his soul fracturing beginning to envelop his entire being. It was a sign of division. The colorful depths of Dōma's eyes locked onto Muzan's crimson ones, an unspoken tempest of lightning and thunder tearing through the silence. In a race against time, Dōma's movements quickened, his twin fans raised high, the cold winds whipping around him. Blood demon art, ice prison. The bone-chilling snowflakes, upon contact, transformed into solid ice, sweeping outward from the ground like a tide centered around Muzan. The immense pressure reached the nearby Mitsuri and the others, forcing them to activate their breathing techniques to withstand the menacing cold. What? How is this possible? Under the influence of remnants of the organization's potions, Muzan's movements abruptly halted, his expression one of shock as he beheld the thick ice immobilizing his limbs, while the Hashira loomed ominously nearby. He suddenly lowered his head, a cold, rasping chuckle escaping his lips. Dōma failed to catch the full extent of the man's words, only recalling the moment of Muzan's self-detonation. The flames erupting like a celestial inferno, the sound like thunder, dust billowing, and an overwhelming force nearly shattering him completely, leaving his vision awash in red and white before plunging into darkness. Dōma. Yet amidst the chaos, he still heard that familiar call, etched into his very marrow, clear, piercing, and sorrowful, the final note cracking into silence. As the singularly perceptive instinct of a demon surged within him, it felt as though all his powers were expended in that moment. His beloved wife, had come to him. She should not have been here. It hurt so much. It was so dark. He longed to see her just once. Beep beep. On a weekday morning, the streets teemed with vehicles, the cacophony of horns mingling with the melodies of cicadas heralding summer. Beneath the shade of the campus trees, a throng of students, textbooks in hand, surged toward the lecture halls and laboratories. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon youthful, vibrant faces, while the chirping of birds intertwined with the chatter of students. Shinemo, wake up! You're going to be late. No way. This guy must have stayed up all night. Ing Ziheng glanced at the boy slumped over his computer, fast asleep, then at the looping episode of Demon Slayer still playing on the screen, shaking his head in disbelief. The young man tightly closed his eyes, murmuring her name, his thick brows furrowing deeply, his hand instinctively clenching into a fist as if grasping onto something. What are you saying? Forget it. Let us go. We'll be late. Then let us go? In university, skipping a class or two was of little consequence. 34. The boy, lost in slumber, called out her name repeatedly, until finally, he awoke with a start, panic and sweat glistening on his anxious face. The computer, the desk, the dormitory. And the time displayed on the phone read, May 23rd, 2022. How could this be? Chun Mo's pupils trembled as he beheld the scene before him, then glanced at his own fair and clean hands. His throat constricted, his lips turned pale, and suddenly, he yanked off his headphones and dashed toward the restroom. Was the heavens playing a cruel joke on him? In the mirror, he saw his own reflection, disheveled short black hair, sharp eyebrows tightly knitted, and beneath the double eyelids, a pair of deep brown eyes tinged with red. This delicate visage, was it not his true self? Was he experiencing a dream akin to Zhuangzi's butterfly? Or was it the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzi? Chun Mo did not know. He only felt his heart being squeezed with unbearable pain. Oh! The youth's face twisted in anguish as he quietly shouted in fury, his pale, slightly tanned fist crashing against the mirror, then collapsing in despair, pressing his forehead against the glass, allowing blood to drip slowly down. Why did fate allow him to meet her, to possess her, yet deny him the chance to accompany her through the entirety of her life? She felt so real, so warm. How could this possibly be a dream? Taisho, Japan, Asakusa. Chun Mo hazily lifted his head. The words floated through his mind, and then, as if grasping something elusive, a glimmer ignited in his eyes. Hastily, he rushed to his desk, grabbing his phone, identification, and passport before exiting the dormitory. Smack. Ouch, what on earth? Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? A passerby muttered, clutching their shoulder as they scolded him. He ran quickly, weaving through the bustling crowd, inevitably bumping into others. Apologies, during these unusual times. Please remember to wear a mask. A staff member halted him, noticing his flustered demeanor. On the flight, seated beside him was a mother and daughter, conversing fluently in Japanese. Mom, look, that brother's eyes are so red, it's a bit scary. The child pointed curiously, her gesture swiftly suppressed by her mother. Yu-chan, you mustn't point at people, it's impolite. Oh, the mother spoke softly, perhaps he is unfortunate enough to suffer from some ocular ailment. Or maybe he was born with red eyes. The mother continued, if he is ill, then that brother is truly pitiable. I hope he recovers soon. As for the notion of being born with red eyes, the little girl quipped, Mom, that must only happen in anime, right? The woman chuckled gently, ruffling her daughter's hair. Well, who knows? Chun Mo listened to their whispers, his gaze lost in the clouds outside, his thoughts swirling, sadness, reluctance, longing, and silence nearly consumed him. His deep brown eyes, veined with an intricate web of red, revealed his profound fatigue. If only she were still by his side. Would they not have a daughter as adorable as that? She would surely speak with the same tender gentleness. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the woman and asked, Excuse me, are you locals from Tokyo? The woman appeared startled, surprised that this youth spoke Japanese with a local accent. Oh, I apologize. I didn't know you understood Japanese. Please forgive my daughter's earlier rudeness. Chun Mo shook his head. It's nothing. Your daughter is quite charming. Thank you. We are from Tokyo. Are you visiting? Chun Mo inquired. Do you know the Chiba family in Asakusa? He had forced himself into the role of the adopted son of the Chiba family, hoping that perhaps he could uncover some traces through them. Though he knew well that a century had passed, rendering it all but meaningless, he clung to the hope that Kanai, the butterfly of humanity, might still exist. Yet, he could not accept that it was merely a dream that held only a beginning, devoid of an ending. Perhaps sensing the overwhelming sorrow reflected in his downcast eyes, the woman pressed her lips together and asked, May I inquire why you are looking for the Chiba family? My grandmother hails from the Chiba family. Chun Mo's eyes brightened as he lifted his head. Your grandmother? Is she Chiba Rory? The woman noticed the tremor in his voice and cast a concerned glance at him. After thanking her softly, Chun Mo leaned back against the seat, turning his gaze away, exhaling deeply, lost in contemplation. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the plane landed in Japan amidst a throng of people, the sound of the tide resembling the sea. Chun Mo found himself in the car of the woman, Kikuta Eiko, heading toward her grandparents' residence. As they traversed the unfamiliar towering buildings, passing by the familiar Asakusa shopping district and the strangely familiar, yet foreign eastern suburbs, he stepped onto this land with a mix of trepidation and hope that even he could not fully comprehend. I can hardly believe that your grandmother knew your grandfather when she was young, Chun Mo said with a faint smile, masking his bitterness. The notion of knowing her grandfather was merely a pretext to see Chiba Rory. Along the way, he had asked her about Kanai, but she only knew her as an anime character. Chun Mo's heart clenched, and he forcefully changed the subject. This place has changed so much. No, it seems like the entire area has transformed completely. Yes, there was a great fire here at the end of the Taisho era, which caused many casualties, she mentioned, sending a jolt through Chun Mo as he turned to her, listening intently as she continued. My grandmother said that after the fire, she had contemplated moving. But her aunt perished in the flames, and her aunt, feeling nostalgic, chose to stay. Thus, my grandmother remained, and the houses were rebuilt. Aunt? Your aunt? Shinmo's voice was slightly hoarse as he swallowed. Yes, my aunt passed away shortly after giving birth to Ziyue. Consumed by her nostalgia, the woman paused, reflecting on something. Then remarked, my aunt was quite a sentimental person. Shinmo struggled to hold back the tears that threatened to spill, and stiffly followed Kikuraiko to her grandmother's grave. He could only see her in the black and white photograph, still gentle and serene, yet the soft beauty he once knew was now tinged with a heart-wrenching weariness. The inscription on the gravestone bore her name in bold, clear Chinese characters, Tong Kanai. Shinmo trembled as he reached out to touch the stone, as if wishing to etch her name into his very soul. Kanai, you must despise me, he whispered, for he had barged into her life against her will, presuming to force upon her a happiness she never sought, and even their farewell had been a beautifully deceptive lie. I'm sorry, my wife. This was neither a dream nor a fantasy. Time absurdly separated them from love to eternal parting. You lived while I was yet to be born, and I have lived while you have already departed. Perhaps this was his punishment for once being a specter. Subsequently, Shinmo completed his studies, relocated to Japan, settled in Asakusa, and remained unmarried throughout his life. Such was the cycle of fate. Epilogue 2. That night, Muzan self-destructed, flames engulfing the sky, and the fire in Tokyo's Asakusa raged for 3 days and 3 nights. Dōma found himself compelled to express gratitude towards Kabutsuji Muzan. Had it not been for his abnormal cellular regenerative abilities, he might have perished long ago. Coughing softly, as the darkness yielded to light, he struggled to sit upright, only to be engulfed by a soft embrace, which caused him to recline once more. You rascal, deceiver, you've finally awakened. The tender sounds of muffled sobs tightened his heart. A subtle smile graced his lips, his tone imbued with gentleness. My little butterfly, you've grown heavier. Though merely a single night had passed, it felt as if a century had slipped away. He feared that this might all be a mere dream. With elongated arms, he drew Kanahui tightly into his embrace, closing his eyes to savor the unforgettable warmth of the person nestled against him. In that moment, Dōma felt as though he were cradling the warmest sun in the world, a sun that belonged solely to him. Oh dear, but this sun has a few prickles. Kanahui playfully nudged his chin, pulling herself up to gaze down at him. Her tearful, glistening eyes brimmed with concern and delight, tinged with an infinitude of reproach. A delicate fist landed upon his chest. Though it bore little force, Dōma still felt the ache reverberate through his bones. He maintained a smile, his lips pressed together lightly. Kanahui's voice, slightly hoarse, chastised him. Deceiver, great deceiver. Why didn't you share such important news with me? Why is everyone keeping secrets from me? Or did you intend to abandon me? If she had not sensed something was amiss, if she had not pressed Shinobu for answers, if she had not rushed to Asakusa, would she have remained oblivious to the fact that the one who had so possessively occupied her youth had borne so much alone, perhaps never to appear in her life again? The violet of her eyes could no longer contain its crystalline tears, each droplet falling upon his increasingly aching heart. One hand cradled the back of her head as he could no longer resist kissing her, silencing her plaintive murmurs with a fervent embrace. I'm sorry, Kane. How fortunate I am to see you once more. As if to convey his remorse and longing, Dōma tenderly caressed her lips, tasting the salty remnants of her tears, before deeply immersing himself into her gently parted mouth. Kanahui closed her eyes, shivering slightly. Their chests pressed together, each shared the rhythm of their most genuine heartbeats. Entwined in each other's embrace, they resembled two lovebirds, lost in their infinite affection. I'm sorry for being overly confident and reckless, he lamented. He had thought that with his upper-rank powers, Shinobu's medicine, and the support of the Hashira, he could easily vanquish Muzan. He had not anticipated that the fiend could consume Kokoshibo's strength and repurpose it for his own. He nearly lost everything. Had he perished alongside Muzan, Kane would surely have lived a mundane life, but he could no longer hold his little butterfly close. Thankfully, he could still feel her warmth, a temperature of 36 degrees, within his grasp. I cannot forgive you. Kanahui choked back her words, her fluttering eyelashes adorned with shimmering tears, her delicate hands tightly clutching his white haori. She recalled the moon from that night, radiant and pale, much like the striking young man before her, resplendent and glowing. She remembered their vows, witnessing heaven and earth, amidst a sea of blossoms, for a lifetime, across countless reincarnations. Yet this man had nearly shattered all her hopes amidst the myriad of starry sparks. How could she not harbor resentment? Dōma grasped her slender hand, drawing her close, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, finding solace in her presence. Very well, I shall not forgive. For a lifetime, I shall not forgive. Yes, a lifetime to make amends. When Dōma awoke, 3 days had already passed, during which numerous events had unfolded. The stone Hashira succumbed to his injuries following Muzin's self-detonation. Shinobu had taken her leave after administering her medicine, and Yashiro bid farewell to the Demon Slayer Corps, choosing a life of wandering. Kaneo's father, Yurichi, despite his moment of joy, could not escape the clutches of the curse. Kaneo inherited the title of head of the Kamadu family, announcing the cessation of recruiting Demon Slayer swordsmen, stating that the day the remaining demons were eradicated would mark the dissolution of the Corps. The next time Dōma encountered those familiar faces was at his wedding with Kane. The front of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was adorned with white roses, where a tall man grasping a sunflower stood with poise. The man was handsome, clad in a deep blue suit, with a tall stature. His flowing ivory hair cascaded gracefully over his shoulders, caught in the gentle breeze, while a meticulously crafted butterfly brooch adorned his chest. His unique, colorful eyes sparkled, embodying the essence of a rare nobleman. Sunlight bathed him, casting a radiant glow around him. Behind him stood a group of impeccably dressed youths, though each bore an array of peculiar scars on their faces and necks, a juxtaposition of beauty and the uncanny. Tanjiro, don't you think the Hashira with the markings resembles a demon? Where's the demon? Where's the demon? Watch me charge and head first. Hey! A boy clad in a green checkered haori rushed to embrace Inosuke, who flailed his limbs in protest. Inosuke, don't cause a ruckus at someone else's wedding. The boar-headed youth bellowed, Nanny. My son, Scallop, do you believe I'll charge in? It's my wife, Zenitsu. What do you mean, my son Scallop? You're an amp. Inosuke, I'm an amp. Tanjiro, help. It's starting again. Haha. As expected of children, they're full of energy. Nearby, Yuzui Tenjin, donned in a relaxed yet respectful kimono, stood alongside three beautiful women, observing the youthful ruckus unfolding. Indeed, Hinetsuru remarked, gently touching her still subtle abdomen, smiling softly. Children truly are the most rambunctious. Samire stuffed her mouth with a delicate Nagasaki cake, speaking indistinctly. Bang. Oh dear. Maki lightly tapped her head, saying, You're no different from a child yourself. What do you mean? If I'm a child, then Lord Tenjin married a child bride. She pouted, tilting her head in dissatisfaction. Of Taraha. Her innocent and adorable remarks provoked laughter from Tenjin and Hinetsuru. Dōma certainly noticed the commotion from the three youngsters nearby, a subtle smile curving his lips. Ever since Kabutsuji Muzin's demise, the remaining demons he had created did not vanish with his passing, thus necessitating the ongoing efforts of the Demon Slayer Corps to resolve these lingering issues. The mission belonging to Tanjiro and his companions continued, while he chose. Look, the bride is coming out. Wow. As the bride finally made her appearance, the crowd quieted down. Morning light poured through the thin clouds, cascading like starlight upon the radiant white veil, beneath which lay an indescribably beautiful maiden. Ju, Michiro, and Tenjin, along with the others, widened their eyes, instinctively holding their breath. They could hardly believe that their familiar comrade, one they knew so well, possessed such an ethereal and dazzling side. Before them stood Butterfly Kane, resplendent in an exquisitely tailored gown adorned with delicate white butterfly motifs. Her lustrous ebony hair, elegantly half up, cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, while a softly pleated veil draped effortlessly at her waist. Opulent silver hairpins glimmered amid her tresses, and her earrings swayed lightly with each step. Her eyes sparkled like water, subtly accentuating her graceful brows. A couple of wisps of hair danced gently in the breeze, adding an alluring charm to her ethereal beauty. Could she be a celestial being? Zenitsu Agatsuma, transfixed by the sight of Butterfly Kane not far away, stood frozen in awe, a faint flush creeping over his pig mask, his azure eyes vacant and unable to reveal his true thoughts. Is this truly the attire of a bride? This is my first encounter with such splendor, Tanjiro Kamadu murmured, awestruck. So, one can have such a beautiful wife upon marriage? Tanjiro, I must get married. I absolutely must, he declared with fervor. Is this fellow completely missing the point? Inosuke Hashibara wondered aloud, as the mesmerizing figure of his beloved approached, the tenderness in Dōma's gaze deepening. The wedding dress of Butterfly Kane had been meticulously ordered from abroad by him. He owed her a wedding, desiring to present her with the finest, an unforgettable memory for the rest of their lives. With tears glistening in her eyes, Butterfly Kane softly uttered, Darling. Yes, I am here, the man replied, gently caressing her eyelids, brushing away a hint of moisture, his voice tender as he added, Here, my son. Receiving the sunflower from Dōma, Butterfly Kane gazed at his youthful, joyful smile, and found her own lips curving into a smile in response. Has this groom not yet had his fill of gazing? Shouldn't we be on our way? Are you truly willing to let the bride bask in the sun for so long? Enough of the show, enough of the show. If you don't flaunt it, I shall. Yet even she could not resist the urge to swoon at Kane's beauty. Alas, what a pity, all this grandeur resting upon a pile of dung. Chiyoko's melodious voice interrupted their romantic exchange, causing the previously composed man to stifle his smile. Dōma shot her an irritated glance. This insufferable girl, always meddling. Behind Butterfly Kane stood Shinobu Kocho, Mitsuri Kanroji, and Chiyoko, all having shed their austere uniforms for flowing skirts that embraced the beauty of youthful spring. Very well. Since my dear sister is eager, I shall hasten, Dōma said. Wait. No. He stepped forward, effortlessly scooping Butterfly Kane into his arms in a princess carry. With a playful smirk, he strode towards the procession, cradling his beloved before the gazes of all. Behave, Butterfly Kane playfully nudged his shoulder, but finding no resistance. She nestled against him, shyly avoiding the stares of onlookers. This fellow is full of surprises, Rengoku Kaijiro remarked with a laugh. Nearby, the ever-unfazed Zenitsu merely observed Mitsuri with quiet admiration. No way. Has a celestial being been whisked away? Inosuke gasped, nearly causing his pig mask to fly off in shock. I told you, she is not a celestial being. She is the bride. Tanjiro exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. He actually carried her like a princess. Zenitsu's eyes widened, trembling as he pointed, one hand clutching his chest. How infuriating. Chiyoko sighed. This fellow is far too much, just snatching away Sister Kane like that. Next to her, Chiyoko reflected on her past with a husband who had been abusive and a life of destitution, wondering if her fate would have been different had she encountered someone as gentle as Dōma. Shinobu, filled with joy for her sister's happiness, noticed the distant sorrow in Chiyoko's gaze, a fleeting wave of emotion passing between them. Shinobu, did you just hold her hand? Chiyoko turned to see Shinobu's profile, feeling the warmth of her hand, which brought a smile to her face. While Chiyoko may have been somewhat timid, she was still a kind soul, and since Dōma had become human, she had accepted him as her brother. The wedding of Dōma and Kane was almost entirely orchestrated by Chiyoko herself. In the realm of contemporary Japan, hosting a Western-style wedding was a privilege reserved for the upper echelons of society, revealing the true extent of the Chiyoko family's influence. Far deeper than Tanjiro had imagined. Once the bride and groom were settled in their wedding carriage, Shinobu and Kaijiro took their seats in the carriage behind them, joined by their fellow Demon Slayer comrades eager to witness the spectacle. Most of them were experiencing such luxury for the first time, especially Zenitsu, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity as he eagerly explored the interior, exclaiming, "Wow, this matte texture. And this cushion, how soft." Tanjiro nodded in agreement, equally intrigued as he glanced at the procession of cars behind them, sighing, "I never imagined Sister Chiyoko's family was this affluent." Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass drew their attention, causing the driver to jerk the steering wheel in surprise. "What happened?" Zenitsu cried, turning back in alarm. "Hey, pighead. What are you doing? You just broke the glass." Tanjiro gripped the front seat to steady himself, while forcefully pulling Inosuke back. "Inosuke, this is dangerous. Damn it. It's so cramped. Why is this thing narrower than that iron centipede?" They had returned via train, and Inosuke was seeing the town's splendor for the first time. Yet what he witnessed today was far stranger and more extraordinary than anything he had encountered in town. The driver glared at the shattered window, which was now reduced to jagged edges, his forehead throbbing with frustration as he struggled to contain his urge to scold. "I cannot scold them. They are the master's guests. And today is the master's wedding, so I must not create any trouble. But where on earth did the master find such peculiar guests? Why not just tell him it's cramped? Can't he open a window? Is that pig mask made of iron? How could it shatter such tough glass?" After securing Inosuke, Tanjiro immediately turned to the driver. "Sir, I am so sorry, truly. My friend didn't mean it. Please rest assured, we will compensate for the damage." The young man's apology was sincere, prompting the driver to relax a bit as he steered the vehicle back on course. Glancing into the rearview mirror, "It's all right. Is your friend okay? Do we need to go to the hospital?" Zenitsu chimed in. "Uncle, you don't have to worry about that pig. He's tougher than he looks." The driver chuckled. "All right, no need for compensation. You are the master's guests. Just enjoy the wedding." Remembering something, he added, "By the way, if you feel uncomfortable, just let me know, and I can open a window for you. That behavior can be quite dangerous." "Okay, thank you, sir." In the second carriage, the most lavishly decorated wedding carriage, Kane sensed the commotion behind her, her glistening eyes betraying a hint of concern. Dōma tightened his grip on her hand, gently caressing her soft fingers, smiling as he reassured her, "It's nothing, just the antics of children." Although Inosuke remains unrefined and often acts impulsively, he harbors a profound trust in the young Tanjiro. It seems quite a formidable task for someone so young to guide two older children across the vast expanse. He smirks unkindly. Kane shot a glare at Dōma, her crimson lips lightly admonishing, "It's perilous for you to be mischievous within the car. Should our child behave in such a manner, do you think I wouldn't discipline him? Really? You're already contemplating punishing him before he is even born?" The man exaggeratedly raised an eyebrow, casting a sympathetic glance at her modestly rounded abdomen. The little one is truly unfortunate. However, fret not, for I shall serve as his shield. A shield? So, your sole intention is to protect him? The woman's gaze gradually darkened, her once gentle voice turning somewhat frigid. How adorable. Even a child can stir jealousy within you. Is this how a pregnant woman behaves? Dōma chuckled, leaning slightly towards her. Yet Kane merely pursed her lips and turned her head away, directing her gaze elsewhere. He chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around her fragrant shoulder and pulling her into his embrace. Kane feigned a gentle struggle, but remained resolute in not turning her head back. Does he only know how to protect the child? Will his gaze be solely for the child once it's born? She was genuinely upset. The sort of anger that cannot be easily appeased. After what felt like an hour, the convoy finally arrived at a church in Tokyo. Awaiting at the entrance were the guests of the ceremony, while relatives and other attendees had already taken their seats within the solemn and majestic church. Sister Kayam, are your lips slightly swollen? Chihaya Rory alighted from the vehicle, making a beeline for the wedding car where Butterfly Kane sat. At the moment Dōma opened the door for Kane, she noticed her lips, a vivid crimson, appeared somewhat puffy. Perhaps the heat has caused some irritation. Let us go. Once she stepped out, supported by Doma's hand, Kane gracefully placed her delicate hand over her abdomen and walked forward, with the man trailing closely behind. Chihaya Rory glanced at the slightly blushing Butterfly Kane and then at Dōma, who wore a satisfied smile, sensing something was amiss. However, there was no time for contemplation as she followed closely beside Butterfly Kane toward the church. The driver watched the pair depart, silently sighing to himself, "Young master, you truly are the seasoned expert." The grand hall of the church was remarkably spacious, with sunlight filtering through the high stained glass windows, creating a somewhat dim atmosphere in contrast to the outside brilliance. Neatly arranged benches flanked the sides of the red carpet aisle, with attendees dressed in either tailored suits or elegant kimonos or resplendent gowns. Apart from 3 or 4 rows, there were virtually no vacant seats. Just as hushed whispers filled the air, the large doors of the church slowly creaked open, allowing a beam of brilliant sunlight to flood in, capturing everyone's attention. Under the watchful eye of a solemnly clad clergyman, the bride and groom gradually made their entrance. As the guests beheld the protagonists of the event, expressions of awe and admiration spread across their faces. Wow, Chihaya has struck gold. They were aware that Chihaya and his partner had adopted a strikingly handsome son, and that this son was to wed a beauty, yet witnessing it firsthand was still startling. Dōma's once unruly eyebrows were now impeccably groomed, accentuating his sharply defined, fair features, while his flowing, silver-white hair and vibrant, multicolored eyes made him appear almost divine. The corners of his cool lips curled slightly, his gaze unwavering, as if completely indifferent to the assembly around him. Only when he glanced at the woman beside him did all the brilliance in his eyes transform into a gentle, watery affection. The beauty of the woman at his side rivaled that of the impeccably tailored groom. Her exquisite, luxurious gown exuded an air of nobility, and despite being several months pregnant, her abdomen remained only slightly rounded. Her delicate collarbone was adorned with a diamond chain that glimmered in the sunlight, and her warm, mature visage was captivating enough to render the young men present utterly transfixed. Dōma cast a cold glance at several youths in the audience whose eyes were overly covetous, and the aura of a 200-year-old bloodthirsty demon emanated from him, sending chills down their spines with just that one look. "Is that Sister Kane?" The small child, Yuya, tugged at Kanemi's hand, lifting his head to inquire. The sight of Kane in her gown was so breathtakingly unreal that it made him doubt his own eyes. Kane gently stroked his head and nodded. "Yes, she has indeed become more beautiful and happier. Yuya, their happiness is just as you wished." Soon, Dōma and Kane's entourage of young men took their seats in the vacant spots, drawing curious glances due to their peculiar appearance, yet no one uttered a word. The vow ceremony led by the pastor commenced, and the entire assembly fell silent. The elderly pastor, with his round glasses and white hair, opened a thick black book, his expression grave and solemn. As he looked at the newlyweds, a glimmer of astonishment and blessing flickered in his eyes. Clearing his throat, he began, "Groom Dōma, do you take this woman before you as your wife? In poverty or in wealth, in sickness or in health, do you promise to be loyal to her, to cherish and protect her for all your days?" Dōma gazed intently at the Butterfly Kane before him, his vibrant eyes filled with an unprecedented seriousness. "I do." The pastor then turned to Kane, "Bride Butterfly Kane, do you take this man before you as your husband? In poverty or in wealth, in sickness or in health, do you promise to be loyal to him, to respect him, and to stand by him for all your days?" Their gazes reflected one another, and in that moment, it was only the two of them, exchanging their most sincere vows. "I do." The soft morning light streamed through the walls of the church, casting the shadows of Dōma and butterfly Kane beneath the solemn crucifix. In the western lands across the Atlantic, the cross symbolizes death. It was not until the 4th century, with the death of Jesus, that it was imbued with a divine, timeless love. The love of Dōma and butterfly Kane, too, represented a redemption from death to life. Extra, Butterfly Shinobu, Dual Female Leads, Part 1. That night, the stars and flames intertwined, creating a hazy, piercing panorama. She struggled to open her eyes, yet could see nothing. The muffled sound of ringing in her ears was prolonged and dull, as her consciousness gradually descended into the abyss. The gentle summer breeze rustled through the treetops, allowing the fragmented night light to cascade upon the thin leaves, creating crisp musical notes. In the grass, faint rustling sounds flitted by, as if insects were frolicking in playful pursuit, casting flickering shadows. Inside the room, bright candle flames flickered. One person lay unconscious on the bed, devoid of color, while another leaned over, applying ointment to her wounds. A slender figure stood by the bed, with long black hair cascading somewhat messily over her shoulders. Her head bowed as she sat, her complexion pale and weary. "Chiyu, thank you for your hard work." Butterfly Kane's voice was fragmented and hoarse, soft yet sufficient for the woman to hear. Eiga Chiyu gazed tenderly at the sleeping girl, deftly changing the bandages with a light touch. "This child saved me. I should care for her." She recalled the time at the Paradise Cult, when the girl, donned in a crisp black uniform and half-white haori, burst into the room with fervor. Those violet eyes, beautiful and clear, brimmed with youthful vigor and determination. She had cradled her child and led her away from that place, facing demons without a shred of fear. That slender yet upright silhouette stood protectively before her, striking down the demons without mercy. It was her first realization that girls could wield swords with such elegance and grace, laughing beneath the bright moonlight. Yet, the spirited and vibrant girl now lay with her eyes tightly shut, ensnared in slumber. Her body bore numerous scars, both large and small, with the most severe being a long, grotesque gash across her chest. She had overheard Butterfly Kane mention that if Shinobu's wound were to go a fraction deeper, it would be. Alas, what transpired that night to inflict such injuries upon so many? Even Kane's husband, Dōma, met his demise as a result. Contemplating this, she gazed at Butterfly Kane, who had not closed her eyes for 2 days, sitting in the light against the backdrop of the sun. With a look of compassion, she urged, "Kane, you should rest. You haven't slept for 2 nights. Please take care of yourself. If not for yourself, then for the child." Samyuji Chu was a woman rescued from the Paradise Cult by Butterfly Shinobu. Tanjiro Kamadu, seeing her as a destitute orphan, permitted them to stay at the Butterfly Mansion, fulfilling Chu's wish to repay her debts of gratitude. Though she had a general understanding of the formidable and terrifying demons they faced, she had never personally experienced their horrors. The Butterfly Sisters and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps deemed it unnecessary to further elaborate on those matters to her. Thus, when she saw that familiar girl again after many days, witnessing their return with her scarred and emaciated figure, along with several severely injured swordsmen, she was overwhelmed with shock. These individuals had been locked in a relentless struggle against death. Her hollow, lifeless eyes fluttered open and shut. And after a prolonged silence, long enough for her to assume there would be no response, she finally emitted a faint sound of acknowledgement. Chu watched as she slowly rose, allowing the moonlight from the window to cast a cold, pale glow upon her. Delicate and fragile, much like a dandelion drifting in the moonlight, she could be scattered by the slightest breeze. She swallowed her worries in silence, knowing that the heart, already fragile, might have scattered along with the disappearance of that man. After Muzan Kibutsuji's demise, the head of the Kamadu family, Yoya, also succumbed to illness that very night. The headquarters was draped in white veils, with coffins being consecutively cremated and their ashes interred. The gathering was shrouded in a somber darkness, heads bowed in mourning. A scene of profound melancholy and silence. Thus, 2 days passed, and at last, Butterfly Shinobu emerged from the depths of darkness. Upon awakening, the girl felt a gnawing pain in her chest, an ache that pierced to the bone. Her slender brows furrowed deeply, and she let out a muffled groan. So painful. As she opened her eyes, she recognized the familiar arrangement of the room. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting patterns on the floor. Butterfly Shinobu shifted slightly, and an intense wave of pain surged through her chest. Footsteps echoed at the door. It was Samyuji Chu, accompanied by Teranishi Kiyoshi, a small figure trailing behind her, carrying several medicine bottles. "Ah, you're awake. How wonderful. Shinobune is awake," exclaimed Kiyoshi, her eyes wide with excitement. Chu, witnessing the awakened Butterfly Shinobu, expressed her surprise, and upon noticing her movements, her brow furrowed, hastening her steps toward her. "Don't move. Your injuries aren't healed yet. You need to rest." Pressing down on her shoulder to prevent her from rising, Chu pulled back the blankets, her dark, warm eyes revealing a hint of concern. "Shanae, yes, I'm here." Her voice was soft and gentle, flowing like spring waters in the ear. The pain in Shinobu's chest inexplicably eased somewhat. She could hardly remember the last time she had sustained such grave injuries. The woman before her faintly resembled the figure from her memories, reminiscent of the dawn many years ago when she had suffered from the cold, and her mother whispered soothingly at her bedside. After placing the medicine tray on the bedside table, Kiyoshi joyfully dashed out, and Chu surmised she was off to inform Butterfly Kane. As the woman cast a glance at the small figure scurrying away, she softly called out, "Kiyoshi, slow down. I know. I'm going to tell Sister Kane that Shinobu-ne has woken up." Chu chuckled softly, shaking her head as she raised her delicate wrist to unfasten the collar of Butterfly Shinobu's garment. Shinobu understood that she was about to change her bandages, but being an innocent young lady, she had never undone her clothing in front of others, causing her to blush for the first time in ages as she turned her head away. "Is it painful?" Chu asked, puzzled, as she believed her touch might have hurt her. No, the location of the wound was indeed too awkward. Shinobu thought of trying to do it herself, but the slightest movement brought sharp pain, so she reluctantly surrendered her struggle. As she reached to undo the collar, she suddenly hesitated, noticing the pink flush on the girl's earlobes. Realizing something, a gentle smile graced Chu's lips, and warmth filled her eyes. "My apologies. I forgot that Shinobu is no longer a child. However, if I do not change the bandages in this manner, the wound will fester, so please bear with me." Her soothing voice carried the unique tenderness of a mature woman. It was the kind of gentle affection that Butterfly Shinobu found most unbearable, reminiscent of her mother and sister. "It's fine. Please proceed with the treatment." She regarded her for a moment before continuing her task. The buttons from the collar were delicately undone, one by one, tracing along the slight curves of her body until reaching the smooth expanse of her waist. The fabric gradually slipped away, revealing the pristine whiteness of her chest. The unique fragrance of the girl wafted through the air, while a rosy hue spread across her fair neck. As her bare skin met the air, she involuntarily shifted, only to be met with pain, causing her to furrow her brow. Chu observed every movement, her gentle eyes glistening with concern and helplessness. "Be still. You'll aggravate the wound." Her words echoed with the comforting tone one might use to soothe a small child, imbued with a sense of safety that could lull one to sleep. But she was not a child. Butterfly Shinobu fluttered her long, exquisite eyelashes, gently closing her eyes, biting her lip to maintain her composure, and ultimately refrained from moving. As the gauze was peeled away, the heavy scent of medicinal ointment filled the air, both ancient and potent, mingled with a metallic tang of blood. Young people possess remarkable healing abilities. Within 4 or 5 days, the elongated wound had formed a thin scab, resembling a blood-red centipede crawling ominously across a snow-covered mountain. The stark contrast of red and white was striking. Surrounding it were yellowish-brown speckles, remnants of the medicine, pungent and irritating. Chu carefully scraped away those remnants and applied a fresh layer of ointment, spreading it gently. However, the sensation beneath her fingertips was anything but tender. Butterfly Shinobu felt the sharp pain in her chest wash over her like relentless waves, pulling her deeper into a suffocating abyss. Yet, it mattered not. This pain was merely a re-experiencing of what she had endured before, something she could certainly withstand. Clenching her teeth, she remained silent, her pale fingers gripping the bedding tightly. "Just hold on a little longer," Chu said, her eyes filled with affection, letting out a sigh within her heart. It must hurt terribly. How young she is. Yet her body bears so many scars. It seems that injury is merely a part of her everyday life. Her voice was a soft glow, breaking through the suffocating clouds of despair. Butterfly Shinobu followed that gentle light, only to realize how close they had drawn to one another. In the space between breaths, she could clearly scent the faint yet comforting fragrance of Chu's presence. Loose strands of hair fell casually by her ears, framing the snow-white skin of her neck, creating a vivid ink painting of black and white. Within the gaze of Shinobu Kocho, the scene oscillated between clarity and haze. In moments of lucidity, one could even discern the slender, pale red veins beneath her neck, silently exuding a strange and deadly allure. Her throat subtly shifted. Suddenly, her violet pupils trembled and rapidly diverted, her eyelids fluttering shut. She was startled by an unfamiliar impulse that sent her heart racing. Why was this happening? Had she been influenced by the demons? The young girl's thoughts became tangled, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. Before she could fully regain her composure, Kaneo had already tended to her wounds. Noticing the sheen of sweat upon her forehead, Kaneo produced a clean towel and expertly wiped away the moisture. All done. Considering it was the sweltering heat of July and August, she left the collar of her garment unbuttoned, allowing the skin of her collarbone to be exposed to the air. Footsteps approached the entrance, and Kaneo recognized it to be Kane, promptly organizing the medical supplies to make way for them. Shinobu turned her gaze towards the door, witnessing the delicate silhouette of her sister vanish behind a throng of figures. Sister, little Shinobu. Kaneo emerged from the room carrying a tray of medicine, colliding with Ju Tomioka standing beneath the eaves. After exchanging nods of greeting, Ju resumed his vigilant watch over that chamber, sword in hand. The sharp contours of the youth's profile melded with the image of his striking visage in her mind, both imbued with youthful vigor and formidable strength. The thoughts he harbored were clearly etched upon his countenance at that moment. Understanding this, Shinobu smiled, though her lips soon fell into a melancholy curve as an unknown thought crossed her mind. The wind chimes in the corridor swayed languidly, while the cicadas chirped intermittently beneath the treetops. At last, the once bedridden Shinobu felt capable of rising and moving about. During her convalescence, she had learned of Dōma's demise, as well as the passing of Yoya and the stone Hashira. Thus, as soon as she could stand, she made her way to the cemetery accompanied by Kane. I'm sorry, sister. I couldn't unlock the mark. I couldn't save him. I'm so sorry. Shinobu's head hung low, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice trembling. In that battle, although she had arrived just in time to assist in the assault against Muzan, her own strength had proven insufficient. She hadn't even been able to awaken the mark. In the critical moment of Muzan's self-detonation, it had been Dōma who shielded her, the very demon she had long despised. If only she could have unlocked the mark. Perhaps there would have been no need to await Muzan's explosion. Perhaps Dōma would not have had to come to her rescue. Perhaps her sister would not have lost the one she cherished most. Little Shinobu. Kane grasped her hand, her voice low yet imbued with tenderness. You are my only sister. How could I ever blame you? If blame is to be cast, it should fall solely upon him. Blame him for refusing to speak, for bearing everything alone, for heartlessly leaving you by yourself. I detest him for it. Kane's gaze fell upon Dōma's tombstone, and she recalled his characteristic, charming yet infuriating smile. A smile that involuntarily curled her lips. Yet, as she smiled, tears began to well in her eyes. Shinobu witnessed this and felt a pang in her heart, the ache in her chest mirroring her sister's sorrow. She held tightly to Kane's hand with her left, while her right clenched into a fist, her nails digging into her palm, drawing forth bright red blood. Brother-in-law. With utmost reverence, Shinobu bowed her head and placed her offerings at the gravestone, deeply bowing once more. The wound in her chest throbbed painfully. Little Shinobu. She was aware of her sister's injury, yet the gentle call did not interrupt her actions. The first time she had called him brother-in-law from the heart was under such circumstances. Shinobu tugged at the corner of her mouth, a blend of self-mockery, regret, and sorrow mingling within her. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for leading us to utterly eradicate Muzan Kibutsuji. From this day forth, I shall take good care of sister. These words she concealed within her heart, solemn and resolute. Let us go. Once Kane noted that Shinobu had completed her bow, she took her hand and led her back inside. Having once been the mistress of the butterfly mansion, she was well aware of the nature of external wounds. With such vigorous movements, it was certain that Shinobu's injury had reopened. She should have Kaneo reapply the medicine. As they approached the doorway of the mansion, Kane suddenly felt a wave of nausea surge within her. Ugh! Her complexion turned pale as she desperately braced herself against the doorframe, bending over to retch. Sister! Shinobu exclaimed, rushing to support her, gently patting her back. Cough, cough, it's nothing. This isn't an illness? Sister, we must find a doctor. Kane shook her head with a smile, about to speak when another wave of bile surged forth. Cough, cough. Shinobu patted her back anxiously, her eyes reddening with worry. To be unable to speak and then vomit. Oh dear, how serious could it be? Kaneo and Aoi Kanzaki, having noticed the commotion at the entrance, hurriedly set down their herbal preparations and rushed over. Aoi was quicker, reaching Kane's side first, skillfully pulling a green tangerine from her pocket and swiftly peeling it. Here, Sister Kane. Despite their youth, Aoi exhibited a remarkable composure. Huh, a tangerine? Can it cure illness? Upon witnessing her sister swallow a segment of the tangerine, Shinobu's brow relaxed, and her complexion improved significantly. Curiosity piqued, she took a segment for herself to taste. Oh no! Kaneo, initially taken aback, was about to caution her, but it was already too late. Aoi watched her with a mischievous smile, offering no restraint. Uffed! Shinobu swore she had never tasted anything so sour in her life. The intensely tart juice burst between her teeth, causing her tongue's nerves to tremble, nearly bringing her to tears. The one who feared no physical harm now bent over, trembling from the acidity of a mere tangerine. Cough, 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 ugh. Aoi stifled her laughter at the sight, while Kane gazed at her in astonishment, before bursting into a light chuckle. This laughter proved infectious, and Aoi could no longer contain herself, erupting into full laughter. Ah, what is this? The young girl nearly jumped up like a startled rabbit, only to feel a sharp pain in her chest, causing her to furrow her brow. Kane waved her hand at Kaneo. Kaneo, quickly check on little Shinobu's injury. All right, you should return. The medicinal scent is strong here. Kane nodded with a smile, glancing at Shinobu before elegantly making her way towards the main house. Aoi, you go dry the herbs. I'll take little Shinobu to check her injury. Understood. Aoi adjusted her waist and continued with her unfinished task. Kaneo smiled softly as she naturally took Shinobu's pale, yet somewhat calloused hand, guiding her indoors. Is it very sour? It's not too bad. Unbeknownst to her, the tender and smooth touch of Kaneo's hand caused Shinobu's lowered lashes to flutter slightly. Does sister not reside here? She allowed Kaneo to lead her, her gaze awkwardly fixated on the stone floor. Pregnant women are often sensitive to smells in the early stages and cannot tolerate strong stimuli. Shinobu, being sharp-witted, understood this instinctively. Having lived in the butterfly mansion for so long, she had grown accustomed to it. However, it was only recently that my sister returned. Having endured the sorrow of her husband's passing, her already fragile body, burdened by pregnancy, necessitated her residence in the main house, where she could be cared for by the midwife, Amano. Under the eaves, a delightful scene unfolded. Look, he is pouting. Wow, he smiled. Ha, pout. Over here. Butterfly Shinobu glanced aside to see Kyo, Shizuku, and Swoi forming a circle, playfully teasing the crawling infant on the ground. The three of them wore cheerful smiles, their eyes twinkling as they stifled delighted squeals, occasionally making exaggerated faces to amuse the child, who in turn beamed back with wide eyes and joyous laughter. As she observed, a smile crept upon her own lips, and she noticed the little one crawling towards her. Oh, he's heading towards Sister Chiyu. The cherubic child, with eyes sparkling like stars, paused at a short distance, seemingly weary, gazing intently at Shinobu as if yearning for her embrace. Shinobu's heart skipped a beat, her legs feeling weak as she stood still. Chiyu, noticing her son's soft gaze, approached and lifted him into her arms. Ah, the child exclaimed, his large eyes fluttering with delight as his tiny hands grasped at her cascading hair. Oh dear. Play here for a bit. Chiyu gently returned him to Kyo's arms. Thank you for your hard work, Kyo. Sister Chiyu, you're too kind. Please, attend to your own matters. With a warm smile, she affectionately ruffled Kyo's hair and walked towards Butterfly Shinobu. An odd sensation washed over her. The moment she cradled the child, her gentle gaze seemed to overflow with warmth, casting a soft, radiant glow that reflected deeply within Shinobu's eyes. It stirred a fluttering in her heart, a hazy feeling she could not quite identify. As Chiyu approached, Shinobu instinctively turned her head, avoiding the sight of those tender, luminous eyes. Ahem, let us go, Shinobu said, taking the lead towards the room, attempting to mask her inexplicable anxiety. Chiyu bit her lip and calmly followed the young woman. Shinobu settled by the bed, her fingers curling around the bedding, and after a moment of silence, she chose to unfasten her collar herself. The doors and windows of the room had been closed early, casting a dimness that made the space feel somewhat somber. To facilitate the tending of her wounds, Chiyu turned on a white woven lamp, illuminating the delicate, slender figure of the young woman. She placed the medicine tray next to the edge of the bed, half squatting, peeling an orange and offering a segment to Shinobu. Try this, it's sweet. Shinobu stared, entranced, into her deep, slightly curved black eyes. And the carefully maintained calm she had managed began to quietly dissolve like ice. Unlike Shinobu's youthful grace, the woman before her exuded a mature elegance, warmly captivating. After spending considerable time in the Demon Slayer core, her once slender frame had filled out, radiating health and vitality, her skin glistening like jade. In that moment, a subtle fragrance of books lingered in the air. Noticing Shinobu's dazed expression, the woman's eyes sparkled with mirth as she softly uttered, "Ah." Shinobu instinctively parted her lips and tasted the orange segment, sealing the warmth that stirred her very soul. Chiyu froze, her gaze slipping from the girl's striking purple eyes to the soft lips that enveloped her fingertips. The incandescent light of the room cast a hazy, dreamlike glow, amplifying the sound of their breaths, stretching it into the vastness of the space, until her fingertips brushed against the dampness, sending a shiver through her heart. The woman hastily withdrew her hand to retrieve the medicine, not daring to look at her again. Even while unwrapping the bandages and cleaning the wound, her beautiful brow remained lowered. It's very sweet. Chiyu paused, her movements halted. The orange, it's very sweet. A simple repetition that stirred ripples deep within the woman's heart. Though she displayed no outward signs of emotion, the delicacy of her skin betrayed her. The pale hue of her ears appeared as if flushed with warmth, a thin rosy tint gradually blooming. The corners of Shinobu's lips curled upward, mirroring the flutter in her heart. The sweetness lingering on her tongue was unlike any orange she had ever tasted before. Chiyu replied softly, her heart racing faster than usual, her touch gentler. Unbeknownst to her, the girl's hand, resting at the edge of the bed, gently lifted and fell, gradually tightening around the soft bedding. The enchanting purple of her eyes dimmed and brightened as they lingered on Chiyu's dark hair. As a Hashira, adept in her breathing techniques, how could Shinobu not sense the woman's restless heartbeat and the uncharacteristic quickness of her breath? Between them, there hung an uncontainable tension, an intoxicating allure woven through the warmth of her gaze, her laughter, her tenderness, beckoning the young woman forward, urging her to explore. It felt unlike friendship, unlike sisterhood. It was as if she had brushed against a door, uncertain of the wondrous view that lay beyond, whether it be a field of blooming flowers or a bottomless abyss. Shinobu grasped the bedding tighter, her heartbeat synchronizing with the rhythm of the moment. The room fell silent, save for the sound of their breaths. Though she was accustomed to treating her wounds, today felt hurried for reasons she could not comprehend. The girl, who usually felt shy undressing before her, now accepted her ministrations with an uncharacteristic calm, while Chiyu, well-dressed and experienced, felt a sudden shyness wash over her. "All right, the rest you can do yourself," Chiyu said. Having finished rewrapping the bandages, and without adjusting her clothing, she quickly exited the room with the medicine tray, warmth still lingering on her cheeks. Shinobu smiled softly as she donned her shirt, her purple eyes gleaming with an unshakable mirth. In the Butterfly Shinobu chapter, featuring dual protagonists, too, having met the esteemed young lord, Butterfly Shinobu formally bowed to the seated midwife, Hikari. The boy, with a playful smile, replied, "Sister Shinobu, no need for such formality. Have you healed?" His fair complexion radiated with the brilliance of sunlight. "I'm fully recovered. Where's my crow? Can I take on missions now?" "Ha ha. I know Sister Shinobu can't sit still. Your crow is with Sister K. The new mission address is." Since the defeat of their adversaries, the weighty shadow hanging over the Butterfly household had shattered, and everyone had shed their morose masks, becoming vibrant and genuine. The youth, Hikari, embodied this transformation. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow that danced with the summer heat. His slender figure stood against the light, his features cloaked in shadow. The ebony crow on his shoulder seemed to sense its master's thoughts, occasionally nuzzling his ear in consolation. Butterfly Shinobu, accompanied by her crow, stood at the bend of the forest path, her gaze fixed on the familiar house, her heart devoid of the excitement that typically accompanied a new mission. At that moment, she felt a twinge of hesitation and bitterness. "Forget it, I want to seek her out." Shinobu tightened her grip on the blade she carried, sighed softly, and turned to leave. Her pink and white silhouette melted into the shadows of the trees, disappearing from sight. As dinner time approached, the Butterfly household bore no trace of her presence, nor did her sword remain in sight. Chiyu pressed her lips together, ultimately unable to quell her concern, and inquired about the whereabouts of Kanzaki Aoi. Kanzaki Aoi had dashed from the Butterfly house to the main house, and then back again. It appeared that Shinobu had gone on a mission. Oddly, Shinobu used to inform them before leaving. Kanzaki Aoi scratched her head, a spark of realization lighting her eyes. Perhaps Shinobu had grown bored from being idle for too long, and in her excitement to embark on a mission, she simply forgot to inform them. Boredom, indeed. The capricious heart of youth is as unpredictable as the wind, free and untethered. Given that she had been hiding so conspicuously these past 2 days, it seemed she had let go of her burdens. She should be happy about that. Chiyu tugged at the corners of her mouth, yet a bitter smile eluded her, her expression stiff and unyielding. Kanzaki Aoi knelt beside the table, lifted her bowl, and observed the silent Chiyu as she ate. Sensing that both she and Shinobu were behaving rather strangely, this peculiar feeling seemed to have begun a month ago. She yearned to ask, but was at a loss for words. "Never mind it," she concluded, shaking her head and focusing on her meal. Shinobu had been away for a full 3 months. As autumn descended, the air turned crisp, and the maple trees donned their fiery red attire. In a tavern, at the stroke of midnight, a voice melodiously rang out, "Another cup, please." The clear, melodious tone resonated within the establishment, its final note tinged with a hint of ethereality. She poured another cup, letting the last drop of liquid cascade down. Her delicate, fair fingers contrasted sharply against the cup's rim, the surface of the liquid rippling before eventually settling, reflecting a pair of dreamy purple eyes. 3 months had passed since she last saw her. Yet the memories grew increasingly vivid. A hollow ache settled in her chest. Shinobu sighed and downed the wine in one go. Perhaps drinking too hastily, she coughed lightly, then carelessly wiped the wine from her chin with her sleeve. The tavern's proprietor was a strikingly beautiful woman with a somewhat alluring demeanor. Clad in a modest yet elegant crimson-hued kimono, her graceful figure was hard to overlook, and the patrons seemed to regard her with a mix of admiration and trepidation. Shinobu had little interest in such matters. She was merely seeking a place to drink. After slaying countless demons, even humans had grown tiresome. A new cup was placed before her. At such a young age, why do you look so heartbroken? The woman's voice was laced with a sultry timbre, her amber eyes glimmering with curiosity and a hint of mischief. The girl, still in her uniform, bore the lingering scent of blood. After sitting in the tavern late at night, she either drank in silence or stared blankly, which piqued the woman's curiosity. Shinobu lifted her slightly intoxicated gaze, furrowing her brow as she directly poured another cup. Are you unhappy? The woman's smile widened, and she casually sat beside her, propping her chin on her hand, watching her drink. The reason for Shinobu's silence was simple. How could she confide in a stranger that she was troubled by her affection for another woman? Such matters were too delicate to share so freely. She had assumed the woman would take her cold demeanor as a cue to leave, but to her surprise, she remained seated. Glancing at her, Shinobu stammered, "Are you going to drink with me?" At this proclamation, the tavern fell silent, patrons exchanging astonished glances. Another cup was raised to her lips, her bleary eyes growing ever more dazed, blurring the features of the woman before her. Shinobu had never drunk before. Had it not been for her strong constitution, she would have succumbed after just a few cups. That little girl certainly has guts, one man remarked. Indeed. It's already late, yet she dares to drink here and even invites the elder sister to join her. That is pushing her luck. Another chimed in. I bet she won't last 3 seconds under her watchful gaze. The townsfolk of Kafuk knew all too well about the formidable woman residing on South Street. This woman loved her drink and, for reasons unknown, opened a tavern that operated during the night. Her enchanting beauty had attracted many suitors. But after witnessing her prowess and the way she dealt with unruly patrons, the men of South Street trembled at her presence. It was said that the rust-red stone slabs before the tavern were stained with the blood of many a drunken fool. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was pierced by a clear, melodious laugh. The woman's smile illuminated the room, her captivating beauty brightening the entire hall as if she had encountered something delightfully intriguing. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the patrons behind her, she leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with mischief. If you wish for company, then I shall drink with you. But you must tell me what troubles you. Her curious gaze met Shinobu's enchanting autumnal eyes, and her alluring voice, dripping with warmth, reached the depths of Shinobu's long-held yearnings. Unbeknownst to her, she had lowered her guard. All right, Shinobu replied, her face flushed with a rosy hue, the alcohol enhancing her already delicate features. In her rare, beautiful violet eyes, a dreamy haze enveloped them, intertwined with deep affection and longing. She yearned to reach out but seemed to be exerting every ounce of will to restrain herself. Such a gaze, appearing in the eyes of a youthful maiden, was truly astonishing. Ichi noticed Shinobu's rapt attention and her smile widened. She leaned closer, their breaths nearly entwined. Child, who are you looking at through me? The woman before her began to blur, merging with a familiar visage from her memories, the gentle smile in her eyes becoming clearer. Chiyu. Just as her fingertips were about to graze the woman's face, the girl suddenly slumped weakly onto the table. Unbeknownst to her, the tavern's patrons had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a pile of coins on the table. A vague silhouette stood beside her, long hair cascading down, slender and upright, outlined against the light. A chilling aura enveloped her. The woman, unfazed by the frigid demeanor of the person beside her, shifted from curiosity to disappointment. What a shame, you arrived too early. Shinobu felt a tingling sensation at her neck, her energy dissipating as she lay there, utterly spent. Sensing the tension in the air, she struggled to see the two indistinct figures before her. What began as a chaotic confrontation morphed into a tangled scuffle. As she succumbed to unconsciousness, she caught a fleeting glimpse of the woman being embraced by another, their foreheads touching in an intimate manner. Her slender fingers reached out towards the two, but a thick fog gradually enveloped her vision. You've nearly healed. Tonight, you can bathe by yourself. The voice, typically gentle, now carried an undercurrent of detachment. Chiyu removed the bandages from the girl, revealing a long scar, dark brown interspersed with remnants of light yellow ointment, glaringly visible against her pale skin. She calmly dressed the girl, avoiding the intense gaze that burned into her. It felt strange, as if the warmth compelled her to flee. Chiyu, there's a spring in the back mountain. Shall we go wash there together? Shinobu suggested softly, watching Iba Chiyu adjust her collar. The woman looked up in surprise, meeting the girl's hopeful violet eyes. But it's quite late. The moon hangs high, and the starlight cascades like a waterfall. The mountain breeze whispers softly, while the night owl croons lowly. If it were an ordinary household, they would have long since retired for the night. The young girl, aware of her own resolve, does not falter. With bright eyes and elegantly arched brows, she declares, Sister Chinyu, have you forgotten? I am the insect Hashira. My senses far surpass those of ordinary people, and my night vision is unparalleled. To me, night is as bright as day, and day as dark as night. Rest assured, I shall keep you safe. Indeed. She is no ordinary girl. She is the insect Hashira. Chinyu gazes vacantly at the girl before her, whose bright eyes shimmer with confidence. She reflects on how, at this age, she had already become a bride, constrained in her actions, unable to act freely. Yet the girl before her, with her striking purple eyes radiating self-assurance, remains undeterred by day or night, a butterfly soaring freely in the wind. I will protect you, she assures. The insect Hashira notices the tremor in the woman's movements as her words settle in. The delicate corners of her eyes flush slightly, and the moisture in her gaze reveals a mix of astonishment and an inexplicable sentiment. Lowering her gaze, she smiles softly. What need is there for your protection? You are just a child yourself. I am no child. I am skilled in swordsmanship, medicine, the tea ceremony, and even have some culinary prowess. I am quite capable of living independently, Sister Chinyu. Please do not always treat me as a child. The girl seems particularly sensitive to being regarded as a child, persistently protesting. Besides, it's merely a trip to the hot springs. Nothing will happen, I promise. Let us go together. The insect Hashira had never uttered such playful words before, and as the sweet tone left her lips, a warmth crept to her cheeks. However, the yearning and excitement within her overshadowed her shyness, and a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, her hands found their way to the woman's slender waist. Standing a few inches shorter, she rose on her toes, leaning in closer until their eyes met. Their breaths intertwining, her melodious voice lingering in the air. For the first time, the insect Hashira felt dissatisfaction with her petite stature. She resolved to eat more in the future, at least to avoid having to stand on tiptoe. The woman, enchanted by this intimate display, felt her senses swirl. Her gaze inadvertently drifting to the girl's unadorned, porcelain-like neck, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Chinyu averted her eyes from the insect Hashira's gaze, lowering them to the eaves of the window, her body leaning slightly back. You've said so much, if I were to refuse now, it would seem rather heartless. The insect Hashira's eyes brightened, unable to contain her excitement as she seized the girl's delicate wrist. Oh, that is wonderful. Let us go. As she leaned in to embrace the woman, Chinyu grasped her arm. Wait. You said I'm not a child. Don't you know to bring a change of clothes? Cough, cough. The insect Hashira's cheeks flushed crimson, and she awkwardly released the woman. Chinyu shot her a disapproving glance. I'll grab my bathrobe first. All right. She stood dazed, watching the woman depart. That unexpected glance was a charm she had never witnessed before, leaving her utterly entranced. She placed a hand on her heart. It felt as if she had been electrified. The woman did not keep her waiting long. In the courtyard, the two slender figures gradually overlapped under the moonlight. Xiaoya, is this too close? The warmth of their bodies pressed together, the slender waist encircled by the girl's embrace, invited the subtle fragrance of wisteria. She bit her lip, her thick lashes fluttering as her heart raced like a startled deer. Xiao Rin is a girl. It's all right, Chinyu reassured herself, though her heartbeat betrayed her calm facade. Do not fear, I've got you. The insect Hashira smiled, drawing her closer, and with a push of her feet, they soared. The sudden feeling of weightlessness startled Chinyu, who instinctively wrapped her arms around the girl's neck, pressing her eyes shut against her shoulder. To prevent her from falling, the insect Hashira caught her legs. Their agile forms danced among the treetops, the moonlight shining as brightly as the girl's radiant smile. The howling wind rushed past her ears. In that slender embrace, a profound sense of security enveloped her heart. As Chinyu opened her eyes, she was met with the bright, confident profile of the girl. The once round chin, reminiscent of her childhood, had blossomed into the delicate features of a young woman. Her violet eyes sparkling like stars against the night sky. The bitterness that had occasionally flickered in the past had vanished since that day. She was vibrant, charming, and radiant, embodying the beauty of her age. How wonderful it would be if they did not miss this moment. Feeling the girl's gaze upon her, the insect Hashira lowered her head, meeting those dark, shimmering eyes, causing her heart to flutter. In a fleeting moment, those eyes hid beneath her lashes, retreating into her shoulder, no longer looking at her. Chinyu's fair ears gradually flushed a deeper shade of red. The insect Hashira composed herself, swallowing hard before looking ahead again. The fleeting shadows in the forest mirrored her past speed in hunting demons. Time slipped away, and the moving scenery gradually slowed until it came to a halt. Sister Chinyu, we've arrived. Thank you. The insect Hashira gently set the woman down, watching her step away toward the gently flowing mountain spring. How beautiful! Chinyu was taken aback by the enchanting night view, the earlier discomfort seemingly forgotten. The moonlight bathed the spring, while shrubs adorned with unknown white flowers swayed gently in the breeze. The shimmering stars above were not the only brilliance. The dark forest also danced with the faint glow of fireflies. The stream cascaded down the mountainside, its crystalline sound caressing her heart. The water was clear, and the person was exquisite. She was neither the stunning courtesan who captivated for 1,000 years nor the weary woman burdened by the mundane struggles of life. At 26, with the experience of motherhood, Qianyu exuded a mature grace. She must have come from a noble family, even in a simple long dress. Her every movement was imbued with an air of refined elegance. The insect Hashira stood behind her, entranced as Qianyu gracefully turned to face her. She instinctively extended her delicate hand, her slender fingers brushing against a fleeting firefly. The tenderness in her eyes seemed capable of melting the very essence of the girl before her. Qianyu glanced at the insect Hashira, who was staring at her with rapt attention, and instinctively bit her lip. She wished to turn away but couldn't bring herself to speak. With the insect Hashira behind her, she sighed and began to unfasten her clothing. Xiao Rin is just a child. It's all right, she silently reassured herself. At her neck, the quickening pulse and the rush of blood painted her skin with a tempting blush, a betrayal of her thoughts. As her outer garments fell to the ground, the gentle breeze caressed her inner garments, clinging to her body and outlining her alluring curves. A sudden explosion resonated within the insect Hashira's heart. The chain locks, the ancient and heavy door, accompanied by a soulful whisper, slowly creaked open. The gaze from behind grew increasingly fervent, searing her skin and rendering her body weak. The woman, flustered, approached the mountain spring, yearning to don her undergarment and plunge directly into the water, yet she failed to notice the slippery stones beneath her feet. Thud! A stone tumbled into the spring, creating a splash, and she lost her balance. Akiha Chiyu's melodious voice startled the air. Be careful. The butterfly shinobi rushed to her side, wrapping her slender waist, capable of steadying her, yet upon encountering those autumn-like eyes, she felt her strength dissipate. Splash! Both women fell into the water. Chiyu mused. Those violet eyes sparkled brighter than fireflies, more dazzling than stars, and more breathtaking than moonlight. And within those stunning, luminous eyes, there was nothing but her reflection. She had seen this butterfly shinobi many times before, when she dressed her wounds, when she bathed her, when she helped her don her garments. As her wounds healed, those gazes became increasingly fervent, leaving her heart in a tumultuous disarray. She could only hope that once the butterfly shinobi recovered, she too would find solace. Instinctively, she shied away, not out of offense, but because it felt wrong. It shouldn't be like this. If this continued, her heart would surely plunge uncontrollably into an abyss. The cool, refreshing mountain waters enveloped them both, caressing their forms. The sensation of the cool, slick skin against her body, coupled with the flood of thoughts surging through her mind, consumed the already dazed girl entirely. Surprised by the sudden embrace of water, Akiha Chiyu could not hold her breath any longer and parted her cherry lips. In an instant, her crimson lips were gently covered. She froze in shock, her eyes widening with a mix of surprise and embarrassment, her long, delicate fingers that clutched the collar of the butterfly shinobi's garment losing their strength in the warmth shared between them. The moonlight dimmed under the shadow of the moment. Her body gradually sank. She thought, indeed, she had fallen into an abyss. That warmth was unlike anything she had ever experienced, the butterfly shinobi thought in astonishment. That sweetness surpassed even the finest honey in existence. Like an infant, the butterfly shinobi, in a daze, instinctively sought out a more exquisite existence, akin to the sweetness on her tongue and the softness against her fingertips. Gradually, the pain in her shoulders awakened her. The altered taste of the water was more suffocating to Akiha Chiyu than the cool stream itself. The butterfly shinobi tightened her embrace around Chiyu's slender waist, while her free hand sliced through the water, akin to a nimble fish, guiding her above the surface. The crystalline droplets that connected them separated under the moonlight, cascading down to the rippling water below, creating concentric circles. The woman placed her hands on Chiyu's shoulders, her gaze lowered, her rosy lips heaving with quick breaths. Her long, fair neck was almost translucent, revealing the faint outlines of her veins. The hair that had once been neatly tied had come undone, now damp and clinging to her front, in disarray, contrasting starkly against her skin. The sheer, wet garment did little to conceal the alluring curves, reminiscent of a fairy emerging from the water under the moonlight. The butterfly shinobi gazed in a daze. Her lips, soaked by the flowing water, inexplicably felt dry. Suddenly, the butterfly shinobi trembled. She saw the woman raise her head, revealing eyes flushed with tears. Chiyu, why did you do that? The butterfly shinobi murmured, taken aback. She had never spoken to her with such a serious and restrained tone, laced with anger. The butterfly shinobi had never witnessed such anger, sadness, and a hint of heart-wrenching disappointment in those ordinarily gentle eyes. She failed to comprehend that the sorrowful disappointment was, in fact, directed at herself. In a flurry, she sought to explain, but before she could utter a word, she was interrupted. Little shinobi, I understand that at your age, impulsiveness can arise. But do you realize what you just did? You should not act this way. Kissing is an act reserved for lovers. Yet, even though her bond with little shinobi was strong, it should not have come to this. Even if Chiyu had to admit that she had developed an indescribable fluttering in her heart for the girl before her. She had almost surrendered to that moment of entangled lips, letting her body weaken and her heart blaze. With that thought, Akiha Chiyu lowered her gaze, cursing herself for being so inadequate and sordid. Kanaho had entrusted little shinobi to her care so freely, yet what had she done? How did she deserve such trust? Little shinobi, in the bloom of youth, should be exploring the beauty of youthful love with bright boys, not with someone like her. A faded flower bearing the scars of life's turmoil. Her existence had already been fraught with decline. She should not drag another into her abyss. The butterfly shinobi watched as Chiyu's eyes reddened with tears, her heart tightening painfully. She had offended her, without hesitation, kissed her. I'm sorry, Chiyu. I'm so sorry. The butterfly shinobi whispered repeatedly, reaching out to wipe away the crystalline liquid on the woman's face, uncertain if it was water or tears. Yet, the woman closed her eyes, refusing to look at her, gently pushing her away, evading her touch. Turning her back, she took a few steps forward, the water lapping just over her slender arms. Her silken hair spread across the water's surface, unfurling gracefully. Though only a few steps apart, the butterfly shinobi felt an insurmountable chasm separating them. Hurry and wash up. It will get cold if you linger too long, Chiyu said softly, her voice gentle as ever, as if nothing had transpired. The girl pressed her lips tightly together, a thin mist rising in her eyes. The fingertips clenched into her palm easily broke through the rough skin. Yes, that kiss made the butterfly shinobi realize her feelings. She had truly fallen for Akiha Chiyu. Yet, the butterfly shinobi could not be mistaken. The panic and evasion reflected in those watery eyes pained her heart deeply. Akin to a blade piercing through her chest, twisting painfully. The butterfly shinobi placed her hand over her damp heart, feeling its icy chill. Yet, should she voice her feelings, it would only bring her distress. Thus, she resolved to keep her emotions imprisoned in ice. The girl's violet eyes tinged with red, her lips curling into a bitter smile. After washing up, Akiha Chiyu lost all desire to admire the beautiful night. Relying on memory, she walked deeper into the forest. The butterfly shinobi grasped her hand from behind, causing Chiyu to flinch as if scalded, pulling away. Was even holding hands now forbidden? The butterfly shinobi's gaze dimmed, but she quickly forced a smile. Chiyu, it's a bit far, let me guide you back. No, just lead the way, that will suffice. Led back? When did this woman become so obstinate? Did she not realize it had taken them 7 or 8 minutes to arrive here with full concentration? The return journey would likely take 2 or 3 hours. Under the moonlight, the girl's brow was shadowed, her eyes flickering with soft light, before she stepped forward. Oh, she effortlessly lifted the woman, as light as a feather. Little shinobi. Akiha Chiyu instinctively tightened her grip on the fabric at the back of the butterfly shinobi's shoulders, which was still damp, droplets of water clinging to her hair. Sister Chiyu, I apologize, but returning now would be a waste of time, after my bath. I should retire early. She paid no heed to the abrupt embrace, merely gazing up at the girl's enchanting violet eyes. With a soft exhale, she inquired, why not dry your hair? You might catch a chill. Are you worried about me? Mitsuri Kanroji's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. With a grace akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, she leapt into the air, fluttering lightly through the woods. The woman felt an exhilarating sensation of weightlessness. Pressed closer into Mitsuri's embrace, eyes tightly shut, she bit her lip, the sweet fragrance of wisteria enveloping her, rendering her weak. What a domineering little child. Yet this tenderness should not be directed towards me. Upon arriving at the butterfly mansion, Ayakashi Chiyu reluctantly released herself from Mitsuri's hold and proceeded directly to her room, her slender form vanishing around the corner. Mitsuri tilted her head slightly. The moonlight was half obscured by leaden clouds, its once radiant glow now shrouded in a hazy dimness. Behind that mysterious door lay a heaviness that stole one's breath away. It became evident that there exist matters in this world more powerless than severing a demon's neck. In the following 2 days, while Ayakashi Chiyu maintained a facade of concern for her well-being in public, she diligently avoided any private encounters with Mitsuri. Even when their paths occasionally crossed, their exchanges were marked by the utmost politeness, mere acquaintanceship devoid of warmth. This distance inflicted a sharp pang of sorrow in Mitsuri's heart, a sentiment she realized was mutual. Fortuitously, as her injury had healed, she took her blade and ventured to the main house. Ugh, my head aches and my neck is sore. Struggling to awaken from a drunken stupor, Mitsuri felt as if her head had been submerged in the depths of the ocean throughout the night, heavy and dizzy. Once she acclimated, she slowly rose, surveying the dimly lit room. The pale paper windows effectively blocked most of the light. Beside the tatami mat lay a low table, the surroundings stark and devoid of ornamentation. She furrowed her brow, patting her throbbing head. Memories, still murky as if submerged in seawater, flickered through her mind, faintly recalling the relatively handsome tavern owner. Fragmented images began to surface, perhaps two women, though she wondered if her drunken state had led her to misinterpret. In the third chapter of The Butterfly Ninja, dual female protagonists, Mitsuri Kanroji, burdened by her heavy, clumsy body, pushed the door open, stepping into a corridor shrouded in darkness. Devoid of sunlight, as was her custom, she extended her senses, detecting no foul odor of demons. Mitsuri breathed a sigh of relief when, at that moment, a door at the end of the corridor swung open. A pair of long legs stepped forth, the exquisite leather military boots glinting slightly in the shadows. Emerging alongside was a woman clad in a sharp uniform, her tall figure commanding attention. As Mitsuri recognized the uniform, an involuntary shiver ran down her spine. The woman was none other than a senior army officer. "It's you." Fujiguchi Shinji slightly lowered her eyelids, her penetrating gaze exuding an intimidating aura. Mitsuri slowly formed a question, struggling to recall ever having encountered this person. Wait a moment. The girl's eyes widened as memories of the scene before her fainting flashed back. Ah, it's you. She was the one who had knocked her unconscious. The breathing techniques she had mastered failed to alert her to any danger, an unforgivable oversight. As the woman approached, Mitsuri tilted her head back, taking in the expressionless, frost-like face radiating an intimidating energy. This visage reminded her of the alluring tavern owner she had seen the previous night. The stark contrast between the two women, one so vibrant and charming, the other so cold and commanding, left Mitsuri in a state of shock. Your sword is quite impressive. Where did you acquire it? Are you unaware of the government's ban on swords? The icy voice jolted Mitsuri back to reality as she noticed the weapon in the woman's grasp, her Nichiren blade. Return it. The Nichiren blade was invaluable, forged with the artisan's dedication from the swordsmith village, an essential tool for slaying demons, not to be easily discarded. Mitsuri's eyes narrowed, and she dashed forward. The drunken haze abruptly vanished from her mind. With a swift motion, Fujiguchi Shinji's azure eyes widened. Witnessing the girl darting towards her like a bolt from a crossbow, she instinctively kicked back, yet it was still a moment too late. The small yet powerful hand grasped her wrist, causing her to relinquish the blade in pain, and it was swiftly seized by Mitsuri. What? How can this girl possess such speed? Who on earth is she? Confusion clouded Fujiguchi Shinji's mind as she swiftly employed military grappling techniques, bending down to seize Mitsuri's upper arm, but the girl adeptly evaded her grasp. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Mitsuri's violet eyes as she intentionally revealed an opening in her legs. The woman, predictably, took the bait. As she swept her leg towards Mitsuri, the latter swung her Nichiren blade. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, the glaring, blinding light of the sword clashing with the air, and the two combatants separated. A few strands of hair floated down from Fujiguchi Shinji's ear. The chaotic sounds of their struggle abruptly ceased amidst the sharp crack of gunfire, leaving only the sound of their labored breaths in the silence. Fujiguchi Shinji could hardly believe that this girl had compelled her to draw her weapon, while Mitsuri too was astonished to discover that the woman had indeed concealed a firearm in her belt. The bullet slicing through the air and embedding itself in the wall behind her. The gun barrel still emitted wisps of smoke as hair fell to the ground. A door creaked open. Ugh, it's so noisy. A lazy, hoarse voice emerged. Fujiguchi Shinji's gaze narrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Sure enough, upon hearing the commotion, Mitsuri swiftly approached Ichin, who had one foot out the door. Seizing the opportunity from their recent positional exchange, Mitsuri locked her arms around the woman's slender waist, positioning her blade against her throat. Don't move. Fujiguchi Shinji stepped forward, but it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as her beloved was thrust into danger. Don't come any closer. Mitsuri cried out, her voice laced with urgency. The weapon in the woman's hand was far too perilous, even as a senior army officer. She dared not let her guard down. Ichin, who had struggled to sleep late into the night, having been kept awake by the woman's incessant antics, was now jolted from her slumber by the ruckus at the door, groggy and disoriented. She opened the door only to find herself enveloped in the embrace of a small figure. The very culprit who had disturbed her rest was now wide-eyed and frantic. Yet at the same time, Ichin noticed the gun clutched in Mitsuri's hand. She glanced back at the little girl, and it dawned on her what had transpired. The woman glared at Shinji, put away the gun. But no buts. Ichin's gaze held an undeniable seriousness that brooked no argument. Fujiguchi Shinji shot a furious glance at Mitsuri, but ultimately, she seemed to deflate, holstering her handgun. Humph, she scoffed, turning her back and striding down the stairs. Mitsuri stood there, stunned, watching the woman's retreating figure, reminiscent of a rebellious child fleeing from a strict parent, until she vanished around the corner, still in a daze. Ichin blinked, suppressing the anger rising in her throat. Forget it, the little one is here. I'll settle this score with that wretched woman later. Hey, little one, she said, gently patting Mitsuri's small hand at her waist, her tone softening. The gentle voice carried a hint of hoarseness, reminiscent of a cold cod in the wind. Oh, my apologies. The woman had already departed, rendering it unnecessary for Shinobu Kocho to hold a blade to her. The gleaming Nichiren blade was withdrawn from the fair skin of the woman's neck. As she turned around, her neck and collarbone revealed a chaotic array of red marks. Shinobu was momentarily stunned. The woman officer had emerged from the same room as she had. Glancing through the doorway, Shinobu saw the disheveled bedding and noted the absence of any man. Her mind was suddenly blank, overwhelmed with confusion. You all, Shinobu exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock and curiosity, her words stumbling forth. Ichin gazed down at the young girl, noticing her astonished expression, and a blush crept across her face. She raised her weary hand to adjust her collar, discreetly concealing a glimpse of her curves. Ahem, little one, don't stare. Come, let me take you out for something delicious. Ichin smiled charmingly, her allure palpable, as she took the girl's hand and led her downstairs. Shinobu regained her composure, halting Ichin's advance. Wait, I have a question for you. Her beautifully violet eyes shone with earnestness, a fire igniting within her chest. Ichin met her gaze, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she responded, Go ahead, I'll answer anything. Ichin found herself inexplicably drawn to this girl, perhaps because she reminded her so much of her own sister. If one truly likes someone, does it matter if they are of the same gender? Perhaps emboldened by the remnants of alcohol or simply intrigued by the nature of their conversation, Shinobu voiced a question she had long harbored in her heart. Ichin paused, taken aback by the inquiry. She had assumed Shinobu would ask about the scene she had just witnessed. Without overthinking, Ichin gently placed her hand on Shinobu's shoulder and replied with warmth. Liking someone is simply that, liking. It matters not if they are plump or thin, short or unattractive. Nor does their age or gender hold significance. As long as you understand your own feelings and recognize that you are indeed liking, loving, and worthy, that is sufficient. Understanding one's heart. Thoughts of Chiyu Ibis' soft, gentle smile, and her refreshing voice flooded Shinobu's mind. The warmth of her lips rekindled feelings deep within her heart. She realized she had irrevocably succumbed, hopelessly lost. Ichin, noticing the shadow in the girl's eyes, leaned in closer, teasingly asking, Do you have someone you like? Is it a girl, perhaps? Shinobu cleared her throat softly, turning her head away. I don't. A vivid crimson hue stained her fair neck. Indeed, the body often betrays the truth. Ichin, with a playful glimmer in her eye, observed the girl's bashful demeanor and remarked gently, Little one, encountering someone worthy of your affection is a rare fortune. Should you miss the opportunity, it will surely be a regret. Her words bore deep significance, stirring thoughts trapped within Shinobu's heart like chains. The cherished memories stored within her soul came alive, replaying vividly before her eyes. That night's moonlight had been beautiful, and she wished not to be left with regrets. In a side story featuring Shinobu, female lead, Part 4, Shinobu's eyelids fluttered shut, her swirling thoughts retreating into her gaze. The hand gripping the Nichiren blade trembled slightly. Finally, her heart found its resolution. She stepped back from the woman and said, I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. Thank you for your hospitality. I must return. Ichin was taken aback. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a brilliant array of evening hues, painting the heavens in shades of gold and crimson. The roofs and distant mountains harmonized beautifully, akin to a canvas splashed with vibrant colors. Suddenly, a striking butterfly flitted among them, its wings fluttering as it gradually diminished in size. Ichin watched as the beautifully patterned butterfly flew away, lingering for a moment before a soft laugh escaped her lips. Shinji Fukuyumi leaned against the railing, casting a glance at the departing butterfly. When he turned to Ichin, his previously indifferent expression softened, revealing a hint of anxiety. You can come down for dinner now. His cool voice carried a subtle gentleness as it drifted from the staircase. The once radiant woman suddenly froze, her smile vanishing. A rising tide of suppressed anger darkened her sparkling eyes. Had it not been for this detestable fool, she would not have slept until sunset. How outrageous. Humph. Ichin shot a cold glance at him, striding past as she descended the stairs. She had no intention of acknowledging him for the rest of the day. Shinji, lowering his gaze and pressing his lips together, silently followed her, appearing like a forlorn large dog. Wow, a butterfly. The delighted laughter of a 1.5-year-old child echoed in the butterfly mansion's courtyard as he chased after a white butterfly. As the butterfly landed on a blade of grass, it deftly took flight just as he reached out, teasing the beaming child. Following closely behind was awakens, her typically serious demeanor softened by the playful energy of the little one, her smile radiant. The three small companions cheered him on, creating a lively atmosphere. Under the eaves, Chiyuiba knelt gracefully on the tatama mat, bathed in sunlight. As she observed the lively scene before her, a subtle smile graced her lips. Yet, when her gaze fell upon the white butterfly, her gentle expression became increasingly distant. The fluttering wings blurred, gradually transforming into a figure from the depths of her memory. Suddenly, Aoi stopped in her tracks, her eyes widening in surprise. Sister Shinobu. Shinobu had rushed to the butterfly mansion after days of travel, finally laying eyes upon Chiyuiba, who sat with her back turned on the tatami mat, the figure she had yearned for, day and night. Sunlight caressed Chiyu's profile, casting a soft glow on her thick lashes, making her appear like a breathtaking artwork crafted by a master sculptor. Yet, as one's gaze traveled down her slender neck, the oversized kimono failed to conceal her delicate form. She had lost weight. Shinobu tightened her grip on the Nichiren blade, her gaze wavering. Chiyu turned her head, following Aoi's gaze, and stood up in disbelief, her dark eyes widening as her pupils glazed over slightly. For a moment, she could not distinguish between dream and reality. Shinobu. You're back? Shinobu slowly approached, her suppressed impulses finally overwhelming her last reserves of restraint. Thud. The Nichiren blade clattered to the ground, swallowed by a heavy tide of emotion. Shinobu rushed to Chiyu, misty-eyed, and threw herself into the woman's embrace. She had missed her so dearly, longed for her ink-like eyes, her gentle whispers, the scent of her hair, her warmth, her cooking, the clothes she wove. She missed everything about her. Chiyu felt the warmth against her chest as the girl's arms encircled her waist tightly, with overwhelming strength. This was not a dream. The woman closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around the butterfly in a fervent embrace. Sister Chiyu, I'm back. I won't leave again. I'll stay by your side forever. Chiyuiba's face nestled against her intricate hairstyle. The air around them infused not only with the dust of relentless travel, but also with the unique fragrance and warmth of youth. Welcome home, Shinobu, the woman spoke softly, her voice flowing like crystal-clear spring water, gently cascading past Shinobu Kochu's ear. Makoto Iba, having spotted Shinobu, paused in his hurried steps, his eyes gleaming as he tugged at Aoi Kanzaki's pant leg. Sister, Mama is holding the butterfly. In the eyes of the child, the girl adorned in a butterfly-patterned haori appeared as a grand, humanoid butterfly. Aoi Kanzaki chuckled softly, taking his small hand in hers. That is not a butterfly. That is our butterfly mansion's owner, the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kochu. Shinobu? Suddenly, Makoto's eyes brightened as he seemed to recall something, pointing toward the two embracing figures beneath the eaves. Shinobu. You should call her Sister Shinobu, Aoi remarked, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Shinobu had been away for 3 months, and it was during this time that Makoto began to learn to speak and walk. How could he know Shinobu? Shinobu. Makoto suddenly wriggled free from Aoi's grasp and dashed toward the eaves. Shinobu released Chiyuiba, ready to say something, but was interrupted by the child's clear, high-pitched call. The adorable little one, with his bright, clear eyes, hurriedly scampered over, his unsteady legs threatening to trip him at any moment. Shinobu, employing her total concentration, swiftly appeared before him just as he was about to fall, catching him in her arms. Makoto blinked in surprise at the girl who had suddenly appeared before him. Looking somewhat dazed, Chiyo's child has grown so fast, he can talk and run after just 3 months. The unexpected transformations of little lives never cease to bring joy. Makoto. Chiyuiba descended the steps, her skirts held up as she hurried toward Shinobu. Makoto grasped Shinobu's sleeve, raising his brows in excitement. Shinobu. Chiyo often murmured a certain name before sleep, and Makoto had learned to remember it. Makoto, you should call her Sister Shinobu. How does this little one know to call me Shinobu? Shinobu couldn't help but glance at Chiyuiba, who, after a fleeting glance, quickly averted her eyes, a hint of pink blooming on her cheeks. Turning her back, she handed the child over to Aoi Kanzaki and then tugged at Shinobu's sleeve. Come on. Let me help you tidy up. You've had a long journey. It wasn't arduous. Seeing you is not a burden, Shinobu replied, her heart aching for Chiyo, who seemed to neglect her own well-being, while a sweet speculation began to bloom within her. Could it be that she too harbored affections for her? Previously, Shinobu's room was always kept in order for her return after missions. Yet, for the past 3 months, Chiyo had taken on this responsibility, diligently maintaining the cleanliness of her sanctuary. Chiyo guided her to sit on the edge of the bed, expertly retrieving a towel from the independent bathroom, and sat beside her, leaning down to wipe Shinobu's cheek. In just 3 months, the girl's jawline had become more pronounced, and her eyes appeared slightly sunken. The fatigue beneath her delicate skin was starkly evident up close. As Chiyo's beautiful visage drew nearer, Shinobu instinctively closed her eyes, gripping the edge of the bedspread. Her heartbeat grew louder, and even her breathing lost its usual rhythm. "You've lost weight," she heard Chiyo's whisper, and their gazes locked, revealing a depth of concern in Chiyo's ink-like eyes. Shinobu's heart quivered, her own eyes misting over. "Do you know that every ounce of my fatigue is proof of how deeply I yearn for you?" In the violet depths of her gaze surged emotions as vast as the starry sea, both perilous and enchanting, threatening to engulf her. She found herself unable to resist grasping Chiyo's slender wrist as she gently swallowed. "Chiyo." "Yes." Their eyes met, mere inches apart, and though 1,000 words lingered on the tip of her tongue, they coalesced into a singular, simple inquiry. "Have you been well lately?" "Quite well." Shinobu tightened her grip on Chiyo's wrist, her voice low and hoarse. "You lie." She observed the red veins in Chiyo's eyes, the droop of her eyelids, and the pallor of her lips, which were too close to the bone of her slender neck. A frown creased her brow. How can this be considered well? In the days of her absence, this woman must have neglected her meals and her own care. Under Shinobu's burning gaze, Chiyo lowered her eyes, pressing her lips together, emotions swirling within her. "Shinobu, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have dared to stay away from home for 3 months. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have become so thin. I truly feared losing control. You deserve a brighter future. Yet, I cannot deceive my own heart. It longs for you. It truly misses you." Accustomed to a traditional and restrained gentleness, Chiyo found it difficult to voice her profound longing. "It hurts." Her voice softened as she attempted to withdraw her hand, yet remained ensnared in Shinobu's grasp. How can she be so adorable? Shinobu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled, releasing Chiyo's wrist. With her other hand, she unknowingly brushed against Chiyo's fingertips resting on the edge of the bed, then slowly intertwined their fingers. Chiyo's lashes fluttered as she allowed Shinobu to tighten her grip. Outside the window, distant mountains adorned with countless crimson leaves appeared like flames dancing in the autumn breeze. "Chiyo, I have come to understand." With eyes shimmering with affection, Shinobu's tone turned serious as she gazed into Chiyo's eyes. Chiyo, unable to meet her gaze, kept her head bowed, rendering her expression unreadable. Every person is born only as a semicircle, spending their lives in search of another semicircle to achieve completeness. And you are my completeness. Without you, every meal, every season, every dawn and dusk will feel incomplete and cold. Shinobu, the truth lay bare before her. As her uncontainable love shattered the already fragile barriers of Chiyo's heart, the mountains and fields filled with butterflies enveloped her entirely, akin to a mesmerizing sea of stars. She was undeniably poisoned, lost in a haze yet intoxicatingly entranced. The towel in the woman's hand had unknowingly slipped to the ground, softly cascading into the abyss with a crisp snap. With a soft sigh, Butterfly Shinobu rose, her gaze falling upon the delicate figure beneath her, whose slightly upturned eyes glimmered with a blush, and whose sparkling orbs reflected the clarity of spring water. The girl appeared tender and enchanting, a true vision of beauty. Akaika Chiyu also opened her eyes, transitioning from a state of daze to clarity, revealing an expression that mingled shyness with resignation. She gently brushed her lips against the corner of the girl's mouth, freeing her left hand from their interlocked fingers to caress the burning warmth of the girl's cheek. "Fool," she murmured softly. Butterfly Shinobu called her name, her gaze filled with unwavering affection. "You can breathe through your nose, you silly girl." Chiyu's eyes sparkled with a tender glimmer, a mix of playful reproach and endearment. Her lips, flushed and moist, parted and closed, sending ripples of emotion through Shinobu's heart. She bore no resentment. The girl held a place in her heart. This was not merely a solo performance. A smile danced at the corners of Shinobu's eyes as she hoarsely implored, "Teach me." Chiyu's world dimmed momentarily. The sound of light footsteps echoed at the doorway. "Sister Shinobu, Mr. Tanjiro is here." "Huh?" Kanzaki Aoi's once smiling face froze in shock. In the supplementary tale of Butterfly Shinobu, the dual female protagonist arc, Kanzaki Aoi sat beside Tomioka Ju, facing Akaika Chiyu. The man's lips were a luscious red, his dark eyes cast downward, lost in thought. Aoi's delicate brows knitted together, her azure eyes brimming with an unspoken confusion. How can Sister Shinobu and Sister Chiyu, both women, engage in such actions? Is it permissible for girls to be with girls? Something stirred within Aoi's mind, a vague yet complex realization that eluded her understanding. Shinobu gently squeezed the hand of the person beside her. Chiyu lifted her gaze, meeting Shinobu's violet eyes, and for an inexplicable moment, her heart found solace. Just as she was about to speak, Shinobu anticipated her words. Aoi, Ju, let me be frank. Chiyu is the one I cherish. Aoi was taken aback. Cherish? Shinobu seemed to anticipate her confusion. Yes, cherish. Not in the way of sisterly friendship, but akin to the love one has for a partner. A love that is willing to sacrifice everything for one another. Her words flowed steadily, imbued with a maturity beyond her years. Chiyu's eyes widened in surprise, catching the faint blush in Shinobu's eyes. She had expected Shinobu to mask their unconventional relationship under the guise of sisterly affection. Yet, the girl exhibited a bravery and resolve that surpassed her expectations. In that moment, Chiyu felt unworthy of such devotion. The warmth of the girl's delicate hand, firm yet soft, ignited a sense of reality that rendered her momentarily dazed. Tomioka Ju, observing Shinobu's steadfast gaze, felt a heaviness settle within him as he tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a low voice. Shinobu, have you truly made up your mind? Such a love defies societal norms. Yet, for those like us, societal expectations hold little weight. He understood that, having embraced his own fate, he could no longer reach for what lay ahead. Yet, he still harbored hopes. Hopes for what, exactly? Shinobu glanced at Chiyu, the uncontainable love evident in her eyes. With a smile, she declared to Ju, I decided 3 months ago. I'm sorry, Ju. When she had come to understand her feelings, she had also recognized Ju's affections. His concern for her injuries, though unspoken, mirrored the restraint and fervor with which she cared for Chiyu. Indeed, what he longed for was merely the reflection of himself in her eyes. The ice that had frozen for centuries began to tremble, the mountains crumbling as pure waters surged forth. Tomioka Ju, rare as it was, smiled. In that smile lay the relief of having his long-concealed sentiments acknowledged by Shinobu. What is there to apologize for? We are comrades who have faced life and death together. Now that you have found happiness, I am genuinely pleased. Beside him, Kanzaki always stared in disbelief, her jaw dropping. Was this truly the cold, unyielding water Hashira? Aoi wiped her eyes, watching as the man rose, sword in hand. I'm leaving. The wind tousled his hair and robes, his silhouette exuding a carefree grace. Is he really the water Hashira, not the one turned by Muzan? Aoi stammered, her azure eyes wide. The room fell silent for a moment before it was interrupted by the melodious laughter of a woman. Chiyu? Yes, Akaika Chiyu replied with a smile. Mr. Tomioka is truly charming, a delightful youth who is capable of both holding on and letting go. Chiyu noted Ju's fleeting glance at her before he departed. A simple yet profound blessing. She had always been one to unconsciously notice the subtleties of life. Charming? Shinobu's eyes widened slightly, her brow furrowing. She had never even complimented him in such a way. Sister, you've lost weight. Butterfly Kane observed Shinobu, who had grown to be almost as tall as her. Her expression softening. I'm fine, but Yushi glanced at Chiyu, her gaze laden with complexity. The little girl who had always trailed behind her had grown up, and the one who had taken her away was a woman. This period of silence had brought about an unexpected surprise. Kane shot the girl a playful glare. Sister, I'm sorry. Shinobu. Butterfly Kane embraced her, moisture glistening in her eyes as her voice turned soft. Promise me you'll take care of yourself. Now that she had recognized her heart, she urged her sister to cherish those before her, lest she find herself regretting what she could not hold on to. And you, take care of yourself as well, Shinobu replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Yes, Kane released her, the moisture in her eyes fading. Will you not say farewell to them? Shinobu shook her head with a smile. Sister, I don't wish to bid each one farewell. It would be too painful to leave. Moreover, she glanced at Chiyu, determinately grasping the woman's hand. I do not wish to conceal our feelings, nor do I desire to proclaim them loudly. Let us quietly seek our own world. The autumn breeze tousled their hair, the strands intertwining, their affection palpable. The girl, once consumed by vengeance, finally broke through the heavy gloom, stepping into her own radiant light. Butterfly Kane gently caressed her slightly rounded abdomen, a tender smile gracing her lips as her starlit eyes watched the two retreating figures. You rascal, are you all right over there? Just wait for me a little longer. It won't be long now. As the pure white snowflakes blanketed the entire city, it appeared as if the soft clouds from the sky had gently descended upon the earth. In the depths of the frigid night, the snowfall intensified. The north wind blew softly, each crystalline flake landing upon the skin, bringing with it a biting chill. The once bustling Asakusa Street was enveloped in silence. The streets were shrouded in silence, with doors and windows firmly shut. The lanterns that once hung vibrantly had been extinguished by the wind, leaving only a few streetlights and signage to faintly illuminate the path on this snowy night. Meanwhile, The Chiba household was engulfed in a frantic turmoil. Servants emerged one after another, bearing buckets of blood from within the house. Chiba Kazuki and Chiba Ryu anxiously paced back and forth in the snow-covered yard, their hands tucked into their pockets, exhaling clouds of breath that dissipated into the frigid air. "Oh, Amaterasu, I implore you, please ensure Kanae's safe delivery." With hands clasped in prayer before his forehead, Kazuki beseeched fervently. "She will be fine, father, my sister will be all right, and mother is inside with her," reassured Ryu, though his own eyes, cast towards the house, mirrored a deep concern. 5 hours had elapsed since labor began, and anguished cries echoed from within. Buckets of blood were carried out, painting a grim picture of the situation. At last, amidst the mournful hoot of an owl, the midwife's voice rang out with joyous news. "She has emerged. Finally, she has come forth. It is a girl." The tension that had coiled tightly in their fists finally unraveled, and the onlookers outside erupted into a frenzy of elation, as if graced by divine favor. The bloodline of the man who had rescued all of Asakusa from the clutches of demons, the lineage of the deity who had saved all of Japan, had successfully been perpetuated. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Kazuki trembled as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Although it was the frigid depths of winter, with snow swirling around, his back was drenched in perspiration, as the tautness of his spirit clashed with the cold rigidity of his body, leading to a tormenting restlessness. Now, he felt himself relax, the uncontainable joy radiating as brightly as the lights within the house. However, before long, a trembling shout from the midwife pierced the air. "The mother is hemorrhaging. Quickly! Summon a doctor, quickly!" The juxtaposition of joy and despair thundered in Kazuki's ears, and the elderly man's eyes rolled back before he collapsed. "Father, head of the household, head of the household." In the deep, desolate night, the faint moonlight spilled over a handsome, breathtaking face that seemed unearthly, lips as red as blood parting and closing. "You already know, the power that does not belong to the mortal realm can effortlessly thrust you and your cherished ones into the depths of hell." A deep, haunting voice, rich with magnetism, flowed from his lips, as if it had surged from the dark, formless night beyond. It was the eve of battle. Kazuki knelt before him, curled up like a devoted acolyte, gazing upon his most revered deity. "Master, I understand. That is the most invincible power, yet it is also the most malevolent." Rising slowly, he met the man's gaze with the utmost sincerity, respect, and trepidation. "You have saved my child. Your grace upon the Chiba family surpasses even that of the divine. Please, Master, rest assured in entrusting the lady to us. Should anything go awry, I, Chiba Kazuki, shall offer my life in recompense." The man lowered his head earnestly. Dōma's eyes, heavy-lidded, regarded him with a gaze filled with profound meaning. The atmosphere around them was suffocating, steeped in a deep, unsettling aura that sparked fear. Demons are the darkest, coldest beings, and the aura that involuntarily emanates from them is equally dark and frigid. The man trembled, yet his fists were clenched tight, his resolve unwavering. Finally, Dōma spoke, as if reminiscing about a fleeting moment of joy. "I do not require your life. Merely fulfill your promise." "She may not appreciate it." Kazuki froze, raising his gaze to Dōma. Those multicolored eyes, reminiscent of divinity, seemed to gaze vacantly at a point beyond him, appearing somewhat hollow. He sensed an inexplicable sorrow emanating from Dōma, a feeling he had never encountered before. He never imagined that this being could experience sadness akin to that of a human. Nevertheless, he vowed that this promise would be upheld with the entirety of his remaining life. Head of the household, head of the household. Memories from deep within surfaced, and the calls at his ears pulled him back to reality. His murky eyes trembled open, revealing the familiar arrangement of his room. Kazuki propped himself up on his hands, clutching the wrist of a servant tightly, his voice hoarse. "Where is the young lady? Has she been saved?" "She has been saved. She has been rescued." Head of the household. Lady Tamayo arrived just in time and brought the young lady back. The servant replied rapidly, eyes glistening. Kazuki finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Shinobu. Miss Shinobu has also come." Time flowed like a water wheel in the fields, turning and turning. And the child who once struggled to walk had now reached an age where she could run with abandon. "Sister, there's nothing we've overlooked, is there?" Agai Chiyu shook her head, her gentle gaze falling upon the young girl's open collar, extending her slightly rough yet still fair fingers to tidy it, pulling out a hand-knitted scarf to wrap around her. "It has been quite cold these days, as we prepare for our journey. Do ensure you dress well, and do not recklessly expose yourself to the cold." "Sister, do you forget that I know how to breathe properly? It's not so easy to catch a chill." Shinobu gazed at the girl before her with affection, chuckling. In just 7 or 8 months, Shinobu had grown to a height where they could now meet eye to eye. Chiyu playfully tapped her, scolding, "That is still unacceptable." After departing from the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinobu and Kane sought a village not far from a coastal town, where they led the life of ordinary folk. Upon purchasing a home, the village chief had rented them several acres of land. Shinobu also took on the responsibility of guarding a nearby forest. It was said to protect the mountain, but in truth, it was to safeguard the livestock tended by villagers and the temple dedicated to the mountain deity. They toiled together in the fields, occasionally ventured into the mountains to hunt, assisted villagers in tending to livestock, and together journeyed to town to sell vegetables and procure supplies. Watching as the young herder gradually grew, their days flowed by, suffused with happiness and laughter. This was a stark contrast to the perilous yet warm camaraderie of the Demon Slayer Corps that Shinobu had experienced since losing her parents. Such a life was the happiness she had longed for since childhood. As the time drew near for her sister's delivery, Shinobu invited Agai Chiyu and Makoto to return with her to visit her sister. However, upon arriving at the Chiba household, a wave of apprehension washed over her upon hearing the news. Had it not been for Lady Tamayo's timely arrival, her sister might have. Sister. Shinobu grasped the frail hand of her sister, Shinobu Kane, lying weakly upon the bed. The face that usually bore a gentle smile was now devoid of color, a sight Shinobu had never witnessed before. Do not worry, little Shinobu. It has been a long time. You have grown, Kane said, her hand laboriously brushing against Shinobu's delicate face, filled with emotion. With tears brimming in her eyes, Shinobu managed to smile. Sister, do you still think of me as a child? The sisters exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter, though Shinobu's laughter trembled with a hint of tears, while Kane's smile was ethereal and pale. Fortunately, due to the breathing techniques she practiced, Kane's recovery was quicker than that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the restorative medicine prepared by Tamayo, she gradually regained her strength and vitality within a few days. Outside, the snow continued to fall, blanketing the branches and rooftops with a thick layer of pristine white. A few crows chattered merrily among the branches, due to the presence of humans in the urban area. They had instinctively ceased to mimic human speech, for the memory of the time when Mizunoto's crows were nearly beaten for pilfering human belongings lingered vividly in their minds. Beneath the eaves, several figures gathered around a stove, brewing tea amidst laughter and joviality, exuding an air of leisure and enjoyment. Perhaps it was due to the influence of Butterfly Kane's nurturing spirit that Butterfly Shinobu, Kanroji Mitsuri, Takeda Michiru, and Tanjiro Kamado found themselves congregated in Asakusa, each carrying an unprecedented sense of tranquility and serenity. They understood that this moment might be their last opportunity to meet again. Kabutsuji Muzan had been vanquished, and his kin of cursed demons had been eradicated, rendering the Demon Slayer Corps seemingly unnecessary. However, the remnants of lesser demons did not vanish with Muzan's demise. To obliterate the lingering malevolence, the Hashira, marked by stripes, willingly transformed into wandering swordsmen, traversing the human realm until their vitality waned in a few short years. Some lay dormant in the depths of tranquil lakes, others slumbered in forsaken alleyways, and some were consumed alongside demons in fierce flames until the gentle light of dawn kissed the earth. In her 3rd year of motherhood, Butterfly Kane passed away with a serene smile. The tales of slaying demons became legends recounted by the people. Yet, the lives of ordinary individuals continued unabated.